Chapter 1 Let's Divorce. Ruan Liu stood in front of Chen Mo soaking wet. Why did you come back so early today? Chen Mo squatted down and helped Liu Ruan dry the mud on the bottom of her feet. Chen Mo had been married to Ruan Liu for 3 years, and over the past 3 years, he had always been a model husband. Who would make meals at home and wait for Ruan Liu to come home? Who would help Ruan Liu deal with the big and small chores of life? And who would always be the first one to step forward when Ruan Liu needed him? But today, Chen Mo could clearly feel that his wife seemed a little different from the past. Chen Mo, I want to divorce you. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth and finally said these cold and desperate words. Sit down and eat first. Chen Mo acted as if he didn't hear. Chen Mo, he's going back to China. Let's divorce. As if she was afraid that Chen Mo couldn't hear, Liu Ruyan's tone increased a few points. The food is getting cold. Let's eat first. Chen Mo seemed to still not be able to hear, but in fact, Chen Mo heard clearly. Liu Ruyan's one sentence that he had come. Chen Mo's 3 years of hard work was all for nothing. In fact, Chen Mo has always known. In fact, Liu Ruyan has always had a favorite for many years of the white moonlight. That white moonlight is Liu Ruyan's first love. Only because of certain reasons, Liu Ruyan's white moonlight 3 years ago suddenly left the country. Liu Ruyan had no choice but to marry Chen Mo. Married for 3 years, Chen Mo has been working hard. Even the top of the eyes of Liu Ruyan's parents have recognized Chen Mo. But Chen Mo always cannot cover the heart of Liu Ruyan. 3 years of hard work, in the end, cannot resist a sentence he came out. Chen Mo, let's divorce. Liu Ruyan could only repeat it again. She knew Chen Mo must have heard it. What is there to say? Can't it wait until after dinner? Chen Mo forced down the displeasure in his heart. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but shake her head. Chen Mo, it doesn't make any sense for you to do this. This marriage, I must divorce. He needs me now. Good. This time, Chen Mo did not insist anymore, but directly satisfied Ruan Liu's request. Ruan Liu's heart was already not in him. Continuing to entangle would only torture each other. Chen Mo, this marriage I am divorced. You agree or not agree also? What did you say? Liu Ruyan didn't react at once. She originally thought that Chen Mo would continue to stalk her. Never thought that Chen Mo would agree so quickly. Didn't you want a divorce? I agreed. Chen Mo said expressionlessly. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Liu Ruyan somewhat couldn't believe her ears. But what you said is true. No one understood Chen Mo better than her. Married for 3 years, Chen Mo silently guarded her for 3 years. It wasn't that Chen Mo hadn't been wronged in these 3 years, but Chen Mo never wanted to leave. Why Chen Mo would rather be aggrieved and not choose to leave? Of course, because Chen Mo loves her deeply. There is no one who loves her more than Chen Mo, not even her parents. However, such a man who loved her to the bone would agree to divorce her. How was this possible? Of course, Chen Mo nodded. In fact, he should have let go a long time ago, only that he still held a sliver of hope in his heart, and now this sliver of hope was finally shattered. Chen Mo, did you not hear what I just said clearly? I said I want to divorce you. Liu Ruyan was still unwilling to believe the facts in front of her. With her understanding of Chen Mo should be firmly against it and even go so far as to force him to die. But Chen Mo agreed so easily. Instead, it made her a little uneasy. I know after we finish eating, we will divorce. Chen Mo was as calm as ever, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Chen Mo, in these 3 years, I know you've worked hard. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. I will give you $3 million for divorce with a suite of rooms. Of course, you can also put forward if you have any other requirements. Ruan Liu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Chen Mo chose to force himself to death, she would have chosen to divorce Chen Mo as well. Only that would have been more troublesome. Her heart had long belonged to someone else. Her being with Chen Mo was just a momentary reprieve. Except that she was a person and not an animal. Even a dog that had been together for 3 years would have feelings. The only thing she could do now was to try her best to make up for Chen Mo, in order to alleviate the sense of guilt in her heart. Chen Mo shook his head. No need. I'm not interested in those things. He never married Ruan Liu for the sake of money. If he did, he wouldn't have chosen to marry Ruan Liu. After all of the Liu family's money combined wasn't enough for him. Liu Ruyan lowered her head and said, No, this is what you deserve. If you don't want it, I will feel bad in my heart. There is no such thing as deserving or not deserving. It's just a willingness to gamble. Chen Mo smiled to himself. He had thought that as long as he gave his wholehearted devotion to Ruan Liu's heart would have him sooner or later, but the facts proved that he had ultimately lost, and lost all the way. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth. Chen Mo, I know that I have emotionally wronged you, so this is the only way I can make it up to you, so please do take it. If Chen Mo didn't take it, her conscience would not be able to bear it. Chen Mo refused very clearly. I said I don't want it, keep it for yourself. Money is the most useless thing to him. If you talk about wealth alone, All the wealth in the entire Nanjiang province combined is not half as much as him. Chen Mo, do you have to be so vicious? Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life that badly? Ruan Liu was a little angry. In these 3 years, she had been taken care of by Chen Mo, and although she did not have male or female feelings for Chen Mo, she did not want to be emotionally indebted to him either. And using money to make up for the harm she had done to Chen Mo was the only way she could think of. Even if it is to pay for a nanny, 3 years of wages should add up to 300,000 it. Chen Mo for her to pay so much. She is not blind, and how will not see? She gave Chen Mo compensation, has been counted on the best of a grade. Liu family treatment of servants never stingy money, even dismissed a servant. The Liu family will give the corresponding compensation. Chen Mo for her to work hard for 3 years. These things she is in the eyes. She gave Chen Mo's compensation is not really much. Think what you like. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Mo only felt ridiculous. He was not a person who could not afford to let go, since he had already decided to get a divorce. What happened to Ruan Liu had nothing to do with him. If you really want to talk about viciousness, Ruan Liu is the most vicious person, right? In the end, Chen Mo and Liu Ruan still had a disagreement. This is the divorce agreement. I've already signed on it. This card has $3 million in it. And this is the room key for the other suite. Ruan Liu placed the 3 things on the table. Chen Mo signed his name on the divorce agreement without even looking at it. Then, goodbye. Oh no, it should be never again. Chen Mo left without looking back. Chapter 2 Chen Mo's true identity. Didn't we agree to have dinner together? After hesitating for a moment, Liu Ruan still opened her mouth to retain Chen Mo. Now at this point in time, it's not too good to take a taxi. Although she divorced Chen Mo, but after all, after 3 years of being a couple, she still has that little bit of conscience. Chen Mo froze, looking at Liu Ruan in front of him with some suspicion. This Liu Ruan brain is not sick, have been divorced, but also open to retain their own do what? Okay. Chen Mo thought about it and finally decided to stay first. At this point in time, it really wasn't too good to take a taxi. The two of them sat at the dinner table one after another. This table of food was specially made by Chen Mo for Ruan Liu, but Ruan Liu had no appetite at all. Chen Mo also has no appetite at all. He wanted to wait for Liu Ruan to go home to give her a surprise, but the result is waiting for Liu Ruan to divorce him. Well, at least husband and wife eh? If really can not do friends, then when the enemy may be a good choice. After eating dinner, the two returned to their rooms one after another to rest. Yes, after 3 years of marriage, Ruan Liu and Chen Mo had always slept in separate rooms. Chen Mo also had his own room. Although it was very close to Ruan Liu's room, Chen Mo and Ruan Liu had never shared a room. Not even once. This is good. Without expectations, there will be no disappointment. Chen Mo originally planned to sleep here and leave first thing in the morning, but right at this moment, he suddenly felt someone push open the door to his room. It was so late. Who would walk into his room at this time? Chen Mo's first feeling was Ruan Liu. Other than Ruan Liu, no one would come to his room at this time, which suddenly gave him an ominous premonition. He had already promised to divorce Ruan Liu. Ruan Liu wouldn't still want to kill and exterminate her, right? Chen Mo's heart was in his throat. He tried his best to pretend to fake sleep. In case Ruan Liu made any unusual moves, he would be the first to jump up and counteract it. Without a word, Ruan Liu came to Chen Mo's bedside and then lay down. Don't pretend. I know you haven't slept. Didn't you marry me just for this moment? Do whatever you want. After tonight, we will be strangers. Even if we meet on the street, I hope we won't cross paths again. Liu Ruan hugged Chen Mo from behind. This was the only thing she could do for Chen Mo. After 3 years of marriage, she hadn't let Chen Mo touch her even once. Tonight was Chen Mo's last and only chance. She would act as if she didn't know anything. Ruan Liu, you're sick. Chen Mo couldn't help but angrily rebuke. He could feel a burst of softness coming from his back. Ruan Liu was purposely wearing a thin nightgown. The scenery was hidden, but Chen Mo didn't feel anything at all at this moment. He only felt a little nauseous and regurgitated. He and Liu Ruan married 3 years. Liu Ruan touch do not let him touch a bit, and now he and Liu Ruan divorce. Liu Ruan in turn initiative to embrace. Liu Ruan in the end what he took him for. Also purposely dressed like this to seduce him. What? Ruan Liu was a little disbelieving. After 3 years of marriage, she was sure that Chen Mo wanted to touch her. Only that she didn't let Chen Mo touch her. And now that she had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, Chen Mo smacked her as disgusting instead. At times, she found that she really could not understand Chen Mo. Perhaps, she never understood Chen Mo. Before Liu Ruan could react, she was whisked out by Chen Mo. General Manager Liu, your soup. Right at this moment, a servant knocked on the door of Ruan Liu's room. Come in. Ruan Liu quickly calmed down. General Manager Liu, this soup? The servant asked. Pour it. Liu Ruan answered without even thinking. Yes, the servant said and could only carry the soup and walk out. This was the soup that Chen Mo had personally made for Ruan Liu. Just simmering it took Chen Mo a few hours. It was indeed a bit of a shame to pour it just like that. Wait, put it here. I'll drink it later. Ruan Liu suddenly changed her mind. Although she didn't like Chen Mo, she couldn't deny that Chen Mo's craftsmanship was indeed good, and she had indeed gained a lot of weight in the 3 years she had been married to Chen Mo. After putting the soup down, the maid quickly walked out, and Ruan Liu fell asleep after drinking the soup. This sleep Liu Ruyan slept especially sweetly. She hadn't slept so soundly for a long time, and in a blur, she seemed to have dreamed a dream, a very long dream. The next morning, Chen Mo left Ruan Liu's home early. After leaving Ruan Liu's home, Chen Mo dialed a phone number. Shortly after, a helicopter landed at Chen Mo's feet. Young Master Chen Qian, the old slave missed you to death. It's been 3 years, so you finally contacted the old slave. An old man in his 60s walked down from the helicopter. Grandpa Zhao, long time no see. Chen Mo responded with a smile. The old man's name was Zhao Yuan, the butler of the Chen family in the capital, and he himself was not called Chen Mo, but Chen Qian, the Qian of the submerged dragon into the abyss. Chen Mo was nothing more than an identity he used outside. As for why he used the identity of Chen Mo, it was because 3 years ago, in order to marry Liu Ruyan, he had gone so far as to fall out with the Chen family and even ran to the Liu family to become a door-to-door son-in-law. So the Chen family did not allow him to face the world with the identity of Chen Qian. Now that 3 years had passed, it was unknown if his family was still doing well. Young Master Chen Qian, in these 3 years, have you been doing well? Zhao Yuan was obviously very excited. The Chen family in the capital. That was a prestigious family, an unattainable existence for countless people. For Chen Qian to let go of the identity of the sole heir of the Chen family and to come to this nook and cranny of the land to suffer, there was something in his heart that he really couldn't figure out. Chen Qian wore a smile on his face. I'm quite well. How about you guys? How are you doing? We're pretty good too, Zhao Yuan said with a smile. Chen Qian still couldn't help but ask, what about my father? How is he? In these 3 years, the person he felt most sorry for was his dad, Chen Bosan, and it turned out that Chen Bosan was right. Ruan Liu wasn't even worth treating him like that. Zhao Yuan sighed. Young Master Chen Qian, you are unaware that ever since you left, Master he has been teetotal. Master said that as long as you are willing to come home, he will no longer oppose your marriage to Miss Liu. After all, it's me who has wronged him. Chen Qian was filled with bitterness. At first, in order to be able to marry Ruan Liu, he almost severed his relationship with Chen Bosan. In fact, Chen Qian knew in his heart that Chen Bosan was just being hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. As long as he insisted time and time again, Chen Bosan was ultimately willing to accept Ruan Liu. Only, Ruan Liu is no longer worthy. Zhao Yuan's face was full of supplication. Young Master Chen Qian, count on the old slave to beg you. Just go back with the old slave. Well, go back first. Chen Qian nodded. He had been away from the capital for too long, and it was time for him to return home for a visit. Chapter 3 Wanting to Forget. Chen Qian returned to the capital in a helicopter, and at that moment, Ruan Liu also got up under the shouts of the servants. Has Chen Mo left? The first thing Ruan Liu did after waking up was to confirm whether Chen Mo had left or not. The maid looked at Ruan Liu with a puzzled expression. Who is Chen Mo? You guys don't recognize Chen Mo? Ruan Liu couldn't help but be surprised. These maids were all old men in the family. How could they not even know who Chen Mo was? The servants shook their heads one after another. You guys really don't know Chen Mo? Ruan Liu was a bit incredulous. She had only divorced Chen Mo last night. How could the servants in the house not even recognize Chen Mo? The servants shook their heads again. How could it be? Chen Mo is my ex-husband. I even had dinner with him last night. Ruan Liu was already starting to panic a bit. The servants said in unison, General Manager Liu, are you remembering wrongly? There has never been a Chen Mo in the family, and as far as we know, you have never been married to anyone. Impossible. Ruan Liu went crazy and rummaged through her room looking for things. She clearly remembered that she was married to Chen Mo and only divorced last night. There must be traces of Chen Mo left behind in her home, but she rummaged through her room, but did not find any clues related to Chen Mo. Even so, Liu Ruyan is still not dead. She rushed to Chen Mo's room. She clearly remembered. Chen Mo's room has her in Chen Mo's wedding photo. However, Chen Mo's room was as clean as new. Not even a single strand of hair. Chen Mo as if he had never appeared. Could it be that there was really a problem with her memory? Cell phone. Yes, there must be a clue in the cell phone. Liu Ruyan hurriedly unlocked her cell phone, wanting to find a photo of her in Chen Mo in her cell phone, but there seemed to be nothing in her album except for a few selfies, and she hurriedly opened her address book, which likewise had no contact information for Chen Mo. Chen Mo just disappeared. No matter how she searched, she did not find any useful clues. At this moment, Ruan Liu had to wonder if it was really her own memory that had problems. In the end, Ruan Liu only found a small box of unsealed sleeping pills in Chen Mo's room. That bowl of soup last night had sleeping pills in it. Yes, that must be it. Lu Ruyan was more and more certain that there was nothing wrong with her memory, and that this was all Chen Mo's joint effort with the servants in the house. Tell me, what's going on here? Anyone who dares to lie again, they won't have to come here in the future. Ruan Liu was furious. She almost suspected that her memory was faulty. General Liu, it was Mr. Chen who told us to do this. Seeing that they couldn't hide it, the servants had to tell the truth. Ruan Liu's face turned green. Why did he do that? The servants answered truthfully. Mr. Chen said that he didn't want you to retain a single memory of him. That's why he asked us to pretend that we don't know him. It's really his trick. Lu Ruyan's face was ugly. Did Chen Mo hate her so much? Hate her so much that he stripped her of her memories and couldn't even let her have the little bit of thoughts she had left. Say, where did you guys throw everything in his room? Ruan Liu was truly angry. Although she usually cared nothing for Chen Mo, it didn't mean that she really didn't care at all. The servants could only explain. It's in the trash. We didn't throw it. It was Mr. Chen himself. Ruan Liu hurriedly looked at the trash can on the side. Even though it was filled with trash and emitted a strange smell, Ruan Liu couldn't care less and desperately rummaged through the trash can. Ruan Liu actually has a cleanliness fetish, but she doesn't seem to have any feelings at the moment. She only wants to find the garbage that Chen Mo threw in the trash can. In the end, Ruan Liu found a photo of her and Chen Mo and a watch from the trash can. The photo naturally needed no introduction. Chen Mo placed it at the bedside every day, and wiped it once a day, fearing that a little dust would fall on it, but now it was casually thrown in the trash by Chen Mo. There is also the watch. That is her first gift to Chen Mo, but also her only gift to Chen Mo. The watch is not much expensive, but she remembers very clearly. Chen Mo was particularly happy to a few days in a row cannot sleep, but now, this watch was casually discarded by Chen Mo, as if her feelings with Chen Mo were all discarded by Chen Mo. Chen Mo must be very disgusted with her, otherwise he wouldn't have thrown all these things into the trash. How could Chen Mo be so heartless? Lu Ruyan gently wiped the stains on the photo with her hand, her heart aching to no end. She was divorced from Chen Mo, not true, but this does not mean that she has no feelings for Chen Mo at all. Why did Chen Mo treat her like this? Even if she couldn't be a couple, she could be an ordinary friend. Why didn't Chen Mo even leave himself with this thought? General Manager Liu, are you alright? The servants also realized that something was wrong with Ruan Liu at this moment. Isn't Ruan Liu usually indifferent to Chen Mo? Why is Ruan Liu so sad? All of you go out, Ruan Liu said with a cold face. She only wanted to be alone at the moment. Chen Mo left so dryly, not even wanting to leave her with memories, at the expense of her still thinking that Chen Mo could have a trace of feelings for her. Obviously she had no feelings for Chen Mo, but why? She would have a feeling of heartache? Lu Ruyan also didn't know what was wrong with her today. Since Chen Mo left, she didn't seem to be as happy as she had imagined beforehand. Instead, she was a bit sad. As to why she was sad, even she couldn't figure it out. Could it be that I once had feelings for him? This idea was quickly rejected by Lu Ruyan. Chen Mo was just a substitute that she casually found. From the beginning to the end, there was only one person that she liked, and that was her white moonlight Wang Tang. Wang Tang is not only her white moonlight, but also her first love. If Wang Tang had not left 3 years ago, Lu Ruyan would not have suddenly married Chen Mo. Now that Wang Tang has returned to China, of course she wants to continue to be with Wang Tang. As for Chen Mo, it's just Wang Tang's double. Even without Chen Mo, she would have found a random person to get married to her, but it just happened to be caught up by Chen Mo. What's the big deal? Chen Mo, Chen Mo. You wait, I will soon forget you, Lu Ruyan said with some annoyance. Chen Mo has been circling around her all these years. The person who should be most sad is not her but Chen Mo. It's fine for her to leave Chen Mo, but Chen Mo will definitely not be able to live without her. I believe that in a few days, Chen Mo will definitely come back crying and begging for her. Chapter 4 Returning to the Chen family. The Chen family in the capital. Chen Qian, is that you? Chen Boshan looked at Chen Qian in front of him, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. It's me, Dad. I'm back. Chen Qian's voice trembled a little. Brat, you're finally back. Chen Boshan was very excited as he hurriedly hugged Chen Qian. Chen Qian was the one he had watched grow up. He had high hopes for Chen Qian since he was a child. If it wasn't for the fact that 3 years ago, Chen Qian had insisted on marrying Ruan Liu, he wouldn't have fallen out with Chen Qian. In fact, these 3 years he also figured out, although Lu Ruyan is not good, but as long as Chen Qian likes, even if Lu Ruyan is a soil chicken, he can let Lu Ruyan fly up to the branch to become a phoenix. I'm sorry Dad, for making you worry. Chen Qian was chagrined. If he had listened to Chen Boshan's words earlier in the beginning, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Why are you the only one? Where is my daughter-in-law? Chen Basan looked around, trying to find traces of Ruan Liu. Chen Qian was a bit confused. What daughter-in-law? He was the only one who came back this time. Where was there any daughter-in-law? Chen Basan was a bit puzzled. Ruan Liu, didn't you say at first that you would not marry her? Why didn't she come back with you? Because of Chen Qian's relationship. Chen Basan had actually accepted Ruan Liu in his heart. In fact, he had made a bet with Chen Qian that if Chen Qian had not divorced Ruan Liu after 3 years, not only would he accept Ruan Liu as his daughter-in-law, he would also personally send someone to fetch Chen Qian back with Ruan Liu. Chen Qian had no choice but to say, "Dad, I've actually divorced Ruan Liu." Divorced? Chen Basan was full of doubts. What's going on here? Chen Qian had no choice but to tell Chen Basan what happened before. There's even such a thing. This Liu Ruyan really is not aware of her blessings when she's in the midst of them. Chen Basan couldn't help but snort coldly. This Liu Ruyan even dared to take as a substitute, when it was really abominable. Liu Ruyan could have been the happiest woman in the world, but it was a pity that Liu Ruyan herself buried her own happiness. This kind of woman is not worthy to enter the door of their Chen family. Let's not talk about her. Dad, during the time I was away, nothing major happened in the family, right? Chen Qian shook his head. Ruan Liu was already a thing of the past. She probably wouldn't have any more interactions with Ruan Liu in her life. And even if she did, Ruan Liu was just a stranger to him. His heart has long put down Liu Ruyan. His 3 years of youth all is fed to the dog. With me here, what big deal can there be? Chen Basan smiled bashfully. Then is there anything that I can help with? It was also considered a complete relief. Although Chen Basan was no longer young, he was at least in his prime. And with Chen Basan in the Chen clan, the others probably couldn't make any waves. There really is one. Chen Basan thought about it and decided to say it anyway. It turns out that the Chen family intends to invest in the construction of Nanjiang province. The Brunt is the capital of Nanjiang province, Jianghai city, and this matter is now missing a person in charge. Chen Basan momentarily could not think of a suitable candidate. Some doubt, good end. Why suddenly invest in Nanjiang province? Nanjiang province has been developing well in recent years, and according to the gossip I got, the country is going to vigorously support the economy of Nanjiang province in the next few years. Within a few years, Nanjiang province will definitely change its face. Chen Basan did not hide anything, so that's how it is. Chen Qian nodded. If that was the case, Nanjiang province was indeed worth investing in. Chen Basan's connections were very wide, and at his position, all the gossip almost came true. Chen Basan asked very patiently, "Do you have any suitable candidates?" Chen Qian is not only very business-minded, but also very smart. He has long regarded Chen Qian as his successor. If not for Liu Ruyan, his position might have been Chen Qian's. Chen Qian is a good candidate for the position. Chen Qian grossly recommended himself. Although he hadn't come into contact with any commercial activities in the past 3 years, it didn't mean that his business acumen had begun to deteriorate. He was still very experienced in commercial matters, and there was really no one more suitable for this candidate other than him. Chen Bershan is still a little worried. It is not impossible for you to go. Only, other people he is not necessarily assured. But Chen Qian is his son. Of course he is assured. But Liu Ruyan is also in Nanjiang province. He is more worried that Chen Qian will rekindle his old feelings with Liu Ruyan. Dad, just rest assured. It's absolutely impossible for me and her. Chen Qian shook his head. Of course he knew what Chen Basan was worried about. A good horse doesn't eat back the grass. He and Liu Ruyan had already ended, and it was still the kind of thing that was absolutely impossible. Chen Basan was still a bit uneasy. Son, Dad definitely believes in you. What if she is stalking you? Then you're underestimating her too much. She won't. Chen Qian shook his head. Chen Basan frowned. How wouldn't she? It's just that she didn't know your identity before. What if she knew your identity afterward? Do you dare to guarantee that she won't regret it? He had seen too many people and knew how to speculate on people's hearts. He had seen many people like Liu Ruyan. So what if she regrets it? Chen Qian coldly smiled. Relationships were a matter of two people. Wishful thinking never worked, and he had already verified this point of view. Even if Ruan Liu came to him now to get back together, he wouldn't get back together with Ruan Liu. Some injuries, suffered once is enough. Suffer once more, then it is really purely guilty. Good. With these words of yours I am relieved. Chen Basan patted his thigh. In fact, he still couldn't let go of Chen Qian. After all, he and Chen Qian hadn't seen each other for nearly 3 years. Now that Chen Qian had come back with great difficulty, of course, he didn't want Chen Qian to leave him so quickly, but he also knew that a good man's ambition was in the 4 corners of the world. If he forcibly kept Chen Qian by his own side, then that would be the real harm to Chen Qian. Chen Qian now no longer need his shelter. Chen Qian now want to do is to break into a world. He cannot because he cannot let go to ruin Chen Qian. In the next few days, Chen Qian intends to stay at home to accompany Chen Baoshan. He has been away from home for too long. He always felt that Chen Baoshan seems to have become much older. And at this time, Lu Ruyan, who had been busy all day, finally returned home. Chen Mo, quickly come over and pinch my feet. Just after returning home, Lu Ruyan habitually shouted. In the past, when she came home, Chen Mo would always habitually pinch her feet to relieve her fatigue from the whole day. It wasn't until much later that Ruan Liu reacted. She and Chen Mo had already divorced. Chen Mo had left her home a long time ago, and she didn't even know where Chen Mo was now. Chapter 5 Can't forget. General Liu, Mr. Chen has already left. Why don't you let us pinch your feet for you? The nanny at the side hurriedly walked over. No need. Ruan Liu shook her head. Is dinner ready? She still wasn't used to people touching her ankles. It's ready, the maid replied. Ruan Liu dragged her tired body to the dining table. In the past, there was still Chen Mo helping her with massages, which could relieve her fatigue to a great extent. But now that there was no one to help her, she was really tired, especially if she had been busy all day. Just after pinching a small piece of meat, Ruan Liu couldn't help but vomit it out. Over the past 3 years, her stomach had long been spoiled by Chen Mo, and she could eat out in a single bite if it didn't suit her stomach. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Mo's craftsmanship was a bit higher than those 5-star chefs outside. And Lu Ruyan, who was accustomed to eating good things, how could she accept this inferior food at once? I'm sorry, General Manager Liu, is the flavor not to your liking? The servant was horrified. Lu Ruyan frowned. This method of stewing meat, who did you learn it from? The servant could only explain. Back to General Manager Liu. We all learned from Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen used to stew like this as well. Nonsense. If it's the same, how could the flavors differ so much? Ruan Liu was angry. She had eaten Chen Mo's stewed meat. It was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. Chen Mo's stewed meat fire was mastered very well. It was not too mushy nor too firewood. The piece of meat she had just chucked compared to Chen Mo's stewed meat had a difference of 100,000 miles. Impossible. The maid was also a bit anxious. They had watched from the sidelines when Chen Mo had stewed meat in the past, and the ingredients and fire were the same. So how could there be such a big difference? Ruan Liu frowned and said, take it back and redo it. Don't always try to perfume me. She was really tired after working all day. She just wanted to be able to have a mouthful of hot rice the first time she got home. But what the maids made was always so poorly prepared. The taste of the food was so bad that she wondered if the food was even for human consumption. It was more like feeding it to pigs. After an unknown period of time, the maid once again brought a pot of steaming stew. Lu Ruyan tasted a mouthful. The flavor was still as bad as before, so bad that Lu Ruyan directly spat it out. The flavor is still not right. Lu Ruyan's face was very ugly. Could it be that in addition to Chen Mo, no one under the heavens could make a meal that was to her liking? The maids were also very confused at this moment. They had already made it with great care. Just now, they also secretly tasted it. The flavor was not as advanced as a 5-star restaurant, but it was actually not too far off. It was not at all as unpleasant as what Ruan Liu said. General Manager Liu, why don't we just make a new one? The maids looked embarrassed. Ruan Liu rejected the servant's proposal. Forget it. It's the same as how many more copies we make if the flavor isn't right. It wasn't the ingredients that were wrong or the fire that made a difference. It was the people that were wrong. She was used to Chen Mo's cooking for her. If anyone else did it, she would find it tasteless. Ruan Liu lost her appetite after only a few bites. After returning to her room, Lu Ruyan took out her cell phone and called her good girlfriend Chung Shuang. Shuang, do you have Chen Mo's contact information? Ruan Liu asked in a low voice. Are you crazy? He's your husband. You're looking for me for his contact information? Chang Shuang was surprised. Chen Mo was Lu Ruyan's husband. Could it be that Lu Ruyan didn't even store Chen Mo's contact information? Those who didn't know would think that she and Lu Ruyan's husband had some kind of unspeakable secret. My cell phone seems to have been moved by Chen Mo. He deleted his contact information. Lu Ruyan had to say. He deleted his contact information. What's going on here? Cheng Shuang became more and more alarmed the more she spoke. I divorced him and then he deleted his contact information. Lu Ruyan explained in a small voice. You divorced Chen Mo. When did that happen? Cheng Shuang couldn't help but be shocked. What she envied the most was that Ruan Liu could find a husband as good as Chen Mo. But it turned out that Ruan Liu actually divorced Chen Mo, which was unbelievable. Not long ago, Ruan Liu said softly, could it be that he cheated on his wife within the marriage? Cheng Shuang inquired in a low voice. However, she quickly denied the idea. With her knowledge of Chen Mo should not be this kind of person. No, Ruan Liu denied. Then it's because he doesn't love you anymore? Cheng Shuang asked again. It doesn't have anything to do with him. The divorce was something I took the initiative to mention. Lu Ruyan had to say. No, why? Cheng Shuang was a little hard to understand. Chen Mo is a typical model husband. Other people want to find still cannot find it. Lu Ruyan actually willing to divorce with Chen Mo. As Lu Ruyan's best friend, Chen Shuangshuang's heart is definitely toward Lu Ruyan's side, but she doesn't understand why Lu Ruyan is doing this. Chen Mo and Lu Ruyan have been married for 3 years. Chen Mo has not paid enough for Lu Ruyan over the years, but Lu Ruyan actually wants to divorce Chen Mo. She really doesn't know the blessing of being in a blessed place. Wang Tang is going back to China. Lu Ruyan coldly returned. Chen Shuangshuang was still a little hard to understand. Just because Wang Tang is going back to China, you want to divorce Chen Mo? 3 years ago, Wang Tang left without saying a word, leaving Ruan Liu alone to deal with the mess. If it wasn't for Chen Mo agreeing to marry Ruan Liu would have long become the laughingstock of everyone in Nanjing province at this moment. These 3 years has been Chen Mo accompanied by Lu Ruyan's side. In Lu Ruyan most need a man to rely on the time. Is Chen Mo took the initiative to stand out. That time Wang Tang and where? 3 years of living together. After all, cannot resist the news of Wang Tang returned to the country. Chen Mo's contribution over the years. Chen Shuangshuang in the eyes. To be honest, Chen Shuangshuang really sympathized with Chen Mo a little. Lu Ruyan replied very firmly, yes, I want to be with Wang Tang. No matter how hard it is, I want to be by his side. I have already missed him once. I don't want to miss him a second time. I hope you don't regret it. Chen Shuangshuang was helpless. In her opinion, Ruan Liu was already incorrigible, losing the man she should cherish the most for a man who had once abandoned her. This was no longer a matter of being in love or not being in love with the brain. Pure and simple sick. It won't be. He's just a random substitute I found outside. Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. From the beginning to the end, the person she wanted to be with the most was Wang Tang. Chen Mo was nothing more than a substitute for Wang Tang. Chen Shuangshuang said with a smile, since you and him are already divorced, you should have no problem with me chasing after him, right? Chapter 6, Chen Qian and Chen Mo. You want to pursue Chen Mo? Ruan Liu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chen Shuangshuang's face didn't change. What's so strange about it? He's so good. Isn't it normal for me to pursue him? Only a love brain like Ruan Liu couldn't see Chen Mo's uniqueness. She had always had a good feeling about Chen Mo, only because Chen Mo was Ruan Liu's husband, so she had never expressed it. But since Lu Ruyan and Chen Mo were already divorced, she could of course blatantly pursue Chen Mo. No, Ruan Liu shook her head. If you can really be with him, then I definitely give you guys my blessing. Blessing is fine, just don't back out when you get there. Chen Shuangshuang smiled. Intuition told her that Ruan Liu would back out sooner or later. Ruan Liu swore, you can rest assured on this, I will never back out. In the end, Chen Shuangshuang still gave Ruan Liu Chen's contact information. After hanging up the phone, Ruan Liu lay on the bed alone. Obviously, she was really tired today, but for some reason, she didn't feel sleepy at all. Her mind always surfaced Chen Mo's figure from time to time. Why is it that I will always be the one to suddenly think of him? Lu Ruyan's face was very ugly. She came to Chen Mo's room and poured out the vial of sleeping pills that had been opened, then took it in. After taking the sleeping pills, Ruan Liu still did not feel sleepy at all. On the first day Chen Mo left, Ruan Liu had insomnia. Chen Mo appeared in her mind from time to time. The more she tried to drive Chen Mo out of her mind, the more she couldn't. She was going crazy. Until the next morning, Lu Ruyan went to work with dark circles under her eyes and didn't even bother to eat breakfast. She really didn't have much of an appetite. For the next few days, Ruan Liu would force herself to go out early and come home late, wanting to paralyze herself with work, but she always felt like her life was missing something, especially when she returned home alone. That intense feeling of loneliness engulfed her from head to toe. No longer would there be someone standing at the door with a hot meal waiting for her, nor would there be someone to massage her feet. Her life seemed to have less to look forward to. Ruan Liu went crazy trying to ask around for news about Chen Mo, even let her know if Chen Mo was doing well, but Chen Mo seemed to have disappeared. No matter how Ruan Liu asked, there was no news about Chen Mo. This kind of day lasted for several days. Until this day, Lu Ruyan only got up her spirit. Today was the day that Wang Tang returned to China. Ruan Liu packed up everything early and then came to the airport alone. Her mood was incomparably excited. After such a long time, she was finally going to see the person that her heart longed for. Finally, the airplane arrived in Shanghai City smoothly. Chen Qian walked down from the airplane. Chen Mo, haven't you disappeared? Why did you appear at the airport? I see. You followed me, didn't you? Ruan Liu was furious. She hadn't been able to wait for white moonlight, but she had waited for Chen Mo. Chen Qian looked at Ruan Liu with a cold face. No emotion mixed in his eyes. Chen Mo, I'm talking to you. Why are you following me? If you don't make things clear today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ruyan immediately stopped Chen Mo. She had to ask clearly why Chen Mo had suddenly disappeared from the earth, and why he had to appear in her sight at this time. She had made so many phone calls and sent so many messages to Chen Mo, but Chen Mo hadn't replied at all. Even if she divorced Chen Mo had been a couple with her for 3 years. It wasn't so bad that he didn't even return her calls and messages. Get out of the way. Chen Qian's tone was cold, as if she was talking to a stranger. Chen Mo, what kind of attitude is this? You have to make things clear today. Why didn't you return my messages? Why did you have to appear in front of me after disappearing? Ruan Liu's voice growled lowly. Chen Qian ignored Ruan Liu and walked in the direction of the exit on his own. Chen Mo, just admit it, you actually can't let go of me at all. Didn't you do all this just to attract my attention? Ruan Liu had a condescending look, as if she had already seen through Chen Qian. Mr. Chen. Right at this moment, Cheng Shuangshuan rushed over with quick steps. She had only just realized that Chen Qian had arrived at the airport today, and the higher-ups had arranged for him to receive Chen Qian. Only that she hadn't expected that Chen Qian was Chen Mo, and Chen Mo was Chen Qian. In fact, she wasn't sure if Chen Qian and Chen Mo were the same person or not, but Chen Qian and Chen Mo looked so much alike that there were times when she couldn't help but wonder if Chen Qian and Chen Mo were the same person or just looked similar. But even if they were twins, they couldn't look exactly the same, right? Chen Mo gave her the feeling of being an unfailingly warm man, but Chen Qian gave her the feeling of being very high and cold, as if he was an iceberg that hadn't completely melted yet. Chen Mo's surname was Chen, and Chen Qian's surname was also Chen, and they obviously looked so similar, but they were just like two different people. Shuang, what did you just call him? Chen General Manager? Lu Ruyan was somewhat incredulous. Cheng Shuang said with incomparable embarrassment. Cough. Ruyan, let me introduce you. This is the boss of our other shore flower blossom, Mr. Chen. What Chen Qian? He is clearly Chen Mo. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. And also, when did he become the boss of blossoms on the other side? Ruan Liu said with a frown. Cheng Shuangshuan could only explain. Ruyan, I forgot to tell you, Blossom Pishy has been acquired. Acquired by someone. When did this happen? Ruan Liu was surprised. Cheng Shuangshuang replied helplessly. Just a short while ago, I also just learned about it. She told Ruan Liu about Chen Qian's identity only because she was in the position of a friend. Otherwise she would not have been able to tell Ruan Liu about this. He really isn't Chen Mo? Ruan Liu still couldn't help but be skeptical. In this world, were there really two people who looked so similar? Or was Chen Mo and Chen Qian actually twins? How can I tell you? Anyway, he's now the boss of our blossoming pisan. Cheng Shuangshuang scratched her head. She was actually curious to know if Chen Mo and Chen Qian were the same person or not. I'm very sorry. I recognized the wrong person just now, Ruan Liu said with an apologetic face. Maybe she was really mistaken. Chen Mo and Chen Qian were not the same person at all. They just looked somewhat similar. Chen Mo would not be as indifferent to her as Chen Qian was. What kind of person Chen Mo was? She knew better than anyone else. Chen Mo was just a poor man. All Chen Mo had spent since he got married to her was her money. How could he have the money to acquire someone else's company? If you want to buy a company, at least have to start with tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention like the blossom of the other side of the big company. Chen Mo simply cannot come out of so much money. Just she did not expect is that she actually will be in the airport inside the encounter with Chen Mo looks similar to the man. Chapter 7, Proposing in Public. Let's go. Chen Qian still ignored Ruan Liu and instead said to Cheng Shuangshuan by his side. Wait. Just as Chen Qian intended to leave, Ruan Liu hurriedly stopped Chen Qian. Something's wrong? Chen Qian unconsciously glanced at Ruan Liu. Ruan Liu gathered her courage and asked, Mr. Chen Qian, I would like to ask, do you have a twin brother? No. Chen Qian was cold. It shouldn't be. Ruan Liu was still a bit hard to understand. Think about it again. Is it possible that he is your long-lost brother? Chen Qian said with some impatience. Our family only has an only son like me. There is no twin brother as you said. In that case, then it's possible that I recognized the wrong person. I'm really sorry. Ruan Liu had to accept this fact. Is there anything else? Chen Qian wanted to leave directly, but Ruan Liu kept stopping in front of him. As a qualified gentleman, he did not like to make a move on a woman. Lu Ruyan was a little undeterred. It's like this. If you've seen him, please tell him. Just say that I'm looking for him. Why don't you tell him directly? Chen Qian coldly looked at Ruan Liu. Ruan Liu could only explain in this way. He didn't reply to any of my calls or texts to him, so maybe he didn't see it. Is it possible that he pulled you black? Chen Qian said without changing his face. Impossible. How could he possibly be willing to pull me black? Ruan Liu's face became very ugly. She hadn't really thought about this. Chen Mo couldn't wait for herself to call him in the past. How could Chen Mo have pulled the plug on her? I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Don't mind it. Chen Qian said with a flat face. Lu Ruyan's face was a little cloudy, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Sorry to trouble you. Maybe Chen Mo really pulled her black. Otherwise it's impossible that the phone can't get through and the text messages don't come back. But she didn't do anything to apologize to Chen Mo. Although she and Chen Mo have been divorced, but at least she can still be a good friend, right? The first step back. Chen Mo does not want to be reunited with her at all? Chen Qian said relentlessly, knowing that you've caused me trouble you still don't hurry to get out of the way. Only then did Ruan Liu extremely reluctantly make way. Ruan. Right at this moment, Wang Tang jogged all the way over. He was holding a rose in one hand and a ring box in the other, and he even kneeled down on one knee in front of a large crowd. Dear Ms. Liu Ruan, please marry me. I will spend my entire life caring for you. As long as you agree to marry me, everything I have can be given to you, including my life. Originally, Chen Qian wanted to leave earlier, but seeing this scene, he instead had the idea of wanting to watch the show. Wang Tang had just returned to China to propose in public in front of a large crowd. This is how impatient. Since Wang Tang is so unable to let go of Liu Ruyan, why did he choose to go abroad in the first place? Chen Qian where to know? Wang Tang at first the reason why he left without saying goodbye. That is because Liu Ruyan at that time contracted a strange disease. Wang Tang did not want to be implicated by her, so he disappeared without saying anything. And now Liu Ruyan's disease as well, and his company in foreign countries and problems, and now it is exactly when he needs Liu Ruyan to help out. You get up first. Feeling the gazes around her, Liu Ruyan's face instantly turned red. She was already past the age of falling in love in her 20s. Wang Tang's move would only make her feel embarrassed, although she was touched. But after all, what about in front of so many people, especially in front of Chen Qian? Although she knew that Chen Qian was not Chen Mo, but at least the two of them looked similar. She could easily associate them with Chen Mo. No, I won't get up, unless you promise to marry me, otherwise I'll kneel and die here for the rest of my life, Wang Tang said through clenched teeth. Oh my god, this man is so romantic, he even proposed in public at the airport, and he's also so handsome. How nice it would be if the object of her proposal was me. Who says it's not? Look at him, he should be a rich man, rich and affectionate. My god, how can there be such a perfect man in this world? I'm really convinced. Come on, an errand can eat a mouthful of dog food, but should say no. This kind of thing envy can't come. I also don't know when my Prince Charming will appear. Someone made a video of this scene and sent it to Jitterbug, and it quickly received a lot of likes and views. Marry him, marry him. Quite a few of the people who were eating the food were up in arms. You get up. Liu Ruyan's face turned even redder. She would love to agree to Wang Tang's marriage proposal, only not now. At least not yet. Chen Qian was still watching from the sidelines. And if Chen Qian was really Chen Mo, she thought that her heart should be in great pain. Liu Ruyan slanted her eyes and stole a glance at Chen Qian, wanting to observe a hint of clues from Chen Qian's facial expression. But at this moment, Chen Qian was just quietly looking on, with no joy or sorrow in his eyes. A public proposal in front of a large crowd was indeed quite romantic. But what did this have to do with him? He was Chen Qian and not Chen Mo. He wouldn't have a trace of emotion even if Ruan Liu died in front of him. Could it really be that I'm overthinking it? Ruan Liu was secretly a little disappointed. She didn't know why. Obviously being proposed to in public was a very happy thing, but she couldn't be happy about it. On the other side, Cheng Shuangshuan was also observing Chen Qian's reaction. If Chen Qian was really Chen Mo, it was impossible for Chen Qian to have no reaction at all. But she couldn't see a single expression from Chen Qian's face. It was as if all this had nothing to do with Chen Qian at all. Unless you promise to agree to marry me first. Wang Tang was very insistent. If you don't get up again, I will really get angry. Liu Ruyan was a little angry. She did not like this feeling of being fingered. She was no longer that ignorant young girl. Alright then. Wang Tang put away the roses as well as the ring with a reluctant face. At this time, Wang Tang also noticed Chen Qian on the side. He frowned and said, Chen Mo, why are you here? Chen Qian didn't bother with him. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Wang Tang was furious. I know. It must be because Ruyan divorced you and you're not dead. So you're deliberately stalking her, right? Wang Tang held Ruyan Liu in his arms as if he was swearing his sovereignty. Even if Chen Mo and Liu Ruyan were married. So what? As long as he returned to China, Liu Ruyan was not immediately divorced from Chen Mo. His position in Liu Ruyan's heart is not comparable to Chen Mo. Chen Mo is not even worthy of him as a body double. Chapter 8, A Slap in the Face. Let's go. Chen Qian was really lazy to pay attention to Wang Tang. The drama was also over. Everyone was an adult. Since they were already divorced, just live your life alone. As for having to reveal himself to Wang Tang Liu Ruyan, Chen Qian really had little interest. From the moment Liu Ruyan insisted on divorcing him, his heart was already dead. I got you. So you're weak-minded, right? Wang Tang was not willing to let Chen Qian off just like that. Although he was the one who took the initiative to leave back then, he despised Chen Mo in his heart. What qualifications did Chen Mo have to marry Ruan Liu? Even if Ruan Liu wanted to find another man to marry, it was not Chen Mo's turn to be the toad. Get out of the way. Chen Qian really didn't want to see Wang Tang's disgusting face. Wang Tang was arrogant. I won't let you. What can you do? Snap. Chen Qian directly slapped Wang Tang's face. Not much, just rewarding you with a slap. Chen Qian waved the fist in his hand. Ruan Liu was a woman after all, so he was not in a good position to make a direct move, but he would not show any mercy to Wang Tang. He also didn't know where the little Karami came from, but even dared to embarrass him in public? Asterisk 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 you dare to hit me? Wang Tang was a bit incredulous. So what if I hit? Chen Qian's eyes did not contain a single trace of emotion. Uing. Wang Tang rolled up his sleeves and was trying to get back at him. Splat. He received another slap, but this time it wasn't from Chen Qian, but from Ruan Liu. Wang Tang, have you made enough of a scene? Wang Tang looked at Ruan Liu with some disbelief. Ruan Liu just looked straight at Wang Tang. 3 years ago, Wang Tang said to leave, leaving her alone to face the public opinion. Otherwise at this time Chen Mo stood out. She had long become the laughingstock in the mouth of the world in Shanghai City. Wang Tang said to leave. Said to come back? What in the world Wang Tang took her for? She is like Wang Tang is not false, but she is not Wang Tang cannot. She for Wang Tang to the marriage are divorced. Wang Tang and however considered her feelings. Wang Tang was a bit incredulous. Ruyan, you even hit me for this loser? Wang Tang, you've had enough. He's not Chen Mo at all. Ruan Liu hissed. Wang Tang wasn't Liu Ruyan's bull asterisk 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 at all. You fart. Who is he if not Chen Mo? Although he had left for 3 years, it didn't mean that he didn't know what Ruan Liu's husband looked like. He recognized Chen Mo even if he turned into ashes. In short, he's not Chen Mo. Ruan Liu was a bit tired. She didn't know how to explain to Wang Tang. Ruan Liu, I came back to the country for you. This is how you treat me? Wang Tang was very angry. He purposely returned to the country to propose to Ruan Liu, but in the end, Ruan Liu slapped him in public. Chen Qian was quietly watching the two dogfight from the sidelines. You still have the face to say, weren't you the one who took the initiative to leave in the first place? Liu Ruyan was also enraged. If it wasn't for Wang Tang's sudden departure in the beginning, she wouldn't have been laughed at by the crowd. She had divorced her marriage in order to be with Wang Tang. What qualifications did Wang Tang have to question her? There were times when she was a bit skeptical whether Wang Tang was worth it to her or not. Compared to Chen Mo, Wang Tang would only think from his own point of view, while Chen Mo cared more about her feelings and would think from her point of view. She actually divorced Chen Mo for such a person? She was simply out of her mind. I'm sorry Ruyan. I care too much about you. That's why I lost my temper. I promise I won't next time. Will you forgive me? Wang Tang's face was full of pleading. Right now at this time he can't flip out with Ruan Liu. After all, he still needs Ruan Liu's help right now. If Ruan Liu refuses to help him, his foreign company might not be able to keep it. I also did something wrong just now, but please believe me, the person I care most about in my heart is you. Otherwise I wouldn't have divorced him. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. It's just that, I can't fully accept you right now. Please give me some more time, okay? Wang Tang pretended to be deeply in love. Okay, in the future, whatever you say is fine. I have plenty of time. Even if you make me wait for you for the rest of my life I am willing to do so. Little cutie, how can I let you wait for me for the rest of my life? Ruan Liu shook her head, a hint of love showing in her eyes. Chen Shuangshuan on the side was embarrassed. Mr. Chen, are we still going? Go. Chen Qian's eyes were ancient. There was no change in his heart, and he even wanted to laugh a little. These two people were really a match made in heaven. One was married but had another person in her heart, and had divorced her marriage in order to be with the person in her heart, while the other one was even more bizarre, obviously giving up on her own initiative in the first place, but still had to act as if she was aggrieved. Chen Qian actually really wanted to see the two people dog-eat-dog, but he probably won't be able to see it today, but he'll have plenty of chances in the future. I wonder if these two people could be as good as they are now when facing their respective interests. A bold plan was gradually born in Chen Qian's mind. Chen Qian left without looking back, while Chang Shuangshuan could only follow behind Chen Qian. Mr. Chen, let me introduce to you. This is the most famous tourist attraction in Shanghai City. In the car, Chen Shuangshuan began to introduce Shanghai City to Chen Qian. The information above showed that Chen Qian was a local person from the capital. This should be Chen Qian's first time in Shanghai City. As Chen Qian's personal secretary, she naturally had to introduce the local characteristics and customs of Shanghai City. No need to introduce. This Shanghai City, I am more familiar than you. Chen Qian directly interrupted Chang Shuangshuan's introduction. Could it be that Mr. Chen has been to Shanghai City before? Chang Shuangshuan was a little surprised. It was hard to believe that Chen Qian was really Chen Mo. Otherwise, how could Chen Qian know Shanghai City so well? All of these things are available online. since I'm coming here to carry out my work, all of these things are to be understood beforehand. Otherwise, what do you think I'm coming to Jianghai City for? Traveling? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. He didn't mind revealing his identity to Cheng Xuanxuang, only there was no need for that. So that's how it is. Mr. Chen is really far-sighted. Cheng Xuanxuang had no choice but to pat Chen Qian on the back. I know what you're thinking. Just do your own bureau work. Don't think about all that nonsense. Chen Qian said softly. Cheng Xuanxuang could only squeeze out a smile. Alright Mr. Chen. Don't worry. You are welcome to order anything at any time in the future. Your name is Cheng Xuanxuang, right? Although he already knew Cheng Xuanxuang's identity, Chen Qian still deliberately asked. Yes Mr. Chen. You can just call me Cheng from now on. Cheng Xuanxuang smiled politely. In that case, let me quiz you first. What is a secretary's job? Chen Qian asked with a serious face. Naturally, it's to think of ways to help the boss solve problems in life as well as work. Cheng Xuanxuang answered without even thinking about it. You are a smart person. I only have one request for you. Ask what you should ask. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. What you should say. What you shouldn't say. You have to have a clear idea in your own mind. Chen Qian said succinctly. Chapter 9, Real Estate Auction. Understood. Mr. Chen. Don't worry. From now on, I'm one of your dogs. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Cheng Xuanxuang said with a smile. Originally, she still wanted to test whether Chen Qian was Chen Mo or not, but now she no longer had this idea. In fact, she already had an answer in her heart. Even if Chen Qian was really Chen Mo, so what? She only needed to know that Chen Qian was her top boss, and all she had to do was to serve Chen Qian well. As for whether Chen Qian was Chen Mo or not, did it matter? It could be said to be important or unimportant. A person's identity was never set in stone. Fortunately, she had not offended Chen Qian in her previous times. Very well. Chen Qian could not help but smile. His impression of Cheng Xuanxuang was still very good. At least Cheng Xuanxuang had never been snarky towards him. This alone was already enough. Otherwise he wouldn't have appointed Cheng Xuanxuang as his personal secretary. Mr. Chen, is there anything I can do for you? Cheng Xuanxuang wore a smile. I have a bit of a headache. Chen Qian rubbed his forehead. Mr. Chen, then I'll press it for you. Cheng Xuanxuang quickly heeded Chen Qian's meaning. You have a good technique. Have you specialized in this before? Chen Qian was a bit surprised. After Cheng Xuanxuang pressed him like this, his head really didn't hurt that much anymore. No, I was worried that a bad press would make you unhappy. Hearing Chen Qian praise him so much, Cheng Xuanxuang also smiled. Chen Qian joked. With your craftsmanship, it would be a pity if you didn't go to become a mechanic. I didn't expect my hand skills to be so good. Since Mr. Chen thinks so highly of me, I'll press you often in the future. Cheng Xuanxuang smiled even more happily. Then wouldn't I have to pay you 2 salaries? Chen Qian pretended to have a serious face and said. Cheng Xuanxuang covered her mouth and snickered. If Mr. Chen is willing, it's not impossible to offer 2 salaries. The two of them looked at each other. Only at this time did Chen Qian realize that Cheng Xuanxuang's figure was actually so good. It had to have a G, right? Sure enough, men love big G no matter what. There is a saying how to say, fine branches bear fruit. Cheng Xuanxuang looked not fat, but can maintain such a good figure. Coupled with this pathetic appearance, it is indeed very easy to let a person's heart move. How did he not realize before that Cheng Xuanxuang was so good looking, quite a bit better looking than Lu Ruyan, and more crucially, Cheng Xuanxuang hadn't been married. It's not impossible to offer 2 salaries, but we'll have to look at your performance when the time comes. Chen Qian hastily averted his gaze. He didn't want to be misunderstood by Cheng Xuanxuang that he was a pervert. Okay Mr. Chen, I will definitely perform well in the future and strive to satisfy you. Cheng Xuanxuang smiled happily. The two of them talked and laughed, and soon the car was parked in front of the Blossom Pisan Company. This was the first company that Chen Qian had acquired, and the development prospect was quite good. Otherwise Chen Qian would not have spent a large amount of money to acquire it. Before Chen Qian entered the company's gate, the company's employees were already lined up in 2 rows outside, and a lot of flowers and banners were placed outside the door. Welcome Mr. Chen. Cheng Xuanxuang very thoughtfully helped Chen Qian open the car door. Welcome Mr. Chen. The employees followed suit. Did you arrange all this? Chen Qian turned his head to look at Cheng Xuanxuang, slightly surprised. Yes, Mr. Chen. I'm great, right? Cheng Xuanxuang took the initiative to invite credit. Awesome. Chen Qian gave a thumbs up towards Cheng Xuanxuang, then waved his hand towards the crowd. Everyone doesn't need to be so enthusiastic. All go to work first. He really wasn't quite used to the current scene. After all, he hadn't been in the workplace for 3 years. The employees quickly dispersed. Chen Qian gave them a very easygoing feeling, at least a lot more easygoing than their previous boss. In the future, they should have a much easier time working under Chen Qian's hand. Coming to his office, Chen Shuangshuang brought up the coffee that had been brewed long ago. Mr. Chen, do you prefer sugar-free or sweetened? Chen Shuangshuang asked very politely. I don't usually drink much coffee. Chen Qian had to answer truthfully. Sorry, I'll take it and pour it then. Chen Shuangshuang said with incomparable embarrassment. Forget it, just put it away. Chen Qian shook his head. Having soaked it all, it was quite a pity to just pour it out. Chen Qian picked up the coffee that Chen Shuangshuang had brewed and took a shallow taste. The flavor was surprisingly good. Did you brew this yourself? Chen Qian was a bit surprised. Of course, this was hand ground by me. It took me several hours to grind it. Seeing that Chen Qian liked to drink it, Chen Shuangshuang was very happy. It was not in vain that she had ground it for so long. Well, you have a heart. Chen Qian nodded, and then did not speak again. The atmosphere just went cold. Mr. Chen, have you been married before? Chen Shuangshuang could only take the initiative to seek a topic. Chen Qian turned his head and glanced at Chen Shuangshuang. What are you asking this for? Mr. Chen, don't get me wrong. I do think that it's normal for a successful person like you to have even 3 wives and 4 concubines. Chen Shuangshuang explained with a smile. And 3 wives and 4 concubines. I don't even have a wife right now. Chen Qian shook his head. Chen Shuangshuang said with a smile on her face, is it such a coincidence that you are unmarried and I am also unmarried? In that case, we are also considered a match made in heaven, right? Put. Chen Qian sprayed a mouthful of coffee on top of the computer keyboard and also on his own body. No, who taught you to chat like this? What do you mean by a match made in heaven? Is there any connection between them? If we had to say that, wouldn't all the unmarried men and women in the whole world be a match made in heaven? Mr. Chen, let me wipe you off. Chen Shuangshuang hurriedly took out a tissue and helped Chen Qian wipe the coffee off his body. It was not known whether she did it intentionally or unintentionally. Her body had been leaning towards Chen Qian's body, and Chen Qian was able to have a clear view of the scenery inside. Forget it, don't wipe it. You first help me bring the company's financial statement. Chen Qian hurriedly stopped Chen Shuangshuang's movements. He was afraid that if he kept rubbing like this, he would really have to rub the gun. Okay, Mr. Chen, wait a moment. Chen Shuangshuang could only take care of herself and go get the documents. In fact, her face had long since turned red, but again, she had to help Chen Qian wipe the coffee off her body. And why did Chen Qian pour coffee on a place like that? Did Chen Qian do it on purpose or was it accidental? After reading the company's financial statement, Chen Qian opened his computer and started searching for the keywords on it. There's a real estate auction this afternoon, right? Chen Qian suddenly asked. Yes, Mr. Chen. It's just over at the east side of the city. Chen Shuangshuang nodded. You get ready and go out with me this afternoon. Chen Qian said softly. Mr. Chen, you're not going to auction that piece of land, are you? Chen Shuangshuang was a bit surprised. What's the problem? Chen Qian asked rhetorically. Chapter 10 Chen Mo. Do you hate me that much? Mr. Chen, you probably don't understand too well. The east side of the city belongs to the abandoned area. There's nothing of value. There are quite a lot of people staring at that piece of land, and I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to take it down. Chen Shuangshuang whispered. It was logical that she shouldn't say these things, but for some reason, she always felt that she should remind Chen Qian. You're questioning my strength? Chen Qian frowned. Chen Shuangshuang hurriedly explained. Mr. Chen, I definitely don't mean that. I just feel that the land is not worth it. Whether it's worth it or not is not up to you, nor is it up to me. It's up to the market. Chen Qian said softly. If he didn't know in advance, the government will increase investment in Nanjiang province. He wouldn't make a decision so rashly. After all, shooting a piece of land is not a small matter. If you don't get it right, there is a possibility that you will lose your money. Doing business is to be mindful. No one likes to do business at a loss. At least you have to make some money to do so. Mr. Chen, I understand everything you said. Only, there doesn't seem to be much of a market on the east side of the city. Chen Shuangshuang whispered. And this auction belongs to the internal auction. You have to be qualified to enter. Now you want to get qualified. I'm afraid it's a little too late. The eastern part of the city belonged to an area that had not yet been fully developed. There were only a few scattered households in it, and a lot of businesses simply could not be established here. What's so difficult about that? Chen Qian took out his cell phone and then dialed a number. A few minutes later Chen Qian hung up the phone. It's already done. So fast? Chen Shuangshuang was a bit in disbelief. What's so difficult about it? Chen Qian shook his head. In fact, he could have taken this piece of land right now, only that there were some processes that still needed to be followed, or else it would not be easy to explain. There were only 2 kinds of people in this world. One was the rich and the other was the poor. As long as you had money and enough of it, everyone could make way for you. This is the power of capital. All processes are nothing but a joke in front of real capital. Alright, I'm convinced. Chen Shuangshuang admired Chen Qian somewhat from the bottom of her heart. Wanting to obtain the qualification was still a bit difficult. One had to apply in advance, and it was said that one had to consider all aspects. In short, it was quite troublesome, but Chen Qian had taken care of it in a few words. It was indeed very impressive. You go and get ready first. Chen Qian smiled. Cheng Shuangshuang could only ask, Mr. Chen, is there anything I need to pay attention to? No, you don't need to be so concerned. It's just a process. When the time comes, you'll be fine when your people arrive. Chen Qian said with confidence. He wasn't afraid of others grabbing it from him. He had the strength. If he really wanted to talk about capital, he really hadn't been afraid of anyone. Okay, Mr. Chen, Cheng Shuangshuang said and quickly retreated. Just as Cheng Shuangshuang left, Chen Qian received a text message from Ruan Liu. Chen Qian had already pulled the plug on Ruan Liu, who couldn't get through to him at all. But the text message thing couldn't be pulled. Chen Mo, if you're still in Jianhai City, let's meet up. Chen Qian thought about it and still decided not to reply to Ruan Liu's message for now. Otherwise Ruan Liu would mistakenly think that he was still pestering her again. Chen Mo, I have something to say to you. I know you can see it. Anyway, let's meet up, if you're willing. But on second thought, maybe he really should make a clean break with Ruan Liu. Alright, you send me the address. Not long after, Chen Qian received the address sent by Ruan Liu. I'm going out. Chen Qian greeted Cheng Shuangshuang. Mr. Chen, do you need me to accompany you? Cheng Shuangshuang asked in a hurry. No need. Chen Qian directly rejected Cheng Shuangshuang's accompaniment. Shuang, Chen Qian, did he come out just now? Just at this moment, Cheng Shuangshuang suddenly received a message from Ruan Liu. Could it be that Ruan Liu had just asked Chen Mo out? Cheng Shuangshuang couldn't help but be skeptical in her heart. Ruan Liu had asked Chen Mo out and Chen Qian happened to go out. Could it be that Chen Qian was Chen Mo? But on second thought, she thought that maybe it really was just a coincidence. No. Cheng Shuangshuang typed a reply. Protecting her boss's privacy was part of her job. Even if Ruan Liu was her BFF, she wouldn't just reveal Chen Qian's whereabouts to Ruan Liu. In fact, she also knew that Ruan Liu wanted to seek confirmation from her whether Chen Qian and Chen Mo were the same person or not. But after all, what could Ruan Liu do if she knew the truth? If Ruan Liu knew that Chen Qian was Chen Mo, would Ruan Liu remarry Chen Mo? Of course not. Ruan doesn't like Chen Mo at all. So whether Chen Qian is Chen Mo or not, is it really that important? Receiving the message from Cheng Shuangshuang, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little lost. Could it really be that she had overthought things and Chen Qian and Chen Mo were actually two people? But no matter what, Chen Mo finally agreed to see her. This was something to be happy about. At least Chen Mo wouldn't avoid her like before. It didn't take long before Chen Qian had arrived at the location that the two had agreed upon beforehand. He had already changed his clothes beforehand. Looking for me for what? Chen Qian's tone was flat. It felt as if he was talking to a stranger. Chen Qian, I know that I'm the one who has wronged you in this matter, so I've been wanting to make it up to you. You know, I'm a person who doesn't like to owe other people's feelings. Ruan Liu said softly. I really don't know. Chen Qian asked the waiter for a glass of juice. Seriously, what happened in the past doesn't matter anymore, and you don't need to make it up to me. Just don't bother each other in the future. I think you should be able to do that, right? Chen Mo, why do you have to deceive yourself and others? In fact, you didn't let go of me at all. Otherwise, why did you drug me that day? Lu Ruyan said with a cold face. To be honest, she was quite disgusted by Chen Qian's care-filled tone. Well, it was my fault for giving you sleeping pills. I just didn't want you to remember me, Chen Qian softly explained. So, you still care about me, right? Ruyan Lu's eyes stared straight at Chen Qian. If that's the case, why did you purposely disappear for so many days? And why did you purposely not return my messages? I said, I just don't want to have any entanglements with you. I came to see you today. I just want to make a clean break with you. Don't call me anymore, and don't send me any more text messages, Chen Qian said with a cold face. Chen Mo, do you hate me that much? Lu Ruyan unconsciously clenched her fists. You're overthinking it. I don't have love for you, so where would I get hate? Chen Mo shook his head. Then what is our feelings for so many years? Lu Ruyan stood up, like a mad lion. It was hard for her to believe that these words were coming out of Chen Mo's mouth. Chapter 11. Remember to send me an invitation when you get married. Do we have feelings? Chen Qian couldn't help but laugh. Ruyan Liu was just treating him as Wang Tang's double. It just so happened that at that time, Ruyan Liu needed to find someone to get married to plug the long list of people. This person could be anyone, and he just happened to show up at that time. Do you dare to say that you never liked me? Ruyan Liu was still staring at Chen Qian with a deadly stare. I admit that I did like you in the past, but that was in the past. I no longer like you now. Chen Qian still didn't care. It's good that you admit that you liked me. Ruyan Liu nodded in satisfaction. She seemed to have recovered a little bit of ground from Chen Qian. It's all in the past. I only have one request for you now. you don't contact me again in the future. Let's get together and part ways. Chen Qian clapped his hands and prepared to get up and leave. By the way, why didn't your first love come with you? He has other things to do. Ruan Liu said very unhappily. Obviously she was the one who met with Chen Mo, but Chen Mo wanted to mention other men, which made her very upset. In that case, you guys should be getting married soon, right? Chen Qian smiled and said, Chen Mo, what do you mean? This time, Ruan Liu was truly furious. Chen Qian smiled and said, nothing, just want to tell you, when you guys get married, remember to notify me. I can also follow a share, no matter how to say that I am also your ex-husband. This point of temperament I still have. You like to give a gift that much? Lu Ruyan frowned. There's no such thing as liking it or not, but it's just a matter of courtesy. Maybe I'll have to invite you to a banquet when I get married in the future. Chen Qian smiled. Alright, since you like attending so much, I'll definitely send you an invitation when the time comes. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth. No need for invitations, just let me know when the time comes. I won't necessarily be there in person, but my red envelope will definitely be there. Chen Qian said softly. Chen Mo, is there nothing you want to tell me? Lu Ruyan unconsciously clenched her fists. How could Chen Mo not care at all? How could Chen Mo still face her so peacefully after divorcing her? After Chen Mo divorced her, shouldn't he have gone through a period of decadence before slowly easing up? How could Chen Mo be so cold and heartless? Is there anything left to say between us? Chen Qian looked straight at Lu Ruyan. Yes, I am sorry for you in this matter, but you haven't suffered any losses in these 3 years, right? I have given you tens of thousands of dollars in living expenses every month. Lu Ruyan was aggrieved. In your heart, can feelings be measured by money? Chen Qian could not help but feel a little disappointed. It turned out that after so many years, he was still unable to enter Ruan Liu's heart. There are $3 million in this card. The password is your birthday, and the suite that I promised to give you before. I've already transferred it to your name. These are my compensation to you. Ruan Liu didn't dare to look into Chen Qian's eyes. She could only place a bank card and a bunch of keys in front of Chen Qian. Miss Liu was really generous. This amount of money shouldn't be a big deal to you. If I don't accept it, it would rather look like I'm a bit ungrateful. Chen Qian smiled, then put away the bank card and the key. It was a waste not to take money that was given for nothing. And what was even more rare was that Ruan Liu actually remembered his birthday. Chen Mo, I'm looking for you today because I want to talk to you. Can we still be friends in the future? Ruan Liu gathered her courage and said, let's forget about friends. Miss Liu has such a wide network and countless friends around her. How can I, Chen Mo, be friends with Miss Liu? Chen Qian smiled to himself, not bothering each other in the future. Being a stranger is also quite good. Chen Mo, do you have to be like this? Ruan Liu was even more aggravated. Although we are divorced, our feelings for so many years are still there. Even if we can't be friends, being a couple is fine. And in the future if you have anything, you can also call me. Miss Liu, how dare I trouble you? I'm just an ordinary person. I don't deserve to be friends with you. Miss Liu. Chen Qian waved towards the waiter not far away. Waiter, buy the bill. Chen Mo, you're sincerely embarrassing me, aren't you? Ruan Liu was completely enraged. I'm the one who took the initiative to ask you out today. The bill will naturally be bought by me. You're humiliating me. Miss Liu, you're overthinking it. I'll buy my portion. As for your portion, you buy it yourself. Chen Qian smiled blandly, humiliating Ruan Liu. He wasn't that interested for the time being, and the fact that he took the initiative to buy the bill wasn't much of a humiliation. You and I, do you have to be so clear-cut? Ruan Liu became even more angry. It's better to separate clearly. After all, we've already divorced, and on a legal level above, we're both independent individuals. Chen Qian said with a smile. Well, Chen Mo, you can do it. I was really blind in the beginning. How could I choose an insensitive man like you as a husband? Ruan Liu was secretly sulking. She had completely seen Chen Qian's true colors today. Fortunately she had divorced Chen Mo. Otherwise she would still be kept in the dark by Chen Mo. Chen Qian didn't pay attention to Ruan Liu anymore, but left on his own. Looking at Chen Qian's back as he left alone, Ruan Liu's mood was complicated. Chen Qian is very good is not false, but the person she loves is not Chen Qian. Feelings this thing is no way to force. Chen Qian soon returned to the blossoming Pisces. Mr. Chen, there is a document for you here. It seems to be sent from the capital side. Cheng Shuangshuang hurriedly walked in. Got it. Put it down. Chen Qian smiled. He wasn't affected by too much of Lu Ruyan. Then if there's nothing else, I'll go out first? Cheng Shuangshuang kept observing Chen Qian's reaction. From the time Chen Qian left to the time he returned to the company, it only took Chen Qian less than half an hour, which made her wonder if Chen Qian had just gone out to see Ruan Liu. You go out first. Chen Qian waved his hand indifferently. Alright Mr. Chen, if you have anything, please feel free to call me. Chen Shuangshuan could only retreat for the time being. The way he looked just now, he should have gone out to meet his friends, but looking at him, he doesn't seem to be too sad. Could it be that I really thought wrong? Chen Shuangshuang couldn't help but begin to doubt in her heart. Chen Qian and Chen Mo. The name is only one word difference, but are two very different personalities. Chen Mo will only go against the grain, but Chen Qian has a very strong autonomous character. The two look very different from each other. Could this be the legendary contrast? So, what exactly is the relationship between Chen Qian and Chen Mo? Are they both the same person or not? These questions had been plaguing Chen Shuangshuan, and she felt like her head was about to explode. Chapter 12, I don't have an invitation. In the afternoon of that day, Chen Qian and Chen Shuangshuang arrived at the Han Palace Hotel. As a 5-star hotel, the Han Palace Grand Hotel was of a good size, and the real estate auction was held here. Chen Qian had just arrived at the hotel lobby when Wang Tang walked over head-on. Chen Mo, why are you here? Wang Tang's face was very ugly. He had always felt that Chen Qian was Chen Mo, and his impression of Chen Mo was still stuck 3 years ago. If you can be here, why can't I be here? Chen Qian asked rhetorically. Can you and I be the same? What is my status and what is yours? Wang Tang frowned and said, what is my status, and what is your status? Chen Qian looked straight at Wang Tang. You are nothing more than a country bumpkin who only eats soft food. If you weren't lucky enough to marry Lu Ruyan in the first place, what qualifications do you have to stand here and speak to me? Wang Tang had a look of contempt on his face. I have opened a company abroad. With you want to be compared to me? Is it great to have a company abroad? Chen Qian still did not put Wang Tang in his eyes. The Chen family's businesses were spread all over the world. A mere foreign company. He really didn't take it seriously. Of course it's marvelous. At least people like you won't be able to reach such heights in their lifetime. Wang Tang said proudly. You can't do the same as me in this life. Or the next. Well, you're right. I really can't do the same as you. Chen Qian said without anger. Everyone's starting point was different. Wang Tang's proud endpoint could not even reach 1/10,000th of his starting point. So what was there to compare? What are you guys talking about? Ruan Liu also walked over at this time. She also didn't expect to meet Chen Mo here, and to be honest she was still a bit vain. After all she had just met Chen Mo not long ago. Nothing, just happened to run into your ex-husband here, so I couldn't help but say a few words to him. Wang Tang smiled and said, actually, I'm quite curious as to why he would appear in such a place. Yeah, why are you here? Ruan Liu frowned. The Han Palace Hotel was a 5-star hotel that only received honored users, and Chen Qian's identity should not be able to come into contact with such a high-class place. Of course, someone invited me here. Chen Qian explained with a smile. Someone invited you to come. You've got it wrong. Who would invite a hick like you? You wouldn't have sneaked in while the doorman wasn't paying attention, right? Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh. Chen Mo, if you really sneaked in, I advise you to hurry up and leave, or else you'll be in deep if you're discovered. Ruan Liu said with a face full of gravity. The Han Palace Hotel was not like other places. The rules here were strict. Other times were just fine. Today was the day of the real estate auction. Countless big shots would be there. If Chen Qian bumped into those big shots, Chen Qian would die a miserable death. I said, I was invited. Chen Qian said with a cold face. Chen Mo, I'm doing this for your own good. Ruan Liu said with some unhappiness. Those who could be invited by the Han Palace Hotel were all big shots with big names in Jianhai City. Chen Mo was just an ordinary person. Who would be idle and bored to invite Chen Mo? Mr. Chen, Ruyan, what were you guys chatting about just now? At this time, Cheng Shuangshuang also walked over. She had only gone to the restroom just now. Why did she feel like there was something going on between Chen Qian and Ruan Liu? Sorry, I recognized the wrong person just now. Ruan Liu was very embarrassed and could only pull Wang Tang away. She had mistaken Chen Qian for Chen Mo. Since Chen Qian was able to acquire Blossom Pisan, he should probably have quite a lot of money in his hands. Thus it was normal for Chen Qian to be invited to the event. Ruyan, what are you pulling me for? Wang Tang had a face of incomprehension. We recognized the wrong person. He's not Chen Mo. Ruan Liu had to explain. How can that be? He is Chen Mo. Wang Tang was incomparably certain. It was impossible for him to recognize the wrong person. He hated Chen Mo to the bone. So how could he recognize the wrong person? In his opinion, Chen Qian was Chen Mo. It was just a change of name. I can't tell you clearly in a few words right now. Anyway, remember, he's not any Chen Mo, but Chen Qian, the owner of Blossom Pisan Company. Ruan Liu explained in a small voice. Isn't the owner of the Blossoming Petite Company's surname Ma? When did his surname become Chen? Wang Tang had a puzzled look on his face. Just a short while ago, he acquired the Blossoming Petite Company. Ruan Liu said with a sigh. Where did he get so much money? Wang Tang said with a face full of surprise. So, he's not Chen Mo at all. Ruan Liu shook her head. She was also curious to know where Chen Qian had gotten so much money to acquire Blossom Pisan Company. No, he is Chen Mo. My intuition won't be wrong. Wang Tang was very adamant about his judgment. Think what you want. He's not Chen Mo anyway. Ruan Liu shook his head once again. He was considered to know Chen Mo exceptionally well. Chen Qian and Chen Mo were simply two people with diametrically opposite personalities. Chen Qian could never be Chen Mo because Chen Mo would never treat her like this. Mr. Chen Qian, I'm really sorry for just now. I was the one who recognized the wrong person. Wang Tang walked up again, wanting to observe Chen Qian's reaction. Chen Qian turned his head away and ignored him. What's the point of pretending? No matter how much you pretend, you're still a country bumpkin and will never make it to the top. Wang Tang's heart couldn't help but curse, but he didn't show it. Mr. Chen Qian, in order to express my apologies to you, how about I treat you to a meal later? Wang Tang was still undeterred. He despised Chen Qian from the bottom of his heart, but in order to figure out the truth, he had to lower his stance. As long as time passed, Chen Qian would always reveal himself. Chen Qian still ignored Wang Tang and instead said to Cheng Xuanxuan, who was at the side, "Let's go in." Good. Cheng Xuanxuan nodded. Sir, please show your invitation. Chen Qian was just about to enter the inner arena when he was abruptly stopped. Inside were the exclusive venues for the big shots, so if one wanted to enter inside, they had to have an invitation letter to do so. I don't have an invitation, Chen Qian said softly. Sir, I'm really sorry. If that's the case, we can only ask you to leave. The security guard at the entrance said with a serious face. Seeing Chen Qian defeated, Wang Tang was incomparably happy, and this happiness was from the bottom of his heart. A turd is a turd. Thinking that just because you put on human clothes, you can soar to the sky? Wang Tang sneered more than once. Seeing Wang Tang gloating so much, Lu Ruyan was very unhappy from the bottom of her heart, but she did not say anything more. My surname is Chen. I have already greeted your boss. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Chen Qian said unhurriedly. You are Mr. Chen Qian? The security guard at the door couldn't help but change his face drastically. Chapter 13, starting auction price, $50 million. It's me. May I enter now? Chen Qian said indifferently. Of course you can. The doors of the Han Palace Hotel are always open for Mr. Chen. The security guards at the entrance stood in awe. All those who entered the inner court had to have an invitation to do so, but there was only one exception, and that person was Chen Qian, and it had been instructed from above that if Chen Qian came to the hotel, no one would be allowed to stop him. They originally thought that Chen Qian was some kind of powerful big shot, but they didn't expect Chen Qian to be so young, not much different from them. It was really a case of people being more angry than people. Obviously everyone was about the same age, but their identities were worlds apart. Mr. Chen, please come in. The security guards at the door hurriedly made an inviting gesture. They were just a small security guard, while Chen Qian could face their boss directly. How could they dare to stop Chen Qian? Surprisingly, he went in just like that? Wang Tang was a bit incredulous. He was still planning to watch the good show of Chen Qian being kicked out by the security guards at the entrance, but it turned out that the security guards actually let Chen Qian in just like that. Didn't they say that one had to have an official invitation to get into the inner arena? Who the hell is he? The surprise in Lu Ruyan's heart was no less than Wang Tang's. She was very clear about how powerful the background behind the Han Palace Hotel was. That is, the local government would not dare to mess around in the Han Palace Hotel. But Chen Qian even went in just like that, and Chen Qian did not even have an invitation letter. Could it be that the capital behind Chen Qian can be compared to the Han Palace Hotel? Han Palace Hotel is one of the most important enterprises in Jianhai City. Even their Lu family cannot be compared to the Han Palace Hotel. It is simply the difference between the mud. But Chen Qian went in like this? What international joke? This is the Han Palace Hotel. Ah, you think it is a vegetable market. Who want to enter can enter. The shock in Ruan Liu's heart could not be described in words. I don't believe it. Wang Tang walked up quickly, trying to pass the security guard at the door. This gentleman, please show your invitation. But the security guard at the door would not let him in easily. I don't have an invitation, Wang Tang said with a straight face. Chen Qian could go in without an invitation. Why couldn't he? He did not feel that he was inferior to Chen Qian. I'm sorry, if you don't have an invitation, please leave immediately, the security guard at the entrance said with a serious face. He doesn't have an invitation either. Why can he go in? Wang Tang was a bit unconvinced. We were all human beings. Why could Chen Qian be a maverick? Mr. Chen is an honored guest of our Han Palace Hotel. Naturally he is different from ordinary people, the security guard righteously said. Put your mother's bull asterisk. What kind of honored guest does he count as? Open your dog's eyes and see clearly. My name is Wang Tang. I'm the boss of a foreign enterprise. If you dare to treat me like this, believe it or not, I'll have your boss fire you. Wang Tang was very annoyed. He really couldn't accept this feeling of being inferior. Make yourself at home. If you want to complain, just go ahead and do so. If you don't have an invitation letter, please leave immediately. The security guard at the door was not afraid in the slightest. You dog-eyed guys, I'm not leaving. What can you do to me? Not only did Wang Tang not listen to the security guard's advice, he even tried to force his way in, but was pressed down by the security guard. Even one like you dares to cause trouble in the Han Palace Hotel. Who gave you the guts? The security guard slapped Wang Tang's face. They were not afraid that Wang Tang would retaliate against them. Who are you kidding? Behind them stood the Han Palace Hotel, one of the top capitals in Jianhai City. Who would dare to be unfavorable to them? The same security guards, but they and ordinary security guards pay treatment is very different. This is why so many people want to desperately squeeze into the Han Palace Hotel are the reason. Even the security guards, that is also each one of them with great skills. Wang Tang where will be their opponent? Sorry, he is my friend. He came with me. This is my invitation. Seeing this, Ruan Liu hurriedly handed over her invitation. She was a bit regretful. If she had known that it was like this, she would not have brought Wang Tang along. It was simply embarrassing her. Why didn't she realize before that Wang Tang was so retarded? Want to make trouble in Han Palace Hotel? Do you think this is your own home? Only after the security guards received the invitation did they release Wang Tang. Although Wang Tang did not have an invitation, each invitation could bring one partner in, so Wang Tang was also allowed to enter. So it's Mr. Liu of the Liu Group. Disrespectful. Please come in. The security guard at the entrance instantly changed his face. Ruan, you immediately order them to kneel down and apologize to me. Wang Tang couldn't help but roar angrily. When had he ever been subjected to this kind of humiliation? A few security guards even dared to rub him on the ground. All the face he had since he was a child had been lost. Shut up, don't you think I'm not humiliated enough? Ruan Liu couldn't help but shout angrily in a low voice. The security guards of the Han Palace Hotel were under the management of the Han Palace Hotel. Although she was invited, it did not mean that she could tell the employees of the Han Palace Hotel what to do, not to mention ordering them. Wang Tang was about to lose all her face. Wang Tang could only obediently shut his mouth. After entering the infield, Liu Ruyan then casually found a seat and sat down. The inner field was not divided into seats, and those who could come here to participate in the real estate auction were all bigwigs on one side, so it really wasn't too good to order them. Chen Qian was sitting right in front of Ruan Liu, who was stealing glances at him out of the corner of her eye. Chen Qian is also here to participate in the real estate auction, but this piece of land she stared for a long time. Not only her, the entire city of Jianhai has a lot of people are staring at this piece of land. This auction is destined to set off a lot of bloody storm. I heard that there are also many people who came from overseas. Honorable guests, thank you very much for coming to participate in this real estate auction. Without further ado, I believe that everyone here is here for this piece of land. I announced that the auction officially begins. The starting price of $50 million. Each time the price increase cannot be less than $10 million. The rules must be known to everyone. How much ability to do how much? Refusing to follow the hype. It wasn't long before the real estate auction started. $50 million, $60 million, $80 million. The crowd began to bid. 100 million. Ruan Liu also shouted out her price. If the Liu family could get this piece of land, it would be very favorable to the Liu family's future development. $120 million. But soon, someone raised the price again. Ruan, why don't we just forget about it? That piece of land isn't worth this price at all, and we have to count the investment for the development. It's simply a money loss. Wang Tang on the side hurriedly persuaded. If Ruan Liu smashed all her money into it, who would invest in his foreign company? He was still counting on Ruan Liu to save his company's life. Chapter 14, Joint venture is fine, but at your own risk. Shut up. Liu Ruyan glared at Wang Tang. As long as the Liu family was able to take this piece of land, it would be beneficial to the Liu family. This was something that the Liu family had already decided on a long time ago, and no one could change it. So how could she choose to give it up based on Wang Tang's 3 words alone? Being treated like this by Liu Ruyan, Wang Tang's heart was naturally a bit upset, but he couldn't say anything more. Ruyan, I am doing this all for your own good. Taking this piece of land will not help the Liu family much. Instead, the Liu family will have to increase their investment by a large amount. Without 3 to 5 years they will not be able to get back their capital at all, and it is highly likely that they will not be able to return their money in blood. Wang Tang said with a sigh. In his heart, he was naturally unwilling to let Ruan Liu auction this piece of land, but he was not good at saying it outright, and could only beat around the bush to let Ruan Liu take the initiative to give up. I understand all of your meaning. I'm very happy that you can think about me, but there is no such thing as doing business without taking risks. This is a strategy that the company made a long time ago, and I don't have the right to change it. Liu Ruyan said in a cold voice. By this piece of land within 3 to 5 years is indeed difficult to return to the capital. And the risk is also big. The Liu family at any time there is a risk of capital chain break. But doing business is like this. Risk and benefit are often coexist. Want to get the benefit must bear the corresponding risk. $150 million. Ruan Liu raised her offer again. $300 million. However, right at this moment, someone else raised the offer again. The person who made the offer just now should be Su Rui's, the Su family's eldest son. I didn't expect him to come to the auction as well. Originally I was planning to auction it off, but now it seems like there should be no such hope. With Su Rui's Su's great young master in the room, how could we possibly snatch it from him? Many people recognized Su Rui's one after another and couldn't help but shake their heads. If there was no Su Rui's, there was still a slight possibility for them. But since Su Rui's had made his move, there was no more possibility for them. Even if they looked at the entire Nanjing province, there were not many that could completely arm wrestle with the Su family, which was a leading company in Nanjing province, and the capital behind it was even more terrifying than the Han Palace Hotel. It's him. Liu Ruyan secretly shook her head, really afraid of what will come. Su Rui's has come. She wants to auction this piece of land is only more difficult, can even be said to be no chance at all. The Liu family is not on the same level as the Su family. What can she do to compete with Su Rui's? Other people have already given up bidding one after another, but Liu Ruyan is still a little bit not too dead-hearted. $330 million. Mr. Liu is so bold. Su Rui's couldn't help but look at Ruan Liu. Ruan Liu was a rare beauty in Nanjing province, but unfortunately she got married early and her husband was said to be an ordinary man. As long as it was a beautiful woman, no matter where she went, she would attract a lot of attention. And Su Rui's eyes looking at Liu Ruyan even more so did not carry any concealment. This damn guy. Wang Teng's eyes carried a hint of anger. Ruan Liu was his woman. Of course he didn't like others looking at Ruan Liu with such eyes. If it wasn't for the problems with his company abroad, with his strength, he might not necessarily not be able to touch base with Su Rui's. Noticing Su Rui's gaze, Ruan Liu could only nod towards Su Rui's. Even if her opponent was Su Rui's, she wouldn't just give up so easily. $500 million. Su Rui's raised his offer once again. Although Ruan Liu was a beautiful woman, it didn't mean that he would give up this piece of land to Ruan Liu. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. Business is business. He wouldn't give up the business that was about to come to him just because Ruan Liu was a beautiful woman. Hearing Su Rui's offer, Ruan Liu's face instantly turned cold. The price of $500 million was too high. Higher than that, she felt that it was somewhat worthless. Even if she spends $500 million to auction this piece of land, she still has to smash money into it to invest. This is a bottomless pit. Maybe one day it will explode. After thinking about it, Ruan Liu still decided to give up. He had limited capital in his hands. He simply couldn't compete with Su Rui's. Why doesn't Mr. Liu continue to bid? Su Rui's looked at Liu Ruyan with a teasing face. Humph. Noticing Su Rui's fiery gaze, Ruan Liu could only turn her head away. $550 million. Right at this moment, someone once again raised their offer. It's Yan Ruxue of the Yan family. Sure enough, the Yan family has their eyes on this piece of land as well. Yan Ruxue is here too. I wonder who this piece of land will eventually belong to. Then there's no need to say. It's definitely Su Ruxue Su de Shao. If you want to talk about capital, where does the Yan family compare to the Su family? Many people took a deep breath. Mr. Yan, are you going to compete with me as well? Su Ruai smiled and looked at Yan Ruxue, but I won't let you. I don't need you to let. Everyone is just based on their own abilities. Yan Ruxue said with a cold face. Su Ruai's eyes made her a little unhappy. Since this is the case, then each according to their own abilities. Su Rui's didn't care and directly exposed his price. $600 million. Originally, everyone bid together, but since Su Rui's offer, many people had withdrawn from bidding one after another, and now only Yan Ruxue was competing with Su Rui's, and even Liu Ruyan had withdrawn from bidding. Even Liu Ruyan has withdrawn from the bidding, but anyone with eyes can see that Su Rui's has taken the advantage, and Yan Ruxue can't hold out any longer. Even Ruan Liu didn't expect that Ruoxue Yan would be so bold and willing to take out so much money to compete with Su Rui's. As a matter of fact, Ruan Liu and Ruoxue Yan knew each other, and their relationship wasn't as stiff as people said, except that as competitors, these two hadn't been secretly fighting each other. Ruan Liu, how much money do you still have in your hands right now? Yan Ruoxue couldn't help but ask. What do you want to do? Liu Ruyan looked up at Yan Ruxue. Do you want a joint venture to buy this piece of land? Yan Ruxue also looked at Liu Ruyan. Yes, but I have one request. Liu Ruyan thought for a moment and opened her mouth. Tell me. Yan Ruxue was quite interested and said, joint venture is fine, but at your own risk. Liu Ruyan said softly, no problem. Yan Ruxue agreed directly without hesitation. She had the same idea. so even if Ruan Liu didn't say it, she would have taken the initiative to mention it. Ruan, why don't we just forget about it? The risk of a joint venture is too great, and this piece of land doesn't have to be auctioned. Wang Tong once again spoke out to discourage it. It was not easy for Ruan Liu to finally be willing to give up, but as a result, Yan Rushue wanted to encourage Ruan Liu to buy this piece of land in a joint venture with her. Of course he did not want to see this happen. Ruan Liu, who is he? Yan Rushue looked at Wang Tong with a puzzled expression. Wang Tang was so angry that his stomach hurt. Yan Rushue didn't even recognize him? He used to be somewhat famous in Zhanghai City, even though he went out of the country later. Yan Rushue wouldn't be so bad that she didn't even recognize him. His name is Wang Tong. He is my friend, Lu Ruyan had to say. Oh, so he is the scum who abandoned you back then. I didn't think he would dare to come back. I heard that you divorced your marriage for the scum? Yan Rushue looked at Wang Tong with a contemptuous face. She most despised this kind of people who start and end their lives, since Wang Tang had already decided to leave the country in the first place. What was he doing back now? Lu Ruyan was also really something, that she would divorce her husband for such a man. Chapter 15, The Deterrent Power of the Chen Family in Capital City. Yan Rushue, what do you mean? Wang Tong's face turned green. Yan Rushue actually dared to look down on himself so much, and even demolished him in front of so many people. It means literally, I'm most displeased with scum like you. When Lu Ruyan was sick you hid far away. Now that Lu Ruyan is well, you run your ass in front of people, and encourage them to get divorced, right? Yan Rushue looked straight at Wang Tong with no fear on her face. It wasn't my intention to leave without saying goodbye back then. I had bitter reasons. Wang Tong panicked and wanted to explain. Bitterness? You can pull it down. You men can only talk about it. You can't move without taking the bitterness. What bitterness do you have to say? Yan Rushue did not buy it in the slightest. Yan Rushue, you've had enough. This is my own personal matter. No need for you to care. Lu Ruyan said with a frown. It was true that Wang Tang had done something wrong in this matter, but she firmly believed that Wang Tang must have had no choice but to do so. Besides, she didn't really like people pointing fingers at her life. That being said, it's me who has crossed the line. Yan Rushue smiled. She didn't bother to care about Lu Ruyan's private life. Quote, you or me? Lu Ruyan's mood got a little better this time. I'll do it. Yan Rushue directly exposed her price. 800 million. 1 billion. Su Ruai's face was very ugly. He didn't expect that if he exposed such a high price, there would actually be someone else bidding with him. But he was determined to win this time. It was useless for anyone to come. The price is too high. Why don't we just give up? Yan Rushue and Lu Ruyan looked at each other, and ultimately could only decide to give up. This price had already exceeded their psychological expectations. Although they were rich, their money was not blown by the wind. Mr. Chen, aren't you bidding? On the other side, Chen Shuangshuan was also secretly observing Chen Qian. Chen Qian came to participate in this real estate auction. Wasn't it for the purpose of auctioning this piece of land? But from the start of the auction until now, Chen Qian didn't bid even once, which made her wonder if it was hard to believe that Chen Qian was really just here to take a look. What's the hurry? Haven't you heard that experts tend to make their debut at the most crucial time? Chen Qian was not the least bit flustered. He didn't even bother to report the offer in the front. Only at the back was the real key to deciding the winner. 1 billion once. 1 billion twice. Is there anyone else who wants to continue to raise the price? The auctioneer has already picked up the hammer in his hand, ready to drop the hammer. Once the hammer falls, then this deal is the nail in the coffin. Who can not repent? Su Rui's had already won at this point. He had even thought about where to go to celebrate later. Congratulations to young Master Su. Congratulations to young Master Su. The Su family really deserves to be the leading enterprise in Nanjiang province. Strong capital, $1 billion said to take out. $1 billion, really not treating money as money. Facing the congratulations and boasting from the people around him, Su Rui's was a bit fluttering. He very much enjoyed this feeling of being bragged about. $1.5 billion. Just as the auctioneer's hammer was about to fall, Chen Qian finally spoke. As soon as the price of $1.5 billion came out, the crowd looked in the direction where Chen Qian was in the front row with a look of horror. Originally, they thought that Su Rui's bid of 1 billion was already outrageous enough, but they didn't expect someone to bid even higher than Su Rui's. That was 1.5 billion, enough to buy several buildings. The world of the rich is really not something they can understand. Those who were able to come to the auction were not ordinary people. It was just that they looked at Chen Qian as a bit of a stranger. Strange, which big brother is this? How come I've never seen him before? Looking at him looks a bit familiar, but how come I can't remember who he is for a moment? I remember. Isn't he Lu Ruyan's husband? I heard that he divorced Lu Ruyan not too long ago. Eventually, someone still recognized Chen Qian's identity. Su Rui's fists involuntarily clenched. Unexpectedly someone dared to steal his thunder. Originally, he was on the verge of taking it. Who would have thought that halfway through the process, Chen Qian would be killed? No matter who you are, if you dare to go against me, it's a dead end. Su Rui's was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The price of 1.5 billion was too high. It had already exceeded his highest estimate, and he could only choose to give up. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully bidding for this piece of land at 1.5 billion. The hammer in the auctioneer's hand slammed down, followed by roaring applause from the field. He is your ex-husband? Yan Rushue unconsciously swallowed her saliva. Chen Qian took out $1.5 billion without saying a word. Lu Ruyan's head must have been squeezed by the door. Actually willing to divorce Chen Qian. If she had such a husband, she wouldn't be able to wait to hug Chen Qian's thighs. No wonder she felt somewhat familiar when she first saw Chen Qian. It turned out that Chen Qian was married to Lu Ruyan. You're mistaken. He's not my ex-husband. Ruan Liu could only shake her head. Under the attention of all the people, Chen Qian walked up to the stage with quick steps before picking up the microphone in the auctioneer's hands. Everyone, I'm sure you're all very curious about my identity. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Chen Qian, a Kyoto native, and I'm very happy to meet you all here. Surname Chen, Kyoto person. Could it be someone from the Chen family in the capital? How could someone from the Chen family appear in a small place like Zhanghai City? My god, it's actually someone from the Chen family from the capital. No wonder he doesn't treat money as money. So he's a young master from the capital. There were already quite a few people who guessed Chen Qian's identity. That's right, just as everyone guessed. I'm a person from the Chen family from the capital city. This time I came to Zhanghai City for one purpose only, and I'm not afraid to tell everyone that the Chen family will be planning to invest $30 billion in Zhanghai City. If everyone has any good projects in the future, or if you want to work with the Chen family together, I'm always welcome to do so. Snap! The field once again resounded with booming applause. That was a whole $30 billion. Even if they couldn't eat this order in one bite, just give them a mouthful of soup. No matter what, I must take this order. Only then will I be able to save my foreign company. Wang Teng's heart secretly made up his mind. He's actually a member of the Chen family in the capital. How good would it be if he was really Chen Mo? Ruan Liu felt like she was dreaming. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she instead hoped that Chen Qian was Chen Mo. Only then would Chen Qian prioritize giving this order to her. With the Chen family's secret help, it would not matter at all if the Liu family wanted to squeeze into the top 500 in the world. Capital City Chen family. Su Rui's was instantly like a deflated leather ball. He pressed the idea of wanting to compete with Chen Qian anymore. If Chen Qian was not a member of the capital Chen family, he still had a sliver of hope. But since Chen Qian was a member of the capital Chen family, he did not even have a sliver of hope. Although the Su family was the leading company in Nanzhong province, compared to a behemoth like the capital city Chen family, the Su family was not even a baby. The capital city Chen family? Yan Rushue secretly pondered. If I can get on good terms with him, the Yan family won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. Chapter 16, The Beauty Trick. Under the greedy eyes of the crowd, Chen Qian walked towards the stage. He did not talk nonsense. The Chen family really intends to take 3 million to invest in Zhanghai City. As for how to use this money, who should be given? All by Chen Qian, one person to do the Lord. Of course, Chen Qian wouldn't take the Chen family's money to fool around. In the end, whose pockets the money could go to, that would be up to each person's ability. Young Master Chen Qian, how are you? I am the head of Wancheng Company. My name is Wang Dali. Nice to meet you. Hello young Master Chen. I am the owner of Ruwaiting Technology. This is my business card. If you need anything, please feel free to call me. Young Master Chen, I'm Tycoon Li from Zhongke Wealth. Our company is mainly responsible for wealth management and financial investment. If there is an opportunity, I hope to have a meal with you. Young Master Chen. For a moment, Chen Qian turned into the hot potato of the room. Even Cheng Shuangshuang was surprised. She knew that Chen Qian was very rich. She also knew that Chen Qian came from the capital, but she didn't think that Chen Qian was actually a member of the Chen family in the capital. No wonder he could take the $30 billion when he said so. That was $30 billion. Even if she worked hard for tens of thousands of years, she wouldn't be able to earn that much money. Hello young Master Chen. I am Yan Rushue of the Yan family. Shangshi Mei Yan is our family business. If young Master Chen Qian is free, I can tell young Master Chen Qian about it. Yan Rushue walked with a confident pace, deliberately ruffling her hair. Her eyes were very coquettish, and from time to time, she would also throw a wink to Chen Qian. As a top 3 ranked beauty in Zhanghai City, Yan Rushue knew how to utilize her beauty advantage very well. No matter where she was, beautiful women were always very popular. As the saying goes, heroes have a hard time with beauties. Even if Chen Qian didn't like her, he should still have some good feelings towards her. Even just a little bit would be enough. Not to mention she took the initiative to hit on her, surprisingly making a beauty trick. This Yan Rushue is really shameless. What's wrong with that? If you have her poise, you can also use the beauty trick. I would like to, but I'm a man. If only I were a woman. Many people pinched a sweat in their hearts. Although Chen Qian had a strong background, he was still too young after all. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 young men are horny. Chen Qian might not be able to resist the temptation of the beauty plan. However, what everyone hadn't expected was that Chen Qian didn't seem to have a problem with it. It shouldn't be. My face value is one of the best in Jianghai City. Even if she doesn't have that kind of thoughts about me, then she shouldn't be so cold, right? Yan Rushue was shocked in her heart. She even began to wonder if there was something wrong with her beauty that Chen Qian actually did not even look at her. Could it be that Chen Qian had really quit drugs before? She had seen a lot of people with money, but it was the first time she had seen a man like Chen Qian who had both money and was not horny. This also made her evoke a hint of interest in Chen Qian. Should we go over and say hello? Wang Tong whispered. Chen Qian was going to take out $30 billion to invest, so as long as he could secure Chen Qian's investment, even if it was just a fraction of a star, it could bring his foreign company back from the dead. Even Su Rui's licked a smile and went up to greet Chen Qian. If they didn't hurry to seize the opportunity, it would slip away from their hands. Ruan Liu hesitated for a moment, but still decided to walk up to greet Chen Qian. In fact, she didn't particularly like to have too much contact with Chen Qian. Chen Qian looked too much like Chen Mo. Plus she had some unpleasantness with Chen Qian before, but for the sake of the Liu family behind her, she had to take the initiative to go forward at this time. There were times when people did have to learn to bow down for the sake of money. Young Master Chen, my name is Wang Tong. I'm really sorry that I offended you before because of some small matter. You are just too similar to a friend I know, Wang Tang said with an apologetic face. In the past, he did think that Chen Qian was Chen Mo, but now he instead didn't think so. If Chen Qian was really Chen Mo, Chen Qian wouldn't have chosen to join the Liu family as a door-to-door son-in-law in the first place, and there was no way that the Chen family would allow Chen Qian to do so. What he wanted was money. He didn't care from whose hands the money was taken, as long as it was money, Chen Qian's money or Chen Mo's money, as long as it ended up in his pocket. Hello young Master Chen, I'm Lu Ruyan from Lu Clan Group. I'm sorry for giving you some bad experience before. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to treat you to a meal, okay? Ruyan Lu lowered her head and said, sorry, it's not very convenient for me, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Ruyan Lu looked at Chen Qian with some surprise, to actually reject it so directly, and in public. Chen Qian was clearly trying to embarrass herself on purpose. Had she offended Chen Qian before? It seemed like she hadn't. That time at the airport, she did have some misunderstandings with Chen Qian, but she had already explained it clearly at that time. And someone from the Chen family in the capital shouldn't be so calculating, right? The crowd had cast sympathetic glances at Lu Ruyan. They had all sent invitations to Chen Qian, but Chen Qian hadn't replied much. Only Ruyan Lu had been rejected by Chen Qian, and that too in front of all of them. Ruyan Lu was as embarrassed as she could be. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Sorry for the disturbance. Ruyan Lu also knew that too much pestering now would only make Chen Qian resent her more and more. Ding ding ding. Right at this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from her father, Lu Zhongming. Dad, what's the matter with you? Ruyan Lu had to answer the call. You come home tonight. Your mom and I have something to ask you, Lu Zhongming said in a commanding tone. Dad, I've been quite busy these past few days. Can I go back in a few days? Ruyan Lu whispered. No, you have to come back tonight. If you don't come back, you don't have to come back in the future. Lu Zhongming directly hung up the phone, not giving Lu Ruyan a chance to refuse at all. What's wrong? Seeing that Lu Ruyan's face was a bit not so good, Wang Tang could not help but be concerned. Nothing much, my dad is looking for me. I have to go back tonight. I can't accompany you for dinner, Ruyan Lu said with an apologetic face. It's okay, you go back first. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wang Tang showed great generosity. Ding ding ding. At this time, Chen Qian's cell phone also rang. Lu Ruyan's face suddenly changed. Lu Zhongming had just finished calling her. How could Chen Qian's cell phone suddenly ring? Could it be that Chen Qian was Chen Mo? Lu Zhongming had called Chen Qian after calling her, and Chen Qian's cell phone only rang? Chapter 17 Chen Mo, why are you here? Lu Ruyan was suddenly a bit uneasy at the moment. She wanted to grab Chen Qian's cell phone to check the notes on it, but reason ultimately overcame the impulse. Sorry gentlemen, I'm going out to take a call. Chen Qian quickly arrived at an empty phone. In fact, just as Ruyan Lu had guessed, the call was none other than from Lu Zhongming. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Qian finally decided to answer the call. Chen Mo, what have you been busy with lately? Lu Zhongming's voice came from the phone. Not busy with anything, Chen Qian said softly. Married for 3 years. This father-in-law of his was still considered good to him. In the beginning, Lu Zhangming did not see him, but as the two of them spent more and more time together, Lu Zhangming had long recognized him as his son-in-law. Recently you haven't come to see me and your mom for a long time. You come over tonight, let's have a drink between the two of us, Lu Zhangming said with a smile. Dad, it might not be convenient for me, Chen Qian said in a deep voice. What's inconvenient? Lu Zhangming asked with a frown. Dad, actually, Ruan and I are already divorced. Chen Qian had no choice but to tell the truth. I know divorced is divorced. You guys leave yourselves, as long as you still recognize me as your dad, I'll still consider you as my son-in-law. Lu Zhangming didn't care at all. In fact, he already knew that the reason why he brought Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan here was specifically for this. A son-in-law and half a child. He definitely recognized Chen Qian in his heart. Even if Chen Qian really divorced Ruan Liu, he still recognized Chen Qian as his son-in-law. Even if Chen Qian really divorced Lu Ruyan, he still recognized Chen Qian as his son-in-law. Anyway, he still had another daughter. So the big deal was that he would marry his other daughter to Chen Qian. It was hard to find a son-in-law like Chen Qian. Ruan Liu didn't know how to cherish it. He wouldn't just let Chen Qian run away. Dad, don't say that. In my heart, you will always be my dad. Chen Qian was somewhat touched. A person's heart could not be cold all the time. He had been married to Ruan Liu for 3 years, and he had long since warmed up the hearts of the Liu family. The only exception was Ruan Liu, and the Liu family is also good to him. Especially Lu Ruyan's parents really treat him as their own son. He is realistically able to feel. With true heart cannot necessarily exchange for true heart, but with true heart in exchange for true heart must be cherished only. Then it's a deal. I'll ask your mom to fry a few more dishes for both of us, Lu Zhangming said, and then directly hung up the phone. Time soon came to evening. Chen Qian came to Lu Zhangming's home as promised. After Ruan Liu and Chen Qian got married, the two of them moved out. And Chen Qian would usually only come to Lu Zhangming's home to accompany the two of them for a chat when he was free. Dad, Mom, Chen Qian knocked on the door. He actually knew the password to Lu Zhangming's house. Chen Mo was here. Come on in. The door quickly opened and Lu Zhangming very warmly greeted Chen Qian as he came in. Chen Qian had to walk in. It's fine for you to come. What's the point of bringing so many things? Seeing Chen Qian carrying a large bag of things, Lu Zhangming was a bit unhappy. Brother-in-law, you're here. Lu Ruyan's younger sister, Lu Wenman, walked over. Chen Qian could only nod towards Lu Wenman. Lu Wenman was a college student who usually ate and lived at home, and would only go to school when classes were in session. Dad, what are you guys looking for me for? Chen Qian finally asked. Chen Mo, we've heard about your divorce with Ruyan. In this matter, it's our Lu family that has apologized to you, Lu Zhangming said with an apologetic face. Dad, don't say that. Relationship matters are supposed to be between you and me. Not to mention that this matter had nothing to do with you guys in the first place. Chen Qian shook his head. He was somewhat flattered. He had thought that after he divorced Ruan Liu, the Liu family would not continue to interact with him. How could it be okay? It's because we didn't teach our daughter well, letting you suffer. Ruan Liu's mother, Bai Xiaofeng, also walked over at this time. Mom and Dad, you guys are overstating things. All of this is something I did willingly. You don't have to feel sorry for me, Chen Qian said with a smile. He had already put it down a long time ago. Chen Mo, I won't hide it from you. In fact, we looked for you today because we wanted to ask you if there is still a possibility for you and Ruyan. Lu Zhangming said somewhat undyingly. Dad, Mom, I actually think this is quite good. Chen Qian's reply had made his attitude very clear. Forget it, since we're divorced. Let's just get divorced. It's her who doesn't deserve you. As long as you're still willing to recognize us. Lu Zhangming seemed to have let go as well. Dad, what are you talking about? You guys have treated me so well, how could I disown you? Chen Qian wore a smile on his face. Not long after, Ruan Liu also returned. Dad, Mom, seeing that Chen Qian was also present, Ruan Liu's face instantly changed. Chen Mo, why are you here? Why can't he be here? We're the ones who made him come. Lu Zhangming was annoyed. Lu Ruyan let go of such a good husband as Chen Mo, and had to go find that white moonlight who had disappeared for so long. She was simply too idle to panic. In their opinion, Chen Mo was 1,000 times better than that Wang Tang. Lu Ruyan must have had her head pushed through a door and would actually choose to divorce Chen Mo for Wang Tang. Mom and Dad, why didn't you guys tell me in advance when you called for him to come? Ruan Liu said with some anger. If she had known that Chen Mo was also coming, she wouldn't have come, making it awkward for everyone. Why should we tell you in advance? This is our home, not your home, Lu Zhangming said with righteous indignation. Dad, Mom, you guys chat first, I'll go to my room to check on one man. Seeing this, Chen Qian could only find an excuse to leave first. He arrived at Lu Wenman's room, and Lu Wenman was currently playing a game in her room. Brother-in-law, What are you looking for me for? Seeing Chen Qian walk in, Lu Wenman could only put down the headphones in her hands. Wenman, actually you don't need to call me brother-in-law. I've already divorced your sister. Chen Qian said awkwardly. Then what? Lu Wenman didn't care in the slightest. Right Wenman, a gift for you. Chen Qian took out the necklace he had prepared beforehand. Brother-in-law, isn't this my favorite necklace from before? Why did you buy it for me? Last time I begged my sister for a long time she didn't buy it for me. Lu Wenman was very excited. Do you like it? Chen Qian said with a smile. Love it, brother-in-law. You quickly help me put it on. Lu Wenman couldn't wait to put it on and try the effect. Seeing this, Chen Qian could only help Lu Wenman put the necklace on, while Lu Wenman happily ran to the mirror to check it out. Brother-in-law, thank you for the gift. I love it. Lu Wenman hugged Chen Qian. She had liked this necklace for a long time, but unfortunately she couldn't afford it with her financial ability. She was just a college student, unlike Lu Ruyan who had a regular income. Chapter 18, Then You Can Go to Hell. It's good that you like it. Seeing that Lu Wenman liked the gift he had specially prepared, Chen Qian put it down. The money spent was Lu Ruyan's anyway. Brother-in-law, if I remember correctly, this necklace is very expensive. Right, where did you get so much money? Lu Wenman couldn't help but be a little curious. Chen Qian was just their family's door-to-door son-in-law, although Lu Ruyan would also give Chen Qian extra expenses, but it wouldn't be too much as all. Your sister gave the divorce fee. Chen Qian had to explain. Divorce fee from my sister. How much did she give you? Lu Wenman became even more curious. Quite a lot. $3 million. Chen Qian said with a smile. 3 million was really nothing to Chen Qian, but to ordinary people, it was indeed an astronomical sum. Only giving you 3 million. My sister is too stingy. Lu Wenman seemed a little less than satisfied. If you ask me, you should just file a divorce lawsuit with her and split half of her property. Chen Qian has been married to Ruan Liu for so many years. She has seen Chen Qian's dedication in her eyes. Since Ruan Liu wants to divorce Chen Qian should split half of Ruan Liu's property. Ruan Liu has only given Chen Qian $3 million. Fooling the ghost. She is your own sister. Chen Qian said with some surprise. So what? You're still my brother-in-law. Lu Wenman said coldly. Brother-in-law, you're just too kind. If I were to do it differently, I would never let them get away with it so easily. Chen Qian had paid for so many years. Why should Chen Qian have to give way to Ruan Liu's white moonlight as soon as Ruan Liu's white moonlight returned to China? Let's not talk about this. Chen Qian shook his head. He had long since let go of the knot in his heart. Brother-in-law, you gave me such an expensive gift. In return, I'll give you a gift as well. Lu Wenman heatedly smiled. What kind of gift? Chen Qian was somewhat curious. Before Chen Qian could react, Lu Wenman pounced towards Chen Qian and then ruthlessly kissed Chen Qian's cheek. You're crazy. I'm your brother-in-law. Chen Qian was obviously a bit startled. So what? You and my sister are divorced anyway. It's not too much for me to kiss you, right? Lu Wenman was unimpressed. Wenman, don't fool around in the future. You're still young. You still have to find a boyfriend in the future. If this is known to others, how will you find a boyfriend in the future? Chen Qian cried and laughed a little. I'm not too young. I'm 18 this year. I'm already an adult. In a few years it will be legal marriage age. Lu Wenman remained unconcerned. Besides, if I can't find one, I won't find one. Big deal. I'll just marry you later. You're talking nonsense again. I've already said that I'm your brother-in-law. Chen Qian was somewhat helpless. Can you stop putting brother-in-law on your lips? You're the one who said it yourself. You and my sister are already divorced, so you're no longer my brother-in-law. Even if we do get married in the future, no one will say anything. Lu Wenman beamed and said, my sister, she doesn't know how to cherish. I'll cherish you in the future. Lu Wenman. Chen Qian was really a bit angry this time. He only thought of Lu Wenman as his sister. He didn't expect Lu Wenman to actually hold such thoughts towards him. Alright, no more. I won't give up anyway. You'll be mine sooner or later. Seeing that Chen Qian seemed to be really angry, Lu Wenman had to make a compromise. These words you usually just say at home. Don't talk nonsense when you go out outside in the future. Chen Qian was helpless. You control me? Lu Wenman was somewhat unconvinced. I'm your brother-in-law. Of course I have to control you. Chen Qian knocked Lu Wenman's head hard. I don't want you to be my brother-in-law. Lu Wenman turned away, no longer paying attention to Chen Qian. On the other side, Ruan Liu was similarly frowning. Dad, Mom, what did you call him back for? Ruan Liu was clearly a bit unhappy. Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng knew that she and Chen Qian were already divorced, but they still called Chen Qian to their home, clearly deliberately embarrassing her. We are happy. What do you care? Lu Zhangming said with a cold face. Dad, Chen Mo and I are already divorced. Can you stop calling him all the time? Lu Ruyan was a little chilled. He always felt that Lu Zhangming was somewhat not treating her. Obviously she was Lu Zhangming's own child. but she always felt that Lu Zhenming was treating Chen Mo more than her. You still have the face to tell us, divorce is such a big thing, why don't you discuss it with us beforehand? The more Lu Zhenming spoke, the more angry he became. This is my matter, why should I tell you guys? Lu Ruyan said in a cold voice. She was already an adult. There were many things that she could make her own decisions, not to mention that this matter was about her lifetime happiness. She did not want to force herself to be with Chen Qian. The person she liked was never Chen Qian. How could she force herself in matters of feelings? Your matter? Lu Zhangming burst into anger. Answer me honestly, did you move to divorce Chen Mo a long time ago? Yes, Ruyan Lu graciously admitted. I never liked him, and I was forced to choose to marry him in the first place. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Chen Mo has paid so much for you and for this family. Can't you see that? Lu Zhangming threw a slap on Lu Ruyan's face. Lu Ruyan was a little surprised. Lu Zhenming hadn't hit her since she was a child. The first time Lu Zhenming made a move on her was actually for an outsider. I saw it, but so what? Like is like, don't like is don't like. There is no way I can go against my own heart. Besides, I gave him $3 million for the divorce. He didn't suffer. Ruyan Lu said with an aggrieved face. She can give Chen Mo all the compensation she gave. Except in the aspect of feelings, she does not feel that she owes Chen Mo anything. On the contrary, he instead feels that Chen Mo has earned a lot. 3 years of giving in exchange for 3 million, is a person would be willing to, right? You think he's with you because he's trying to get your money? Lu Zhangming couldn't wait to slap Lu Ruyan to death. It's only 3 million. This amount of money is not enough to cover our Lu family's revenue for a month. How dare you say that? In addition to $3 million, I also gave him a suite of rooms. I've already given him the best compensation. What else do you guys want from me? The more Ruyan Lu said, the more aggrieved she became. What do I want from you? Lu Zhangming blew his nose and blared. I want you to remarry Chen Mo right away. As for that white moonlight of yours, you can just die of it. Let me tell you, I only recognize Chen Mo as my son-in-law. No one else. Dad, there is no way I will remarry him. Not even in death. Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth. Since she was a child, she could listen to Lu Zhangming in all matters, but only this matter could not. She also wanted to be capricious for once. Then you can just go to hell. Lu Zhangming couldn't help but fume. Chapter 19, You'll get married when she graduates from college. Dad. Lu Ruyan was a bit incredulous. She didn't expect Lu Zhangming to be so unreasonable. Don't call me dad. I'm not your dad. Don't you want to be with that Wang Tung? Unless your mom and I die, there's no way we'll agree. Lu Zhangming's heart attack was about to be exasperated by Lu Ruyan. Even if you guys don't agree, I will still be with him. Lu Zhangming's strong opposition stirred up Lu Ruyan's rebellious heart. How did we give birth to such a love brain as you? Have you forgotten that he was the one who took the initiative to abandon you in the first place? Lu Zhangming was on the verge of being furious. He didn't abandon me. He definitely had unavoidable pains in leaving in the first place. Ruyan Lu helped Wang Tung to defend. Scram. I'll just pretend that I never gave birth to a daughter like you. I'm telling you, if you don't listen to us, you will regret it sooner or later. Lu Zhangming felt like he was about to be infuriated by Lu Ruyan. There's no way I'll regret it. And even if I do, then I'll admit it. Ruyan Lu was still insisting. Bai Xiaofeng kept patting Lu Zhangming's back, fearing that Lu Zhangming would pass out from the anger. Ruyan, it's not that mom is talking about you. What's so bad about Chen Mo that you have to divorce him? Bai Xiaofeng said with a sigh. Mom, I've never felt that he's bad in any way. He's very good and excellent. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Then why did you divorce him? Bai Xiaofeng was a little hard to understand. Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan had been married for 3 years. Chen Qian had always been quietly paying behind the scenes, working hard and doing whatever it takes. He was a very rare husband. Such a husband other people would not necessarily be able to find by beating their heads against the wall. Lu Ruyan was actually willing to divorce Chen Qian? He is very good, not true. But I just don't like him. I can't deceive myself. I have never loved him. Ruyan Lu said through clenched teeth. To love is to love. Not to love is not to love. She only wants to be with the person she likes. What's wrong with her? You've been married to him for 3 years. Haven't you ever had your heart set on him? Bai Xiaofeng said with a face full of disappointment. 3 years ago, Lu Ruyan got a strange disease. Everyone started to stay away from Lu Ruyan. Only Chen Qian was willing to stay by Lu Ruyan's side. Lu Ruyan's condition gradually got better under Chen Qian's impeccable care. Chen Qian spent 3 years with Lu Ruyan night and day. Even a dog gave birth to feelings, right? I admit, when he stayed back then to take care of me, I was indeed touched. But that wasn't fondness. That much I know very well. Lu Ruyan shook her head repeatedly. You're clear my ass. You idiot. You don't deserve Chen Mo at all. Lu Zhangming couldn't help but curse angrily. In the beginning, he did want Ruyan Lu to remarry Chen Qian, but now he had already thought it through. Ruan Liu was simply not worthy of Chen Qian. Chen Qian deserved better. As for Ruan Liu, let her regret it. Dad, Mom, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. You guys take care of yourselves. Ruan Liu took a deep breath. She had already understood the intentions of Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng, only that her mind wouldn't change. Continuing to talk would only lead to more unpleasantness. Scram, scram, our family doesn't have a daughter like you. Lu Zhangming had already started to drive away Lu Ruyan. If he had known it was like this, he shouldn't have let Ruan Liu in. Dad, Mom, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave as well. Chen Qian also walked out at this time. The conversation between Ruan Liu and her parents Chen Qian heard everything. He was grateful that Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng were willing to do this for him. But some things were destined to be fruitless. Chen Mo, don't be in a hurry to leave first. Accompany Dad to have a few good drinks. Lu Zhangming left Chen Qian behind. Although Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan were already divorced, it did not affect the feelings between them. Okay, Chen Qian thought about it and eventually agreed. Chen Mo, your mom and I have discussed this. After when man graduates from university, we will arrange for you two to get married. After a few glasses of wine, Lu Zhangming said with a smile, Dad, don't joke. Wenman, how old is she? Chen Qian almost sprayed out the wine he had drunk into his stomach. She's 18, not small, also to the age to fall in love. Really can't you two talk for a few years? When she graduates from college you guys will get married. It's quite good. Lu Zhangming was very satisfied. He didn't feel comfortable handing Lu Wenman over to anyone else, but if he handed her over to Chen Qian, he would definitely feel comfortable. Anyway, he was set on Chen Qian as his father-in-law. Lu Ruyan couldn't do it. He still had Lu Wenman as his daughter. Fortunately Lu Wenman wasn't in love with her brain like Lu Ruyan. Dad, stop it. People will gossip like this. Chen Qian shook his head. Although he had divorced Lu Ruyan, he was still nominally Lu Ruyan's ex-husband. If he let others know that he was with Lu Wenman, others would definitely point fingers. Who would be so boring to gossip about you? Besides, days are lived for oneself, not for others. What do you care about others? Lu Zhangming was a little upset. Dad, this kind of thing still has to follow Wenman's her own wishes. Chen Qian could only say, you can completely rest assured on this point. I have already talked to Wenman. She has no problem. It's mainly you. Lu Zhangming said with a smile. After Lu Wenman married Chen Qian, his next step would be to hold his grandchildren. Dad, it's better to talk about this later. Chen Qian felt a bit choked on his wine. It's okay, there's no rush. We can take our time. Lu Zhangming did not push Chen Qian too hard. Only after 3 rounds of drinking did Lu Zhangming let Chen Qian leave. Originally, Lu Zhangming wanted Chen Qian to directly stay at home for the night, but Chen Qian lied that he still had things to do, and only then did Lu Zhangming let Chen Qian leave. For this passionate old father-in-law, Chen Qian could not do anything at all. He had been married to Lu Ruyan for 3 years, and Lu Zhangming, his old father-in-law, was still very good to him, otherwise he would have long since severed ties with Lu Zhangming. Chen Mo. Just as Chen Qian left, Ruan Liu walked out. In fact, she hadn't left, but had been squatting at the door in order to have a few words with Chen Qian. Is there something wrong with you? Chen Qian indifferently glanced at Ruan Liu. Chen Mo. It's like this, no matter what my parents have told you, I need you not to agree. Ruan Liu said with a serious face. Ms. Liu, are you that afraid of me pestering you? Chen Qian couldn't help but smile to himself. Ruan Liu purposely waited here to say this to him. Wasn't it because she was afraid that he would pester her with the relationship of Ruan Liu's family? He wasn't that lowly. Chen Mo. I'm being serious with you. My dad is right. Giving you $3 million for the divorce is indeed too little. I'll find a way to make up some extra for you. The more Ruan Liu said, the more serious she became. Chapter 20, You're late. Mr. Liu is really atmospheric. Then I'll thank Mr. Liu first. Chen Qian narrowed his eyes and said, Chen Mo. You don't need to use this tone of voice to talk to me. I've given you all the compensation that I should have given you. I don't owe you anything. Don't think about making an issue out of my family. It's impossible for me and you. Ruan Liu frowned and said, What Ms. Liu said is very true. What is your status and what is my status? How would I dare? Chen Qian said with a smile. Chen Mo. Can you speak properly? Ruan Liu was a little upset. She could hear the meaning within Chen Qian's words. How am I not speaking properly? Chen Qian asked rhetorically. Chen Mo. Is it interesting for you to be conspiratorial? Ruan Liu seemed to be really angry. General Manager Liu misunderstood. How dare I? Chen Qian smiled and didn't say anything. In short, you stay away from my family in the future, and don't always hold that kind of unrealistic ideas. People should learn to look ahead. We are divorced. Lu Ruyan said with a cold face. Well, what Mr. Liu said is true. Do you still have something to do? If not, I'll leave first. Chen Qian said without anger. Where are you going? Let me send you off. It's not a good time to take a taxi. Ruan Liu's gaze went cold. No, I'll just take a taxi myself. How dare I bother you? Chen Qian said with a smile. Ruan Liu frowned, but she didn't say anything more. She soon returned home. Wang Tang had already been waiting for him at home for a long time. How did you talk to your parents? Wang Tang said somewhat impatiently. It's just like that. They want me to remarry Chen Mo. Lu Ruyan took off her jacket. Slightly tired, Wang Tang hurriedly pressed Ruan Liu's shoulders. Ruan Liu subconsciously ducked back a bit. Other than Chen Qian, she actually rarely let others touch her shoulders, and her shoulders were usually pressed by Chen Qian for her. It's nothing. Ruan Liu shook her head. For some reason, the shadow of Chen Qian always surfaced in her mind from time to time. Ruyan, you're not really going to remarry him, are you? Wang Tang asked tentatively. How could that be? The person I love is you. How could I possibly remarry him? Lu Ruyan shook her head and denied Wang Tang's idea. But I always feel that you have been a bit distracted lately. Is it related to that Chen Mo? Wang Tang was still rather worried. It has nothing to do with him. It might be because I've been too tired lately. Ruan Liu guessed. Soon she suddenly sat up straight. Wang Tang's hand was a little too strong. Pressing her shoulders hurt even more. But this was normal. Wang Tang wasn't Chen Mo, and wouldn't wait on people. Unlike Chen Mo, who gave her massages every day. It was also possible that she was already accustomed to Chen Mo's massage techniques, and now a sudden change of person messed with her a little bit less accustomed to it. What's wrong? Wang Tang was full of doubts. Nothing. It's getting late. You should rest earlier. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Although she had already forgiven Wang Tang on the surface, she still had some mind in her heart. You also rest early. Wang Tang did not do too much pestering. The more this time, the less he could dwell on it too much. Ruan Liu had already started to accept him. He had plenty of time to take his time. Wang Tang came to the second bedroom next door to Ruan Liu. This room was originally Chen Qian's, but now it has been turned into a room dedicated to him. It won't be long before he can replace Chen Qian's position in Ruan Liu's mind. This was the killing power of the white moonlight. Even if he didn't do anything, he was already superior to countless others. The next morning, Wang Tang purposely woke up early to prepare breakfast for Ruan Liu. The more this time, the more he had to behave, and he had to be especially attentive to do so. Ruyan, good morning. Wang Tang greeted Lu Ruyan. Come and try to see how the breakfast I made is? You made all these things? Ruan Liu was a little surprised. Wang Tang's family was actually not worse than hers, and also belonged to a particularly rich kind. Wang Tang would actually take the initiative to make breakfast for her, which indeed made her somewhat flattered. At least it proved that Wang Tang still cared more about her in his heart. I don't know if it's good the first time I make it, Wang Tang said with a smile. It doesn't matter if it's good to eat. It's enough that you have this heart. Ruan Liu was touched. When Chen Qian used to make her breakfast every day, he had never seen her this touched. Judging whether a man really loves you usually starts from some tiny details. Although Wang Tang prepared breakfast for Ruan Liu, most of it was rather perfunctory. A few pieces of bread, 2 fried eggs and a cup of milk. Leading a dog to do it is better than him, but there is no way. Lu Ruyan just eat Wang Tang this set. In her opinion, she was already satisfied when Wang Tang had this heart. Quickly taste it. Wang Tang very sweetly helped Lu Ruyan pull out the chair. Lu Ruyan picked up the omelette made by Wang Tang and took a bite. It wasn't that it was particularly hard to eat, but Lu Ruyan still couldn't help but frown. She had a problem. Fried eggs had to be eaten 7 minutes cooked, not even 1 minute more or less. What's wrong? Is it not good? Seeing Lu Ruyan having some difficulty swallowing, Wang Tang seemed to have expected something. It has nothing to do with you. It's my own problem. Ruan Liu shook her head. She then picked up the hot milk that Wang Tang had prepared for her. It was so hot that she couldn't get some of it down. Lu Ruyan also had another problem. The milk had to be 3 parts hot. Too hot and too cold would not work. It would affect her appetite. As a matter of fact, the reason why Ruan Liu had so many faults was entirely because she was spoiled by Chen Qian. And only Chen Qian could remember all the strange and weird stinking faults of this big lady. There were only those few pieces of bread that could still barely go down. It wasn't that Ruan Liu was too picky, but the things that Wang Tang made were indeed rather average. Even if it was the same recipe, the flavor was different when made by different people. This was the difference between doing it with heart and not doing it with heart. Sorry, it's my first time doing it. I have no experience, Wang Tang said with an apologetic face. It's okay, you're already very good. Ruan Liu kept encouraging Wang Tang. If he were to do Chen Qian, where would Ruan Liu have such a good temper? She would directly throw her chopsticks and leave without eating. After having breakfast, Ruan Liu and Wang Tang came to Blossom Pier Company. Ever since they knew that Chen Qian was going to take out $30 billion for investment, Ruan Liu and Wang Tang had been eyeing this piece of cake for a long time. Ruyan, why are you here? Cheng Xuanxuan was a bit surprised. It was the first time that Ruan Liu took the initiative to come to the door. Is young Master Chen inside? Ruan Liu asked in a low voice. Her purpose of coming to Blossom Pisan Company was actually to look for Chen Qian. Mr. Chen, he's inside. Chang Shuangshuang was not unexpected. She knew that Ruan Liu didn't come to Blossom Pisan Company to look for her. Ruan Liu was indeed here for Chen Qian. Can I go in to see him now? Ruan Liu asked in a small voice. Yes you can, but you're late. Mr. Chen, he's currently inside entertaining his honored guests. Cheng Shuangshuang explained in a small voice. Chapter 21, I'm so rich. What kind of women can I find? Who's inside? Lu Ruyan was a bit surprised. She had thought that she had come early enough. She didn't expect someone to come earlier than her. But this is also normal. After all, the entire South River province has its eyes on this piece of cake is too much. More than one of her is not much. Less than one of her is not less. It seems to be the old boss of colorful. Cheng Shuangshuang whispered in Lu Ruyan's ear. Even the old boss of 5 colorful colors has come. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but be surprised. Colorful ranked in the top 3 of all the enterprises in Nanzhong province. Although it was not as good as the Su family's position in Nanzhong province, but it was also not to be underestimated. At this moment, she was a bit panicked. The boss of colorful had come. Could she still get Chen Qian's 30 billion investment? But she quickly calmed herself down. Let's do our best and listen to God's fate. Anyway, her requirements were not high. Even if she couldn't get all of it, it would be fine if she could get a part of it. Shuang, can you get some investment for me from your side? Ruan Liu couldn't help but ask. Cheng Shuangshuang was Chen Qian's private secretary after all, so maybe she could really help her get some resources. Ruyan, you're also too high on me. Although I'm Mr. Chen's personal secretary, this kind of thing has never been Mr. Chen's personal gatekeeper. How could I have that kind of ability? Cheng Shuangshuang shook her head. Chen Qian did treat her quite well, but she was after all just a secretary. How could this kind of thing be decided by her as a secretary? Is there no way at all? Ruan Liu was still somewhat undeterred. Mr. Chen is inside. Why don't you go in and talk to him yourself later? Cheng Shuangshuang said with a helpless face. Alright then. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan also absolutely stopped making things difficult for Cheng Shuangshuang. It didn't take long for the colorful old boss to come out from inside the room with a joyful smile on his face. Can it be that he got Chen Qian's investment? Ruan Liu couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Looking at the other party, he should have gained something, otherwise he wouldn't be so happy. She had wanted to say hello to the other party, but the other party simply didn't give a damn about her. It was true that the gap in status couldn't be bridged casually. Even his father had to be respectful when he saw the other party, let alone her as a junior. Ruyan, you can go in now, Cheng Shuangshuang reminded. Good. Ruan Liu stepped in with apprehensive steps, and Wang Tung hurriedly followed. I don't know what is the purpose of Mr. Liu's first visit? Chen Qian sat on the sofa and just quietly looked at Ruan Liu. For some reason, Chen Qian's tone of voice always reminded Ruan Liu of Chen Mo. I guess I'm overthinking it. Chen Mo is penniless. How could he be a member of the Chen family in the capital? Ruan Liu couldn't help but shake her head. Hopefully, she had thought wrong. Young Master Chen is overstating things. Just call me directly by my name or call me Little Liu. Ruan Liu took the initiative to lower her posture. How would she dare to call herself chief in front of a super big shot like Chen Qian? General Liu doesn't need to humble herself. You have something to say, Chen Qian calmly said. After hesitating for a moment, Ruan Liu still decided to make her intentions clear. Young Master Chen, it's like this. Can you invest a little bit of money in our Liu group? I don't want more. Just 1 billion. Well, 1 billion is indeed not much. You know, Mr. Liu, 1 billion is nothing to me at all, Chen Qian said with a smile. It's a deal. Ruan Liu couldn't help but feel great joy in her heart. Just as Chen Qian had said, $1 billion was indeed nothing to Chen Qian, but it was worth several years of Liu Group's revenue. In that case, young Master Chen has agreed? Ruan Liu's voice trembled a little as she said, it's no problem to invest $1 billion in Liu's group, but what can you bring me? Chen Qian looked straight at Ruan Liu. The Liu family can give you dividends on time every year. Ruan Liu immediately said, I can even take out $1 billion at once to invest. Do you think I would care about your Liu family's little dividend? Ruan Liu laughed and laughed again. Then what does young Master Chen want? Ruan Liu asked in a low voice. If you want to get something, you have to pay something. Liu Ruyan is a smart person. Such a simple truth. I shouldn't need to teach you personally. Chen Qian's eyes were still looking straight at Ruan Liu. Ruan Liu instantly understood the meaning of Chen Qian's words. It was true that there wasn't a single man who wasn't horny. Chen Qian really did have his eyes on her body, and she had always thought that Chen Qian was a decent man. But on second thought, her looks were so refreshing and unassuming. It was only normal for Chen Qian to be attracted to her. There were many unspoken rules in many industries, and for the sake of the Liu family, As long as Chen Qian wasn't too over the top, she was fine with it. Young Master Chen, I understand all your meanings. As long as young Master Chen is willing to invest in my Liu family, I will make you happy. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth. Only as long as she did so would Chen Qian willingly invest in the Liu family. Well, you really are a smart person. Chen Qian nodded, then looked at Wang Tang who was on the side. Would you please evade for a moment? What do you want to do to Ru Shui? Wang Tang couldn't help but be anxious. How could he not understand the unspoken rules of the industry? There was definitely nothing good in Chen Qian asking him to leave alone. Naturally, I want to have a long talk with General Manager Liu. What else do you think I want to do? Chen Qian said with a smile. Ruyan, this guy is definitely not in a good mood. You must not agree to him. Wang Tang became more and more anxious as he spoke. Wang Tang, you go out for a moment. I have something to talk to young Master Chen. Ruyan Liu said coldly. How could she not know what Chen Qian wanted to do? It was just a matter of one wishing for the other. Good, then I will wait for you outside. Wang Tang unconsciously clenched his fists. Young Master Chen, there are no outsiders here now, so do whatever you want. Ruyan Liu closed her own eyes and then began to take off the clothes on her body. For some reason, she had already taken Chen Qian as Chen Mo. She had been married to Chen Mo for 3 years, and really should give Chen Mo some compensation. And Chen Qian looked so similar to Chen Mo, and was also so handsome. Thinking this way, Lu Ruyan seemed to feel a lot better. At least her heart didn't have so much burden. As long as Chen Qian didn't do anything too outrageous. Ms. Lu, what are you doing? I just want to keep you here to chat with me. Chen Qian said with a teasing face. Are you that impatient to have something with me? The weather had indeed gotten warmer recently, and even Lu Ruyan had begun to spring. You purposely left me behind, isn't it for that kind of thing? Lu Ruyan was shocked. Could it really be that she had guessed wrongly? And that Chen Qian was really a decent man? You're overthinking it. I'm so rich. If I really wanted to find a woman, what kind of woman couldn't be found? Chen Qian said with a cold face. Chapter 22 Shameful Lu Ruyan. As a matter of fact, Chen Qian really wasn't lying. If he really wanted to find a woman, there were more than enough women in this world who were willing to accompany him. Ruyan Liu was merely one in a million. Young Master Chen, what exactly do you want me to do? Ruyan Liu could only put her clothes back on in disappointment. She also knew that Chen Qian had not lied. With Chen Qian's status, there were women willing to sleep with Chen Qian. She had thought that Chen Qian had left her behind because he was interested in her body, but she had not expected that it was her who had made a fool of herself. See that set of clothes? Chen Qian pointed to the maid outfit on the table. Ruyan Liu nodded. This is something I specially prepared for you. Chen Qian said with a faint smile. You're making me wear something like this? Ruyan Liu's face couldn't help but change. What? You're not willing? Chen Qian was unforgiving. Forget it if you're not willing. When I didn't say it. As for the matter of investment you just mentioned, $1 billion is really nothing to me. But since you're unwilling to cooperate, then I definitely won't invest. Ms. Liu, you go. Okay, I'll wear it. Ruyan Liu gritted her teeth. For the sake of the Liu family, she could only choose to compromise. She could only change her clothes on very shamefully in front of Chen Qian. It was said that the richer the person played, the more perverted they were, and it was true that it was all true. Thanks to the fact that she had always thought that Chen Qian was a decent person, but it turned out that Chen Qian was more perverted than all the rich people. If it was Chen Mo's, Chen Mo would never treat her like this. Chen Qian just looked straight at Ruyan Liu as she changed her clothes. She had to say that this woman's figure was quite good. No wonder she was rated as one of the top 3 beauties in Nanjiang province. It didn't take long for Ruyan Liu to put on her maid outfit. I heard that General Liu has an ex-husband who looks exactly like me. Is that so? Chen Qian watched Ruyan Liu put on her clothes while chatting with her. Indeed, he looks very similar to you. Ruyan Liu did not hide anything. She had nothing to hide, and many people knew about this matter. She couldn't hide it at all. Then what does General Liu think? How do I compare to your ex-husband? Chen Qian said with narrowed eyes. He's just an ordinary man, while young Master Chen is a dragon and phoenix among men. There's no comparison. Ruyan Liu said without hesitation. Then has General Liu ever suspected that I am your ex-husband? Chen Qian smirked. I did have my suspicions before, but young Master Chen and him shouldn't be the same person. Ruyan Liu whispered. Doubtful she definitely was. Only that Chen Qian and Chen Mo were 2 very different personalities. All that she only had was suspicion, but not any substantial evidence. What's more, Chen Qian was the young master of the Chen family in the capital, while Chen Mo had married her as an ordinary person in the first place. Something she knew better than anyone else. How could an ordinary person transform into the young master of the capital city Chen family? Then what if I am your ex-husband? Chen Qian said with a bashful smile. Young Master Chen should stop making fun of me. Ruyan Liu did not believe Chen Qian's words at all. Alright, I won't joke with you anymore, but if you want to obtain my investment, then kneel down for me. Chen Qian said expressionlessly. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth and could only choose to kneel. Things had come to this, she had no choice. If she fled on the spot, then all her previous efforts would be for naught. General Liu, you really are obedient. Chen Qian smiled bashfully. What else does young Master Chen want me to do? You might as well just say it all. Ruan Liu said with a frown. If it was just this level of humiliation, then she could still stand it. My shoes are a bit dirty. Why don't you help me clean them? Mr. Liu, Chen Qian said with a smile. Good. Ruan Liu actually really helped Chen Qian clean his shoes. Chen Qian also did not expect that Ruan Liu would grovel so much for $1 billion investment. Young Master Chen, is there anything else you would like to order? At this moment, Ruan Liu seemed like a well-behaved kitten, her eyes suffering from a lot of aggression. Endure it, as long as she endured it, she would be able to get Chen Qian's $1 billion investment. Even if Chen Qian humiliated her no matter how much, she could only endure it. But Lu Ruyan still underestimated the degree of Chen Qian's perversity. She was obviously resisting, but for some reason, she instead began to enjoy herself a little. No, don't, please don't do this. Lu Ruyan shook her head repeatedly, then unconsciously let out a shameful cry. At this moment, she was as if she was a dang woman. Very well. Seeing that Ruan Liu didn't have any reaction the entire time, Chen Qian was extremely satisfied, but he lost interest in an instant. This was not the Ruan Liu he used to know. The Ruan Liu he had the impression of being so cold and arrogant. It turned out that she would also bend over for the sake of 5 buckets of rice. Is young Master Chen satisfied? Ruan Liu was aggrieved. Chen Qian clearly could have directly humiliated her, but instead, Chen Qian proposed a condition that she could not refuse. Of course, Chen Qian said unapologetically, you don't need to look at me with such eyes. In fact, you haven't suffered any losses, have you? Compared to what he had paid for Ruan Liu over the years, merely making Ruan Liu kneel down for him was already considered very cheap. In fact, the reason why Chen Qian did this was due to Ruan Liu on one hand, and on the other hand, it was also because of Lu Zhangming, who treated him as half a son, so he naturally wanted to help the Liu family as well. As for humiliating Ruan Liu, it was just incidental. I hope young Master Chen is true to his word. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth. Chen Qian was right. Although Chen Qian had made many excessive demands, Chen Qian had not actually done anything out of the ordinary to her. Not only was she not at a disadvantage, she had even earned a lot. She had only paid some painless price to obtain an investment of $1 billion. She had earned a lot from this deal, that's for sure. $1 billion is nothing to me at all. I'm not so out of line yet, Chen Qian said with a smile. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Qian also personally sent Ruan Liu out. Ruyan, are you alright? Wang Tang hurriedly walked up. I'm fine. Ruan Liu shook her head. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Looking at Ruan Liu's torn stockings, Wang Tang suddenly had a bad premonition. Ruan Liu and Chen Jin had been inside the room for half an hour. Combining that with Ruan Liu's current situation, Cootie, all knew what Ruan Liu and Chen Jin had done inside the room. No wonder he had just heard some indecent sounds coming from outside the door. So it turned out that Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan had already had a relationship. Things are not what you think. He really didn't do anything to me, Ruan Liu hurriedly explained. Until this moment, she did not understand why Chen Qian had just made her scream and ripped her stockings. It turned out that Chen Qian had already made this plan. Chen Qian was intentionally trying to make Wang Tang misunderstand that she and Chen Qian had some indescribable things going on inside. You're like this and he still hasn't done anything to you. This beastly thing, I'm going to kill him. Wang Tang flew towards Chen Qian. Ruan Liu was his woman. Now Chen Qian had actually violated his woman under his eyes. How could he stand it? Chapter 23, The Ultimate Humiliation. Bang! Chen Qian kicked Wang Tingfei out. Young Master Wang, are you misunderstanding something? I really didn't have anything going on with him as Liu, and even if something happened between us, what does that have to do with you? Chen Qian said with a smile. She is my woman now. How could it have nothing to do with me? Ruan Liu said through clenched teeth. Oh really? Chen Qian turned his head to look at Ruan Liu. Is that so? General Manager Liu, is it hard to believe that you guys have already gotten married? Or is it that you guys have secretly hooked up with each other since a long time ago? Of course not. Ruan Liu hurriedly denied it. She and Wang Tang were neither married nor secretly hooked up. It was not true that she liked Wang Tang, but she really did not have anything with him. Young Master Wang, you have just heard it all. Ms. Liu said that she has nothing to do with you, and even if you really have a relationship, so what? I am in love with Ms. Liu, even if you make a scene at the police station, it's useless. Chen Qian seemed to smile and not laugh. General Manager Liu, do you think I'm right? That's right. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth. Of course she knew that Chen Qian was intentionally adding fuel to the fire, but she had to admit that she had indeed volunteered just now. Impossible. Ruyan, he was definitely lying to me just now, right? Did he force you to say that? Wang Tang was still a little hard to believe. He didn't force me, I did volunteer. Ruan Liu shook her head. So, you really did that with him? Wang Tang was like a bolt from the blue. In your eyes, am I such a lowly person? Lu Ruyan threw a slap on Wang Tang's face. She did not expect Wang Tang to actually think of her in this way. Although she could make concessions for the sake of her family's interests, she was also a person with a bottom line. And Wang Tang actually mistakenly thought that she had gotten Chen Qian's investment by selling her flesh. Ruyan, I don't mean this. Wang Tang hurriedly tried to explain. Ruyan Lu's slap had long since woken him up. 3 years ago, he left without saying goodbye had already disappointed Ruyan Lu. Although Ruyan Lu did not blame him on the surface, but he knew that Ruyan Lu was still holding a grudge for what happened 3 years ago, and now he was clashing with Ruyan Lu because of this small matter, which would only make him and Ruyan Lu drift apart. Ruyan Lu ignored Wang Tang and turned away without looking back. To be honest, she has been completely disappointed in Wang Tang. Think of her actually for Wang Tang such a bastard thing with Chen Mo divorced. She cannot help but some regret. She is not regret with Chen Mo divorce, but regret on Wang Tang such a bastard thing. Looking at Lu Ruyan's back as she left, Wang Tang's eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. You actually dared to sleep with my woman. If you don't invest in my foreign company today, I will kill you. Wang Tang's face was hideous. If it wasn't because of Chen Qian, he wouldn't have almost turned against Lu Ruyan. He could ignore the fact that Chen Qian had slept with Lu Ruyan, but he had to save his foreign company. So you came here for this? It's because I underestimated you. Chen Qian could not help but be a little surprised. He had sent someone to check Wang Tang's company abroad, and it was rumored that Wang Tang's company abroad was on the verge of bankruptcy, and if he didn't solve the problem of the capital chain, it was only a matter of time before Wang Tang's company abroad went bankrupt. No wonder Wang Tang was in such a hurry to return to China. It turned out that he wanted to rely on the Lu family to renew the life of his company abroad, but Wang Tang's company abroad was burdened with a huge amount of debt, and unless the Lu family gave Wang Tang 2/3 of all their money to pay off the debt, otherwise Wang Tang's company abroad wouldn't last long. That's right, I came here for this. You slept with my woman. You have to help me out of trouble. Wang Tang simply stopped pretending. He didn't care if Chen Qian had really slept with Lu Ruyan. In fact, he didn't love Lu Ruyan that much. This was all just him playing along, including purposely pissing Lu Ruyan off. Then what if I don't help? Chen Qian said with narrowed eyes. He did not expect Wang Tang's mind to be so insidious. Not only did he want to use Ruyan Lu, but he also wanted to use him. If you refuse, then I will get you killed. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and said, just by you? Chen Qian laughed. Then he clapped his hands and several burly bodyguards walked out. They were the bodyguards that Chen Qian had specially hired, and all of them had excellent hands. Even the king of soldiers would have to get down when they came. Have a good time with him. Remember, don't go too light on him. Chen Qian smiled faintly. He wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of it, and even if he did make a big deal out of it, he could easily settle it. Alright Mr. Chen. Several burly bodyguards walked towards Wang Tang. You despicable fellow. If you have the guts, fight me single-handedly. Wang Tang's face darkened. He didn't expect Chen Qian to have hired so many bodyguards. A single fight? Chen Qian laughed. What era is it now? Still playing that trick of fighting alone? Do you think I'm stupid? The bodyguards didn't care. They punched and kicked at Wang Tang. Wang Tang was no match for them. It didn't take long for him to be knocked down. How dare you humiliate me like this? Just wait, I will never let you go. Wang Tang's teeth were about to break. Humiliation? You call this humiliation? Chen Qian quickly came to Wang Tang's front, grabbed his hair and lifted him up. At this point, Wang Tang had long since lost the strength to resist, and could only allow Chen Qian to lift him up like this. Chen Qian lifted Wang Tang to the toilet, and then pressed Wang Tang's face on top of the toilet with a foot. Watch this. This is what humiliation is. Wang Tang wanted to kill Chen Qian at this moment, but he was like a dead dog at this moment, at Chen Qian's mercy. Bang! Seemingly tired of playing around, Chen Qian kicked Wang Tang out. Find him a better doctor to take a look at him. I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses. Remember, let the best physician in Shanghai City come and treat him. Chen Qian washed his hands, and then wiped his hands again. From the beginning to the end, he had not even looked at Wang Tang squarely. Wang Tang was nothing more than a small minion to him. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Tang had to take the initiative to jump out, to be honest, he really didn't bother to put Wang Tang in his eyes. Yes, just as the bodyguards wanted to carry Wang Tang away, Chen Qian suddenly shouted at them. Wait, the bodyguards had no choice but to heave Wang Tang down. Young Master Wang, if I remember correctly, your company abroad will soon go bankrupt, right? Chen Qian suddenly said with a smile. How do you know? Wang Tang was a little surprised. He hadn't told anyone about this matter. Even Lu Ruyan she hadn't said anything, so how did Chen Qian know about it? Chapter 24. Can you beg him for me? As long as I want to know. There's nothing in this world that I don't know, Chen Qian said with incomparable confidence. Not only do I know that your company abroad is on the verge of bankruptcy, I also know that your company abroad is burdened with a huge amount of debt, and that unless there is a large amount of money injected into it, it will be difficult for the gods to save it. What else do you know? Wang Tang said in some panic. I also know that you have been married for a long time, right? Chen Qian said as he looked straight at Wang Tang. At this moment, Wang Tang had already been sweating profusely. At this moment, he was really flustered. If Chen Qian told this news to Lu Ruyan, then he would be all finished. Regarding your matters, I am indifferent. You need not worry about me chewing your tongue outside, Chen Qian said with a cold face. Only after hearing this did Wang Tang completely put his heart down. He could not help but frown. What exactly do you want to say? It was impossible for Chen Qian to tell him these things for no reason. You need funds now, and the last thing I need is funds. What I mean, do you understand? Chen Qian said with a snicker. You are willing to help me? Wang Tang was a little disbelieving. That depends on your performance. Chen Qian patted the dust on his body. You think I will believe it? Wang Tang said with a cold face. He had already offended Chen Qian many times. Even if Chen Qian was a saint, he couldn't help him unconditionally, not to mention that Chen Qian wasn't a saint at all. Believe it or not is up to you. Do you think you still have the capital to negotiate with me now? Chen Qian smiled coldly. Alright, what do you want me to do? Wang Tang gritted his teeth. Chen Qian was right. He had no capital left now, and he had no time to waste. If he couldn't get any more investment, all his efforts over the years would all be in vain. My request is very simple. If you can make Lu Ruyan personally come and beg me, I can invest this amount for you. Chen Qian stretched out 5 fingers. $500 million? Wang Tang was a little surprised. 500 million could only alleviate his immediate needs, but it did not solve his company's current predicament. But something was better than nothing. You're wrong. It's not 500 million, but 5 billion, Chen Qian said with a smile. 5 billion. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Wang Tang couldn't believe it. Investing $5 billion at the drop of a hat, even those large corporations would not dare to guarantee that they could just casually take out $5 billion to invest. Believe it or not, Chen Mo was also unwilling to talk more nonsense with Wang Tang and directly let people carry Wang Tang down. As a matter of fact, he didn't care whether Wang Tang would believe it or not. He wouldn't have anything to lose anyway. What's more, Wang Tang had no choice but to believe him right now. Even if Wang Tang didn't believe it, Wang Tang would choose to do so, because Wang Tang was desperate. A desperate person. As long as he was shown a little hope, even if that hope was out of reach, there would always be someone who would do their best to accomplish it. Mr. Chen, if he can really find Ruyan to plead for mercy, will you really give him a $5 billion investment? Chen Shuangshuan also walked over at this time. As Chen Qian's private secretary, she had to follow him around all the time, and she had watched everything that happened just now. Do you think it's possible? Chen Qian couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. You really think I'm stupid? He only wanted to try to see if Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan would fall out because of this small matter. He had never thought of investing in Wang Tang. Even if Wang Tang really came to Lu Ruyan to beg for leniency, he would never be able to honor his promise. Even if Wang Tang really came to Lu Ruyan to beg for mercy, he would never honor his promise. A plea for mercy in exchange for a $5 billion investment. If there was really such a good thing under the sky, it would still be Wang Tang's turn. Mr. Chen, then aren't you cheating? You are also too bad. Chen Shuangshuan couldn't help but change the way she looked at Chen Qian. She suddenly had the feeling of facing a demon. Chen Qian was that demon in her eyes. She had never thought that Chen Qian could actually be such a person, but as the saying goes, if a man isn't bad, a woman won't love him. She instead became more interested in Chen Qian. At least now, in her opinion, Chen Mo and Chen Qian would never be the same person, as Chen Mo was simply not as bad as Chen Qian. No adulterer, no businessman. In the world of businessmen, there is never such a thing as cheating. I merely drew a big cake for him. As for whether he can eat the cake, of course, it is up to me to say so. Chen Qian smiled coldly. He would only choose to invest in Wang Tang if he had a bad brain. The reason why he invested in Lu Ruyan was because he was looking at Lu Zhengming's face. What kind of thing was Wang Tang? Was he worth investing in? Near noon, Wang Tang returned to Ruyan Lu's home trembling. What's wrong with you? Ruyan Lu also did not expect that Wang Tang would become so wretched. That's not because of Chen Qian that, Wang Tang said through clenched teeth. What did he do to you? Ruyan Lu was a little worried. He actually had someone beat me up and pressed my old man's head into the toilet. Wang Tang said more and more hate. Why did he do that? Lu Ruyan was somewhat completely unable to understand. Of course it's because of you, Wang Tang said in a cold voice. Because of me? Ruyan Lu was a little puzzled. It's because of you that I offended him 3 times. otherwise how could he harbor such hostility towards me? Wang Tang said one by one. Hearing these words, Ruan Liu fell silent. There was indeed a part of her reason for this. The main reason was that Chen Qian looked too much like Chen Mo, and Wang Tang naturally took Chen Qian as Chen Mo. Ruan, this time, you must help me. Only you can help me. Wang Tang said very urgently. How do you want me to help you? Lu Ruyan eventually went soft. Wang Tang was after all her white moonlight. She still had some emotions towards Wang Tang. As long as it was within her power, she would definitely find a way to help Wang Tang. Can you help me to beg Chen Qian? Beg him to help me. She said that as long as you go and beg him, he will definitely help me. Wang Tang said with an anxious face. What did you say? Ruan Liu was a bit in disbelief. Wang Tang actually wanted her to beg Chen Qian? Ruan, only you can help me now. You definitely won't see death to save me, right? Wang Tang's eyes were filled with expectation. In his opinion, Ruan Liu must have slept with Chen Qian. Otherwise Chen Qian wouldn't have invested in the Liu family. And since Ruan Liu had already slept with Chen Qian once, she was naturally capable of sleeping a second time as well. Wang Tang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I just can't help you. Ruan Liu shook her head. She had already been humiliated in front of Chen Qian once. She did not want to be humiliated a second time. And even if she went, Chen Qian might not agree to her. Ruan, I just have this little request. Why are you refusing to fulfill even this request? Do you really want to ruin me with your own hands? Wang Tang's face was very ugly. How would I personally destroy you? Lu Ruyan was a little unsure. It's come to this. I'll be honest with you. I've had some problems with the operation of my company abroad, and I need a little money to tide me over. Wang Tang gritted his teeth and said, originally, he did not intend to tell Ruan Liu about this matter, but he now had no need to hide it anymore. Chapter 25, I was so blind in the beginning. How much money do you need? I can lend it to you. Lu Ruyan was a bit surprised. She hadn't seen Wang Tang for 3 years, and she didn't expect that so many changes had actually happened in Wang Tang's body. What's the use of you lending me money, unless you can give me $5 billion? Wang Tang shook his head. He was now in dire need of a large amount of money to pay off his huge debt. Even if Ruan Liu was willing to lend him money, Ruan Liu would only be able to lend him a few tens of millions of dollars at the most, and this amount was simply a drop in the bucket to the huge debt he was carrying, and would not be able to solve any problems at all. But if he could get Chen Qian's investment of $5 billion, he would not only be able to bring his company back from the dead, he could even turn the tide of the Jedi. This $5 billion investment was vital to him. $5 billion? Are you crazy? Lu Ruyan somewhat couldn't believe her ears. All of the Liu family's properties added up to less than $10 billion. Wang Tang opened his mouth to ask for $5 billion. Not to mention that she did not have that much money. Even if she did, she would never lend that money to Wang Tang. I'm not crazy. Ruyan, you love me, right? I believe you will help me, right? Wang Tang grasped Ruyan Liu's hand with a death grip. Where can I get you $5 billion? Ruyan Liu had a helpless face. It was not true that she liked Wang Tang, but if she wanted to lend $5 billion to Wang Tang regardless of the Liu family's death, she definitely could not do it. And $5 billion was not a small amount. Even if she was willing, it was unlikely that the people of the Liu family would agree to it, and the Liu family was not in charge of her alone. You don't have it, but Chen Qian he has it. He said, as long as you go and beg him, he can invest $5 billion for me. Wang Tang tended to be close to madness. Even if I go beg him, he won't invest for you. Ruyan Liu kept shaking her head. Although she did not have much contact with Chen Qian, she also knew that Chen Qian was not a cutie pie. How could $5 billion be invested just by saying so? The $1 billion invested in the Liu family was still something she had begged for only after suffering all the humiliation. $5 billion was not a small amount. Until this moment she understood why Chen Qian will deliberately let her wear a maid outfit, and why will deliberately tear her stockings. The original all of this is in Chen Qian's calculation. Obviously she and Chen Qian nothing happened, but in Wang Tang's eyes, she has long slept with Chen Qian. This was Chen Qian's real purpose. Chen Qian wanted her to have a misunderstanding with Wang Tang. That's why she deliberately said this to Wang Tang. Ruyan, count on me to beg you. Just consider it for my sake. Can you go beg him one more time? Anyway, you have already slept with him once, so what if you sleep with him a second time? Wang Tang knelt in front of Lu Ruyan without any dignity. Only in this way could she guarantee his company abroad. What did you say? You want me to sleep with him? Lu Ruyan threw a slap on Wang Tang's face. It was hard for her to imagine that these words were coming from Wang Tang's mouth. Wang Tang was her first love. The white moonlight At one time, she had very high hopes for Wang Tang. Even if Wang Tang had once abandoned her, she still chose to forgive Wang Tang. But she had never thought that Wang Tang would actually ask her to go and sleep with another man for his own benefit. At this moment, Lu Ruyan only felt that her spiritual world had collapsed. and that the person she once loved dearly would actually think of her this way. Didn't you already sleep with him a long time ago? What's the harm in sleeping with him again? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Wang Tang was a little hard to understand. It was obvious that Ruan Liu had already slept with Chen Qian. Why did she still have to act as if she was ice cold and clean? Shut up! Ruan Liu kicked Wang Tang's body. She was so angry that her body was shaking. Nothing happened between me and him. Ruan Liu clenched her teeth. Come on, just now you screamed without knowing how happy you were. Wang Tang didn't believe it at all. If nothing really happened between Ruan Liu and Chen Qian, how could Ruan Liu scream? And the stockings on Ruan Liu's body were still torn when she came out. In your eyes, am I such a bottomless person? Ruan Liu felt incomparably disappointed. She did not expect Wang Tang to think of her this way. Ruan, it's not that I think there's anything wrong with you sleeping with him, as long as you can achieve your goal. What's the harm even if you sleep with him a few more times? Wang Tang said with his head lowered. He couldn't wait for Ruan Liu to go and sleep with Chen Qian, although he claimed that Ruan Liu was his woman. In reality, he had long been married and had children. The person he loved wasn't Ruan Liu at all, and he was using Ruan Liu more than anything else. Get lost. I was really blind in the beginning. Actually would divorce Chen Mo for you. I can't help you. You love to find whoever you want. Lu Ruyan said without mercy. You really want to see death? Wang Tang was a little incredulous. Wasn't Lu Ruyan his favorite? How could she not even be able to satisfy such a small request from him? That's right, I am going to see death and save it. Think what you like. Lu Ruyan was enraged. This was her seeing death to save it, but she simply had no way to help Wang Tang. If she could help, she would have done so a long time ago. You cousin, what kind of chaste woman are you pretending to be? You have slept with him long time ago, right? You are nothing but a woman who sells her body to get investment. Wang Tang couldn't help but scold. Get lost, get out of my home. You are not welcome here. Lu Ruyan could not help but burst into a rage. Wang Tang ate her and used her, and turned around and scolded her. How under the sky could there be such a white-eyed wolf like Wang Tang? Lu Ruyan threw Wang Tang out, along with Wang Tang's luggage. Looking at the mess on the ground, Wang Tang suddenly felt some regret. He is not because he scolded Lu Ruyan and regret. Lu Ruyan in his heart is such a person, but because he should not fall out with Lu Ruyan at this time. Now the only person who can help him is Lu Ruyan. If he really fall out with Lu Ruyan, he will be in the land of doom. Wang Tang in his heart understood more than anyone else. If he could not pay back the company's debt, not only his company in foreign countries will be finished, he himself will be finished. Those people will not let him go. Even if he hid to the ends of the earth, those people will be able to find him as well. Ruyan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. It's because I was too anxious. You know how much I care about my career. I was thinking of coming back to find you after my career was successful, but when I knew that you were married to someone else, do you know how much my heart ached? In order to be able to see you earlier, I was desperate. I wanted to come back to see you too much, so I borrowed a lot of debts with the debt company to borrow a lot of debts. If these debts can't be paid back, they won't let me go. After hesitating for a while, Wang Tang still decided to send an apology message to Lu Ruyan. Chapter 26 Lu Winman's distress call. Seeing the message sent by Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel some love in her head. Wang Tang actually became like this for her. Remembering her and Wang Tang's past, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. She never let go of Wang Tang. Even if Wang Tang abandoned her at the beginning, her heart still thought of Wang Tang. Wang Tang, it's not that I won't help you, but this matter is not as simple as you think. Ruan Liu finally replied to Wang Tang's message. I know, if it's too difficult for you, then don't help. This was originally my matter. It has nothing to do with you. I shouldn't have gotten you involved. If it's really not possible, then just let them come to me. All in all, for your sake, I have no regrets at all. Wang Tang sent a message again. Wang Tang, don't worry. I didn't say I won't help either. Let's put it this way. You give me a little more time. I will definitely try to find a way to help you as much as I can, but whether or not it will work out, I really can't give you a guarantee. Ruan Liu replied. As long as you have this heart it's enough. Even if you can't help it doesn't matter. Maybe this is my life. Wang Tang's heart was very pleased at the moment. Ruan Liu really still cared about him. This move of his to retreat was indeed played well. Actually obtained Ruan Liu's forgiveness so quickly. You don't say that. I never believe in fate. You don't worry. I will definitely find a way to help you. If it really can't, I will help you think of a way. Ruan Liu was ultimately a little bit reluctant to do so, although she was disappointed in Wang Tang, but Wang Tang is her white moonlight. She still had more or less some filters on Wang Tang, so even if Wang Tang had committed irreparable faults, Wang Tang was always incomparable to others in her eyes. Ruyan, you are so kind. Thank you. After typing this last message, Wang Tang's face was once again filled with smiles. As for Ruan Liu, she was also thinking of ways at this time. She wanted to contact Chen Qian very much, but she did not have Chen Qian's phone number. Ruan Liu suddenly thought of Cheng Shuangshuang. Cheng Shuangshuang was Chen Qian's personal secretary. Cheng Shuangshuang would definitely have Chen Qian's contact information, right? Thinking of this, Ruan Liu dialed Cheng Shuangshuang's number. Ruan, what's wrong? Cheng Shuangshuang asked in a small voice. Shuang, can you give me your Mr. Chen's phone number? Ruan Liu said softly. I'm sorry Ruan, this belongs to our Mr. Chen's business secrets. Without his permission, I can't privately give you his phone number. Cheng Shuangshuang could only say. She did have Chen Qian's cell phone number in her hand, but this cell phone number was not Chen Qian's cell phone number in Jianhai City, but the capital city's cell phone number, and it was because of this cell phone that she had not been able to determine whether Chen Qian was Chen Mo or not. Oh, that's fine. I just want to invite him for a meal to thank him for his help. Ruan Liu was also unwilling to make things difficult for Cheng Shuangshuang. After all, Cheng Shuangshuang was just a laborer. If you want to invite Mr. Chen for dinner, I can tell him. As for whether he will agree to have dinner with you, I don't dare to make a promise to you. Cheng Shuangshuang could only say. In fact, she wanted to tell Ruan Liu about Wang Tang's matter. Wang Tang had long been married and had a child abroad. This matter was obviously known to Chen Qian for a long time, and she had also learned about it from Chen Qian's mouth. But since Chen Qian didn't say anything to Ruan Liu, it meant that Chen Qian didn't want to let Ruan Liu be informed of the matter, and it wasn't good for her to directly explain the situation to Ruan Liu. Alright, then I'll trouble you, Ruan Liu said softly. If he agrees, please let me know. She did want to invite Chen Qian to have a good meal. Firstly to thank Chen Qian for investing in their Liu family, and secondly to plead for Wang Tang's favor. But she just wasn't really sure if Chen Qian would give her this opportunity or not. Her intuition told her that Chen Qian treated her differently from other women, and she didn't know if her intuition was faulty. Cheng Shuangshuang quickly told Chen Qian about Ruan Liu's dinner invitation. Chen Qian didn't want to pay any attention to it, but he soon agreed. Ruan Liu was probably looking for him for Wang Tang's matter, and since someone was treating him to dinner, it would be for nothing if he didn't go, and it would end up being Ruan Liu's treat anyway. Even Cheng Shuangshuang felt a bit surprised. In fact, in the past few days, she also knew that Chen Qian was very busy. Every day there were many people who wanted to see Chen Qian, and even more people who wanted to treat him to dinner, but she had never seen Chen Qian agree. But Chen Qian actually agreed to have dinner with Ruan Liu. Could it be that Chen Qian really had a crush on Ruan Liu? Ruan Liu was really good looking, so it's understandable that Chen Qian is attracted to Ruan Liu. Or is it that Chen Qian is actually Chen Mo? So Chen Qian wants to take care of Ruan Liu? If that was the case, it all made sense. You don't need to look at me with this kind of eyes. Isn't it normal for me to say yes when someone invites me to dinner? Chen Qian said somewhat helplessly. Mr. Chen, you didn't say yes to all those people who invited you to dinner before. Why did you say yes to Lu Ruyan's invitation to dinner alone? Cheng Shuangshuang originally did not intend to ask, but this question had been troubling her, and if she did not ask it out, it would make it difficult for her to sleep or eat. I naturally have my arrangements. Chen Qian smiled. You only need to tell her that I will inform her of the time and place of the dinner invitation when the time comes. Okay Mr. Chen. Cheng Shuangshuang nodded. No matter what, Chen Qian's willingness to agree to Ruan Liu's request for a dinner invitation was already considered very good news for Ruan Liu, and she could also be considered to be able to give Ruan Liu an explanation. Right. Remember to call Yan Rushue together when the time comes, Chen Qian said somewhat wistfully. Understood. Cheng Shuangshuang could only nod her head once again. She did not know what kind of medicine Chen Qian's gourd was selling. You go out first. I'll inform you of the time and place when the time comes. Chen Qian faintly just struck his hand. How meaningless it was for two people to eat. If you want to eat, you should eat with three people. That would be interesting, and that was why he had to bring Yan Rushue with him. Chen Qian had just dealt with the matters at hand when Lu Wenman's phone call came over. Hey, Wenman, what's up? Chen Qian had no choice but to answer the call. Brother-in-law, I've encountered some trouble at school. Is it convenient for you to come over? Lu Wenman said over the phone. From her voice, it was not hard to hear that she seemed to be in a great hurry. Alright, send me the address. I'll come over right away. With that, Chen Qian directly hung up the phone. Shortly after hanging up, Chen Qian received the address from Lu Wenman. Mr. Chen, are you going out? Seeing Chen Qian walk out from inside the office, Cheng Shuangshuang couldn't help but ask. Yes, I'm going out. Chen Qian nodded. Do you need me to accompany you? Cheng Shuangshuang asked. No need. During the time I'm going out, you keep an eye on the company site for me first. After instructing Cheng Shuangshuang, Chen Qian quickly left the door. Chapter 27, I have a boyfriend. Not long after, Chen Qian also arrived at Nanjiang University, and at this time, within a square at Nanjiang University, Lu Wenmin and the others had already been surrounded by people. Su Mingkai, are you sick? I've told you many times that I don't like you. Are you unable to understand human language? Lu Wenmin was furious. It was just that Su Mingkai had been pestering her in the past, but now he had to chase her to her school, and even surrounded her in front of her classmates, which made her very upset. Lu Wenmin, my patience is limited. You'd better not challenge my patience. It's your good fortune that I can take a liking to you. I advise you that you'd better not be ungrateful. Su Mingkai was very angry. Su Mingkai had countless women in his sights. Every single one of them was hard to escape his clutches. Only Lu Wenmin was the only one who was soft and hard to resist, and he had no way to do so, so he used this method to force Lu Wenmin to give in. Su Mingkai, I'll say it again for the last time. I don't like you means I don't like you. It's useless for you to pester me anymore. Moreover, my boyfriend will be here soon. If you don't want to be beaten into a pig's head by him, you'd better get out of my way. Lu Wenmin drank in a cold voice. You have a boyfriend? Su Mingkai's face was very ugly. Damn it, when did you get a boyfriend and who is he? What he cared about was not whether Lu Wenmin had a boyfriend or not. What he cared about was whether Lu Wenmin was still a virgin or not. After all, Lu Wenmin hadn't had a boyfriend before, and now that a boyfriend had suddenly appeared, it was no wonder that he would be so upset. He pursued Lu Wenmin for such a long time. Lu Wenmin did not agree to his pursuit as just, now also behind his back to have a boyfriend. How can he tolerate it? No matter who Lu Wenmin's boyfriend was, he definitely had to teach this brat who didn't know the height of heaven a good lesson. His Lu Wenmin's woman dared to move, simply living with impatience. This you don't need to care. In short, it has nothing to do with you. You quickly get out of the way. Otherwise don't blame him for being impolite to you. Lu Wenmin said viciously. Being impolite to me? I'm still afraid that he wouldn't dare to come. Su Mingkai didn't take Lu Wenmin's words to heart at all. He was a direct descendant of the Su family, and his brother was the future heir of the Su family. The Su family was the leading company in Nanjiang province. In terms of capital, he had never been afraid of anyone yet. Since he was a child, no matter how much trouble he caused, his brother was able to help him out. So he had long since developed an arrogant and domineering character, coupled with his own identity. The entire South River province, there really aren't many people who dare to mess with him. As long as Lu Wenmin's boyfriend dares to come, he must break Lu Wenmin's boyfriend's legs. Sorry, I'm late. Just at this time, Chen Qian also walked over. Brother-in-law, you've finally come. Lu Wenmin smiled as she walked over towards Chen Qian. In front of Su Mingkai, Lu Wenmin unashamedly took Chen Qian's arm. You're Lu Wenmin's boyfriend? Su Mingkai couldn't help but glare at Chen Qian. Boyfriend? Chen Qian was a bit confused. When did he become Lu Wenmin's boyfriend? Brother-in-law, Zhanghu saved the day. Can you just save me? Lu Wenmin clasped her hands together and kept bowing to Chen Qian. I can help you, but you have to at least let me know what's going on. Chen Qian said somewhat helplessly. He didn't want to become Lu Wenmin's boyfriend in a haphazard manner, and looking at Su Mingkai's meaning, it seemed that he didn't intend to let Lu Wenmin off easily. Brother-in-law, it's like this. Lu Wenmin had no choice but to tell the story one by one. Only then did Chen Qian understand. So it was Su Mingkai who had failed to pursue Lu Wenmin and wanted to come on hard. Wenmin, can this boyfriend of yours work or not? If it really doesn't work, let's call the police. The girl beside Lu Wenmin said. Yeah, this is a school after all. Forgive them for not daring to mess around. Another girl said. They were all Lu Wenmin's classmates. Their body and face value naturally didn't need to be said much. After all, they were all college students, both young and beautiful, and they were also very good at dressing up. Calling the police. You guys even want to call the police? Let me tell you, it's useless even if you call the police. The police can't save you. This matter originally has nothing to do with you guys. If you want to be safe and sound, you guys better listen obediently. Su Mingkai couldn't help but coldly snort. Even if these people really called the police, he was not afraid. The Su family held a place in Nanjiang province. As long as he didn't take things too far, even the officials would have to give their Su family a few points. A few people just wanted to call the police. But where would Su Mingkai give them the opportunity to do so? Directly snatching the cell phones of several people over. Talking to you guys? You can't hear me, right? Su Mingkai directly shattered and stomped on several people's cell phones. He didn't bring fear at all. Several people were so angry that they couldn't speak. They never expected Su Mingkai to be so savage. You'd better be good and obedient. I'll guarantee that you'll be safe from each other. As for your cell phones, I'll compensate you tenfold. But if you still want to continue to go against me, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Su Mingkai made a wink towards the bodyguard beside him, and the bodyguard immediately understood and walked over towards the several people, his eyes incomparably ferocious. Seeing this scene, a few people were instantly stunned. They were after all college students. They had never been out in society. Where had they experienced this kind of scene? Su Mingkai, are you sick? I've told you that I have a boyfriend. What else do you want? Lu Wenman was very angry. These people were her classmates. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I don't care if you have a boyfriend or not. If you don't agree to go out with me today, no one can leave today. Su Mingkai was very domineering. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Wenman couldn't help but curse. Although she was very unhappy in her heart, she couldn't do anything about such a scoundrel like Su Mingkai. Not only did Su Mingkai rely on the fact that he had a lot of people, but he also had the Su family behind him to back him up. And ordinary people couldn't afford to mess with Su Mingkai at all. To be honest, she was beginning to regret a bit that she shouldn't have involved Chen Qian. Lu Wenman, don't think that if you casually find a white boy to save the day, I'll let you off easily. If you don't agree to go out with me today, it's useless even if the god of heaven comes. Su Mingkai pressed step by step. Brother-in-law, why don't you go back first? Lu Wenman said with some concern. It seemed that Su Mingkai was really getting serious. If Chen Qian continued to stay, she was afraid that Su Mingkai would be unfavorable to Chen Qian. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can harm you. Chen Qian gently patted Lu Wenman's shoulder, signaling that Lu Wenman did not need to worry about him. Brother-in-law, this Su Mingkai is an asshole. I'm afraid he'll really mess around. Lu Wenman was still a little worried. Chapter 28, Go apologize to young Master Chen. It's fine. I'll take care of it. Chen Qian smiled, then walked towards Su Mingkai. What? Want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness for me? Su Mingkai said with a brutal face. I'm telling you, Lu Wenman, she's my woman. You little punk, you dare to steal a woman from me? Bang! Chen Qian slammed his fist on Su Mingkai's face. You dare to hit me? Su Mingkai was somewhat in disbelief. Ever since he was a child, other than his brother, no one really dared to hit him with their hands. Bang! Chen Qian once again slammed his fist on Su Mingkai's face. What are you guys waiting for? Get him killed for me. Su Mingkai was enraged. Chen Qian's 2 punches had caused his nose to bleed all over the place. How had he ever been humiliated like this? Don't even move, or I'll get him killed. Chen Qian kicked Su Mingkai to the ground, then ruthlessly choked Su Mingkai's neck. At this moment, he was only one person, and if he really had to move, he might not be able to get too much of a bargain. Seeing Su Mingkai fall into Chen Qian's hands at this moment, Su Mingkai's bodyguards obviously did not dare to act rashly. How dare you do this to me? You're wasted. Do you know who my brother is? Su Mingkai said with a face full of anger. Who is your brother? Chen Qian couldn't help but be a little curious. My brother is Su Rui's, the future heir of the Su family. Su Mingkai said with a proud face. His identity was already extraordinary, coupled with his brother's relationship, so it had nurtured his usual lawless character. No matter how much trouble he had caused, his brother would be able to find a way to help him out, and this was his capital. Su Rui's is your brother? Chen Qian was a little surprised, but not completely surprised. He guessed that Su Mingkai should be someone from the Su family, otherwise Su Mingkai wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant and domineering. It was just that he didn't expect Su Mingkai's own brother to actually be Su Rui's. To be honest, Chen Qian and Su Rui's is not particularly familiar, but they have met before in the real estate auction. Su Rui's at that time also showed him goodwill to come, did not expect Su Mingkai than his brother, usually more arrogant. Sure enough, what kind of older brother has what kind of younger brother? No wonder Su Mingkai is not afraid of the world. The original Su Mingkai behind the back of Su Rui's support. How about it? No to be afraid? Su Mingkai was very proud. The entire South River province. I'm afraid no one doesn't know his brother. His brother is not only the future heir of the Su family, but also has a very big reputation. Most of the Su family's business is handled by his brother. Su Rui's is actually your brother. In that case, things are good. Chen Qian smiled blandly. Call your brother and tell him to come over immediately. You're asking me to call my brother? Su Mingkai was a bit disbelieving. It would be fine if Chen Qian did not know his true identity before, but now that he had told Chen Qian all about his true identity, Chen Qian even dared to ask him to call his brother, when it was really asking for death. Cut the crap. Are you going to fight or not? Chen Qian raised the fist in his hand once again. Since you want to find death so badly, I'll just fulfill you. Su Mingkai took out his cell phone and then also dialed Su Rui's number. What is it? On the other side of the phone, Su Rui's couldn't help but frown. For this younger brother of his, Su Rui's was definitely very loving, only that this younger brother of his didn't get into a lot of trouble on weekdays, and it was only every time he encountered something he couldn't solve that he would think of calling him. Brother, I'm being bullied. You quickly come over to save me. Su Mingkai said hurriedly. Don't be in a hurry. Tell me the location. I'll come over right away. Su Rui's then hung up the phone. You wait, my brother will be here soon. When he arrives, he will definitely make you suffer. Su Mingkai said viciously. Where did you get so much nonsense? Was the beating not enough? Chen Qian once again raised his fist and smashed down towards the bridge of Su Mingkai's nose. The painful Su Mingkai wailed. It wasn't long before Su Rui's also came over in a hurry. Who bullied my brother? Su Ruai said with a face full of anger. His Su Rui's younger brother was not something that anyone could bully, no matter who the other party was. He had to remove one of the other party's legs today. It's me, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Only then did Su Rui's notice Chen Qian next to him. The moment he saw Chen Qian, Su Ruai suddenly had a bad feeling. Brother, save me. Right at this moment, Su Mingkai also let out a cry for help. Young Master Chen. Su Rui's couldn't help but widen his eyes. Su Rui's, long time no see. Chen Qian kicked Su Mingkai to Su Rui's side. Brother, it's him, he's the one who bullied me. Su Mingkai pointed at Chen Qian and said, shut up. Su Rui's gave Su Mingkai a backhanded slap. Brother, what are you hitting me for? Su Mingkai had a face of aggression and incomprehension. If you dare to speak again, I'll have someone cut out your tongue. Su Rui's turned around and glared at Su Mingkai, frightening Su Mingkai to hastily shut his mouth. He had rarely seen Su Rui's look so fearful on a regular basis. He couldn't figure out what exactly Su Rui's was afraid of. With the power of the Su family in Nanjiang province, who else could make Su Rui's so fearful? Young Master Chen, isn't there some kind of misunderstanding between this? Su Rui's took a deep breath. He understood very well in his heart that if this matter was not handled well, the entire Su family would be implicated as a result. Although the Su family was able to make a fuss in Nanjiang province, but if it was really compared to a behemoth like the Chen family in the capital, it was definitely not enough to look at. The fact that Chen Qian was able to easily take out $30 billion to invest was enough to explain everything. At least he couldn't come up with so much money at the moment. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I'm afraid that's something I'll have to ask your brother. Chen Qian said expressionlessly. What's going on? Su Rui's viciously glared at Su Mingkai. Brother, Su Mingkai stammered, not knowing what to say. Seeing Su Mingkai's appearance, Su Rui's quickly knew the circumstances of the matter. Needless to say, this must be Su Mingkai ghost. He knows too much about his younger brother. His younger brother in the weekdays. He is just to turn a blind eye. After all, the entire Nanjiang province has never been he cannot handle things, but Su Mingkai's guts are too big. Actually dared to provoke to Chen Qian's head. Who is Chen Qian? That is the person of the Chen family in the capital. And even if Chen Qian is not the person of the Chen family in the capital, the person who can take out $30 billion at once, can he be an ordinary person? Using his head to think all no. Chen Qian's identity is not ordinary. The capital city Chen family is not a vain name. That is enough to wrestle with the penguin beaver's existence. Snap. Without saying a word, Su Rui's directly slapped Su Mingkai's face. Go make amends and apologize to young Master Chen. Chapter 29, Don't hit on my brother-in-law. Brother? Su Mingkai had some difficulty believing it. He had called Su Rui's here to back him up, not to let Su Rui's teach him a lesson. I told you to apologize to young Master Chen. Don't you understand human language? Su Rui's slapped Su Mingkai's face once again. This time, Su Mingkai finally reacted. Even Su Rui's was so respectful to Chen Qian, indicating that Chen Qian's identity was definitely not ordinary. He had actually provoked such a big shot. No wonder his brother would hit him with his hands. Young Master Chen, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You're a big man, don't be so general with me. Su Mingkai grimaced and had to bow his head towards Chen Qian. Apologizing is not necessary, but you smashed so many things. You have to show some sincerity, right? Chen Qian said with narrowed eyes. Whether Su Mingkai apologized or not was not something he cared much about. Anyway, he had beaten them all. After this incident, Su Mingkai probably wouldn't dare to harass Lu Wenman again. Young Master Chen, this matter is all my brother's fault. There is $1 million in this card. It is considered a little bit of our brother's intentions. Please make sure that young Master Chen accepts it. Su Rui's walked forward very awkwardly. Aha! Chen Qian nodded, then took the bank card. Money given for nothing, don't take it for nothing. And if he didn't take it, Su Rui's wouldn't necessarily be at ease. Just as Chen Qian thought. Seeing Chen Qian accept the bank card, Su Rui's couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. $1 million was nothing to someone like him, and if he could resolve the grudge between him and Chen Qian with $1 million, he instead felt it was worth it. $1 million? He could earn it back if he thought of a way, but if he offended the Chen family because of this, then it would really be more than worth it. Just think of it as breaking the bank to get rid of the disaster. Spending $1 million to be able to buy peace. This was already the best outcome. Young Master Chen, then I won't bother you anymore, Su Rui's said with a smile, then also turned to leave. Su Rui's had left. Su Mingkai naturally didn't dare to stay longer and hurriedly chased after him. Brother, who exactly is he? Su Mingkai couldn't help but be a little curious. He had never seen Su Rui's being so polite to anyone before. which caused him to have a hint of doubt about Chen Qian's identity. Don't ask. He's an existence you can't afford to mess with. Su Ruai shook his head. Other people Su Mingkai would have messed with, but Chen Qian was different. Chen Qian was not something Su Mingkai could afford to mess with, and this matter today was considered to have taught Su Mingkai a lesson. Brother, you just called him young Master Chen. Could it be that he is a member of the Chen family in the capital? Su Mingkai also seemed to have guessed Chen Qian's true identity. Although he was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. There were many people with the surname Chen, but I'm afraid that the only people who could make Su Ruai so respectful were the capital city Chen family. It's good that you know. Su Ruai's nodded. Don't you go messing with him in the future. It seemed that this younger brother of his wasn't as dumb as he thought. He was actually able to guess Chen Qian's true identity in one go. In fact, he didn't want to tell Su Mingkai about this, but since Su Mingkai guessed it out himself, there was nothing for him to hide. Brother, don't worry. In the future, I will absolutely stay far away from him, Su Mingkai hurriedly assured. It was just as well that he didn't know Chen Qian's identity before, but now that he already knew, it was naturally impossible for him to go back to settle scores with Chen Qian. Brother-in-law, you're awesome. After Su Ruai's and Su Mingkai left, Lu Wenman couldn't help but applaud. When Chen Qian married his sister, she had guessed that Chen Qian was not an ordinary person, and sure enough, she was still right. Alright, are you alright? Chen Qian could not help but worry. Brother-in-law, I'm fine, Lu Wenman said with a smile, her gaze towards Chen Qian filled with admiration. Wenman, who is this person? At this time, Lu Wenman's classmate also walked over. He's my brother-in-law, who just divorced my sister not long ago, Lu Wenman introduced. Wenman, does your brother-in-law have a girlfriend? A few people couldn't help but ask. Chen Qian was so handsome and had such status, they wouldn't care even if he was divorced. I know what you guys are thinking, but don't hit on him, he's my boyfriend now, Lu Wenman said with a pout. In order to declare her sovereignty, Lu Wenman purposely pulled Chen Qian to her side and held Chen Qian's arm. Originally, a few people had other thoughts about Chen Qian, but seeing Lu Wenman's move, they too had to dismiss the idea. Cough cough. Wenman, stop talking nonsense. When did I become your boyfriend? Chen Qian was somewhat speechless. It was just that this girl was bull asterisk 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 ting at home on weekdays, but now she was going to bull asterisk 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 ting outside, and she didn't know to pay attention to the impact. I'm not bull asterisk 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 ting. It's all a matter of time anyway, Lu Wenman said with a haughty face. Alright, you take this card, take it and buy cell phones for your classmates. Chen Qian couldn't help but shake his head. To Lu Wenman, he really didn't have a clue. Just now, Su Mingkai had broken Lu Wenman's classmate's cell phone, which was why he had to take this card. Thank you brother-in-law. I knew that brother-in-law is the best for me. Lu Wenman was very excited to receive the bank card. Although she was Lu Ruyan's younger sister, Lu Ruyan usually didn't give her much pocket money in order to prevent her from spending money recklessly. Now that she had $1 million in her hand, after removing the cost of buying cell phones for her classmates, he should have quite a bit left over, and she would be able to buy Chen Qian a gift as a token of her appreciation at that time. After all, Chen Qian had given her quite a few gifts before. She naturally had to show her appreciation, only that her living expenses had not been much. Now she could finally buy Chen Qian a decent gift. Don't spend recklessly, Chen Qian said somewhat helplessly. After all, Lu Wenman was a college student who had yet to enter society, and she didn't want Lu Wenman to become the kind of woman who worshipped gold. Brother-in-law, just don't worry. It's not like you don't know what kind of person I am. I won't spend recklessly, Lu Wenman said with a smile. Aha! Chen Qian nodded slightly. At this point, Lu Wenman and her sister Lu Ruyan were still somewhat different. Although Lu Wenman was a college student, Lu Wenman was very clear about what she wanted. In fact, Lu Wenman herself did not have too many shortcomings. She just liked to make fun of herself. But Chen Qian was also unwilling to be general with Lu Ruyan. Brother-in-law, why don't I treat you to dinner? After bidding farewell to her classmates, Lu Wenman also said with a smile. Dinner is not necessary. I still have things to do later. Chen Qian shook his head and said, that won't do. You must accompany me for dinner today. Otherwise I'll get angry. Lu Wenman hugged Chen Qian to death, not allowing Chen Qian to leave. Chapter 30, It's a blessing to be able to eat. Quickly loosen up. It's not good for people to see you like this. Chen Qian could not help but frown. He was, after all, Lu Wenman's brother-in-law, and even if he and Lu Ruyan were already divorced, he didn't want others to misunderstand. I won't let go unless you promise to eat with me. Lu Wenman was still stalking him. Fine, I promise okay. Chen Qian was also somewhat helpless. I knew that brother-in-law is the best for me. Only then was Lu Wenman satisfied and released Chen Qian. Eating with you is fine, but you also have to promise me a condition, Chen Qian said with a helpless face. Alright, brother-in-law, you say it, no matter what condition, I'll promise you, Lu Wenman said without hesitation. Don't tell your sister about today's matter first, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Don't worry, brother-in-law, I'm not going to tell her. Who let her usually look down on you? Let her slowly regret it, Lu Wenman said with a haughty face. Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan have been married for 3 years. Lu Ruyan has seen how she treats Chen Qian in these 3 years. She really feels unworthy for Chen Qian, since Lu Ruyan can't look up to Chen Qian. Of course, she won't tell Chen Qian's real identity to Lu Ruyan, so Lu Ruyan will slowly regret it. She was sure that Ruyan Lu's intestines would be green with regret when she knew Chen Qian's true identity. You really can't do anything about you. Chen Qian pinched Lu Wenman's cheeks hard. Actually, Chen Qian's relationship with Lu Wenman was quite good. Otherwise Lu Wenman wouldn't have thought of calling him the first time after the accident. For this sister-in-law of his, Chen Qian was more helpless. He and Lu Ruyan married for 3 years, silently pay for 3 years, but Lu Ruyan in the heart did not look up to him. On the contrary, he is this sister-in-law. Never look down on him. Brother-in-law, there is a new restaurant near our school. The flavor is very good. You definitely haven't tasted it. I'll take you there now. Under Lu Wenman's leadership, Chen Qian quickly arrived at the restaurant Lu Wenman had mentioned. Although the time Chen Qian came with Lu Wenman was already considered very early, it was still filled with people, so it was evident that the business of this restaurant was indeed good. Hello handsome boys and girls, today is our store's promotion day. All consumption can be fully reduced. The higher the consumption, the more reduction. If it's a couple, the consumption will be halved. The waitress at the door smiled and asked, handsome ladies, may I ask if you want full reduction or half reduction for couples? Half off for couples, Lu Wenman blurted out. If you want half off for couples, please also ask the 2 handsome ladies to prove their couple status? The waiter continued to smile. No problem, Lu Wenman said. Not only did she hold Chen Qian's hand in front of the waiter, she also gave Chen Qian a hard kiss on the cheek. May I ask if this is okay? Chen Qian clearly hadn't reacted at this point. There is still one last step left. Please also ask the 2 handsome ladies to leave a group photo in this store. This photo will always remain in this store. The 2 handsome ladies have no opinion, right? The waiter asked again. No problem, Lu Wenman said without hesitation. Handsome boy, what about you? The waiter said as he looked towards Chen Qian. Let's just forget about it. A regular full reduction will do. Chen Qian couldn't help but shake his head. Don't brother-in-law. It's just about the last step. Just think of it as helping me save money, okay? Lu Wenman begged bitterly. Forget it, just shoot it, Chen Qian said helplessly. He really couldn't stand this pathetic look of Lu Wenman. Yay, brother-in-law, I knew you were the best for me, Lu Wenman said with a face full of excitement. 2 handsome ladies, please stand closer. Yes, it's to be so close. The waiter picked up the Polaroid on the table and helped Chen Qian and Lu Wenman take a good picture. Handsome ladies, here are the extra photos. You guys can also take them if you want. The waiter immediately washed the photos and then selected one to hang on the wall. Give it to me, thanks. Lu Wenman immediately took the photo over. It had to be said that the shot did have that couple's feeling. Handsome ladies, this is your menu number. You just need to go to your table and order normally. The waiter handed over the menu number. Chen Qian and Lu Wenman were lucky and happened to draw a seat that was more to the side. The 2 had just sat down, and Lu Wenman couldn't wait to start ordering. This and this and this. In less than a minute, Lu Wenman had already ordered 5 or 6 dishes. Ordering so many, can you finish eating alone? Chen Qian couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Brother-in-law, do you think I'm eating too much? Lu Wenman hurriedly explained. I've been growing my body lately. Usually I can't eat that much. You can pull it off. Usually I don't see you eating less. Chen Qian cried and laughed a little. Usually, when Lu Wenman was free, she would choose to come to Lu Ruyan's house as a guest, and he was well aware of Lu Wenman's meal quantity. But strangely enough, although Lu Wenman ate a lot, her figure was still maintained very well, belonging to the kind of physique that couldn't be fattened by any amount of eating. Brother-in-law, are you making fun of me? Lu Wenman said with some anger. That's not because brother-in-law, your cooking is too delicious. I can't help it. Besides, being able to eat is a blessing. I'm only 18 years old. It's normal to eat more, right? Every time he went to Lu Ruyan's house as a guest, Lu Wenman was able to dry 3 big bowls by herself. There were times when Chen Qian wondered if Lu Wenman was purposely going to Lu Ruyan's house to dry the rice. That's why he went to Lu Ruyan's house as a guest. Fine. I'm wrong alright. I'll never talk about you again. Seeing that Lu Wenman seemed to be really angry, Chen Qian could only take the initiative to admit his mistake. In fact, what Lu Wenman said was also right. Lu Wenman was indeed still in the stage of growing her body. Eating a little more was nothing. Compared to those soft and weak girls, Chen Qian still preferred Lu Wenman's slightly chubby type of girls. Although Lu Wenman usually ate a lot, she also exercised a lot. That's why she could keep her figure so well. Lu Wenman's kind of figure was something that many people couldn't envy. Brother-in-law, do you want to order 2 dishes as well? Lu Wenman immediately handed the menu to Chen Qian. I won't order. You just watch. Chen Qian shook his head. He was supposed to accompany Lu Wenman for dinner, and he himself wasn't really too hungry, so he could just deal with a couple bites at random. I'll be polite then. Lu Wenman ordered 2 more dishes before letting the waiter start serving the food. As soon as the food was served, Lu Wenman couldn't wait to start moving. The 2 of them had just reached the halfway point of eating when they saw Lu Ruyan and Wang Tong walk in. Why are they together? Lu Wenman was very angry. After half a day, it turned out that Ruan Liu divorced Chen Qian because of Wang Tang. Chapter 31, you guys really don't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Lu Ruyan obviously didn't expect to meet Chen Qian and Lu Wenman here. She had wanted to bring Wang Tong over here for a meal, and then go to school to visit Lu Wenman, but it turned out that she would meet Chen Qian and Lu Wenman inside the restaurant. Wenman, how could you be with him? Lu Ruyan said with a frown. If you can be with him, why can't I be with my brother-in-law? Lu Wenman said with a beak. Can it be the same? You are still a student and should prioritize your studies. Lu Ruyan was a little upset and said, not to mention, he is your brother-in-law. She didn't oppose Lu Wenman falling in love. It was just that she really couldn't accept Lu Wenman being with Chen Qian. Chen Qian was her ex-husband while Lu Wenman was her younger sister. There was no way that she would allow such a thing to happen. He hasn't been my brother-in-law for a long time now. You guys have been divorced for a long time now, haven't you? Lu Wenman said without the slightest fear. Even if I divorced him, he is still your brother-in-law. There are so many men under the sky. Why do you have to pick him? The more Ruan Liu spoke, the angrier she became. It wasn't true that Chen Qian was very good, but Chen Qian was his ex-husband after all, and he didn't want Lu Wenman to dig her heels in. My brother-in-law is so good. Isn't it normal for me to pick him? Do you think anyone is like you? For a man who once abandoned him, even his own husband? Lu Wenman said without mercy. Wenman, you. Seeing that she couldn't say no, Lu Ruyan slapped her face towards Lu Wenman, but Chen Qian would not let her have her way. He directly reached out and grabbed Lu Ruyan's wrist. Ruan Liu, you've almost got it. There was more disgust in Chen Qian's eyes. Lu Wenman hadn't said anything wrong in the first place. Lu Ruyan even hit Lu Wenman, even though Lu Ruyan was Lu Wenman's older sister. But would he let Lu Wenman be aggrieved in front of him? Chen Mo, it's none of your business if I discipline your sister? Lu Ruyan said in annoyance. For the first time, she saw loathing in Chen Qian's eyes, and in the past, Chen Qian was all love and affection for her, which made her lose her mind for an instant. It's not true that she's your sister, but she's not your puppet. As long as she's still willing to recognize me as her brother-in-law, I'll naturally stand up for her. Chen Qian said expressionlessly. Chen Mo, I originally thought that what I told you at that time was clear enough. It turns out that this was the idea you were playing with. Are you that reluctant to leave our Lu family that you have to flatter our Lu family? Lu Ruyan burst into a rage. First her parents, and now her sister. She and Chen Qian had already divorced, but Chen Qian still refused to let her family go. After all, Chen Qian still couldn't let go of this identity of the Lu family's son-in-law, and wanted to join the luxurious family. I flatter your Lu family? Chen Qian was exasperated and laughed. Lu Ruyan, do you know what you are trying to say? Of course I know. If you are not trying to flatter our Lu family, why are you even sparing my family? Ruan Liu questioned loudly. It has nothing to do with brother-in-law. I was the one who called him over. Lu Wenman stepped forward and said, Wenman, you're still young. There are many things you don't understand. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shake her head. Firstly, I'm not young anymore. I'm an adult. Secondly, I don't care who you're with. And likewise, you don't care who I'm with. Lu Wenman grabbed Chen Qian's hand in front of Lu Ruyan's face to death. You. Lu Ruyan was so angry that she was speechless. She could only look at Chen Qian who was on the side. Chen Mo. Earlier it was me who underestimated you. The reason why you're pestering my family is that you don't just want my money. So just say a number directly. There are many things that can't be bought with money. Chen Qian couldn't help but shake his head straight. Chen Mo, why are you being so hypocritical? If you're not doing it for money, why are you pestering my family? Ruan Liu pressed on step by step. That's right. What kind of things can't a money-minded person like you do? Wang Tang similarly stood out at this time. You guys, you really don't see the coffin. Chen Qian could not help but sigh. Ruan Liu and Wang Tang still thought that he was still the same Chen Mo from before. Unbeknownst to them, his identity had long since changed forever. Cut the crap and stay away from my sister. Or don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Ruyan said viciously. So what if I'm not polite? Chen Qian said in disbelief. Chen Mo, on account of us being husband and wife, don't force me. Ruan Liu unconsciously clenched her fists. If she and Chen Qian hadn't been married before, there was no way she would have objected to Lu Wenman's affair with Chen Qian. but it was precisely because she had been married to Chen Qian before that she wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Chen Qian was her ex-husband. Her actually wanted to be with her own sister. How could she stand this? How ridiculous. Don't make yourself sound so innocent. When did I ever force you? Chen Qian said with a cold face. From marriage to now, he has never forced Lu Ruyan anything. All of this is just Lu Ruyan's voluntary, including Lu Ruyan is bent on divorcing him. Seeing Chen Qian's unapologetic gaze, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little weak. Yes, you have never forced me, but Wenmin, she is my sister. You are with her. Have you considered my feelings? Why would I consider your feelings? Chen Qian said with an indifferent face. We are already divorced. What does your feelings have to do with me? Chen Mo. You. Ruan Liu didn't expect Chen Qian to be so determined. No matter what, it's impossible for me to agree to you guys being together. I don't care if you agree or not. Brother-in-law, I'm going to chase after you. Lu Wenmin stepped forward and held Chen Qian's hand. Brother-in-law, don't mind them. Let's go. Originally, she was in a good mood today, but the appearance of Ruan Liu and Wang Tang made her mood completely gone. Although Ruan Liu was her sister, it did not mean that she would agree with Ruan Liu's approach. Looking at the back of Chen Qian and Lu Wenmin's departure, Lu Ruyan did not have any temper at all. Originally she had planned to go to school to visit Lu Wenmin after dinner with Wang Tang, but now it seems that there is no need for this. Ruyan, don't be angry. Your sister doesn't understand anything at this age. When she grows up in the future, she will naturally understand that you are doing this for her own good. Wang Tang hurriedly stood out and said, it's not true that she doesn't understand anything, but Chen Mo, are you also a little girl who doesn't understand anything? Lu Ruyan was furious. Lu Wenmin was young and could understand nothing, but Chen Qian's age wasn't young. It was impossible for Chen Qian to understand nothing. Chen Qian knew that she minded this matter, yet Chen Qian still wanted to do this. It was obvious that Chen Qian didn't take her words to heart, especially that last sentence of Chen Qian's, made her feel incomparably chilled. The previous Chen Qian would never have said that kind of words to her. Ruan Liu didn't know what was wrong with her. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be angry, but ever since she divorced Chen Qian, she felt that her entire being had changed, especially on top of how she treated Chen Qian. She didn't seem to be as happy as she thought she would be. Chapter 32, The Great Injustice Seed Lu Ruyan. What bad luck. A good meal. Just let them spoil it. After coming out from the restaurant, Lu Wenmin still felt very angry. Although Ruan Liu was her sister, she did not agree with Ruan Liu's approach, especially on the matter of Ruan Liu divorcing Chen Qian. She had always been on Chen Qian's side. Ruan Liu not only divorced Chen Qian, but also got together with another man in such a short period of time. She felt a bit unworthy for Chen Qian. Alright, it's getting late. You should hurry back to school as well, Chen Qian said somewhat helplessly. He didn't think it was anything. This was the Lu Ruyan he knew. Lu Ruyan, but if she had half of Lu Wenmin's affection, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have divorced him. Alright then, brother-in-law, if you're free in the future, you must remember to come to school often to find me to play. Lu Wenmin reached out to greet Chen Qian, and then also returned to her school. And it didn't take long for Chen Qian to return to the blossoming shore as well. On the other side, Ruan Liu's meal with Wang Tang was actually not a pleasant one. Wang Tang had reminded her more than once that he wanted her to help him plead more in front of Chen Qian, and Ruan Liu could only agree to it for the time being. She can't even see Chen Qian's face now. How can she help Chen Qian plead for mercy? Although Chen Qian has promised to have dinner with her, but there is no clear time and place, she can only wait for news for the time being. As for whether to go to the other side of the blossom to personally find Chen Qian to ask, she is not without this thought, but she quickly dispelled this idea. Chen Qian willing to agree to have dinner with her, has been considered a very give her face. If she went to ask Chen Qian face to face, I'm afraid it will make Chen Qian very unhappy. The more this time, the more she had to be calm and collected. For the next 3 days, Chen Qian didn't contact Lu Ruyan, which made Lu Ruyan more and more anxious. Wang Tang had already urged her more than once, and she was also anxious, but Chen Qian didn't seem to be in any hurry at all, so Lu Ruyan could only wait. Finally, on the 4th day, Chen Shuangshuang contacted her. Shuang, is it true that young Master Chen has agreed to have dinner with me? As soon as she received Chen Shuangshuang's call, Lu Ruyan was incomparably excited. Yes, Chen Shuangshuang said over the phone. That's good. Send me the address. I'll go over right away. Ruan Liu hung up the phone in excitement. It didn't take long before she had driven to the Hentaing restaurant. As the most prestigious top restaurant in Nanjiang province, Hentaing restaurant could be considered a household name. Except that Hentaing restaurant had always only entertained VIPs, and it was still practicing the membership system. Only the VIPs of Hentaing restaurant were qualified to dine at the restaurant. As for the restaurant on the top floor, only the top users were able to enter. and the entrance fee alone was as high as hundreds of thousands of dollars, not to mention the consumption in it. Ruan Liu had just been informed that Chen Qian was currently dining on the top floor, so she quickly walked up. Although the Henteing restaurant was expensive, the service and the scenery were really nothing to write home about. Ruan Liu had just arrived at the top floor and realized that the entire floor had been wrapped up by Chen Qian. Regardless of which restaurant can be a private room, Henteing restaurant is of course no exception, but the cost of Henteing restaurant private room will be much higher than other restaurants, at least a few million to start, and this is only the minimum, not including the waiter's tips and ordering fees. Ruan Liu remembers very clearly, she had said that she would invite Chen Qian to dinner. All the consumption today should naturally be counted on her head. Such a big show, without a few tens of millions of dollars simply cannot come down. Thinking that she would have to spend tens of millions of dollars to invite Chen Qian to dinner, her heart could not help but bleed. But thinking that if she could thus make good friends with Chen Qian, and by the way help Wang Tang solve his problems, her heart seemed to feel a lot better. But when Lu Ruyan actually entered the room, she was completely dumbfounded. There was actually someone else in the room besides Chen Qian, and this person was no one else but Yan Ruxue, who had worked with her that day. Looks like I came at a bad time, Ruan Liu said with great embarrassment. No, you came at the right time. Chen Qian waved towards Ruan Liu. A great ingrate like Ruan Liu could not be seen often. Wasn't Ruan Liu going to treat him to dinner? It just so happened that he had something to talk to Yan Ruxue about. Letting Ruan Liu pay the bill was most appropriate. Young Master Chen, Mr. Yan. Ruan Liu could only force out a smile. She had thought that Chen Qian was having dinner with her alone, but she didn't realize that Chen Qian actually had a date with someone else, and it was as if she was like a clown who could only stand on the sidelines. General Manager Liu, there's no need to be so formal. You're the one treating us to dinner today. What's the point of being so polite? Chen Qian greeted Lu Ruyan and sat down, but Lu Ruyan felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She felt as if she was a big wrong seed. Chen Qian was looking for Yan Ruxue to do business, but called her to pay the bill, but she ran her ass over. What was she if not a big wrong seed? Mr. Liu, thank you indeed. Originally I was planning to treat young Master Chen to dinner, but since Mr. Liu insisted on paying the bill, then I won't grab it from you, Yan Ruxue said with a smile. She could talk business with Chen Qian and not have to pay the bill at the same time. Such a good thing. She naturally begged for it. Originally, she had planned to pay the bill later, but now it was good that Ruan Liu was here. Having Ruan Liu to help her pay the bill was equivalent to saving her a lot of money. It should be. Ruan Liu could only say. If she had known that Chen Qian was looking for her in order for her to pay the bill, she wouldn't have come. Now that she hadn't even said a few words to Chen Qian and had lost tens of millions of dollars first, she felt like she had lost money to her grandma's house. However, if she said that the words were out and the water splashed out, how could she have thought that Chen Qian would come to this kind of high-grade place to spend money, and also specially chartered the venue? That's just it. Can't give up the child to lasso the wolf. But it's just that Chen Qian also wanted to take Yan Ruxue with him. Obviously, she was the one who had invited the guests to dinner, but Chen Qian was talking back and forth with Yan Ruxue, instead leaving her, the one who had invited the guests, to hang out to the side. Young Master Chen, where were we just talking about? Yan Ruxue suddenly said. Oh, I remember. You said that you're going to spend $10 billion to create a large-scale business district over at the east side of the city, right? That's right, that's what I'm thinking. Chen Qian nodded. He did hold this idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a high price to auction off that piece of land in the east of the city. Young Master Chen, I think this is a very good idea of yours. I think how about this? How about you leave this matter to our Yan family? Yan Ruxue smiled and said, I wouldn't dare to say anything else, but in Jianghai City, my Yan family still has some thin skin. If you leave this matter to our Yan family to take charge of, I guarantee that you will be free of worries. Alright, then it's a deal. Your Yan family, I'm still relatively assured. Chen Qian nodded. Hearing these words, Ruan Liu's entire body was dumbfounded. A $10 billion project. Chen Qian just handed it over to Ruxue Yan? Chapter 33, a meal cost Ruan Liu $12 million. That was a whole $10 billion. Was Chen Qian so rash? Young Master Chen, in fact, our Liu family can also help. Ruan Liu hurriedly spoke. With an investment of $10 billion, it was not a big problem to create a large-scale commercial area, and after removing the labor costs and materials, there should still be quite a bit of oil and water to be gained, which was why Ruan Liu was in such a hurry. Not only can the Yan family help Chen Qian complete this matter, their Liu family can do the same. In Jianghai City, the strength of the Liu family is not inferior to the Yan family. Hearing Ruan Liu open her mouth, Yan Ruxue couldn't help but start to get nervous. The whole $10 billion, it was normal for Ruan Liu to want to compete with her. Such a big project, it was hard to say who Chen Qian would give it to in the end. Of course, she would definitely prefer Chen Qian to give this project to their Yan family. However, it was as if Chen Qian hadn't heard Ruan Liu's words, and seeing that Chen Qian was unmoved, Yan Rushua couldn't help but smile slightly. Come, young Master Chen, I'll give you a toast. Yan Rushua took advantage of the fact that she was pouring Chen Qian a glass of wine, and couldn't wait to press her body against Chen Qian's. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames. Yan Rushua was a typical beauty trick. Remembering her previous encounters, Lu Ruyan suddenly had a worry that she didn't know if Chen Qian would agree to Yan Rushua because of this. After all, Yan Rushua's face value was not inferior to hers. Right, Lu? You invited me for dinner today. Is there something you want? Chen Qian looked up at Ruan Liu. Young Master Chen, in fact, I invited you to dinner today to specifically express my gratitude. Thank you for investing in our Liu family. Ruan Liu hurriedly said. Mr. Liu, in fact, this 1 billion is nothing to me at all, to whom it is not given, so you don't even need to come to thank me specifically. Chen Qian smiled bashfully. Does General Manager Liu have anything else? No, no more, Ruan Liu said with her head lowered. In fact, she wanted to help Wang Tang plead for mercy, but in front of Yan Rushua, she really couldn't open her mouth. If there's nothing else, you can go out and get the order first. I have other business to talk about with Mr. Yan. Chen Qian laughed softly. This, Lu Ruyan's face was very ugly. It was hard to believe that the reason why Chen Qian had called her here was really for her to pay the bill. Chen Qian was talking business with Yan Rushua. Why would he let her pay for the bill? Even if he wanted to pay for the bill, it should be Yan Rushua who should pay for the bill. Why? Does Ms. Liu have something else? Chen Qian said with a smile. He was waiting for how long Lu Ruyan could endure. In fact, he had long guessed Lu Ruyan's purpose. Young Master Chen, you told Wang Tang before that you would invest in him if I came to plead for him. Is that true? Ruan Liu said through clenched teeth. She was very clear that if she didn't say it at this time, she would never bother to say it again. Is there such a thing? When did I say it? Why don't I remember? Chen Qian pretended not to remember anything. Yes, there was, just a few days ago, the day you promised to invest $1 billion in the Liu family. Ruan Liu had to say. So, you came here today to plead for him? Chen Qian narrowed his eyes and said. Yes, Ruan Liu helplessly admitted. General Manager Liu, I was just saying it casually at the time. I didn't expect you guys to take it seriously. It's just a joke. Why are you all still taking it to heart? Chen Qian could not help but shake his head. Just a joke? Lu Ruyan said with a grimace. Then what else? Mr. Liu shouldn't think that I would really invest in him. Chen Qian couldn't help but sneer. General Manager Liu, you think that I will invest $5 billion in him just because you came to plead for him? You've overestimated yourself, haven't you? $5 billion? Yan Rushua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If what Chen Qian had said was not true, then Lu Ruyan's face was too big. Just one plea could make Chen Qian invest $5 billion. She asked herself if no one could do it. Young Master Chen, that wasn't what you said at the time. Ruan Liu couldn't help but get anxious. Really? What did I say at that time? Chen Qian said with a smirk. What you told him at that time was that as long as I came to plead for him, you would definitely invest $5 billion in him. Ruan Liu said with a cold face. I just casually said that at the time. There is no such thing. If you don't believe me, you can go back and ask him. Chen Qian said with an expressionless face. Ruan Liu had been completely speechless. She believed that Wang Tang wouldn't have lied to her. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Qian had promised Wang Tang a particularly large benefit, Wang Tang wouldn't have looked for her to talk about this matter. And for the sake of this matter, she had almost fallen out with Wang Tang, but it turned out that Chen Qian simply didn't admit that there was such a thing. Alright, Mr. Liu, if you don't have anything to do, then go out first. Mr. Yan and I have other things to talk about. Chen Qian faintly just struck his hand. Right, please remember to buy the bill when you leave. Although Ruan Liu was unwilling, she knew that Chen Qian had no intention of investing in Wang Tang, so it was useless for her to say anything, but would instead offend Chen Qian. Young Master Chen, then I will leave first. Even though there was a lot of unwillingness in her heart, Ruan Liu did not have the slightest way out. The whole thing was originally Chen Qian's decision. Not only did she fail to help Wang Tang ask for the investment, instead, she almost offended Chen Qian because of it. After coming down from the top floor, Ruan Liu could only find the person in charge of the Hentang restaurant to pay the bill. Ms. Liu, young Master Chen's spending in our restaurant totaled $12 million. Are you sure you want to pay for him? The head of the Hentang restaurant asked. $12 million? Although she was already prepared in her heart, Lu Ruyan still couldn't help but be shocked. Chen Qian had only come to the Hentang restaurant for a meal, but he actually ate for a high price of $12 million. Even if it was a mountain of delicacies, it would not be worth this price. No wonder Chen Qian shouted her to pay for the bill. It turned out that Chen Qian had already thought of how to pit her. Mr. Liu, do you still want to pay the bill? The person in charge asked again. I'll buy. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth. She had already said her words, so naturally it was impossible for her to back out. Not to mention that if she backed out at this time, she would only offend Chen Qian to death. And with Chen Qian's strength, it would not be too easy to pinch the Liu family. In the end, Ruan Liu could only tearfully finish the bill. She felt that she was a big wrong seed. Everyone was laughing at her, but she was the most amusing. Ruan, how is it? Did he agree? By this time, Wang Teng had long been waiting impatiently. If Chen Qian didn't give him an investment, his company abroad would really go bankrupt. There is no such thing. You've been tricked by him. Ruan Liu had no choice but to reply. How could it be? He told me himself. Could it be that you simply didn't do your best? Wang Teng did not believe Ruan Liu's words at all. Chapter 34 One wave of the hand is $10 billion. If I didn't do my best, do you think I would have invited him to dinner? Ruan Liu was very angry. In order to help Wang Teng plead for leniency, she had spent a whole $12 million, and Wang Teng didn't even appreciate it, but even blamed her in return. Ruan, I don't mean that. It's because I'm too anxious. You know, the foreign company is my life's work. I can't let my hard work go down the drain, and you surely don't want my company to go bankrupt, right? Wang Teng had to explain. He still needed Ruan Liu's help right now. Naturally he didn't want to fall out with Ruan Liu at this time. Let's do it this way. I will help you one last time. As to whether it will work or not, it depends on the will of God. Ruan was helpless. She didn't want to help Wang Teng again, but in the end, she couldn't bear it. She still had feelings for Wang Teng after all, even if Wang Teng had once abandoned her. Ruan, I knew you were the best. Don't worry, as long as you try your best, no matter if it succeeds or fails, I won't blame you. Looking at the message sent by Wang Teng, Ruan's mood was extremely complicated. Did she really want to risk offending Chen Qian for this of Wang Teng's? Not long after, Chen Qian and Yan Rushue also walked out from the henteing restaurant. Young Master Chen, you drank so much today, why don't you let me send you back? Yan Rushue took the initiative to propose. Alright, then I'll trouble MS Yan to be my driver for a while. Chen Qian smiled. He did not reject Yan Rushue's good intentions. Young Master Chen, what are you talking about? It would be my honor to be your chauffeur. Yan Rushue wore a smile. Her car had just started when Ruan Liu rushed out in a hurry. Ruan, don't you want to die? Seeing this scene, Yan Rushue hurriedly stepped on the brakes. If she had stepped on it a little slower just now, Ruan Liu would have been killed. Young Master Chen, can I say a few more words to you? Ruan Liu opened her mouth. What does Mr. Liu want to say to me? Chen Qian rolled down the car window. Young Master Chen, your previous promise to invest $5 billion in Wang Teng, can you fulfill it? Ruan Liu said with a prayerful face. I know that this $5 billion is nothing to you, but it's very vital to him. Without this $5 billion, his company will go bankrupt. Mr. Liu, I just said it very clearly. I just said it casually at that time. Who made you guys really believe it? Besides, whether his company goes bankrupt or not, what does it have to do with me? Since you care about him so much, why don't you invest $5 billion for him? Chen Qian said expressionlessly. Ruan Liu was dumbfounded by her dislike. If she could really take out $5 billion, of course she would consider investing in Wang Teng, but the problem was that she couldn't take out $5 billion, and Liu Group wasn't hers alone, so where would she get $5 billion to go? Mr. Liu, you want $5 billion with empty words, you really take me as a cutie. Anymore, $5 billion is indeed nothing to me, but why would I invest in him? Do I owe him? Chen Qian spoke again. Ruan Liu could only remain silent once again. In fact, she also knew that what Chen Qian said was not true at all. But facts aside, she still wanted to help Wang Teng for once. But didn't you promise him before that as long as I come to plead for him, you will invest $5 billion in him? Ruan Liu was still undeterred. Of course I'm just saying it off the cuff. How can you just take this kind of thing seriously? If you put it that way, I even said I would buy the earth before. Am I really going to buy the earth? Chen Qian smiled coldly. Mr. Yan, drive. He didn't care how Ruan Liu reacted and directly asked Yan Rushue to start the vehicle. Wanting him to invest in Wang Teng, was it possible? The more Ruan Liu cared about something, the more impossible it was for him to help Ruan Liu realize it. When Ruan Liu divorced him for Wang Teng, and now he still wanted him to invest in Wang Teng, did Ruan Liu really think that he was still the same Chen Mo who would only obediently listen to him in the past? Looking at Chen Qian gradually far away figure, Ruan heart very bad taste. However, things had already come to this. There was nothing she could do about it. Sorry, I couldn't do it. Ruan Liu could only send a message to Wang Teng. How could this happen? How could this happen? Wang Teng was dumbfounded. Chen Qian clearly promised him, Why did Chen Qian go back on his word? At this moment, Wang Tang wanted to kill Chen Qian's heart. It must be that Lu Ruyan didn't beg him properly. Wang Tang dumped all the pots on Lu Ruyan again. Young Master Chen, where are we going now? Yan Rushue couldn't help but ask. Naturally, we're going back to the other side of the blossoming shore, Chen Qian said with a smile. Young Master Chen, shouldn't we be going to the hotel now? Yan Rushue said with some surprise. Chen Qian's big wave of his hand was $10 billion, and honestly, she wanted to give her body in return. Mr. Yan, you don't think I'm interested in you, do you? Chen Qian said with a bashful smile. Young Master Chen, I actually want to ask you a question. Why did you give such a large project to me? Yan Rushue also asked the doubt in her heart. $10 billion. What kind of large-scale commercial area could not be built if you wanted to build one? In fact, Chen Qian could have completely not given this project to her. As long as Chen Qian put out the news, there were plenty of people who were willing to help, even without any benefits. After all, the cost of materials and labor would have been a big profit in it, even if there was no profit to be made. Like Chen Qian who could casually take out $10 billion. There were people who wanted to be flattered. I didn't expect you to ask me such a question. In fact, it's the same for whoever this project is handed over to. I just need the result. Of course, the reason why I'm handing over this project to you, to your Yen family, that's because I see you as more agreeable, right? Chen Qian said with a smile. He had a full understanding of Yan Rushue long before he handed this project over to her. He trusted Yan Rushue's character, and the Yan family itself didn't have any negative news, and had always done things quite steadily, so that's why he would hand over such a large project to Yan Rushue to be in charge of. Young Master Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you should have had a past with Ruan Liu, right? Yan Rushue suddenly said. How come? Chen Qian said with some curiosity. From the way you look at her, it's not hard to tell that you and her must have known each other before and had a very close relationship, right? Yan Rushue kept observing Chen Qian's reaction through the rearview mirror. And how did you know that? Chen Qian felt a bit surprised. It was hard to believe that Yan Rushue could really judge his psyche through just a look. Young Master Chen, it seems I guessed correctly. To tell you the truth, I actually studied psychology, Yan Rushue said with a smile. Studying psychology? Then tell me what's going on in my mind right now? Chen Qian said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 35, Trouble Comes to the Door. Young Master Chen, I can't guess. Yan Rushue hurriedly shook her head, not to mention that she couldn't guess it. Even if she did guess it, she couldn't possibly tell Chen Qian to his face. Aren't you studying psychology? Chen Qian said with some surprise. Young Master Chen, it's not true that I'm studying psychology, but I'm not in a position to guess other people's thoughts out of thin air, Yan Rushue explained. Studying psychology, it was indeed very easy to guess other people's inner thoughts from their words and behavior, but it was not 100% correct, and one could not guess other people's inner thoughts anytime, anywhere, but rather, it was judged by a certain facial expression, and with Chen Qian's current expressionless face, it would be strange for her to be able to guess it. Actually, your guess is good. I did know her before. Chen Qian nodded. Regarding his identity, he had no intention of trying to hide it, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to hide it at all. As long as time passed, his identity as Chen Mo would be publicized, and it was actually the same if it was publicized early or late. It was only that Ruan Liu was too stupid to recognize his identity. In that case, you are Ruan Liu's ex-husband? Yan Rushue couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although her heart had been prepared for this, she still felt a tinge of surprise when she heard Chen Qian say this. That's right, I am his ex-husband Chen Mo, Chen Qian admitted very generously. He also did not expect Yan Rushue to be the first person to recognize his identity. He did not intend to do anything to hide his identity. Yan Rushue was a smart person. He believed that Yan Rushue would not just blab about his identity. Young Master Chen, since you are her ex-husband, why don't you take care of her a little more? When Yan Rushue asked this question, she seemed to have an answer in her heart. It must be because Chen Qian was too deeply hurt by Ruan Liu. That's why he treated Ruan Liu like this. Otherwise she really couldn't find any other reason to explain why Chen Qian neglected Ruan Liu like this. Mr. Yan, you shouldn't be that nosy, right? Chen Qian said with a smile on his face. Young Master Chen, I'm really sorry, I've overstepped my bounds, Yan Rushue said with great embarrassment. It's really nothing, I have long since lost my feelings for her. It's as simple as that, Chen Qian said softly. Young Master Chen, if these words of yours were to let Ruan Liu know, she would probably have her intestines green with remorse. Yan Rushue smiled faintly. Luckily, she had recognized Chen Qian's identity long ago, only that she did not expect that Chen Qian was actually Chen Mo. Earlier, he had only heard that Chen Mo was the unused son-in-law of the Liu family, and when Liu Ruyan got married at that time, she had even gone to Liu Ruyan's wedding, but it turned out that Chen Mo was actually the young master of the Chen family of the capital city. Such a result, not to mention she could not think of. I guess Lu Ruyan herself could not think of it, but this cannot blame others. Lu Ruyan for a missing 3 years of white moonlight. Abandoned Chen Qian, such a wonderful man. Can only say that Lu Ruyan deserved it. The original Lu Ruyan can become the happiest woman in the world, but it is Lu Ruyan chose to personally destroy their own happiness. She dare not say anything else, but with the help of the Chen family, the Lu family can at least take a few less decades of detours. Lu Ruyan herself does not know how to cherish, and who can blame? So what if I repent? Chen Qian said without a care in the world. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. Since she wants to be with her white moonlight so badly, then I'll just fulfill her. Aha, young Master Chen, don't worry, I'll help you keep this secret. Yan Rushue was very happy and said. The fact that Chen Qian was able to tell her this showed that Chen Qian still trusted her. Otherwise Chen Qian wouldn't have told her so much. Other things aside, this trust alone was enough to be worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Lu Ruyan guessed that in her life. She could not imagine how wrong she was. Chen Qian such a good man. Actually will be Lu Ruyan such a scum woman hurt, when really is no god. Actually, it's not a big deal for you to tell. It wasn't a big secret in the first place, Chen Qian said in disbelief. It wasn't long before Yan Rushue drove Chen Qian to the Blossom Peak Company. Seeing Chen Qian get down from Yan Rushue's car, Cheng Shuangshuang already knew the outcome. I guess Ruan Liu must have had a nosedive. Although Chen Qian hadn't said anything, she had already guessed it all just now. After sending Chen Qian back to the blossoming shore, Yan Rushue quickly drove away. Now that she was holding 10 billion orders in her hands, she naturally didn't dare to have the slightest bit of slackness, so that she could live up to Chen Qian's trust in her, and at this time, Ruan Liu had safely returned to her home. Wang Tang had already been waiting here for a long time. Although he had already known the outcome long ago, Wang Tang still found it hard to accept. Sorry, I tried my best, Ruan Liu said softly. It's fine, you're not to blame for this matter. It's us who were all fooled by him, Wang Tang said with a bitter face. Although he was also very anxious right now, it was useless for him to be anxious right now. He had already gotten the news in advance that the foreign debt collectors had already rushed to China, and he hoped that those people didn't find him that quickly, otherwise those people wouldn't let him go. But he had underestimated those people's ability after all. How did you guys find this? Wang Tang was very afraid. He didn't expect these people to directly find Lu Ruyan's home. He understood the means of these people very well. These people were very famous local gangsters in foreign countries. There were countless people who died in their hands. But if he fell into the hands of these people, he would be worse than death. Although this is China, these outlaws don't care about that. They only have interests in their eyes. Mr. Wang, you really gave us a good search, the mixed blood man at the head said with a displeased face. Mr. Smith, please give me a little more time. The money I owe you guys, I will definitely find a way to pay you back, Wang Tang said with a face full of fear. He had thought that he would be able to dodge a bullet by hiding in China, but he didn't expect that he was still found by the other party. Mr. Wang, the way you say this, we have already given you enough time. Have you forgotten? Your wife and child are still in our hands, Smith said unkindly. I beg you not to hurt them, Wang Tang said with a prayerful face. Don't worry, we only seek wealth. We don't harm lives. As long as you obediently pay back the money, we won't do anything to your wife and child, Smith said with a smile. I don't have money. If I really had money, I would have returned it to you guys long ago, Wang Tang said in a hurry. Mr. Wang, if you say that, then it's not good. You know, when we lent you the money, you promised that you would double it back to us. Smith narrowed his eyes and said, Chapter 36, Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I took all my money to invest in my company. I really don't have any money left. Wang Tang's face was very ugly. He had to borrow money from the local gangsters in order to keep his company, and he thought he could turn a loss into a profit. But in the end, he didn't make a profit even after putting all his money into it. If he hadn't been too overconfident at the time, it wouldn't have turned out like this, and now that the gangsters had come to his door, he could only think of ways to delay. But how would Smith and the others let him continue to delay? Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry. If that's the case, then we can only do business. Smith made a look towards the people around him, and the people around him understood and walked towards Wang Tang. Wait, although I don't have any money, my girlfriend has money. I can ask her to return the money to you, Wang Tang said hurriedly. Girlfriend? You still have a girlfriend in China? Smith was a bit surprised. Aren't you already married? It had to be said that Wang Tang was indeed quite scummy. He was obviously married abroad, but he was still messing around in China. Having said that, he didn't want to be concerned about this. He only needed Wang Tang to pay back the money. As long as Wang Tang was able to return the money. As for how Wang Tang paid back the money, It was really out of his hands. As he was talking, Lu Ruyan came back at exactly this time. What kind of people are you? How did you appear in our house? Seeing Smith and the others who suddenly barged in, Ruan Liu couldn't help but be highly nervous. She is my girlfriend. She has money. You guys can ask her for it. Wang Teng pointed at Ruan Liu and said, "You are not welcome here. Please get out immediately." Ruan Liu said viciously, although she didn't know why these people appeared in her home, but this was her home after all, and as the owner of this home, she naturally had the right to drive away the guests. What's more, these people had barged into her home without her permission, so they weren't exactly guests. "Ruyan, save me." Wang Tang hurriedly begged Lu Ruyan for mercy. "Did you recruit these people?" Lu Ruyan could not help but frown. "They are here to find me to pay back the money. If I don't, they will take my life." Wang Tang said in a hurry. "How much does he owe you guys?" Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask. "Not much, just over 500 million. Smith said with a smile. "This money, I will find a way to help him pay it back." Ruan Liu took a deep breath and said, although more than 500 million was a lot, she was still able to find a way to pay it back. The big deal was that she would first top up part of the 1 billion invested by Chen Qian. In short, she could not let anything happen to Wang Tang. Hearing that Ruan Liu was willing to help him pay back the money, Wang Tang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "This young lady, you might have misunderstood. The more than $500 million I mentioned does not refer to RMB, but US dollars. If converted into RMB, it would probably cost about $4 billion. Smith explained. "4 billion? Where would I get so much money?" Ruan Liu could not help but be shocked. She had thought that Wang Tang owed more than 500 million at most, but she did not expect Chen Qian to actually owe that much at once. That was 4 billion. Unless she sold Lu's group, she would not be able to come up with that much money at all. "No, Ruyan, you have you forgotten? The assets of Lu's group can add up to more than $4 billion. Wang Tang said hurriedly. "Are you crazy? Do you really intend to make me sell the Lu clan group?" Ruan Liu glared viciously at Wang Tang. Lu's group was the root of the Lu family. There was no way she would sell Lu's group for Wang Tang, not to mention that even if she really wanted to sell Lu's group, the shareholders of Lu's group would not agree. "Ruyan, only you can help me now. As long as you can help me get through this difficult time, when I rise again in the future, I will surely repay you twice as much." Wang Tang hurriedly drew a big pie for Lu Ruyan. "I can't help you." Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shake her head. It was not like she was a little cutie. If Wang Tang only owed more than $500 million, she would think of a way to maybe help Wang Tang pay it back. But Wang Tang owed a whole $4 billion. Where did she go to get so much money? "Ruyan Liu, do you really want to see death?" Wang Tang's face was very ugly. "You caused the trouble yourself. You figure out how to solve it yourself. Don't blame me for everything." Lu Ruyan was filled with disappointment. No wonder Wang Tang would hurry back to China. It turned out that Wang Tang had caused so much trouble abroad. That's why he wanted the ghost to take refuge. Thanks to which she thought that Wang Tang had returned to China for her. "Ruyan Liu, since you are heartless, then don't blame me for being unrighteous." "Mr. Smith, you all heard it just now. I don't have any money, but she has money. You guys can't get a single penny even if you kill me, but I have a way to make sure that you can get the money," Wang Tang said with a smile. "Oh, tell me about your plan." Smith frowned. In fact, he knew that he couldn't get the money even if he killed Wang Tang. She only wanted the money, no matter what method Wang Tang used, as long as it could help him get the money. "Mr. Smith, you don't know. This woman is the president of Lu Group and also the daughter of the chairman of Lu Group. As long as she is in our hands, we are not afraid of not getting the money," Wang Tang said with a smile. "What do you mean, kidnapping?" Smith said with some unhappiness. In fact, he didn't like this kidnapping thing, but there were times when he had to do it in order to get the money. In fact, this was not the first time he had kidnapped, but this is China after all. China's law he still knows some. If it is in foreign countries it is just, but China is not their home base after all. Kidnapping still need to take some risk. "Mr. Smith, only then can you get the money," Wang Tang said without haste. He only had a rotten life anyway. Smith and the others could not get the money even if they killed him, so Smith would definitely agree to his plan. Smith frowned slightly. He didn't want to do this, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed like there was no other way other than this method. Although killing Wang Tang was able to vent his anger, but only venting his anger alone was useless. The organization had entrusted him to come here, but not just to vent his anger. "Ms. Liu, please come with us," Smith said with an icy face. In just a moment, he had already made his decision. "It's not like I owe you guys money. What are you arresting me for?" Ruan Liu was angry and said, "Miss Liu, although it's not you who owes us money, but your boyfriend owes us money. As his girlfriend, you naturally have to help him pay his debt together." Smith said coldly, "Nonsense, he is not my boyfriend at all. Lu Ruyan said hurriedly. Ruan Liu, you are really cold-blooded and heartless. Have you forgotten that you divorced your husband for me in the beginning? Do you dare to say that I have nothing to do with you at all? Wang Tong said with a smug face. Chapter 37 Ruan Liu and Wenman Liu kidnapped. Wang Tong, I was really blind in the beginning, Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. She had indeed divorced Chen Qian for Wang Tang at that time, and there was no way for her to deny this at all. You weren't the only one who was blind in the beginning. Chen Mo was also blind in the beginning, that he would choose someone like you, who is a double-minded person, as his wife. Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh out loud. You will get your retribution, Lu Ruyan said expressionlessly. Only at this moment did she completely wake up to the fact that she had been loving the wrong person for so many years. Ruan Liu, to tell you the truth, in fact, for so many years, I haven't loved you at all. I came back this time, I just wanted to utilize you. Wang Tang couldn't help but say, it was you who gave me such an opportunity. I had thought that after so many years, you should have forgotten me long ago. I didn't think that your heart would still be thinking about me. To you, am I that important, worthy of you not forgetting? Wang Tong, I was blind in the past. I won't like you anymore in the future. Lu Ruyan was furious and said, both of you, let's not talk about it first, but please come with us, Smith said with a smile. He didn't care what emotional disputes there were between Wang Tang and Ruan Liu. He only needed money. As long as he could help him achieve this goal, even if Wang Tang had more emotional disputes with Ruan Liu. So what? Ruan Liu did not want to go, but Smith would not let Ruan Liu as he wished. He quickly knocked Ruan Liu out. As for Wang Tang, he obediently went with them. When they came in, the servants of Ruan Liu's family had already knocked Smith and the others out, and they were not afraid of someone calling the police. They do not intend to stay in China for a long time. As long as they get the money, they will flee overseas, and the police in China may not be able to catch them. Not to mention that, it is only right to pay back what is owed, and it is just the same when the King of Heaven comes. Just like this, Ruan Liu was coerced within a manner. When Ruan Liu woke up, it was already night. Ruyan, wake up. Wang Tang kept shaking Ruan Liu. Wang Tong, you. Ruan Liu was about to break out in curses, but Wang Tang suddenly pressed his hand over her mouth. Ruyan, listen to me. The words I said during the day were specifically to confuse them. This matter originally has nothing to do with you. Hurry up while they are still not paying attention. Hurry up and call the police after you leave. Don't worry about me, Wang Tong hurriedly said. No, what will you do after I leave? After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Lu Ruyan instantly fell a little in love with her brain again. Anyway, I won't be able to live. You hurry up and go. In fact, those words I said to you in the daytime were fake. I said them in order to confuse them. I haven't forgotten about you for so many years. I've always wanted to come back to find you, but I've always suffered from the lack of opportunity to be able to see you before I die. I'm considered to be a good death. You hurry up and go. Wang Tang kept emphasizing that he was about to die. You are injured? Seeing that Wang Tang's body was covered with wounds, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Don't mind me. Just go. This is all my own fault. I don't want to involve you. Wang Tang shook his head. No, I can't leave. After learning the truth of the matter, Lu Ruyan instantly decided that she would not leave. If she left, Wang Tang designated that he would not survive. She had already lost Wang Tang once 3 years ago. She did not want to lose him a second time. If you don't leave, we will all die here. Wang Tang pretended to be anxious. It doesn't matter. Even if I die with you, I'll admit it. What's more, my parents won't leave me alone. They will definitely find a way to save me, Ruan Liu said, then took out her cell phone and sent a message to Zhang Minglu. Dad, I've been kidnapped. The other party is demanding a ransom of $4 billion before they'll release me. Don't call the police or they'll tear the ticket. In order to make Lu Zhangming believe that he was really kidnapped, Lu Ruyan also purposely asked Wang Tang to take a video of himself and sent it to Lu Zhangming. After doing all this, Wang Tang then returned to Smith's side. Mr. Smith, it's done, Wang Tang said with great confidence. All of this was nothing more than a bitter trick that he and Smith had directed themselves to play. It was just that he didn't expect that Ruan Liu would fall for it so easily. It was really stupid. Mr. Wang, it seems that I still underestimated you too much. I didn't expect that you would be able to fool Miss Liu. Smith threw a surprised look at Wang Tang. In the morning, he had thought that Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan had completely fallen out, but he did not realize that this was only a part of Wang Tang's plan, and the injuries on Wang Tang's body had nothing to do with themselves. They were all made by Wang Tang himself, and the purpose was to gain Lu Ruyan's trust. Such a loophole-ridden plan, did not expect to realize, change a normal point of people can find the problem, but Lu Ruyan is a love brain. Heard that Wang Tang in order to protect her choose to sacrifice themselves. Lu Ruyan cannot help it, take the initiative to cooperate with Wang Tang. Of course, It is naturally the best if they can take them off the hook. They only invited Ruan Liu to come to the manor with Wang Tang as a guest. As for the matter of demanding ransom, they didn't get involved. It was Ruan Liu who took the initiative to cooperate with Wang Tang. Mr. Smith, this is nothing more than a routine operation. That stupid woman Lu Ruyan, who trusts others so easily, deserves to be cheated. Wang Tang smiled faintly. He did not have the slightest bit of guilt towards Ruan Liu, who made Ruan Liu so stupid. But if Ruan Liu was a little bit smarter, she would not have been cheated by him. Right, Mr. Smith, I have another plan, Wang Tang suddenly said. Speak, Smith said softly. Ever since he learned of Wang Tang's methods, his opinion of Wang Tang had changed a little. Ruan Liu has another sister. I know the address of her home, and I have a picture of her sister. If you guys can capture her sister together, I am not afraid that the Liu family will not compromise, Wang Tang said with a smile. In fact, he also understood in his heart that with Lu Ruyan as a hostage alone, it was not very realistic to make the Liu family hand over a ransom of $4 billion. But if he added Lu Wenman, the probability was that the Liu family would agree to hand over the ransom. Who let Lu Zhenming? Only Lu Ruyan and Lu Wenman, these two daughters. These two people are Lu Zhenming's life. With these two hostages in hand, Lu Zhenming definitely did not dare to act rashly. Smith thought about it and finally agreed. I will find someone to arrange this matter. Tying up one person was tying up. Tying up two people was also tying up. Why not? As long as he could help him get the money. It was not excessive for him to use any means. Chapter 38, Exposing One's Own Identity. After Lu Zhangming received the news that Lu Ruyan had been kidnapped, he couldn't help but get anxious. Although he had many grievances against Lu Ruyan and did not want to recognize Lu Ruyan as his daughter, Lu Ruyan was after all their daughter. There was no way for them to deny this, but the kidnappers demanded 4 billion yuan at once. This amount of money although the Lu family can also take out, but if the Lu family took out this amount of money, the Lu family is not far from bankruptcy, and there was no way for the Lu family to come up with 4 billion in such a short period of time. Just when Lu Zhangming was in a hurry, he suddenly realized that Lu Wenman's phone was suddenly out of order as well, and when Lu Wenman dialed back the phone, he heard a noisy voice coming from inside. Who are you guys? What do you want to do? Lu Zhangming said with a face full of anxiety. Old Mr. Lu, please don't be anxious. We just want to invite your daughters to be our guests. Don't worry, as long as they are obedient, we won't make things difficult for them. Dad, save me. The call of Lu Wenman came from the phone with it, and then it hung up. Bastard! Lu Zhangming couldn't help but clench his fists. Ruan Liu was arrested a long time ago, while Wenman Liu was arrested on her way home. The kidnappers seemed to be aiming at their Liu family, although he knew that this was a conspiracy, but Lu Zhangming could not do anything at all. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about calling the police, but thinking that the kidnappers might tear the ticket, he eventually calmed down. Even if it was him, trying to gather $4 billion at once was very difficult. Of course, he could definitely come up with the money, but it would take a little bit of time, and it would cost a lot. Who the hell are you guys? Lu Wenman said with a look of horror. She didn't expect that someone would target her. She usually didn't offend anyone. Even if she did, no one would dare to kidnap her in public. These people's guts were a little too big. Miss Lu, you don't have to be alarmed. We don't have any other intention. We just want to invite you to be a guest. You'd better be honest. We won't make things difficult for you, Smith said with a smile. You bunch of bastards, quickly let go of me, or else when my brother-in-law comes, he will definitely make you look good, Lu Wenman said viciously. Smith of course didn't care about this, directly letting people imprison Lu Wenman with Lu Ruyan. Wenman, how come you've been captured as well? Lu Ruyan was a little surprised. It was just as well that she was arrested. Why was Lu Wenman also arrested? Sister, what the hell is going on? Lu Wenman said with a face full of curiosity. This matter is me dragging you down. Lu Ruyan could only tell the whole story. Sister, do you mean that we were all victimized by that bastard Wang Tang? Lu Wenman said with a face full of anger. This matter has nothing to do with him. He is also a victim. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Sister, what time is it? You still defend him. The more Lu Wenman spoke, the angrier she became. It's true that this matter started because of him, but he didn't do it on purpose, and he was also arrested. Ruan Liu could only explain. What's it to us that he was captured? It's not like we forced him to borrow the money. Why should we be used as ransom? Lu Wenman flamed up and said. She didn't have any good feelings towards Wang Tang in the first place, and now that something like this happened, she had even less good feelings towards Wang Tang. Alright, stop it. It's useless to talk about this now. Lu Ruyan could not help but glare at Lu Wenman. She did not like others saying bad things about Wang Tang. Lu Wenman seemed to understand this as well, as she took advantage of the fact that the people guarding them weren't paying attention and secretly made a call to Chen Qian. Brother-in-law, my sister and I have been kidnapped. Come and save us. Just after the call was connected, Lu Wenman couldn't help but say, "What's the point of you calling him?" Ruan Liu shook her head. Chen Mo was just an ordinary person. The kidnappers wanted a ransom of $4 billion. It was useless for Chen Mo to come. Chen Mo couldn't take that much ransom at all. Although Ruan Liu felt that it was useless for Lu Wenman to call Chen Qian, she didn't stop it, but Lu Wenman was soon found out. Seeing that what Lu Wenman dialed wasn't a police call, the crowd couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Hello." Chen Qian was just about to ask where Lu Wenman was when the phone hung up, so he could only make a call to Lu Zhangming. "Hey Chen Mo. I was just about to call you. Ruan and Wenman have been kidnapped. The other party is demanding a ransom of $4 billion before they will release them," Lu Zhangming said on the phone, looking very anxious. "Dad, don't be anxious, I already know the matter. I'll figure out the ransom," Chen Qian hurriedly comforted. "Chen Mo, where did you get so much money?" Lu Zhangming couldn't help but be a little curious. "Dad, don't worry about this, leave it to me." After comforting Lu Zhangming, Chen Qian quickly hung up the phone. He then dialed Lu Wenman's phone again, only that Lu Wenman's phone had already been collected. "Whose phone is it?" Wang Teng could not help but be curious. "It's someone called Chen Mo," Smith replied. "What is he calling for?" Wang Teng frowned. "You know him?" Smith asked. "I know him, he's Ruan Liu's ex-husband, but he's just an ordinary guy, nothing much, and he's still a door-to-door son-in-law," Wang Teng explained. "Want to pick it up?" Hearing Wang Teng say this, Smith was a little uncertain for a while. "It's better to take it, I want to hear what he wants to say." Wang Teng pondered. "Good." Smith thought about it and felt that what Wang Teng said made sense, so he simply pressed the answer button. "No matter who you are, all you want is money. As long as you don't harm them, $4 billion I can give you." Just after the phone was connected, Chen Qian couldn't wait to say. What he had to do now was to stabilize the kidnappers. $4 billion was a small matter. If it's gone, it's gone. But Lu Wenman absolutely can't be in trouble. "Why should I trust you?" Smith couldn't help but be skeptical. Wang Teng had said that Chen Mo was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person. On what basis could he take out $4 billion? "Listen to me carefully. My name is Chen Qian. I'm a member of the Chen family in the capital. You can go and ask around. I don't have to lie to you. $4 billion can be given to you guys, but if you dare to harm them, no matter where you run to, I will hunt you down," Chen Qian said viciously. Originally, he didn't want to expose his identity, but for the sake of Lu Wenman's safety, he had to expose his identity. But after learning of Chen Qian's true identity, Smith instantly felt a bit pressurized. Beijing Chen family, of course he knew. China's top family, the capital behind it, naturally needless to say. Even foreign gangs are not willing to provoke. I did not expect to let them meet in Jianhai City. Chapter 39, You're really stupid. It's actually really him. Wang Teng was filled with surprise. He had long guessed that Chen Qian and Chen Mo were the same person, only that he had been suffering from a lack of evidence, plus the fact that Chen Qian's identity was not ordinary, so he dismissed his doubts. But since Chen Qian was a member of the Chen family in the capital, why did he deliberately conceal his identity? Did Chen Qian like being the Lu family's son-in-law so much? Bastard, didn't you say that he's just an ordinary person? Smith kicked Wang Teng's body. Had they known that kidnapping Ruan Liu and Wenman Liu would offend the Chen family in the capital, they would not have chosen to do so, although it did allow them to get the money. They didn't want to be targeted by the Chen family as a result. "I don't know." Wang Teng sweated profusely. Who would have thought that Chen Qian and Chen Mo would really be the same person? Although he had made such a guess before, the guess was not made true. Who would have thought that Chen Qian was hiding so deeply? "Young Master Chen, this is all a misunderstanding," Smith hurriedly explained. "I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not. In any case, if anything really happens to them, I can guarantee that you guys definitely won't be able to leave China alive." Chen Qian said, incomparably strong. He had to be strong at this time in order to do so. The reason why he had exposed himself was to deter these kidnappers. Even the true outlaws would be wary. The so-called outlaws were a group of guys who didn't want to die. These guys just dared to fight for their lives. It didn't mean that they didn't want to live. They wouldn't fight for their lives until they had no choice. "Young Master Chen, you can rest assured of this. We only seek wealth. We do not harm lives," Smith said in a hurry. He came to China this time, merely to get back the money he owed. He never thought of killing anyone, although they were ready to kill, but until the last moment, they did not want to invite trouble for themselves. "Cut the crap. I can give you the money, but I have to make sure they're okay. If anything really happens to them, none of you will be able to leave." Chen Qian was also too lazy to talk nonsense. "Tell me your address. I will come over now." Smith couldn't help but hesitate a bit. He didn't know whether to tell Chen Qian their address or not. Chen Qian was, after all, a member of the Chen family in the capital. If they exposed their address, Chen Qian was fully capable of sending people to surround them. he had no doubt about that. What? Are you guys afraid? Chen Qian said with some impatience. Young Master Chen, it's fine to tell you the address. You can only come alone. If we know that there are other people coming with you, we can't guarantee what will happen. Smith had no choice but to say. He did not want to offend Chen Qian until it was absolutely necessary. It can be done. Chen Qian thought about it and found it feasible. There was no need for him to enrage the kidnappers at this time. In case he really enraged the kidnappers and they chose to tear up the ticket, even if he was able to wipe out the kidnappers in the end, it would still be more than worth it. Right now, the most important thing was to find a way to ensure Lu Wenman's safety. As for the rest, it was all secondary. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qian also followed the address given by the kidnappers to the manor. Young Master Chen, you have indeed kept your word. Smith was extremely happy. He had seen Chen Qian a long time ago. It was indeed only Chen Qian who had come over alone. He had long arranged for the people around him to squat on the sidelines. Once they found anything wrong, they would choose to fish out of water. Cut the crap. Where are they people? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Young Master Chen, please follow me. Smith chose to lead the way in front while Chen Qian followed him. Brother-in-law. Lu Wenman ran over with great excitement. Is everything alright? Chen Qian said with a concerned face. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'm fine. They don't dare to do anything to me. Lu Wenman said with a smile. Chen Mo, what are you doing here? Ruan Liu frowned. Naturally, I'm rescuing you guys out. Do you really think I'm here to chat with you? Chen Qian said with a cold face. Save us. What are you going to save us with? Who do you think you are? Ruan Liu said with a look of contempt. She didn't believe that Chen Qian could save them out. These kidnappers were all outlaws, and all of them were very skilled. So even if Chen Qian had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be useless. Can you keep your mouth shut? Chen Qian was somewhat annoyed. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Wenman was also there, he wouldn't care about Lu Ruyan's death. What kind of attitude is this? Ruan Liu was very angry. Love whatever attitude. You can't care anyway, Chen Qian said without mercy. To interrupt, this young Master Chen in front of you is a member of the capital city Chen family. Smith said coldly. He couldn't even listen to it anymore. Chen Qian had come to save Ruan Liu despite the danger, and as a result, Ruan Liu had this attitude towards Chen Qian. What he couldn't accept the most was that Ruan Liu didn't even know Chen Qian's identity. Chen Qian wasn't Ruan Liu's ex-husband yet. How could Ruan Liu not even know who Chen Qian was? What did you say? He is a member of the Chen family in the capital? Lu Ruyan was a bit incredulous, which instantly made him think of someone. Chen Mo was Chen Qian. Chen Qian was Chen Mo. The two of them belonged to the same person. No wonder when he first met Chen Qian, he felt that Chen Qian was Chen Mo. It turned out that it wasn't that she had misrecognized him, but that it was the truth. She felt a little strange before. Why would there be 2 people so similar in this world? Even if they were twins, they couldn't all be the same. And it turned out that she had really guessed, only that she hadn't been able to believe it. One is an ordinary person, and the other is also the top family's young master. Anyone who would not have thought that these 2 people are really the same person. But Chen Qian, since it is the capital of the Chen family, why hide the identity of the first time to marry her, directly with her to show the identity of the bad? Lu Ruyan, Lu Ruyan, you are still really stupid, Chen Qian said with a cold smile on his face. If it wasn't for him revealing his identity to himself, it was estimated that Ruan Liu wouldn't be able to guess his identity in this lifetime. You say you guys, you call me stupid? Ruan Liu could not help but widen her eyes. It was clearly Chen Qian who had chosen to hide his identity, so what did it have to do with whether she was stupid or not? Aren't you stupid? Chen Qian asked rhetorically. Ruan Liu was instantly speechless. Chen Qian was right. She was indeed quite stupid. If she wasn't, she would have already determined Chen Qian's identity. Young Master Chen, may I ask if you've brought the money? Smith said with some impatience. He didn't really want to know what exactly was Chen Qian's relationship with Ruan Liu. He only wanted to get his hands on that money that belonged to him. The money can be given to you, but you must tell me who told you to do this, Chen Qian said coldly. Young Master Chen, in fact, there is no harm in telling you. This was all Wang Tang's idea. He owes our club 4 billion payments, and it was out of desperation that I came up with this plan, Smith said with a smile. He didn't even think about helping Wang Tang keep his secret. Not far away, Wang Tang's face turned green when he heard these words. He didn't expect Smith to betray him just like that. Chapter 40, Chen Qian, you've disappointed me too much. Chen Qian was not the least bit surprised by this. Ruan Liu and Wenman Liu hadn't offended anyone, and even if they had, no one would have risked so much by choosing to kidnap them. So it turned out that all of this was Wang Tang's underhanded endeavor. Young Master Chen, I have told you everything I know. Where is the money? Smith wore a smile on his face. This card has $4 billion inside. You guys can test it. I will definitely take the person. Chen Qian quickly calmed himself down. 4 billion was indeed nothing to him. As long as he could ensure that Lu Wenman was fine, he could hand over all 4 billion to the other party. Young Master Chen is indeed a straightforward man. Young Master Chen can rest assured that we only want the money. We will not hurt the innocent until it is absolutely necessary. Smith took the bank card from Chen Qian's hands. In order to make sure that it was foolproof, he even hid all the money inside to a hidden account in front of Chen Qian. This account was docked to a foreign country, so it was too late for Chen Qian even if he backtracked and wanted to take the money back. Seeing this scene, Chen Qian could not help but feel some pity. Originally he also intended to wait for the rescue of the people and then find a way to get the money back, but now he could only dispel this idea, since the money was already gone. There was no point in having a firefight with this group of outlaws. Even if he had a million ways to keep all of these people in China, there would definitely be casualties in the course of the firefight, and once the money went into the other party's account, it would basically be impossible to recover it. The money has been given to you. Release the people, Chen Qian said with a cold face. This is natural. Come on people, release the 2 ladies. Smith smiled faintly and signaled his men to release them. Ruan Liu and Wenman Liu were soon cut from the rope. Wenman Liu quickly came to Chen Qian's front, seemingly a little stunned. It's okay. Chen Qian could only comfort. Bring the people up, Smith commanded. Not long after, Wang Tang was brought up by Smith's men. What do you guys want to do? Wang Tang said with a face full of fear. Young Master Chen, it was this person who came up with the idea, so I'll leave him at your disposal, Smith said with a smile. Before leaving, he did not mind selling Chen Qian a favor. Chen Qian nodded slightly. He could tell that these people carried weapons on their bodies, and they were all rigorously trained. Ordinary people were no match for them at all, so it was no wonder that they dared to carry out kidnappings within the territory of China. Brothers, let's go, Smith said in a cold voice and then left with his men. Brother-in-law, I knew you would definitely come to save me. Lu Wenman snuggled into Chen Qian's arms, looking very bird-like. Should I call you Chen Qian or Chen Mo? Ruan Liu stared at Chen Qian dead in the face. Whatever you want, Chen Qian said with a cold face. Chen Mo. Oh no, I should call you Chen Qian. Young Master Chen, don't you have anything to say to me? Ruan Liu said with some sadness. After being married for so many years, she actually didn't even know who Chen Mo was. If not for what happened today, she didn't know how much longer she would have to be lied to. Between us, what else is there to say? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Chen Qian, don't you have any guilt in your heart towards me? Ruan Liu questioned loudly. Chen Qian was clearly the young master of the Chen family in the capital city, yet he had married her as an ordinary person, and she had been married to Chen Qian for 3 years, and Chen Qian had never told her true identity. Was she that unworthy of Chen Qian's trust? Even if Chen Qian had revealed a word to her, but Chen Qian had chosen to conceal it for so long. It turned out that for so many years, Chen Qian had always treated her as a little cutie, come to play. Obviously Chen Qian's identity was incomparably honorable, yet she had to pretend to be an ordinary person to stay by her side. There were times when she was truly unable to figure out what exactly was going on in Chen Qian's mind. Guilt? Chen Qian smiled. What's there to feel guilty about? Chen Qian or Chen Mo? It's just an identity. It doesn't affect my feelings for you. Married for 3 years, he dare not say anything else, but at least he is wholeheartedly devoted to Lu Ruyan. But Lu Ruyan's heart is loaded with another person. To say guilt, Lu Ruyan should be more guilty of him. Right, but you played me like a monkey. You never trusted me, right? Lu Ruyan choked a little. The most important thing in a marriage was to trust each other, but Chen Qian deliberately concealed his identity, making it clear that Chen Qian did not trust her at all. In this matter, it was indeed me who did wrong, but I never wanted to hide it from you. It's just that I never found the right opportunity to tell you, Chen Qian said coldly. Moreover, you have never asked me. To you, I am nothing more than someone else's double. Excuses. It's all excuses. You clearly did it on purpose. You just want to make me embarrassed. You just don't want me to know your identity. Lu Ruyan was still a little hard to accept. Think what you want. We're already divorced anyway. Chen Qian, on the other hand, had a look of indifference. It was also this look of indifference on Chen Qian's face that deeply stung Ruan Liu. How could Chen Qian say things so easily? She had divorced Chen Qian for 3 years. Even if she had divorced Chen Qian, could it be that Chen Qian had no feelings for her at all in his heart? Chen Qian, you disappoint me too much. Ruan Liu couldn't help but shake her head. You've disappointed me more than once or twice again. Why do you need to put on a moralistic appearance? Could it be that you wouldn't divorce me if you knew my true identity? Chen Qian sneered. With these words, Ruan Liu instantly fell silent. Even if she had known Chen Qian's true identity for a long time, she would still choose to divorce Chen Qian. It was just that she wouldn't be as decisive as she was at that time. Perhaps she might hesitate. Alright, you don't need to pretend to be aggrieved. After 3 years of marriage, it's not like I owe you anything. since we've already divorced, let's bless each other. Not to mention, I should be considered benevolent to you, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Then he looked at Wang Tang who was at the side. What do you want to do? I'm warning you not to mess around. Feeling Chen Qian's gaze, Wang Tang couldn't help but panic a little. Do what? You still have the face to ask? Chen Qian slammed his fist on Wang Tang's face. Wang Tang had cost him $4 billion for no reason, which was nothing in the first place, but Wang Tang had caused Lu Wenman to almost step into danger, and this was what he cared about the most. If he didn't really have $4 billion, Lu Wenman could be in danger at any time, and for someone like Wang Tang, Chen Qian naturally wouldn't be polite. Bang bang bang. Chen Qian slammed punch after punch on Wang Tang's body. Chapter 41, Remember to pay interest on time. Stop. Lu Ruyan was a bit unable to watch. She really couldn't bear to see Wang Tang being beaten. Although this matter was Wang Tang's fault, she still liked Wang Tang in her heart. There was no way for him to ignore Wang Tang. Ruyan Lu, do you know what you are saying about yourself? Chen Qian said with some surprise. Things had developed to this point, but Ruyan Lu was still defending Wang Tang. Of course I know. This matter can't be completely blamed on him. I am also responsible for this matter. I was the one who made him do this, Ruyan Lu said with a cold face. You made him do it? Chen Qian was simply a bit in disbelief. He almost killed your sister, you know? Chen Qian, you less alarmist. Things are not as serious as you say. Those people just want money. This thing Wang Tang did do something wrong, but that was not his intention. Besides, Wen Man, isn't she fine? Lu Ruyan argued with reason. The reason why you and Wen Man are fine is because I took out $4 billion. If there is no such $4 billion, do you dare to guarantee that those people won't lay their hands on you? Chen Qian said viciously. It's not true that you took out $4 billion, but this amount of money shouldn't be anything to you. Isn't it enough that Wen Man is fine? Lu Ruyan said without a care in the world. It's easy for you to say. Do you think that $4 billion isn't money? Chen Qian said with a speechless face. $4 billion was indeed nothing to him, but that was enough to buy several buildings. Ruyan Lu said it nicely and wiped out the $4 billion in a sentence or two. Where under the sky was such a good thing. That's $4 billion, not $40. If you feel that you are losing money, you cannot have to care about our lives. Is $4 billion really that important to you? Ruyan Lu said coldly. Ruyan Lu, seriously, before I just thought that you were more in love with your brain, but now it seems that you are so unable to distinguish between right and wrong. Since you like him so much, how about you pay back this $4 billion for him? Chen Qian said expressionlessly. The eyes he looked at Lu Ruyan had long since lacked a trace of emotion. Seeing such a cold look in Chen Qian's eyes, Ruyan Lu's heart suddenly stung for a moment, but she quickly recovered. I'll pay it back if I want to. It's not like I can't afford to pay it back. Isn't it just $4 billion? Good. This is what you said. Then I'll count this $4 billion on your head. There's no proof with words. You'd better make a note for me, Chen Qian said without mercy. Make a note? You actually want me to make a note? Ruyan Lu said with some surprise. Verbal agreements were not necessarily valid, but if it was in black and white, it would definitely be legally valid. She was just speaking off the cuff, but Chen Qian was really planning to let her make a note, although her mouth said to return. But $4 billion after all is not a small amount. Were she so much money to return? Even if she really wanted to return it, she would have to return it to the monkey years and months. What? Didn't you just say that you would return it? Is it possible that you still want to cheat? Chen Qian said without giving in. Just pay it back. It's not like I can't afford it. Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth and said. That's right. Isn't it just $4 billion? It's not like we can't afford it. Wang Tang also stood out at this time, with Ruyan Lu backing him up. His bottom line seemed to be a lot stronger. His mind was still fantasizing about the day he would rise again. It wasn't true that Chen Qian was rich, but it didn't mean that they couldn't pay it back. As long as they put in a little effort, they still had a chance to pay it back. Words can't prove anything. Let's make a note. Chen Qian was also too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly took out paper and pen from his pocket. Just make it. I'm still afraid of you. This money will be treated as if we borrowed it from you. Lu Ruyan began to make a note. After writing the note, Ruyan Lu flung the note to Chen Qian. Wait a minute. I think there's one more thing to add to this. Every month the interest must be paid on time. Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Chen Qian, don't go too far. You still want to charge us interest? Ruyan Lu could not help but frown. It was already hard for them to pay back the $4 billion, and if they added the interest, they would be even more unable to pay it back. Isn't paying interest a normal thing? If I were to put this money in the bank, do you think they would be unable to part with that little bit of interest? Chen Qian said with a cold face. Fine. Paying interest is paying interest. What's the big deal? Ruyan Lu gritted her teeth. And then she could only make a note according to Chen Qian's request. Now, are you satisfied? Ruyan Lu said with an indignant face. She really did not understand that Chen Qian was so rich. Why would he still be catty with her? General Manager Liu, remember what you just said. If you don't pay it back, I will sue you at any time. Chen Qian couldn't help but coldly snort. This matter could have had nothing to do with Ruan Liu, but Ruan Liu had to take the heat, so he had no choice but to do so. Chen Qian, I've never seen a boy with no manners like you, who still has to be so calculating towards his ex-wife. Ruan Liu couldn't help but be a little upset. Man, let's go. Chen Qian ignored Lu Ruyan and turned to Lu Wenman. With Lu Ruyan present, it was difficult for him to make a move against Wang Tang. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang, Chen Qian quickly left with Lu Wenman. This damned Chen Mo. I didn't expect him to really be Chen Qian. He hid it from us for so long. After Chen Qian left with Lu Wenman, Wang Tang couldn't help but curse. Snap! Ruan Liu threw a slap on Wang Tang's face. Ruyan, what are you doing hitting me? Wang Tang's face was very ugly. After such a big thing happened, why didn't you ever tell me about it? Ruan Liu's face turned blue and said, if Wang Tang had told her this earlier, perhaps things would not have developed to this point. Originally, she was planning to give up on Wang Tang, but at the last moment, Wang Tang preferred to sacrifice himself to save her, which made her once again hopeful about Wang Tang. I'm sorry Ruyan, I care too much about you. I don't want to involve you, that's why I haven't told you. Wang Tang hurriedly explained. He had already thought of these lies a long time ago, so he opened his mouth, and it was good that Lu Ruyan did not have a high IQ, but she actually believed him so easily. It was true that he was worthy of being a veritable love brain. Even if he didn't do anything, Ruan Liu would stand up to defend him, and even went so far as to take the initiative to help him take on a $4 billion debt in order to defend him. Wang Tang, remember this, I have waited for you for so many years. I am not afraid of being dragged down by you. If you don't tell me anything, that is the biggest drag on me, Ruan Liu said with deep emotion. Don't worry Ruyan, this is the last time, Wang Tang said with a smile. Chapter 42, I'm definitely going to marry you in the future. Brother-in-law, don't be angry, my sister, she's just like that, Lu Wenman hurriedly comforted. Not to mention Chen Qian, she couldn't stand to look at it anymore. If it wasn't for Wang Tang, Chen Qian wouldn't have lost $4 billion for nothing, and Lu Ruyan was still defending Wang Tang so much, it was really making people furious. Chen Qian saved Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan didn't know how to be grateful just like that. She even blamed Chen Qian for concealing his identity. Concealing his identity, this matter Chen Qian did do something wrong, but it's not a big deal. Besides, Chen Qian must have something difficult to say, or else Chen Qian wouldn't have concealed his identity. I'm not angry, and she doesn't deserve to be angry. Chen Qian shook his head. The reason why he was angry at first was because he was genuinely worried that something would happen to Lu Wenman, not because he couldn't afford to part with $4 billion, not to mention $4 billion. As long as he could guarantee Lu Wenman's safety, he wouldn't even frown even if it was $40 billion. As for saving Ruan Liu is just incidental. He originally did not intend to make Ruan Liu grateful to him. Just Ruan Liu for Wang Tang not hesitate to confront him face to face, which he did not think of. It seems that he is still some underestimated Ruan Liu's feelings towards Wang Tang. Even if Wang Tang had done such a hurtful thing, Ruan Liu was still able to forgive Wang Tang. It could only be said that Ruan Liu had been completely hopeless. My sister, she did go a little overboard this time, but don't worry, the money that is owed to you, I will find a way to return some of it to you. Hearing that Chen Qian wasn't angry, Lu Wenman couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. What does this have to do with you? Chen Qian shook his head. This matter was originally made by Wang Tang. He had nothing to say if Ruan Liu wanted to help Wang Tang pay back the money, but Lu Wenman was innocent. The only one who was innocently implicated in the whole thing was Lu Wenman. As for Ruan Liu, although she was also innocent, Ruan Liu was willing. A willingness to fight, a willingness to suffer. What can he do? Even if Wang Tang is deliberately deceiving Lu Ruyan, who let Lu Ruyan willingly fooled it. Good words are hard to persuade the ghost who wants to die. One day, Ruan Liu will pay the price for her behavior. As for whether Ruan Liu will regret it later, that is not something he should consider. How can it have nothing to do with me? If it wasn't for the sake of coming to my rescue, you wouldn't have to lose these $4 billion. Lu Wenman beamed and said, alright, the loss of money is a small matter. It's good that your person is fine. Besides, your sister said that she would pay back the money. This matter has nothing to do with you at all. You're the one who's being dragged into this. You don't need to care about this matter, and I don't need you to pay back the money. In short, you don't need to have any mental burdens. Chen Qian patted Lu Wenman's head. Compared to Lu Ruyan, Lu Wenman was quite obedient and very much a relief. He had no complaints about giving up that $4 billion to save Lu Wenman. Brother-in-law, you are really too good. My sister, she is not worthy of you at all. Can you wait for me again? When I grow up, can you marry me? Lu Wenman said with a smile. The reason why she wanted to marry Chen Qian was not because of Chen Qian's identity. It was because she could always somehow feel very safe by Chen Qian's side. This was the sense of security that girls often talked about. Right, even if Chen Qian wasn't the Chen family's youngest master in the capital, she would still want to marry Chen Qian. Just don't talk nonsense. It's getting late. I'll send you back first. Chen Qian couldn't help but shake his head straight. Letting marry Lu Wenman? He had never thought about it that way. Although it was true that he had a good feeling towards Lu Wenman, but in his heart, he had always treated Lu Wenman as a younger sister. What's more, although he and Lu Ruyan had divorced, Lu Wenman was after all Lu Ruyan's own younger sister. If he really married Lu Wenman, in the future, if he really met, he was afraid that it would only be even more awkward. Brother-in-law marrying his sister-in-law. This kind of thing spread out is not good to hear, even if he and Lu Ruyan have already divorced. Brother-in-law, I'm not bull asterisk 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 ting. Just wait, I'm definitely going to marry you in the future. Lu Wenman spat out her tongue. She did not argue with Chen Qian. It wasn't long before Chen Qian sent Lu Wenman to her home. Chen Mo is here, come on in. Lu Zhangming said in a hurry. He didn't expect Chen Qian to actually save Lu Wenman. Since Lu Wenman was fine, Lu Ruyan was probably fine as well, and Lu Ruyan had already called him just now. And through Lu Ruyan he learned that Chen Qian's identity came from such a great source. Dad, I sent Wenman back for you, Chen Qian said with a smile. Chen Mo. Oh no, I should call you Chen Qian. We already know the matter. Thank you for saving my daughter. Please accept my obeisance. Lu Zhangming said. He actually really wanted to kneel and bow to Chen Qian, but was stopped by Chen Qian. Dad, what are you doing? You're the elder and I'm the junior. How can I let you kneel and worship me? I'll lose my life if you do that. Chen Qian hurriedly stopped it. Chen Qian, other than that, your great kindness to the Lu family, our Lu family will never forget it. Lu Zhangming bowed towards Chen Qian. He had two daughters, Ruan Liu and Wenman Liu. Although he was very dissatisfied with Ruan Liu and her treatment of the divorce matter, but blood was thicker than water. If anything really happened to Ruan Liu and Wenman Liu, they were afraid that it would be difficult for them to continue living. Chen Qian not only saved Ruan Liu and Wenman Liu, but also saved him and Bai Xiaofeng. Chen Qian completely deserved this big gift. Dad, you're overstating it. I really didn't do anything. I just did what I was supposed to do. You don't need to be like this. Chen Qian was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Lu Zhangming to give him this big salute. He treated Lu Wenman as his sister. Even without Lu Zhangming, he would have done the same. Chen Qian, there are $2 billion in this card. It's all of the Lu family's savings over the years. The rest of the $2 billion, we will find a way to get it together for you as soon as possible. Lu Zhangming took out a bank card. This $2 billion was what they had scraped together from the East and the West. That was all they could get their hands on at the moment. And the rest of the $2 billion, they would need to slowly go and scrape it together to make it work. Dad, what are you doing? I can't take my money. Take it back. Chen Qian hastily refused. He also knew that Lu Zhangming must have spent a lot of money trying to put together $2 billion in a short period of time. If he took away this $2 billion, the Lu group would be hurt even if they didn't go bankrupt. Chen Qian, you lost $4 billion in order to save our daughter. Of course I can't let you pay for this money. So quickly take it. Lu Zhangming was very insistent. Chapter 43, I have sleepwalking disorder. Dad, I really can't take this money, and I didn't put up the $4 billion. Chen Qian hurriedly explained. It's not from you. Then who is it from? Lu Zhangming felt very curious. Dad, just leave it alone. In short, let this matter just pass. Chen Qian sighed and said, alright then. Seeing that Chen Qian was so insistent, Lu Zhangming could only give in. Chen Qian, I didn't expect you to be a member of the Chen family in the capital. Why didn't you reveal your identity earlier in the first place? Lu Zhangming felt very puzzled. Dad, this matter is a long story. Chen Qian just told all the causes and consequences of the matter. So that's how it is. Lu Zhangming nodded. At first, in order to be able to marry Ruan Liu, Chen Qian had gone so far as to fall out with the Chen family, and even had to join the Liu family. No wonder the Chen family did not allow Chen Qian to use his original identity. In his place, he would not have allowed Chen Qian to face the world with his original identity. However, even if Chen Qian has paid so much for this, it is still difficult to impress Lu Ruyan. Perhaps Lu Ruyan has long been impressed by Chen Qian, but Lu Ruyan's heart is still living in another person. What is like? What is not like? This problem maybe even Lu Ruyan himself did not want to understand. Lu Ruyan heart has always felt that she likes the person as Wang Tang, but in fact, these 3 years of living together, Chen Qian has long lived in Lu Ruyan's heart. Only Lu Ruyan has not yet perceived it. Now that Ruan Liu had gone out of her way to divorce Chen Qian for Wang Tang, she could only say that Ruan Liu's approach was very foolish. But for Chen Qian, it was not a bad thing. Dad, since Wenman is fine, then I should go as well. Chen Qian got up and said, you've come all the way. Let's stay tonight. It's not too late to wait until tomorrow, Lu Zhangming said in a hurry. Chen Qian originally wanted to refuse, but due to Lu Zhangming's repeated retention, Chen Qian could only stay at Lu Zhangming's home for the night. After arranging Chen Qian, Lu Zhangming came to Lu Wenman's room. Dad, why are you here? Lu Wenman felt very strange. Wenman, your brother-in-law disregarded his own safety in order to save you. You can't be like your sister. This sentiment, you must remember it in your heart, Lu Zhangming said in a serious tone. Dad, I know all that you said, just don't worry, I won't be ungrateful. Lu Wenman nodded. Well, it's good that you understand. Only then did Lu Zhangming leave in satisfaction. After Lu Zhangming left, Lu Wenman couldn't sleep instead. She recalled everything that had just happened. The fact that Chen Qian had dared to come to the other party's base camp to rescue her alone showed that Chen Qian truly cared about her, especially since Chen Qian would rather lose $4 billion than find a way to ensure her safety. Thinking of this, Lu Wenman couldn't help but feel a bit touched as she picked up her pillow and quilt and knocked on Chen Qian's room door. Brother-in-law, are you asleep? Lu Wenman asked. Not yet, Chen Qian had to reply. Then I'm coming in, Lu Wenman said, then opened the door and walked in. Wenman, if you're not sleeping this late, what are you doing running to my room? Chen Qian couldn't help but be curious. Brother-in-law, why don't we sleep together? Lu Wenman suddenly said. Noticing Chen Qian's somewhat strange gaze, Lu Wenman hurriedly changed her words. Brother-in-law, what I mean is that I'm scared to sleep alone and want you to accompany me. How old are you and you're still scared? Chen Qian could not help but frown. Brother-in-law, you also know that it's normal for me to be scared when something so big happens. Anyway, I have to sleep with you today. Lu Wenman simply stopped pretending. Stop it, quickly go back to sleep. You still have classes tomorrow. Chen Qian shook his head. How could he not understand what was going on in Lu Wenman's mind? It was just that he was having trouble accepting it for a while now. Brother-in-law, let's do it this way. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. Is this always okay? Lu Wenman said through clenched teeth. Stop it, quickly go back to sleep. Chen Qian said with a helpless face. But I'm really scared. Such a big thing happened. You don't know to comfort people. Lu Wenman lowered her head and said. Forget it, whatever, as long as you're used to sleeping on the sofa. Chen Qian was also too lazy to argue with Lu Wenman. Thank you brother-in-law. I knew brother-in-law was the best for me. Long live brother-in-law. Lu Wenman said. Then hugged the pillow quilt to the sofa. Chen Qian didn't say anything, and decisively turned out the lights to sleep. A night without words, until the next day when he woke up. Chen Qian suddenly realized that he was lying on top of a familiar figure. This girl. Chen Qian was helpless. Needless to say, it must have been Lu Wenman who took advantage of his inattention to secretly climb up. Wenman, wake up, wake up. Chen Qian could only shake Lu Wenman awake. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Why am I in your bed? Lu Wenman pretended to be surprised. You're asking me? Chen Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. I know, it must be because I sleepwalked. I have sleepwalking disorder. That's why I accidentally climbed into your bed. Lu Wenman explained herself, not caring whether Chen Qian believed it or not. Alright, hurry up. I still have to send you to school in a while. Chen Qian couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't want to count the matter of Lu Wenman climbing into his bed while he was sleeping, since things had already happened. It was useless to say anything now. It was good that nothing happened between him and Lu Wenman. Brother-in-law, are you going to personally send me to school? Lu Wenman said with some excitement. What about otherwise? Chen Qian said softly. Brother-in-law, I knew you were the best for me. Lu Wenman couldn't help but hug Chen Qian and kept pampering him. Alright, come down quickly, time is running out. Chen Qian could only peel Lu Wenman off his body. Brother-in-law, let's take a group photo. Lu Wenman suddenly said. Didn't we just take a group photo, before in the restaurant? You wouldn't have forgotten so quickly, right? Chen Qian was somewhat speechless. That's not the same, please, accompany me to take the picture, okay? Lu Wenman begged bitterly. Under Lu Wenman's bitter plea, Chen Qian could only agree. After Lu Wenman took the group photo, she uploaded her group photo with Chen Qian to her friend circle by the way, but she didn't upload Chen Qian's revealing photo. Instead, she uploaded a few photos of her holding hands with Chen Qian. Boyfriend? Has it been officially announced so soon? No way. When did it happen? It didn't take long for Lu Wenman's friend circle to be posted, and it ushered in countless likes. At this time, Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang were eating breakfast. Lu Ruyan was eating breakfast while looking at her cell phone. Chapter 44, Distracted Ruan Liu. Ruyan, I want to discuss something with you. Just as Ruan Liu was still swiping her cell phone, Wang Tang suddenly said, What is it? Ruan Liu couldn't help but be curious. I want to work at Lu's group. Wang Tang opened his mouth. You want to work at Lu's group? Don't you have a company abroad? Ruan Liu said with a face full of confusion. Wang Tang had a company abroad and was the boss himself, so how could he suddenly think of going to work at Lu's group? That company abroad. I didn't want to open it down a long time ago. I just want to accompany you a little more now. Wang Tang blurted out. He had already thought of a reason a long time ago, so there was no need to make it up on the spot. But you didn't seem to say that before. Didn't you say before that that company was your entire heart and soul? Lu Ruyan was obviously a little less convinced. That company abroad is indeed my entire heart and soul. But after this matter I have also thought clearly. We have missed each other for too long, so I want to make it up to you. Perhaps this is the will of heaven. Even if that company abroad can't be preserved, it doesn't matter. I just want to stay by your side and accompany you now. Wang Tang pretended to be very affectionate and said, well, I'm happy that you can think this way. Lu Ruyan nodded. She had waited for Wang Tang for so many years, and finally she had kept the clouds and seen the moon. It was not in vain that she had waited for Wang Tang for so long. Ruyan, in that case, you promise? Wang Tang was very excited and said, what position do you want to serve? Ruan Liu asked. Financial director. I'm quite experienced in this area. Wang Tang said with a smile. Financial director. I'm afraid this position is a bit difficult. Lu Ruyan could not help but frown. The existing finance director was quite dedicated. Even she was not good enough to directly fire people. And the fact that Wang Tang sat in the position of finance director as soon as he arrived would indeed make many people unconvinced. I think, with my ability, it's not difficult to be competent for this position. I don't lack ability now. I only lack a chance to prove myself. And it's not like you don't know. I don't want the burden on you to be too heavy. So I want to help you share a little pressure. Wang Tang kept explaining, but Lu Ruyan's attention was obviously not on him. Her eyes were glued to her cell phone, especially when she saw Lu Wenman's friend's circle. Her whole body couldn't help but freeze. What exactly was the meaning of the friend circle that Lu Wenman sent? Others didn't know, but she definitely knew. She was too familiar with Chen Qian's hands. Even if Chen Qian didn't show his face, she could guess that those hands were Chen Qian's. Could it be that Lu Wenman and Chen Qian were already officially together? If not, why would Lu Wenman send such a friend circle? What exactly did Lu Wenman want to express? For a while, many thoughts surfaced in Ruan Liu's heart. Maybe she was overthinking it. Maybe that was really what happened. Ruan Liu understood better than anyone else that Lu Wenman's feelings for Chen Qian were definitely not ordinary, even beyond ordinary male-female love. And Chen Qian didn't seem to be averse to Lu Wenman either. More importantly, their parents were not against this matter, which meant that it was very possible for Chen Qian and Lu Wenman to be together. Ruyan, are you listening to me? Seeing that Ruan Liu was a little absent-minded, Wang Tang was instantly a little upset. I'm listening, you continue. Ruan Liu still couldn't take her attention off the cell phone. It's like this. I want the position of financial director, and I have the confidence to do my job well, as long as you are willing to give me such an opportunity. Wang Tang said with incomparable confidence. Aha, Ruan Liu said casually. At this moment, her heart was incomparably flustered. Obviously she no longer had any relationship with Chen Qian, but thinking that Chen Qian was with someone else, for some reason, she suddenly had a feeling that she couldn't catch her breath, especially when the person Chen Qian was with was also her sister. What was she then? This was really a bit hard for her to accept. Chen Qian had just divorced her. How could Chen Qian be with someone else so soon, and still with her sister? Wouldn't Chen Qian be embarrassed? Even if she was Chen Qian's ex-wife, Chen Qian should more or less consider her feelings. Her sister was with her ex-husband. Was this spreading like words? If she had met Chen Qian in the past, should she directly call Chen Qian by his name or call him her brother-in-law? For a moment, Lu Ruyan felt like her sky was about to collapse. How can he forget about me so quickly? Impossible. This is impossible. This must be a fake. Ruyan Liu was really a bit unable to accept it. Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Wang Tang could not help but be concerned. I'm fine. Ruyan Liu could only shake her head. At this moment, her heart seemed to have been stabbed by something, and it hurt a little. Ruyan, I just told you about the matter of the finance director. How are you considering it? Wang Tang kept pursuing. Let's talk about this matter in the future. Ruyan Liu said with a cold face. She was no longer in the mood to consider such. If Wang Tang could have brought it up earlier, she might have even agreed. But now, her sister was going to be with her ex-husband, so where did she have the mood to consider such? Ruyan, please make sure you believe me. I really want to help you share the pressure. I promise I won't let you down. Wang Tang still did not die and said, I said, this matter will be discussed later. Ruyan Liu was very strong and said, in the past when she came to deal with Wang Tang, as long as the request made by Wang Tang was not particularly excessive, she would basically agree to Wang Tang. But the matter that Wang Tang had just brought up was indeed a bit out of place, and she didn't have the time to think about all of this. She now only wanted to know if Chen Qian and Lu Wenman were really together. Alright then. Seeing how strong Lu Ruyan was, Wang Tang also knew that it was useless for him to insist any longer. Get ready, we'll move out today. After finishing breakfast, Ruan Liu suddenly said, move out. Why? Wang Tang said with wide eyes. Have you forgotten? We owe Chen Qian $4 billion. I plan to sell this house to him to cover the debt. Ruan Liu explained in a small voice. You're selling the house? Wang Tang said with some disbelief. But after selling the house, where will we live? You don't need to worry about this matter. I have already rented a house outside. Ruan Liu said softly. Ruyan, actually I think it's better to be cautious about selling the house. Wang Tang hurriedly spoke. He had thought that Ruan Liu was just talking off the cuff, but he didn't realize that Ruan Liu really wanted to sell her house to Chen Qian to offset her debt. Chapter 45. Ruan Liu sells her house to cover her debt. I've already decided on this matter. The real estate agent will come over to collect the house today, Lu Ruyan said with a cold face. In fact, she didn't want to sell her house either. She had just bought this house not long ago, but she had to sell her house to cover her debt because she didn't want to owe Chen Qian too much. Since she had already promised to pay back the money, she would definitely do what she said she would do, and since she still had to pay interest and whatnot, selling the house was the best option. Ruyan, it's like this, if we sell the house, where will we live in the future? Wang Tang couldn't help but say. You don't have to worry about this, I've already rented a house outside, Ruan Liu said softly. Ruyan, even if you sell the house, you won't be able to repay the $4 billion owed, Wang Tang said hurriedly. Although Chen Qian had said that he would let Ruan Liu pay back the money, but if Ruan Liu killed herself and did not pay back the money, Chen Qian ultimately could not do anything about Ruan Liu. The big deal was that Ruan Liu would be an old scoundrel, and it was not possible for Chen Qian to take Ruan Liu's group to offset the debt. I know, but can return a little is a little, right? Ruan Liu whispered. She did not know how difficult it was to pay back the $4 billion in deposits, but as long as she persisted in repaying the debt, there was still some hope. She also had a certain amount of shares in the Liu's group, and she also had a certain amount of dividends every year, and her annual income still added up to quite a lot. After all, this money was owed by her on behalf of Wang Tang. Since she decided to pay back the money, Wang Tang should support her decision, but Wang Tang was so hesitant, which in turn made her a little displeased. It was only natural to pay back what was owed. Wasn't this the right thing to do? Why was Wang Tang so hesitant? Could it be that Wang Tang had never thought of paying back the money in the first place? Alright. Seeing that Ruan Liu seemed to have made up her mind, Wang Tang had no choice but to agree. Not only do I have to pay it back, you have to pay it back as well, Ruan Liu suddenly said. I have to return it as well. Wang Tang was a little surprised. The promise to pay back the money was Lu Ruyan's own promise. He didn't promise to pay back the money, and the person who made the note was Lu Ruyan. What does it have to do with him? This money is what you owe. Of course you have to pay back, Lu Ruyan said in a cold voice. Do you want to stay out of this? She could have ignored this matter, but she had to agree to it for Wang Tang's sake, and it turned out that Wang Tang wanted her to bear the consequences alone. Ruyan, I don't mean this. You know my situation. I don't have the money to pay it back. Wang Tang simply showed his cards. Don't you have a company abroad? If you really can't, you sell the company, Lu Ruyan icy coldly said. Sell the company? Wang Tang could not help but be shocked. His company in foreign countries can't be sold just because he said so. In the beginning he owed all these foreign debts just to save his company. Now that he managed to pay off his foreign debts, Ruan Liu asked him to sell his company. Of course he was not willing to do so. What? You're not willing? Lu Ruyan frowned and said. Don't forget, you owe this money. I'm just helping you pay it off. I didn't say I'm not willing. It's just that selling a company is not a small matter after all. And it's not like you don't know that the company I have abroad is about to close down. So even if I want to sell it, there may not be anyone willing to take over. Wang Tang hurriedly explained. A company that was about to close down really couldn't be sold at a good price. Not to mention that Wang Tang didn't want to sell his company at all. And even if he really wanted to sell it, he would never be able to return the money to Chen Qian. He borrowed the money with his ability. Why should he be asked to return it? Then let's talk about this matter afterward. Ruan Liu changed her mind. Wang Tang was right. A company that was about to close down was indeed not too good to sell out. Let's wait until Wang Tang's company slowed down. Ruyan, how are you considering the matter of the financial director? Wang Tang asked tentatively. He had already made plans. When he became the financial director, he would find a way to transfer Lu's group's property, and then flee back to foreign countries. Although unauthorized misappropriation of public funds is a felony, but as long as he flees back to foreign countries, the laws of the state of China can't do anything about him. I will arrange for you to join the company as soon as possible, But the matter of the financial director, it's better to look at the situation, Ruan Liu said in a cold voice. She also wanted to arrange for Wang Tang to work in the company. In that case Wang Tang would have a regular job and could also help her pay off some debts. But the position of financial director could not be moved easily. She was still considering it. Aha! Wang Tang nodded. Ruan Liu seemed to have already shown signs of loosening up. As long as the time came, he would have little problem becoming the financial director. Although Lu Zhenming is the nominal chairman of Lu's group, but Lu Zhenming due to the body is not good. Early retirement to maintain the body. Lu's group of large and small things are Lu Ruyan single-handedly responsible for. Personnel changes naturally also by Lu Ruyan said. In this way, Wang Tang smoothly in Lu's group into the job. In fact, Wang Tang's personal ability is still there, and his personal resume is also very rich. Not only is the brand university graduates, and there are many years of foreign study experience. When a department head in the matter, Lu Ruyan is also precisely taking into account this, so decided to let Wang Tang into the job. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. A person who can start a company abroad, there is no doubt about his ability. Even if Wang Tang's company has gone bankrupt, a talent like Wang Tang will have a lot of companies grabbing for him. In the afternoon, the real estate agent also came over. In the end, the real estate agent decided to acquire the house for $15 million. $15 million? Would it be too little? Ruan Liu said with a frown. She had spent more than $20 million when she bought this house. She had just bought it not more than a few years ago. Even if there was a discount, it shouldn't be this much. Ms. Liu, this is the highest price we can give. The head of the real estate agent said with a smile on his face. If it wasn't for the face of an old acquaintance, he wouldn't necessarily be able to offer such a high price. Second-hand houses were already depreciating in value, and although Ruan Liu's house was neat and tidy as new, the market was just like this. The prices of new houses were unstable, not to mention second-hand houses. That's fine. Ruan Liu eventually agreed to the price. In fact, she also knew that the price of $15 million was already very high. She belonged to the urgent sale, and would not have been able to sell at a high price. Lu Ruyan quickly signed the contract. The real estate agent will soon complete all the formalities, but also will mean that this set of houses already does not belong to her. Suddenly Lu Ruyan felt some reluctance. This set of house carries too many memories of her, which has a part of her and Chen Qian's memories. She remembers especially clearly. She and Chen Qian lived here for 3 years. This set of house is when she got married to buy, but the result is that so soon to sell out again. Chapter 46, everything hasn't changed, and it's as if everything has changed. Manager Gao, can you guys not rush to sell this house? Ruan Liu suddenly said. This house after all carries too many memories of her and Chen Qian. If not really compelled, she does not want to sell the house. If the follow-up possible, she still wants to buy the house back. The person in charge of the real estate agent looked at Ruan Liu with a puzzled expression. Forget it, it's nothing. Ruan Liu couldn't help but shake her head. She owed Chen Qian $4 billion, and she probably wouldn't be able to buy this house back. Soon the real estate agent called over the money, and Ruan Liu handed over the house to the real estate agent. I'm really sorry, there's no way I can continue to hire you guys. Before leaving, Ruan Liu dismissed all the nannies. Of course, she gave all the wages and compensation she should. After getting the money, Ruan Liu paid all the money to Chen Qian, a total of $60 million. $15 million of which was from the real estate agent, and the other $45 million was what she had saved before. This was the first amount of money she had returned to Chen Qian that she owed, and although it wasn't much, she had gone as far as she could to pay it back. Looking at the text message sent by Ruan Liu, Chen Qian's heart did not have any ripples. Ruan Liu, this idiot, even really sold the house. But this is good. Chen Qian found a real estate agent at the first time and spent another $18 million to buy the house. Before that set of house he lived some not too accustomed, or the original house is better. Some habits, not casually can change, and this set of house from the Liu family is also relatively close. He usually time can also go to visit Lu Zhangming. If he had known this, he might as well have let Lu Ruyan mortgage the house to him. But Chen Qian didn't care about it. $18 million, it was nothing to him. The servants who were dismissed by Ruan Liu before were once again brought back by Chen Qian. Not only that, Chen Qian also raised their wages. It was as if nothing had changed. But then again, it was as if everything had changed. At this time, Lu Ruyan had already brought Wang Tang to a very cheap rental house. This was a very dilapidated neighborhood. Next to the neighborhood was the garbage dump. Because the location was not very good, so the rent was very cheap. It was only $600 a month. In a big city like Zhanghai City, can spend $600 to rent a house like this. Lu Ruyan has been very satisfied. At least this house is still a 3-bedroom. There is a kitchen, also has a toilet. Although the location is very remote, the place is also very small, and the surrounding is very noisy, and from time to time comes a pungent smell. But such a price, but also what bicycle ah. The first time she moved in, Lu Ruyan was almost about to vomit, but she still forced herself to endure it. No, can this kind of house really be lived in? Wang Tang couldn't help but vomit. He could endure the small room and the lack of elevator, but he really couldn't endure the smell of this. Since he was a child, how had he ever been treated like this? Why can't you live in it? $600, what more do you want for a bicycle? Love to rent or not? The landlord was a bit unhappy and said, most of the buildings in this building are hers. There are a lot of people who come to her to rent a house here. What kind of people she has seen? But like Lu Ruyan's condition is so good, she is still the first time to meet. Look at Lu Ruyan's dress. No, Lu Ruyan identity is not general. Although Lu Ruyan did not have too much grooming, but she looked out. Lu Ruyan should be the kind of big family out of the big lady. Lu Ruyan temperament on the body cannot be deceived. It is difficult for ordinary children to have Lu Ruyan temperament on the body, and Lu Ruyan's skin maintenance is very good. This is the ordinary people cannot have on the body. The only possibility was that Ruyan Lu was the damsel in distress. Either that or Ruyan Lu had escaped from her home. Plus there was a Wang Tang by Ruyan Lu's side, which made her lean more towards the second possibility. Ruyan Lu must have chosen to elope in order to be with the man she liked. Looking at Wang Tang's human-like appearance, she didn't expect to be able to hook up with a big lady from a big family. It was really a flower stuck on cow dung. What kind of attitude is this? Wang Tang was immediately annoyed, although he had already been mixed up much less than before. But how had he ever suffered this kind of anger? Especially still this kind of contempt from the people at the bottom of the hierarchy, which made it extraordinarily difficult for him. He was at least a boss who had started a large company, and at the height of his worth, he could be worth almost $10 billion, and a small chartered lady even dared to boss him around. I have this attitude. Only charging you $600 is already cheap enough for you. If you feel dissatisfied, you can choose not to live. Less here to chirp with me. The landlady didn't care. Anyway, there are plenty of people to rent it. It's not like she lacks Lu Ruyan as a tenant. The big deal is that she rents the house to someone else. Ruyan, let's go. Don't rent from her. Wang Tang was annoyed. He would rather die than be subjected to this kind of humiliation. This is it. Ruyan Lu also made a decision at this time. Ruyan, you. Wang Tang was completely speechless at this time. This kind of place can't live at all, and I don't know what Ruyan Lu really thinks, but she still wants to rent this kind of broken place. See, this is called refreshing. I like to deal with such refreshing people. Unlike you, a big man. Chirping. The landlady couldn't help but spit out. Wang Tang was so angry that he couldn't speak. Boss, sign the contract. Ruyan Lu said softly. You ladies from big families, you just like to give people names. How am I the boss? If you look up to me, call me Aunt Shin. The landlady was amused by Lu Ruyan's words. This was the first time she had been called a boss. Where was there anything about her that looked like a boss anymore? Aunt Shin, can you rent this house to me? Ruyan Lu asked. Of course, the landlady asked with a smile on her face. Are you a couple? Renting to anyone is renting. Renting to Ruyan Lu, she doesn't lose out. And Ruyan Lu looks like the kind of person who loves cleanliness and will definitely pay attention to personal hygiene. No. Lu Ruyan hastily shook her head. Then you must be a couple, the chartered lady said with great certainty. She really guessed correctly. Ruyan Lu really eloped here with Wang Tang. Like Ruyan Lu, such an elegant and dusty young lady, even willing to elope with Wang Tang. It was really bitter for Ruyan Lu. Thinking of this, the landlady could not help but sympathize with Ruyan Lu. At the same time, she also scoffed at Wang Tang's little white boy. Even if Ruyan Lu was such a damsel in distress, she was not the kind of little white boy Wang Tang could match up with. Couple? Lu Ruyan could not help but let out a bitter smile. She and Wang Tang hadn't formalized their relationship yet, so she and Wang Tang couldn't even be considered a couple. Chapter 47. How could there be someone as stupid as you? No way. You guys aren't even a couple, right? The landlady could not help but be shocked. She originally thought that Ruyan Lu was a couple who eloped with Wang Tang, but it turned out that Ruyan Lu and Wang Tang were not even a couple. So what exactly did Ruyan Lu want? We are indeed not a couple, Ruyan Lu said with a bitter face. Girl, it's not that Anshin said you. With your condition, what kind of man can't be found? Why would you need to find this kind of white boy? The landlady couldn't help but shake her head. She had seen many love brains, but it was the first time she had seen a love brain like Lu Ruyan. You old thing. What do you mean? Wang Tang could not help but burst into a rage. From the moment he entered the door, the bag lady had looked down on him. He was at least the boss of a foreign company. When had he ever been looked down on like this? It means literally. I've seen a lot of little white boys like you. If you're really capable, don't let your own woman suffer. Not to mention that you're not even a couple. The other girl has fallen out with her family for you. What have you done for her? The more the landlady said, the more angry she became. She didn't put Wang Tang in her eyes at all. She simply felt unworthy for Lu Ruyan. Alright, Aunt Shin, please stop talking. Lu Ruyan had no choice but to open her mouth. For the sake of Wang Tang she was willing. She did not feel that this was anything. As long as Wang Tang had her in his heart, she could bear any grievance. Girl, it's not that I'm talking about you. Why do you have to do this? There are plenty of good men under the sky. Why do you have to be so cheap? The landlady couldn't help but sigh. In terms of Lu Ruyan's condition, surely she is also the pearl of the family. Lu Ruyan's family is either rich or noble, so she doesn't need to suffer all the white eyes with someone like Wang Tang. Of course, this was after all Lu Ruyan's private matter. She could only casually persuade her. As for whether Lu Ruyan wanted to listen or not, that was out of her control. Aunt Shin, thank you for your kind words, but this is my own matter, Ruan Liu said softly. Why would she want to cheapen herself? If she didn't have no choice, she wouldn't have done this. Once she had a very good time with Chen Qian, but ever since Wang Tang appeared, everything had changed. There was no way for her to turn back, and even if she wanted to, Chen Qian might not be willing to re-accept her. Come on, count me as nosy. The chartered lady simply did not say anything more. It was hard to persuade a ghost who wanted to die with good words. A love brain like Ruan Liu would not regret it until the last moment. Soon Lu Ruyan signed a contract with the landlady and rented the suite for 600 per month. After simply tidying up, it was barely habitable. Ruyan, do you really plan to live here all the time? Wang Tang said with extreme difficulty. He really can't stand the smell around him. And how can you live in such a small house? Even a shelter is bigger than this place, right? I've signed the contract. What do you think? Lu Ruyan blanked Wang Tang. She also didn't want to move to this kind of place to live, but other than this place, she couldn't find another cheaper house. She was no longer the high and mighty lady she was back then. She now owed Chen Qian $4 billion. She could not afford to pay back this $4 billion even if she was emptied out, but she would do her best to pay it back. She was not afraid of suffering. As long as she could be with her beloved, even if she had to suffer she would recognize it. Alright then. Seeing this, Wang Tang also knew that it was useless no matter what he said. Ruan Liu had already made up her mind, but he didn't want to accompany Ruan Liu to suffer together. Ruan Liu could have not had to suffer, but Ruan Liu had to do so, and also dragged him down because of it. He had already begun to be disgusted with Ruan Liu, only he didn't show it. Before reaching his goal, he could only endure it. Anyway, when he transferred the property of Lu Group, his bitter days would be over. In this way, Lu Ruyan and Wang Tang are also considered to be temporarily settled down, and Lu Ruyan also will be their own body brand name bags and jewelry all taken out to sell, in order to pay off debts. Even her car she changed, every day to squeeze the subway to and from work. Her life has changed drastically. Lu Ruyan feels very tired every day. There are times when she cannot stand. Why she agreed to help Wang Tang pay off the debt, day by day. However, Ruan Liu's suffering had just begun. She had changed from the original imperial princess to the current common people. In order to save money, she even ate one meal as two. With Lu Ruyan's help, Wang Tang successfully gained a foothold in Lu's group, and also got the position of finance director. The original financial director has been Lu Ruyan resigned, although the board of directors is very dissenting, but Lu Ruyan still suppressed the matter. Everything seems to be in the direction of good development, and then Lu Ruyan absolutely did not expect is that Wang Tang has begun to take action. He first used the position of financial director, staring at the property of the Lu Group, but also when everyone did not notice him, has begun in the transfer of the assets of the Lu Group. Wang Tang had long booked a ticket to a foreign country, and by the time everyone realized it, Wang Tang had long escaped to a foreign country. Bastard! Dang it, how could he do this to me? Ruan Liu couldn't help but curse. She sold her house for Wang Tang, and even offended the board of directors in order to help Wang Tang get the position of finance director. But even so, Wang Tang still didn't know how to be grateful, and also transferred the assets of Lu's group behind her back. Although not all of them were transferred, Lu's group's property on the surface had already been emptied by Wang Tang. She wanted to call Wang Tang, but suddenly realized that Wang Tang had already blacked out her phone long ago, and in the end, it was Wang Tang who took the initiative to call her. Wang Tang, I treated you so well, why are you doing this to me? Ruan Liu had become completely furious. She did not expect Wang Tang to be such a person. Ruan Liu, this can't be completely blame me. Chen Qian is right. You are just too stupid to believe in my bull ********. To tell you the truth, I have never loved you. I only have the use of you, including the last time you and your sister were kidnapped. It was also all my idea. It's just that I didn't expect all this. You still believe in me so much, and even more so, let me smoothly take over the finance director position. Like you so stupid people, I still see the first time. To be honest, I'm starting to admire you. You can make the same mistake so many times. They say you're a business wizard. In my opinion, you should be the stupid one. By the way, you should be thankful to me. If I didn't give you this lesson, you still don't know how long you'll be stupid. In addition, I'll tell you another secret. I have long been married and had children abroad. The reason why I approached you was nothing more than wanting to utilize your identity to achieve my own goals. Now you are no longer useful to me. Goodbye. Should we never see you again? Chapter 48. Lu Zhangming was hospitalized by Lu Ruyan's anger. When he said this, Wang Tang directly hung up the phone. As for Lu Ruyan herself, she cried out with a wow sound. From beginning to end, Wang Tang had never liked her. This was all her wishful thinking, and what made her feel even more sad was that obviously she could have avoided such a thing from happening, but as a result, she still chose to believe in Wang Tang. In order to Wang Tang, she took the initiative to offer to help Wang Tang offer to repay the debt of $4 billion. She sold the house, jewelry or bags are sold, even to go to work or crowded subway. In fact, the last time she was kidnapped, she should have seen Wang Tang's true colors. The result is that Wang Tang 3 words to fool her over. Now Lu's group's family background has been emptied by Wang Tang. If it is not too late, Lu's group's loss is not afraid of this. Wang Tang not only harmed her, but also harmed the entire Lu group and harmed the Lu family. Sister, it's not good. Dad, he just fainted over. You quickly come to the hospital. Right at this moment, Ruan Liu suddenly received a call from her sister. Wenmin Liu. Ruan Liu hurriedly rushed to the hospital and happened to meet Chen Qian, who had come to the hospital. Chen Qian just looked straight at Lu Ruyan. I'm sorry to you, Ruan Liu said with an apologetic face. If it wasn't because of her, Lu Zhangming wouldn't have fainted in anger because of this. These words, you don't need to say them to me. You can say them to Dad yourself, Chen Qian said with a cold face. Now, are you satisfied? It turned out that this woman would actually apologize. But what was the point of apologizing? Ruan Liu had already caused great damage to the Lu group. I didn't do it on purpose. Ruan Liu could only lower her head and say, I remember I reminded you to pay more attention, but as a result, you even treated my words as if they fell on deaf ears. Ruan Liu, you're still really stupid. Whoever marries you in the future will surely have to fall on 8 lifetimes of bad luck, Chen Qian said with a look of disgust. Before Lu's group's accident, he had asked someone to remind Ruan Liu, but Ruan Liu thought that he was spying on him at that time, and for this reason Ruan Liu blamed him for meddling in his own business. As a result of what to fear, Lu's group's property was secretly transferred by Wang Tang, and Wang Tang himself also disappeared. All the consequences can only be borne by Lu Ruyan alone. That's all. But on the contrary, Lu Zhangming, after learning about this matter, his anger attacked his heart, and now he is in the hospital for rescue. How Lu Ruyan? In fact, Chen Qian does not care. He really cares about his Lu Zhangming. As long as Lu Zhangming is fine, anything can be. But if anything happens to Lu Zhangming, he will never let go of Ruan Liu. Chen Qian remembers very clearly. Over the years, Lu Zhangming has always taken care of him, treating him as if he were his own son. Even if he divorced Lu Ruyan, Lu Zhangming still treats him this way. In his heart, he has long regarded Lu Zhangming as the same role as his own father, Chen Baoshan. But Lu Zhangming's body is not high. Although Lu Zhangming fought his own career, Lu's group is also therefore step by step on the right track. But overworked or let Lu Zhangming fell a great deal of problems. Even the doctors said, Lu Zhangming has been unsuitable for work. Lu Zhangming had to retire early. Thought Lu Ruyan can lead Lu's group to glory. The result is that because of Lu Ruyan, Lu's group is almost to the result is that because of Ruan Liu, Lu's group almost went to extinction. All of these consequences were caused by Ruan Liu, naturally by Ruan Liu to bear. I will be responsible for this matter. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath. Things had come to this point. She knew that there was no way for her to escape. This matter was indeed caused by her, and Lu Zhangming was also sent to the resuscitation room because of her. Lu Zhangming trusted her so much that he handed the company over to her in advance. But now that this had happened, she knew she couldn't escape. Whether it was for the sake of the Lu group or for the sake of Lu Zhangming, this responsibility had to be taken by her. Responsible? What are you taking responsibility for? Chen Qian was unforgiving. Don't forget, you still owe me a payment of $4 billion? Of course I haven't forgotten, Ruan Liu said through clenched teeth. The money she owed Chen Qian she had always kept in her heart, and she had already started to pay it back. She had sold her beloved house in order to pay it back. What else did Chen Qian want from her? It's good that you haven't forgotten. Chen Qian coldly snorted. You don't have to go in later. On what grounds? He's my father? Ruan Liu said with a face full of defiance. Do you think, in your current state, you are still qualified to see him? Chen Qian said without mercy. I cannot go in. I'll just watch outside. I just need to know that he's fine. Please, can you? Ruan Liu kept begging. She simply had no way to refute Chen Qian. The reason why Lu Zhangming was lying in the hospital was indeed because of her, but this was not her intention. No need. you'd better go back. I think after Dad wakes up, he definitely doesn't want to see you either, Chen Qian said with a cold face. With these words, Lu Ruyan instantly fell silent. Yes, Lu Zhangming trusted her so much, but as a result, she almost buried the future of Lu Group because of her. Lu Zhangming probably hated her at this time. Chen Qian, then my father is in your hands. Please make sure you take care of him. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth and said, there's no need for you to say that. Not only is he your father, he is likewise my father, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Then he walked away without a word. He had no intention of giving Lu Ruyan any good looks at all. Brother-in-law, why are you the only one? Where's my sister? Seeing that Chen Qian was the only one who had walked over, Lu Wenman couldn't help but be a little curious. She had called Chen Qian at the same time she called Lu Ruyan. Counting the time, Lu Ruyan should have arrived by this time as well. I let her go, Chen Qian said softly. Dad shouldn't want to see her right now. Brother-in-law, do you think that Dad will be alright? Lu Wenman looked very nervous. Don't worry, Dad will definitely be fine. Chen Qian could only comfort. Yes, Dad. He's blessed with a great life. He'll definitely be fine. Lu Wenman could likewise only comfort herself. Chen Qian, during this period of time, I might have to trouble you more, Bai Xiaofeng said with an apologetic face. Ever since learning that Lu Zhangming had fainted in anger, Bai Xiaofeng's entire person seemed to have aged a lot. She was just a woman. She didn't know anything about the economy. She only wanted her husband and children to be safe. But now, the person she loved most was lying inside the rescue room. How could she not be anxious? Mom, you mustn't say that. This is all what I should do. Don't worry, Dad. He will definitely be fine, Chen Qian said with a smile. They were all family. What to say about trouble or not? Well, Ruyan Shi, mentioning Ruyan Liu, Bai Xiaofeng couldn't help but be silent. Chapter 49 Ruyan Liu's miserable ending. The reason why Lu Zhangming had become like this was entirely because of Ruyan Liu. But for some reason, Bai Xiaofeng still couldn't hate Ruyan Liu. There was no way. Ruyan Liu was her daughter after all. Forget it, don't mention it, lest you get upset. Bai Xiaofeng ended abruptly. She also knew that Ruyan Liu and Chen Qian had already divorced. What kind of Ruyan Liu was had nothing to do with Chen Qian, and she didn't expect Chen Qian to be able to forgive Ruyan Liu. Just that, as a mother, she still had a trace of attachment to Ruyan Liu. Mom, I know what you're trying to say, but there's no possibility for me to be with her anymore, so I hope she can behave herself. Chen Qian coldly snorted. He had long since lost that feeling he had at the beginning towards Ruyan Liu, although not to the point of being an enemy, but everything about Ruyan Liu had nothing to do with him anymore. Mom doesn't mean that. Mom just feels a bit sorry for you. Mom didn't teach her well. I hope you don't resent Mom for that, Bai Xiaofeng said softly. Mom, how could that be? You're you, she's her, it has nothing to do with you when it comes to her. Chen Qian hurriedly said. How could it be okay? She is Mom's daughter. You didn't blame Mom. Mom is very happy, but this matter, Mom does have an unshirkable responsibility. Bai Xiaofeng shook her head. Chen Qian could leave her alone, but she couldn't act as if nothing had happened. She still had some responsibility in this matter. She wanted to make it up to Chen Qian, but she couldn't do anything about it. Mom, let's not talk about this for now. Chen Qian could only interrupt. He knew that Bai Xiaofeng felt guilty towards him, but he really felt nothing. Under the doctor's tireless resuscitation, Lu Zhangming was finally out of danger. It wasn't long before Lu Zhangming woke up as well. Hubby, great, you finally woke up. Bai Xiaofeng was lying in Lu Zhangming's arms, her tears unconsciously flowing down her face. On the other side, Lu Wenman's tears similarly flowed down, and Chen Qian could only comfort silently. It's alright already. Chen Qian gently patted Lu Wenman's back. Help me up, Lu Zhangming suddenly said. Bai Xiaofeng could only help Lu Zhangming up. Chen Qian, I've caused you trouble, Lu Zhangming said as he looked at Chen Qian. He knew that Chen Qian must be very busy right now, but Chen Qian still came to the hospital to visit him at the first time. This love alone was already enough for him to remember for the rest of his life. When Ruyan Liu married Chen Qian, he didn't think much of Chen Qian, but with Chen Qian's step-by-step efforts, he gradually recognized Chen Qian, and thought that Chen Qian and Ruyan Liu would have a very bright future. But Wang Tang's appearance still broke everything. In order to Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan chose to divorce Chen Qian. That's all. Wang Tang again and again to hurt and use Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan again and again to forgive Wang Tang. Now Lu Ruyan into this, completely from their own destiny. He does not think Lu Ruyan have any good pity, but Lu Ruyan should not have led the wolf into the house. Lu's group is his blood. He cannot let Lu's group so destroyed in his hands. He was almost killed in a fit of anger, and this is precisely because he has a good daughter. Lu Ruyan sins, as long as he is the father to clean up the mess. As for Chen Qian, he did not want Chen Qian to intervene in it. After all, This was none of Chen Qian's business, not to mention that Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan were already divorced. Even if Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan were not divorced, he did not want to drag Chen Qian into it. Dad, don't say that. We are family. Have you forgotten? Chen Qian said in a hurry. He never felt troubled. Lu Zhangming treated him as his own son. Now that something had happened to Lu Zhangming, he naturally couldn't stand idly by. Yes, we are family. Lu Zhangming nodded gently. How good it would have been if Chen Qian had not divorced Ruan Liu. But unfortunately, all of this could not be brought back. Where is that asshole Lu Ruyan? Why didn't she come with you guys? Lu Zhangming couldn't help but frown. Dad, I was the one who told her to leave. I was afraid that you would be angry if you saw her. Chen Qian hurriedly explained. No, I have to see her today. Call her and tell her to come over immediately. Lu Zhangming gritted his teeth and said, then I'll call her now. Seeing that Lu Zhangming was so insistent, Chen Qian could only take out his cell phone and dialed Lu Ruyan's number. How is he doing? Dad, Ruan Liu had not left the hospital, and seeing that the call was from Chen Qian, Ruan Liu hurriedly asked, Dad, he has woken up. He wants to see you now. Come over here. After saying that, Chen Qian also hung up the phone directly. Shortly after, Ruan Liu also walked in. Dad, how are you doing? Ruan Liu said with a worried face. Don't call me Dad. I'm not your dad. I called you here because I want to tell you one thing. From today onwards, you and I have severed our father-daughter bond, so behave yourself. Lu Zhangming said expressionlessly. His face was very cold. Husband. Bai Xiaofeng wanted to dissuade him, but was interrupted by Lu Zhangming reaching out. His will was set. This was not only to give an explanation to the Lu group, but also to give an explanation to Chen Qian. Dad, it's fine for you to beat me and scold me, but I beg you to please stop. Ruan Liu cried, crying very sadly. She really already knew that she was wrong. She could accept how Lu Zhangming beat her and punished her, but she never expected that Lu Zhangming would actually choose to sever the father-daughter relationship with her, which was something she could never accept. Her body was flowing with Lu Zhangming's blood. How could she say break it off? Lu Zhangming was clearly torturing her. You go, it's better for us not to meet in the future. Lu Zhangming coldly and mercilessly said. The more this time, the more he couldn't show a trace of attachment. This was a punishment for Lu Ruyan, and at the same time, it was also a punishment for himself. Seeing how resolute Lu Zhangming's eyes were, Ruan Liu already knew that things were irreparable, and she fled out of the hospital in an extremely sorry state. She felt like the sky was about to collapse. However, the unlucky things were not over yet. Because of Ruan Liu's mistake, Lu Clan decided to hold a board meeting and decided to remove Ruan Liu from the position of president. This time, without the support of Lu Zhangming, Ruan Liu could not stand alone. The vast majority of people voted in favor of the decision, and except for a few people who chose to abstain from voting, it was passed almost unanimously. General Manager Liu. Oh no, Miss Liu, do you have any objections to this? Someone asked. Ruan Liu caused great losses to Liu Group this time. These shareholders were naturally quite dissatisfied with Ruan Liu. In the past, with the support of Lu Zhangming, they couldn't say much, but this time, Lu Zhangming had already openly stated that he would no longer support Ruan Liu. Actually, you guys don't even need to do this. I no longer have the face to continue staying here. Ruan Liu could not help but laugh miserably. She had caused such a great loss to the Lu Group. Even without a vote from the board of directors, she would have chosen to voluntarily resign. At this time, she had long since not been the high and mighty president at the beginning, but rather a street rat that everyone in the Lu Clan group shouted at. Chapter 50. There is no most miserable, only more miserable. Lu Ruyan formally submitted a separation application to Lu's group. Lu's group board of directors quickly agreed. In fact, even if Lu Ruyan did not submit a separation application, the board of directors has decided to dismiss Lu Ruyan. After this matter, Lu Ruyan can only leave the Lu Group in a mess. Originally she is the president of the Lu Group. Even if she left the company, there will be a lot of people over to send her off. But now no one dares to come out to send Lu Ruyan for the last ride at this time. There is no way. Lu Ruyan's current status is not even as good as a small employee, and Lu Ruyan is now everyone's favorite. No one is willing to cause unnecessary trouble for themselves. Only Ruyan Lu's secretary secretly sent her out. General Manager Liu, the shareholders and the board of directors have gone too far. When you were doing your best for Lu's group, they didn't say anything. Now that there is a little problem, they put all the blame on you. You have been in Lu's group for so many years. Even if you don't have credit, you still have hard work, right? Lu Ruyan's secretary said indignantly. When Ruan Liu pulled in $1 billion of investment for Lu's group, these board of directors shareholders laughed all the way to the bank. And now that Ruan Liu has only made one mistake, the shareholders of Lu's group's board of directors can't wait to drive Ruan Liu away. How can this be considered fair for Ruan Liu? Lu Group needs Lu Ruyan when everyone does not say, wait until not need Lu Ruyan time. A foot to Lu Ruyan kicked away. Which people do so? Okay, stop talking. In the future when I'm not around, you take care of yourself, Lu Ruyan said with a sigh. She did not think there is anything unfair. Life is not absolutely fair. She is the president of Lu's Group. Create value for Lu's Group is her job. Now Lu's Group does not need her. She naturally have to give way to others. To say unfair words indeed a little, but this thing cannot blame others. Is her own knowledge of people is not clear? So it led to the present consequences. All the consequences should be borne by her. Lu's Group didn't let her bear all the losses. It was already the greatest mercy to her. General Manager Lu, if it's really not possible, I'll leave with you, Lu Ruyan's secretary suddenly said. She was already accustomed to working under Lu Ruyan's hand, and if she messed around and made her work as a secretary for someone else, she was still a bit unaccustomed to it. Even if Ruan Liu lost her identity as the president of the Lu Group, with Ruan Liu's identity as the eldest miss of the Lu family, it shouldn't be difficult for Ruan Liu to make a comeback. It's better for you to remain in the company. I'm not sure where I'm going by myself right now. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shake her head. She really didn't know where to go. If she was still the eldest miss of the Lu family, even without the identity of the president of the Lu Group, she would be able to make a good living just the same. But now she was no longer the $1,000 miss of the Lu family, and Lu Zhangming had already severed the father-daughter relationship with her. How easy would it be for her to make a comeback? Not to mention the fact that she still owed Chen Qian a huge sum of $4 billion. Although she had already paid back some of it, there was still a long way to go before she finished paying back the money owed to her. So how would she dare to let her secretary follow her and suffer? But Ms. Lu, I can't let you go. Lu Ruyan's secretary couldn't help but cry. She and Lu Ruyan's side has long been accustomed to, although Lu Ruyan usually will also be more severe to her, but Lu Ruyan usually to her is still quite good. She is not an animal without feelings. So many years of living together, she found that she has long been inseparable from Lu Ruyan. Under the sky there is no feast that doesn't go away. You stay in Lu's Group. What happened to Lu's Group you can still give me through the news. If even you left Lu's Group, I don't even have a source of news. Lu Ruyan shook her head and said. In fact, she also had a certain selfishness. By keeping her secretary in Lu's Group, she would be able to learn all the next directions of Lu's Group. General Manager Lu, Ruyan Lu's secretary was still a little reluctant. There's no need to say it. We'll still have the chance to meet in the future. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she also left without looking back. She was afraid that if she didn't leave, someone would come down later to drive her away. After all, she was no longer the president of the Lu Group, and the Lu Group strictly prohibited outsiders from entering the Lu Group privately. Hello President Lu, where are you going? We're here to help you. When he saw the doorway, the security guard at the entrance hurriedly gave a big salute to Lu Ruyan. Don't call me General Manager Lu. I'm no longer the president of the Lu Group. Lu Ruyan said with great embarrassment. General Manager Lu, what's going on here? The security guards were puzzled. They still didn't know that Ruan Liu had been fired from the Lu Group. I've already left the Lu Group, so you guys probably won't be able to see me in the future. Ruan Liu said very awkwardly. She didn't say that she was fired, but rather she said left her job. At least this way it was still decent. After leaving from the Lu Group, Ruan Liu returned to her rental house. Although the smell of the surroundings was very strong, Ruan Liu no longer dared to have any extravagance at this time. With her current conditions, can have a place to shelter from the wind and rain has been very good. She cannot pick. At this time, Lu Ruyan has long been unable to hold back the loud crying. Lu Zhangming was hospitalized by her anger. The board of directors and dismissed her Lu's Group president of the position. She is now to what nothing, and even more difficult for her to accept is that Lu Zhangming actually cut off the father-daughter relationship with her. All the grievances have exploded out at this moment. Lu Ruyan now no one to blame. She now only blame her own. But where she can see Wang Tang's true colors earlier, she is not to fall themselves. Thinking of Wang Tang, Lu Ruyan cannot help but think of Chen Qian again. If she did not divorce Chen Qian at that time, how good? It was all because of her single-mindedness. Divorcing Chen Qian was so. Being cheated by Wang Tang was likewise so. Nowadays, even if she went back to Chen Qian now, Chen Qian probably wouldn't forgive her, right? No, I still have a chance. Chen Qian, he should still have feelings for me. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth and said. She instantly killed her spirit. Sister, where are you now? Just as she was thinking, Lu Wenman's message suddenly sent over. Lu Ruyan could only send her address over. Not long after, Lu Wenman also arrived at the rental house where Lu Ruyan was. Sister, how could you live in such a place? Lu Wenman was somewhat incredulous. Ruan Liu was at least considered a proud daughter of heaven. Even if she was down and out, she could never live in this dirty and smelly little room. This kind of shabby place. Even thieves would be too lazy to patronize it, because it's cheap. Ruan Liu could only explain. Why would she want to live in this kind of shabby place? but there is no way. She is too poor, can't afford to rent too good a house, can only spend her days in this kind of dirty and smelly shabby place. Chapter 51, Saving Face and Suffering. Sister, where is your original house? Lu Wenman was still incredulous. She remembered very clearly that Ruan Liu had a suite. That suite was bought by Ruan Liu herself with her own money 3 years ago, and it was also a big villa. The place was too much bigger than here. It has been sold. Ruan Liu replied. Sold? Lu Wenman continued to pursue. Sold to whom? Sold to the real estate agent. As for who the real estate agent ended up selling it to, then I don't know. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and said, Sister, that house is fine. Why did you sell it? Lu Wenman was filled with disbelief. If Lu Ruyan didn't choose to sell the house, Lu Ruyan can still live in a big house now. How can it be better than living in this kind of rental house? No matter what, Lu Ruyan can also rent out the extra house, and can earn a lot of money. She couldn't figure out why Lu Ruyan had to sell the good house, because to pay back the money. Ruan Liu whispered, I owe your brother-in-law a lot of money, that's why I sold the house to cover the debt. But it's not like you owe this money, even if you have to pay it back. You should let Wang Tong pay it back, Lu Wenman said with a bulging mouth. In fact, Lu Wenman was right. It was true that this money should not be returned by her, but let her have to take the initiative to bear Wang Teng's debt in the first place. And now that Wang Tong had run away, the money owed to Chen Qian could only be returned by her. Wenman, why are you here? Lu Ruyan could only change the topic. Mom is a bit not too worried about you, so she asked me to come over to take a look. Lu Wenman explained in a small voice. You go back and tell Mom. Just tell her that I'm fine. I'm fine, so she doesn't have to worry about me. Ruan Liu said with a smile. Sister, stop deceiving yourself. You're like this and you still call it very good? Lu Wenman said somewhat helplessly. If you really can't, you can just come home with me and live. She felt suffocated even if she stayed here for one more moment, and she didn't know how Ruan Liu managed to stick around and live for so long. I won't go back for now. Ruan Liu shook her head. She also wanted to move back home to live, but she knew that there was no way that Lu Zhangming would agree to it. If she went back home to live, maybe Lu Zhangming would really be pissed off by her and fall sick in some way. She did not want any accidents to happen to Lu Zhangming. Sister, it's fine if you don't go back to live. You go to find your sister-in-law. Talk to her. Maybe her sister-in-law's heart is soft. Maybe she will help you solve the problem of food and accommodation. Lu Wenman said in a hurry. She didn't dare to say anything else, but at the very least, Chen Qian could also provide Lu Ruyan with a place to eat and live. No better than this Thai place. I don't want to beg him. Ruan Liu shook her head once again. Why? Lu Wenman said with a puzzled expression. Although Ruan Liu and Chen Qian had already divorced, Ruan Liu and Chen Qian shouldn't be so hostile to such an extent. As long as Ruan Liu was willing to bow her head, Chen Qian wouldn't be able to drive Ruan Liu to extinction. There are many things you don't understand. Ruan Liu sighed. She could go to Chen Qian and say a lot of nice things to him, but she could never beg Chen Qian because she simply couldn't do it. Sister, do you really intend to live here for the rest of your life? Lu Wenman was somewhat speechless. Things that could be solved by obviously bowing her head. Why couldn't Ruan Liu bow her head first? Bowing her head first wouldn't be less of a piece of meat. Ruan Liu and Chen Qian had been a couple after all. Even if they were divorced, Chen Qian hadn't thought of putting Ruan Liu to death. It was just that Ruan Liu herself wasn't willing to bow her head. Don't worry, when I have money in the future, I will move to another place. Lu Ruyan had to say. You don't even have a job now. Where will you get the money? Lu Wenman said with a helpless face. To be honest, she was beginning to sympathize a little with Ruan Liu. Ruan Liu was now living worse than an ordinary person. Even if she was an ordinary person, it was impossible for her to live in this kind of place, right? It was fine if Lu Wenman didn't say this. As soon as she said this, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but frown. She didn't know if Lu Wenman was doing it on purpose or not. She had just been fired by Lu Group. She really hadn't found another job yet. Without a job, she naturally had no salary. Without a salary, where did she get the money to rent a room? Originally, Ruan Liu had shared dividends. After all, she had shares in Lu's Group. Even if she was fired, her shares were still there. But her share dividends had been used to compensate for Lu's Group's losses, and she wouldn't have any share dividends in the next few years or even decades. Moreover, she still had to repay Chen Qian's arrears and interest. Ruan Liu felt like she had nothing to look forward to in her days. But life had to go on, didn't it? There will always be a way. Ruan Liu pretended to smile. There are always more ways than difficulties. As long as she refuses to give up, she can always come up with a way. If she really can't, she will look for a job. With her ability, she should be able to find a very good job. The salary should still be good. Sister, if it's not possible, I'll go talk to my brother-in-law and ask him to arrange a job for you. Lu Wenman said with a sigh. Since Lu Ruyan is unwilling to bow her head, then she will always bow her head for Lu Ruyan. After all, Lu Ruyan is her sister. She really can't bear to see Lu Ruyan like this. Please don't go to him, Lu Ruyan said hurriedly. Why? Lu Wenman said with a puzzled expression. It was fine that Ruyan Lu was unwilling to bow her head to Chen Qian. Why was she still not allowed to plead for Ruyan Lu? It wasn't like she had to force Ruyan Lu to bow down to Chen Qian. Ruyan Lu didn't have to come out, so she could personally come out, right? Anyway, I don't want to beg him. You are not allowed to beg him, do you hear me? Ruyan Lu shook her head and said, he doesn't owe me anything, why should he help me? Sister, Lu Wenman was a little undeterred. My will has been decided. In short, you are not allowed to go. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, if you have to go and beg him, don't blame me for not recognizing this sister. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was so insistent, Lu Wenman also had no way at all. Ruyan Lu was a typical face saver. She would rather suffer than beg Chen Qian. Chen Qian didn't say he wouldn't help. As long as Ruyan Lu was willing to bow her head, Chen Qian would still choose to be open-minded. In this way, Lu Wenman left Ruyan's rental house. She wanted to go to find Chen Qian, but thinking of what Ruyan said to her before she left, she still gave up. At this time, Ruyan Lu had already started to try to find a job. She was no longer the former Miss Lu family. Now no one will stand up for her. She can only rely on herself. After a few resumes, Lu Ruyan interviewed a few good positions, but the other party learned that because she led to a huge loss of Lu's group, the other party immediately rejected her. For several days in a row, Ruyan Lu couldn't even find a job. Chapter 52, Borrowing Money. Ms. Lu, your resume is excellent, but I'm very sorry, our company doesn't need someone like you, HR said very directly. Lu Ruyan could no longer tell. This was the first time she had been rejected. Obviously the interview was fine, but as soon as the other party knew about the things she had done, the other party directly rejected her. Since my resume is excellent, why won't you guys hire me? Lu Ruyan still couldn't help but ask. Miss Lu, with all due respect, you were fired by the Lu group, right? And as for why you were fired, you should understand in your own heart better than anyone else, HR said bluntly, and as far as we know, you don't seem to have a very good relationship with young Master Chen Qian of the Chen family in the capital. We don't want to offend him because of you. That's why we can't hire you. Hearing HR's reply, Ruyan Lu's hanging heart finally died. As expected, it was still related to Chen Qian. Ever since she divorced Chen Qian, Ruyan Lu felt like everything was not going well for her, and now that she wanted to find a job, she was blocked by Chen Qian. To say that not resentment is certainly impossible, but Lu Ruyan also know, this thing cannot blame Chen Qian. To only blame her own. Looking for a day of work, Lu Ruyan tired and hungry. She can only casually in the roadside stalls to eat something. If placed in the past, she is impossible to eat these roadside stalls of junk food, both unhygienic and not much nutrients. But now, she is no longer the high and mighty lady. She has no more refusal of the capital. Turns out, want to be a good ordinary people is not a simple thing. At least she has to think every day what to eat today. Eat how much money is more appropriate. In the past, she never think about these. Unconsciously, Lu Ruyan came to her previous set of house. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Lately these days she was very nostalgic. Nostalgic for the old days and her previous home. The house seemed to have been bought by someone. Everything was still the same as before, but what Lu Ruyan knew was that the house no longer belonged to her. She could only miss it nowadays. The only thing she could take away were her memories. She couldn't help but recall the scene where she once lived in it. At that time Chen Qian was still by her side. Chen Qian had accompanied her for 3 years. But she had actually abandoned Chen Qian for a white moonlight that hadn't appeared for years. There are a lot of memories of her and Chen Qian left here. People only miss the past when they are most disillusioned. But no matter how much she misses it, everything has already not been able to come back. She and Chen Qian have already divorced. Chen Qian's heart is estimated to be very disgusted with her. Mr. Lu. At this time, the servants in the villa also discovered Lu Ruyan. Why are you guys here? Haven't you already left? Lu Ruyan felt incomparably surprised. When she first sold this villa, she had already dismissed all the maids. It was logical that these maids would have left long ago. How could they continue to stay here? General Lu, it was Mr. Chen who invited us back. The servants replied. Wait, by Mr. Chen, you guys are referring to Chen Qian? Ruyan Lu couldn't help but be shocked. Yes, the servants could only nod. They had known Chen Qian's identity for a long time, and it seemed that Chen Qian did not intend to hide it from them. At the same time, they also knew that Chen Qian was someone they could not afford to mess with in their lifetime, and to be able to serve such a big shot like Chen Qian was a blessing they had cultivated in their previous lives. This house was bought by Chen Qian? Ruyan Lu was still a bit incredulous. With Chen Qian's ability, wanting to buy a set of villas was not a difficult task. It just made her wonder. There were so many villas in Jianhai City. Why did Chen Qian choose this set alone? Could it be because of her? Ruan Liu didn't dare to continue thinking about it anymore, and she didn't want to think about it either. From the moment she knew Chen Qian's true identity, she knew that she was no longer worthy of Chen Qian. General Manager Liu, Mr. Chen is inside right now. Do you want to go in and say hello to him? Someone asked. Ruan Liu was Chen Qian's ex-wife after all, so it was nothing to go in and say hello to Chen Qian. No need. And also, I'm not a president anymore, so you guys don't need to address me as Mr. Liu. Ruan Liu shook her head, and then could only flee. She no longer had the courage to face Chen Qian now. The previous her had always looked down on Chen Qian, so how could she dare to climb higher nowadays? Not to mention, she still owed Chen Qian a huge sum of $4 billion. If she went to see Chen Qian at this time, she didn't even know what she should say to him. After running for a while, Ruan Liu's stomach rumbled. She hadn't eaten enough at all from the roadside stalls earlier, and she didn't really like the taste of the roadside stalls either. Right now she felt so hungry that she could eat a cow. If she couldn't solve the problem of food and clothing, she was afraid that even walking would be a problem. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan still took out her cell phone and dialed Su Rui's number. What is it? Su Rui's voice came from the phone. Young Master Su, can you lend me some money? Ruyan Liu whispered. She didn't know who to borrow money from. Su Rui's was the future heir of the Su family. There was definitely no lack of money on his body. Casually borrowing her some money wasn't a problem. Can you accompany me to sleep? You want to borrow as much as you want, Su Ruizha unabashedly said. Lu Ruyan is no longer the former high and mighty Miss Lu family. Lu Ruyan if not really have no way. It is not possible to call him to borrow money. Forget it then. I'm not that kind of person. Lu Ruyan was a little unhappy. Su Rui's took her as what kind of person? She, Lu Ruyan, even if she was down and out again, would never sell her body. It doesn't matter. There is no lack of women on my side. Lu Ruyan, you have to think about it. You are no longer the big miss of the Lu family. The only thing you are worth now is a pretty face. But this world is never short of pretty women. Or let me put it in another way. If you become my underground mistress, I can give you as much money as you want, Su Ruai said without a care in the world. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan directly hung up the phone. What's the difference between an underground lover and being adopted? But it's just a different argument. How can she, Ruyan Liu, be adopted? And even if she is being adopted, she hopes that the one who adopts her is Chen Qian, so that at least her heart can still feel better. In fact, she had thought to find Cheng Xuanshuang to borrow money. Just Cheng Xuanshuang is after all Chen Qian's private secretary. She was afraid that she would be known by Chen Qian at that time. She didn't want Chen Qian to know how miserable she was now. After calming down for a moment, Lu Ruyan dialed Yan Rushue's phone again. Looking for me for something? Seeing that it was Ruyan Liu calling, Yan Rushue was somewhat surprised. In fact, her relationship with Lu Ruyan was okay, but not particularly good. She and Lu Ruyan used to be in a competitive relationship, and because of certain relationships, she and Lu Ruyan had always been compared. But nowadays, Lu Ruyan and her could no longer be compared on the same day. Chapter 53 Ruyan Liu faints. Can you lend me some money? Lu Ruyan asked tentatively. You came to me to borrow money. It seems like you should really be desperate. Yan Rushue couldn't help but sigh. In fact, she quite sympathized with Ruyan Liu. Ruyan Liu couldn't have called her to borrow money if she didn't have no choice. Is it okay? Ruyan Liu opened her mouth and asked. Say, how much do you want to borrow? Yan Ruashue asked. 2,000. Ruyan Liu whispered. I'll return it to you as soon as possible. You actually asked me to borrow money for $2,000. Yan Rushue felt a little amused. She thought that Ruyan Liu would look for her to borrow millions or tens of millions of dollars. But it turned out that Ruyan Liu had to look for her to borrow even $2,000. So Ruyan Liu was already down and out? If it doesn't work, then forget it. Ruyan Liu was about to hang up the phone. Slow down. But right at this moment, Yan Rushue suddenly said, I didn't say I wouldn't borrow it either. Since she was going to borrow money, Ruyan Liu should have set her attitude straight. Such a twisted appearance. Where was the Ruyan Liu she used to know? Thanks. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She borrowed this $2,000 just for a transition, not to use it for anything. When she found a job, she would return the money to Yan Rushue. Let's do it this way. This $2,000 will be considered as my gift to you, and you don't have to return it. But I have a question. Yan Rushue said softly. What problem? Lu Ruyan had to ask. Why don't you find him to borrow the money? Yan Rushue curiously said. Lu Ruyan naturally understood who Yan Rushue was referring to when she said that I can't open this mouth. Ruyan Liu said with a bitter face. If she looked for Chen Qian to borrow $2,000, there was a high probability that Chen Qian would lend it to her. Only, she really couldn't open this mouth. Alright, I know. I'll call you as soon as possible with this money. Yan Rushue didn't expect Ruyan Liu to reply like this. It's this time, Lu Ruyan still can't let go of her pride. Is this necessary? Yan Rushue, thank you. I will return the money to you as soon as possible. Ruan Liu looked very excited. I said, this $2,000 will be considered as my gift to you. No need for you to return it. Yan Ruashue frowned and said, she wasn't so bad that she still needed $2,000 for Ruan Liu to return it to her. Just take it as her pitying Ruan Liu. No, I must return this money. Ruan Liu was very insistent. Even the 4 billion she owed Chen Qian she didn't intend to renege on. It was just that she also knew that in her lifetime, it would be very difficult to pay back this 4 billion. Forget it, whatever. You can pay it back if you want to. If you don't want to pay it back, forget it, Yan Rushue said, then also hung up the phone. Whose call is it? Chen Qian couldn't help but wonder. Ruan Liu had never dreamed that Yan Rushue was currently a guest in Chen Qian's home. Instead of being a guest, it could be better described as reporting on work. Chen Qian had previously handed over the projects in the eastern part of the city to Yan Rushue to deal with, and Yan Rushue had come specifically for this. Your ex-wife. Yan Rushue replied honestly. She called you just to borrow $2,000? Chen Qian was equally surprised. He knew about Ruan Liu's dismissal from the Liu group, and he knew that Ruan Liu's life was definitely not going as well as he would have liked. It was just that he did not expect that Ruan Liu would be living such a miserable life. Yes, young Master Chen, do you really not care about her? Yan Rushue asked with a smile. I've long since had nothing to do with her. Chen Qian shook his head. Let's not talk about her. Let's talk about the project. After returning to the neighborhood, Ruan Liu found that Wenman Liu had long been waiting for her outside the door of her rental house for a long time. Sister, why did you come back so long? Seeing that Liu Ruyan was a little tired physically and mentally, Liu Wenman couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Didn't I tell you not to always run to my side in the future when there's nothing going on? Liu Ruyan said with a helpless face. She really didn't want Liu Wenman to run back and forth, and the environment here was also bad, so Liu Wenman might not be able to adapt to it. Sister, I'm not worried about you, Liu Wenman whispered. I'm fine. If there's nothing wrong with you, hurry back, Liu Ruyan said with a smile. In fact, she had thought about finding Liu Wenman to borrow money, but she finally held back. She didn't want Liu Wenman to worry about her. Sister, don't lie to me. I've asked around. You haven't even found a job, Liu Wenman said with her head lowered. I've said that I'm fine. Why don't you believe me? Although I wasn't able to find a job, there are already companies willing to hire me, Liu Ruyan had to say. She didn't expect that Liu Wenman had actually poked around her situation so clearly. Really? Hearing that Liu Ruyan was about to find a job, Liu Wenman felt happy for Liu Ruyan from the bottom of her heart. Of course it's true. Can I still lie to you? Liu Ruyan said with a smile on her face. Seeing Liu Ruyan say it so easily, Liu Wenman also chose to believe Liu Ruyan. Right sis, you can take this money first and come back to me for it if it's not enough. Liu Wenman pulled out a bunch of money from her bag. Although she usually didn't lack money to use, but she was still a student after all. In order to prevent her from spending money recklessly, the pocket money that Liu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng gave her actually wasn't much. She gave all this money to Liu Ruyan, adding up to almost $10,000. No, I have money. Just mind your own business. Don't worry about me. Liu Ruyan hastily refused. She was really short of money right now, but she didn't want Liu Wenman to worry about her, so she kept putting off asking for it. You don't even have a job. Where did you get the money? Liu Wenman didn't believe Liu Ruyan's words at all. I saved a little before. Just take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. Liu Ruyan still refused to accept it. She is Liu Wenman's sister. It is always the sister who takes care of the sister. Where is the sister who in turn takes care of the sister? And Liu Wenman gave all the money to her. What about Liu Wenman herself? Although the university's usual spending is not much, but occasionally there are still social gatherings, it's impossible for Liu Wenman's body to not keep any money at all. And once Liu Zhangming asks, Liu Wenman is not good at answering. Sister, just take it. Liu Wenman directly stuffed the money into Liu Ruyan's hands. Liu Ruyan just wanted to refuse, but right at this moment, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and immediately afterward, her entire body staggered and fell down. Sister, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me? Seeing this scene, Liu Wenman's entire body was terrified, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed 120. Chapter 54, Liu Ruyan cried. 120 quickly pulled Liu Ruyan away. Brother-in-law, my sister is in the hospital now. Can you come over? After thinking about it, Liu Wenman finally called Chen Qian. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qian decided to make a trip to the hospital. In fact, he had long since had no feelings for Liu Ruyan. It was just that Liu Wenman had called him and he had to go over. Young Master Chen, where are you going? Yan Rushue hurriedly inquired when she saw this. She still hadn't finished reporting to Chen Qian about the matters on the project. I'm going to the hospital. Chen Qian could only reply. Something happened to Ruan Liu? Yen Rushue seemed to have guessed something as well. Aha! Chen Qian nodded. Young Master Chen, why don't I go with you? Yen Rushue suddenly said. What are you going to do? Chen Qian said with a curious expression. He was going because he couldn't wipe Lu Wenman's face. After all, Lu Wenman had even called him, so he couldn't pretend that he didn't know anything. But Yen Rushue shouldn't be that close to Lu Ruyan, right? I'm just going to take a look. How can I say that she and I are also considered friends? Yen Rushue said with a smile. In fact, she just wanted to go and see if Chen Qian was still in love with Lu Ruyan. Chen Qian was the young master of the Chen family in the capital no matter what. Such a high-quality man. Of course she wanted to fight for it. If she could really get together with Chen Qian, no matter for her or for the Yen family, it would be very beneficial. Of course she didn't want Lu Ruyan to rekindle her old feelings with Chen Qian. Alright, Chen Qian didn't think much about it. No matter what Yen Rushue's purpose was, it actually didn't make much difference to him. Yen Rushue soon drove her car and brought Chen Qian to the hospital. At this time, the doctor had just finished checking Lu Ruyan's body. How is she doing? Chen Qian asked. There's no need to worry. The patient was just momentarily malnourished. Plus she didn't rest well. That's why she fainted. She'll be fine after a while, the doctor explained. Luckily, he had sent the doctor in time. If he had sent her a little later, Ruan Liu might have woken up on her own. Thank you, doctor. Lu Wenman held the doctor's hand tightly, incomparably excited. It's nothing, this is all something we should do. The patient needs to rest. You guys better wait slowly for her to wake up. After instructing Lu Wenman a few words, the doctor directly left the ward. Just as the doctor said, it didn't take long for Ruan Liu to wake up. Chen Qian, why are you here? Ruan Liu felt a bit surprised. How could Chen Qian know that she was in the hospital? Sis, I'm the one who called my brother-in-law here, Lu Wenman explained. Seeing Yen Rushue next to Chen Qian, Lu Ruyan seemed to have thought of something. How could Chen Qian be with Yen Rushue? When she had called Yen Rushue earlier, Chen Qian wouldn't have been right beside her, would he? In that case, wouldn't Chen Qian already know about her borrowing money from Yen Rushue? Since it's already fine, I'll go back first, Chen Qian said, and was about to get up and leave. He didn't want to say a word more to Ruan Liu, and if it wasn't for Lu Wenman calling him, he wouldn't have wanted to come visit Ruan Liu. Brother-in-law, my sister she just woke up. Why don't you stay with her for a while longer, please? Lu Wenman said with a begging face. She knew that Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan couldn't go back to the past. It's just that she didn't want to see Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan keep going on in a cold war like this, in which case it would be very difficult for her to be caught in the middle. Okay. Seeing Lu Wenman's bitter plea, Chen Qian was ultimately unable to bear it. Sister, you're hungry, right? I'll go get you some food, Lu Wenman said, then also ran out. After Lu Wenman left, Lu Ruyan could only look at Yen Rushue on the side. She very much wanted to say something to Chen Qian, but in front of Yen Rushue, there were some words she simply couldn't say. Young Master Chen, why don't I just go out first? Yen Rushue seemed to have seen Lu Ruyan's intentions as well. She actually didn't want to go out, but if she didn't, Ruan Liu would probably still let her go out. In that case, he might as well just ask Chen Qian for his opinion. No need. It's not something unseemly. Why go out? Chen Qian said with a cold face. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Ruan Liu was a little disappointed. Did Chen Qian already loathe her to this extent? Chen Qian was not even willing to listen to her even one more word. Chen Qian, actually, Ruan Liu was just about to open her mouth, but she was suddenly interrupted by Chen Qian. Ruan Liu, if you're trying to tell me that you've regretted it, then I'd advise you to avoid opening your mouth or not. Chen Qian said unflinchingly, I don't like you anymore. Even if you really regret it, it's impossible for me to come back to you. Lu Ruyan originally had a lot to say, but she was disliked by Chen Qian's words. Chen Qian, I know you hate me right now. It's only right that you hate me. I did do a lot of things wrong. I don't ask for your forgiveness. It's just that, can you not speak to me in such an indifferent tone? Ruan Liu cried. She didn't expect that she and Chen Qian would develop to this point now. Then which tone should I use to speak to you? We're just in an ordinary relationship. Do you really want me to coax you? Chen Qian only felt a little amused. When one breaks off, one must suffer. He and Lu Ruyan should have actually broken off a long time ago. When he had deliberately pretended not to recognize Ruan Liu, it was because he didn't want to have too much involvement with Ruan Liu, but he had still exposed his identity in front of Ruan Liu after all. I don't mean that. I just think that our relationship should not have reached the point of ordinary people, Lu Ruyan hastily explained. Come on, I still don't know you. You don't think that I would believe your words if you shed a few tears, right? Chen Qian stared at Ruan Liu. So, are you trying to win my sympathy now? I never wanted to win your sympathy, Ruan Liu hurriedly defended. Then who are you crying for? Chen Qian said coldly, or rather, who are you trying to act for? Chen Qian, Do you really hate me that much? Ruan Liu cried even harder. She didn't expect Chen Qian to already loathe her to such an extent. Loathing her to the point that she didn't want to talk to her was just enough, and now she had to speak ill of her. You're right, I do quite loathe you. You divorced me for the so-called white moonlight in the first place, and now that your white moonlight doesn't want you, you want to come back to me. What do you think I, Chen Qian, am? A dog that you, Ruan Liu, have raised? Chen Qian said expressionlessly. Oh, Lu Ruyan's tears spilled out. Chapter 55, It's useless to regret. Forget it, you can cry slowly by yourself. I'm leaving. Chen Qian suppressed any thoughts of comforting Ruan Liu. From the moment Ruan Liu divorced him, he had already broken the idea. He had paid for Ruan Liu for so many years, but he was never able to enter Ruan Liu's heart. His heart was already dead at that time. A dead heart, there is no way to resurrect. Looking at Chen Qian's back as he left, Ruan Liu did not dare to say a word. There was no way for her to retain Chen Qian, and it would be useless even if she did. Ruan Liu, actually, seriously, you're quite pitiful. Yan Rushue similarly shook her head and said, although Ruan Liu was deceived by Wang Tang, the truth was that if Ruan Liu did not trust Wang Tang too much, how could she be deceived by Wang Tang? Everyone knows that Wang Tang is holding other purposes close to Lu Ruyan, but Lu Ruyan herself actually did not find out, or Lu Ruyan actually found out a long time ago. Only Lu Ruyan too much love brain just, as with her the same name of Jianhai City top beauty, Lu Ruyan originally can have a very bright future, but Lu Ruyan but hard to play a hand of good cards to the rotten, and Chen Qian divorce not to mention, but also with their own father cut off the relationship between father and daughter. To be a person can fail to Lu Ruyan to this point, is also quite can be. I don't need anyone's pity, Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. Do you think I'm pitying you? Yan Rushue shook her head and said, I'm just stating a fact. You don't even know who your husband is. You can't even recognize him when he's standing in front of you, so it's obvious that you don't know much about him. But on the contrary, he actually paid for you for 3 years, and even went out of his way to join the Liu family for you. He went incognito for you for 3 years, and as a result, you even abandoned him for a so-called white moonlight. To be honest, for you to have today's ending, it's all because you deserve it. Facing Yan Rushue's reprimand, Lu Ruyan didn't even have the heart to retort. What Yan Rushue said was the truth, and she simply had no way to refute it. Are you fighting for him? Ruan Liu couldn't help but let out a miserable laugh. As far as I know, you shouldn't be that close to him. It's true that my relationship with young Master Chen isn't that familiar, but at least it's better than you, right? I'm an outsider who recognized his true identity before you did, and you as his ex-wife actually don't even know who he is when he's standing in front of you. Do you think that's laughable? Yan Rushue sneered. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Young Master Chen is still waiting for me to drive him now. After saying this, Yan Rushue didn't bother to talk nonsense with Lu Ruyan and directly chased after him. She was indeed fighting for Chen Qian, but it wasn't because of Chen Qian's status, and it was hard for her to agree with Lu Ruyan's approach. Brother-in-law, why did you leave so quickly? Lu Wenman happened to run into Chen Qian in the hospital's corridor. She still wanted Chen Qian to chat with Lu Ruyan for a bit longer. I have other things to be busy with, and since your sister has woken up, it's only natural that I should leave as well, Chen Qian said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Yan Rushue couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Although Chen Qian had a very cold attitude towards Lu Ruyan, he was very loving towards the sister of Lu Ruyan. This way, Lu Wenman nodded. Then pay attention to your safety on the road. Chen Qian's intention to go had been decided. If she insisted on letting Chen Qian stay, the probability was that Chen Qian would still stay. It was just that she didn't want to make things difficult for Chen Qian. Well, take good care of your sister in the hospital. Remember to call me if anything happens. Chen Qian touched Lu Wenman's head, then left without looking back. Ruan Liu was, after all, Lu Wenman's sister. Chen Qian had no intention of letting Lu Wenman clear her relationship with Ruan Liu, a true relative, not something that could be broken just by saying so. Lu Ruyan is Lu Ruyan, Lu Wenman is Lu Wenman. Although he doesn't like Lu Ruyan, he won't inflict his feelings for Lu Ruyan on Lu Wenman. Looking at Chen Qian's back as he left, Lu Wenman didn't say much. Shortly after Chen Qian left, Cheng Shuangshuang also came. In fact, Chen Shuangshuang knew more or less about Ruan Liu's situation, only that she had heard about it. Ruan Liu had never told her about it. She only knew that Ruan Liu wasn't doing as well as she used to, only that she didn't think that Ruan Liu would be doing so miserably. Ruyan, why are you like this and didn't tell me? Cheng Shuangshuang said with some heartache. She was Lu Ruyan's best friend, but Lu Ruyan didn't even tell her about such an important situation. I deserve to be like this. What's there to say? Lu Ruyan said with a cold face. Didn't you also not tell Chen Qian's true identity? What do you mean? Cheng Shuangshuang somewhat did not quite understand what Ruan Liu meant. In fact, You already knew Chen Qian's true identity and knew that he and Chen Mo were the same person, right? Ruan Liu questioned. I really didn't know before. I only just found out, and he's my boss. How do you want me to tell you? Chen Shuang said with her head lowered. In this matter, she did hide something from Lu Ruyan, but that was something she couldn't help. Chen Qian was her boss, and it was impossible for her to casually reveal Chen Qian's true identity. In fact, she had long guessed that Chen Qian was Chen Mo. It was just that she had never had the evidence to prove it, so she wasn't 100% sure. So I really was the last to know. Ruan Liu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Yan Ruoxue was right. She knew too little about Chen Qian, but if she had cared about Chen Qian a little more, it was impossible for her to not even be able to figure out Chen Qian's identity. Chen Qian used to be her husband, and she had spent so many years with him, but it turned out that she was actually the last one to recognize him. It could even be said that she didn't recognize him at all, and that it was Chen Qian who took the initiative to reveal his identity on his own. It was fine for others to hide it from her. Chen Shuang was her best friend. How could Chen Shuang hide it from her? I did apologize to you in this matter, but I swear, at the beginning, I really didn't know his identity. Chen Shuang hurriedly said. Forget it, didn't you tell me before that you were going to chase after him? This is a rare opportunity for you, even if you really knew. How could you possibly reveal it to me? Lu Ruyan felt very sarcastic. Originally, she thought Chen Shuang was her best friend, but Chen Shuang had been hiding it from her, which instantly gave her the feeling of being betrayed by the whole world. Wang Tong had deceived her. Chen Qian refused to forgive her. Even her best friend had kept it from her. Was she really such a failure? Why was everyone so ungrateful to her? Chapter 56. Instead of being cheap to others, it is better to be cheap to one's own sister. Ru Yen, things are really not what you think. I did say that I want to chase him is not false, but his real identity I just started really do not know. If it is just an ordinary person is also just, but he. When she said this, Chen Shuang fell silent. She did have the idea of pursuing Chen Qian. If Chen Qian was just an ordinary person, she would definitely pursue Chen Qian, but unfortunately, Chen Qian was not. Chen Qian's identity was not something she could reach. She did not even have the qualifications to pursue Chen Qian. Besides, Chen Qian was Lu Ruyan's former husband. Lu Ruyan herself had failed to recognize Chen Qian's true identity. Who was Lu Ruyan to blame her? Forget it, you go. Ruan Liu shook her head. It was useless to count on this now, and Chen Shuang was right. Chen Qian used to be her husband, and she had actually failed to be the first to recognize Chen Qian's true identity. Instead she was the last to know. How sad. It turned out that all these years, she had never cared about Chen Qian, but wherever she had been sincere to Chen Qian, it was impossible for her not to have found out Chen Qian's identity. Even if Chen Qian had intentionally concealed his identity, so what? As long as she had the heart, she would always be able to find out. Unfortunately, she did not. Ruyan, then take good care of your health first. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Chen Shuang said with a sigh. She knew that it was already useless for her to say anything now. Ruan Liu no longer trusted her. Although she never wanted to hide Ruan Liu's Chen Qian's true identity, she did not know at the beginning. Wenmin, come over here. Ruan Liu beckoned towards Wenmin Liu. Sister, what's wrong? Lu Wenmin walked forward with a curious face. Wenmin, actually you were right at that time. I was too stubborn, and it was really the best choice for him to divorce me. Ruan Liu smiled and said, but you're different. You've always been sincere with him. If I say, who is most likely to be with him, that person is undoubtedly you. Sis, why are you telling me this? Weren't you quite against me being with my brother-in-law in the first place? Lu Wenmin was a bit confused. In the past, when Lu Ruyan saw her and Chen potential together, Lu Ruyan hated to separate them. What was wrong with Lu Ruyan today? Could it be that she had been stimulated by something? It is true that I was wrong in the past, and it was a big mistake. It is no longer possible for me to be with him, but you can. Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and said, in the past, I had too deep a prejudice against him, and I never wanted to understand him. I have already missed it once. I don't want to miss it for a second time. If you can really be with him, I think, I will still bless you too. Sister, are you telling the truth? Lu Wenmin was a bit in disbelief. You're really willing to give your blessing to me and my brother-in-law? Of course, rather than cheapening it for someone else, it's better to cheapen it for your own sister. Ruan Liu said with a smile on her face. She seemed to have gotten over it, but on the contrary, she was somewhat unable to forget. It wasn't that she didn't want to forget, or that she wanted to let go, but that she had to. She and Chen Qian had already ended, and even if they hadn't completely drawn a period, it was actually pretty much over. It was just that she was more or less a little upset. She originally thought that even if she didn't end up with Wang Tong, Chen Qian would still stay in the same place and wait for her. But unfortunately, Chen Qian didn't. Sister, don't worry, I'll definitely chase my brother-in-law down, Lu Wenmin said with a smile. In fact, she didn't care who Chen Qian really was, she only knew that Chen Qian was good to her, so she wanted to be good to Chen Qian as well. It was a pity that Chen Qian was already her brother-in-law. Originally she had already hidden this feeling long ago to be sure, but ever since Chen Qian had divorced Lu Ruyan, she couldn't hide her feelings anymore. She also felt that she would be sorry for Lu Ruyan for doing so. No matter what, Chen Qian is Lu Ruyan's ex-husband. Even if Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan divorced, she had to consider for Lu Ruyan, but unfortunately she did not. But feelings were originally this way. The more you want to hide, often the more you cannot hide. Even if Lu Ruyan is her sister, she is not willing to give up this feeling. In fact, she still hoped that Chen Qian can get happy. Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan together. Chen Qian is very happy. She can see, but Lu Ruyan's heart is always no Chen Qian. Even if Chen Qian is good, Lu Ruyan still will not give Chen Qian sincere. Until Wang Tong returned to China, Lu Ruyan completely showdown with Chen Qian. Lu Ruyan completely hurt Chen Qian. At that time, she even thought of severing relations with Lu Ruyan idea. But think carefully, Lu Ruyan did not do anything wrong. Lu Ruyan just don't like Chen Qian. Like a person would not be wrong. Don't like a person is the same. No one can guarantee that you can get all the people like. Lu Ruyan don't like Chen Qian itself is nothing. Just Lu Ruyan shouldn't use the marriage contract to trap Chen Qian for 3 years. It was good that Ruan Liu and Chen Qian had already divorced, and now that she had Ruan Liu's support, it seemed that in this world, there was already nothing that could hinder her from being with Chen Qian. Silly girl, you have many opponents, don't take it lightly. Ruan Liu touched Lu Wenmin's hair. Chen Qian had always been excellent, it was just that she had never realized it, and by the time she did, it would be too late. Chen Qian's side was destined not to lack women. The Chen Qian of the past was only bound by her. Now that Chen Qian had blossomed, it wasn't an easy thing for Lu Wenmin to want to be with Chen Qian. Don't worry sis, I'm sure there's no problem. Lu Wenmin smiled. Soon after waking up, Lu Ruyan left the hospital. Although the doctor suggested that she stay for a few more days of observation, she still chose to go. It couldn't be helped. She now had no extra money to stay in the hospital for medical treatment. Just as Ruan Liu was still looking around for a job, Chen Qian sent her a message. If you haven't found a job yet, you can come to me first. Chen Qian was ultimately soft-hearted. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. As long as Lu Wenmin kept begging him, he really had no choice. No need. I want to rely on my own abilities to find a job, but thank you for being willing to take me in. Ruan Liu hurriedly replied. She knew that Chen Qian was acting out of good intentions, but she didn't seem to want to appreciate it. Whatever. Chen Qian didn't care much. Anyway, he had already done what he promised Lu Wenmin. What could he do if Ruan Liu refused to appreciate it? It was already this time. Ruan Liu still couldn't let go of her pride. He didn't know who he learned from, but this is also good, so that he does not see Lu Ruyan annoyed. Time day by day, Lu Ruyan's situation is not as good as she imagined. Because of the major mistakes to Lu's group caused huge losses has become a stain on her life, and she was fired because of mistakes by Lu's group. Was fired with the initiative to leave is not quite the same. A lot of companies are very important to this. Chapter 57, Lu Zhangming wants to hand over the company to Chen Qian for management. For several days in a row, Ruan Liu was unable to find a job, even though she had already taken the initiative to lower her salary package. But even so, there was still no company willing to take her. In fact, Lu Ruyan's ability is not bad. Management of Lu's group for so many years, there has not been any large-scale losses, but the same also did not help Lu's group to earn too much money. Her position in fact changed to do other people can also do. In addition to a major mistake in this aspect of the use of people, this is just this mistake, leading to Lu's group losses. Wang Tang not only absconded with the money, but also took away a lot of Lu's group information. Although Lu's group has alarmed, but Wang Tang people have long fled to foreign countries. Want to Wang Tang arrested how easy? Ruan Liu was once again rejected by a company. She suddenly remembered the message Chen Qian had sent her earlier. Could it be that she really had to beg Chen Qian? Although it was Chen Qian who had taken the initiative to send her the message, Ruan Liu also knew that if she went to Chen Qian's company, then she would have to work under Chen Qian's hand in the future, and she did not want that. She had dignity. The previous her couldn't look down on Chen Qian, and now that she was asked to work under Chen Qian's hands, she was definitely unwilling to do so, but it seemed like there was nothing else she could do. Just when Lu Ruyan was still hesitating, Chen Qian had already arrived at the hospital at this time. It was Lu Zhangming who took the initiative to call in to come. Lu Wenmin and Bai Xiaofeng were likewise there. Dad, why did you suddenly call me here? Chen Qian felt a little strange. Chen Qian, sit. Lu Zhangming hurriedly greeted Chen Qian over. Dad, just say what's up. Chen Qian could only sit down. Chen Qian, you know, Dad has always had one thing he couldn't rest assured about, and that's when she's still young, and there are many times when she needs someone to take care of her, Lu Zhangming said in a serious tone. Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of Wenman for you in the future. Chen Qian could only say, with your words, I can also rest assured that I will leave the company to you to run, Lu Zhangming said with a smile. Dad, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Chen Qian was a bit confused. Why don't you take a look at this first? Lu Zhangming handed a document to Chen Qian. Chen Qian opened it and found that it was actually a share transfer agreement. Dad, what do you mean by this? Chen Qian said with a face full of confusion. Dad is old, and his next days are numbered. The company is always going to be handed over to you. Lu Zhangming took a deep breath and said, if Ruan Liu had not divorced Chen Qian, this should have been the best ending. But unfortunately, Ruan Liu ended up divorcing Chen Qian, and that too without their knowledge. Ruan Liu was their daughter, but likewise, they also treated Chen Qian as their own child, and for something like this to happen was definitely not something they wished to see. But since things had already happened, they were powerless to change them and could only passively accept them. Originally, his health was not good, otherwise he would have been able to work for at least a few more years. He wouldn't have handed the company over to Ruan Liu to manage, and this wouldn't have happened. I thought that after handing over the company to Ruan Liu for management, the burden on his body could be a little lighter. These years, he really didn't have much control over things. All the things are Ruan Liu to help deal with, and the company has not had any losses. It is not that Lu Ruyan's ability to be more powerful, but because he has long before the foundation has been stabilized. Lu Ruyan is just enjoying the success of it. To do others, as long as it is not too bad, can be done, but Lu Ruyan finally let him down. He would like to continue to shoulder the heavy responsibility, but his body has long failed. In the first few years for the development of the company, he worked day and night. That's why he had to retire to the second line. Thought he could retire in peace, but reality gave him a blow. He cannot care about anything, but Lu's group is after all his blood. He has paid a lot. He does not want to let down those shareholders who once trusted him, but his body is really not working anymore. Lu Wenman is too small. After thinking about it, he still decided to give the company to Chen Qian to manage, regardless of how the future would end. He believed that Chen Qian would definitely have the ability to manage the company well. Dad, don't say that. You're still young and you're in good health, Chen Qian said hurriedly. Lu Jingming's age was just under 60. To say how old he was actually wasn't that old. He definitely couldn't compare to young people, but living for 70 to 80 years shouldn't be much of a problem. Chen Qian, you don't need to comfort me. I know my own body. Even the doctor said that I don't have a few years to live. There are two things that I can't worry about right now. One is Wenman, and the other is the company, Lu Zhangming said with a serious face. Years of exhaustion had emptied his body. His current body was nothing more than an empty shell, but he didn't regret it. He did it all for the sake of his two daughters. Now that he and Lu Ruyan had severed their relationship, Lu Ruyan wasn't in his scope of considerations. Only Lu Wenman he couldn't rest assured of. He is not afraid of death. He is just afraid that after his death he did not take care of Lu Wenman, this pair of orphans and widows. Chen Qian is the only person he can trust, no matter whether it is the company or Lu Wenman. He can rest assured that they will be handed over to Chen Qian's hands. Dad, Chen Qian just wanted to open his mouth, but Lu Zhangming interrupted him. Don't be in a hurry to reject it first. I know you don't see this broken company of mine, but a mosquito is still neat. Dad doesn't ask you to make it world class. Dad only asks you to make it survive. You don't need to have any pressure. Anyway, these things are always too much for me and your mom to take with us. The more Lu Zhangming said, the more gloomy he became. When you reach the age of me and your mom you will understand. There are some things that are unchangeable. Just do your best. Anyway, they can't be taken away. Naturally they should be left to the people around them. Wenman, she is still too young, and she doesn't know anything about managing a company. Leaving the company to her, she may not be able to subdue those old guys. But you're different. Your identity and ability is undoubted. Those old guys wouldn't dare to mess with you. Handing over the company to you, your mom and I can rest assured. In fact, Lu Zhengming's original idea was to let Lu Ruyan slowly take over the company. But after such a thing happened, Lu Ruyan is no longer suitable to take over the company. As for Lu Wenman, he may not be able to wait. If he is no longer there, without his support, those old guys may want to make things difficult for Lu Wenman. And he could tell that Lu Wenman didn't actually want to manage the company. So only Chen Qian was the most suitable. Chapter 58. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, then forget about it. Dad, even so, you don't have to hand the company over to me. I promise. I will help you hold on to the company, and then when Wenman grows up, I will return the company to her. Chen Qian said softly. He knew that Lu Zhangming chose to hand over the company to him to manage because he trusted him, and he was grateful that Lu Wenman could trust him so much. Although the market capitalization of Lu's group wasn't high, it was still able to rank in Jianhai City. Of course, the market capitalization of Lu's group was nothing to Chen Qian. That was why Lu Zhangming would hand over to him to manage. Chen Qian, with your words, your mom and I can rest assured. This company we originally intended to give to you. In the future, if you can keep Wenmin safe for the rest of her life, we will be satisfied. Lu Zhangming said with a smile. They didn't have a son. They only had 2 daughters. Ruan Liu was even worse. Even if they did leave the company to Wenmin Liu would eventually have to marry someone. And Wenmin Liu wasn't good at managing a company. So it would be better to take one step forward and hand the company over to Chen Qian. Even if Chen Qian couldn't see it, it was still a piece of their heart. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I will protect Wenmin, Chen Qian said in a serious tone. Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng treated him as their own son. Even after he divorced Lu Ruyan, this favor would always be in his heart. Well, Mom and Dad believe that you will be able to do what you say. Lu Zhangming nodded with great satisfaction. Your mom and I are getting old, and when we are going to travel abroad in a few days, Wenmin will ask you to take care of her. Dad, just don't worry, I will take care of Wenmin. Chen Qian could only say, Wenmin, come here. Lu Wenmin reached out and greeted Lu Wenmin over. Dad. Lu Wenmin walked over very obediently. You must also help take care of your brother-in-law. Lu Zhangming admonished in a small voice. How good it would have been if the person who married Chen Qian back then wasn't Lu Ruyan but Lu Wenmin. But it was a pity that Lu Wenmin was still young at that time. Dad, I will. Lu Wenmin nodded. Even if Lu Zhangming didn't say it, she would still be so. Although she wasn't particularly good at taking care of people yet, she would slowly learn. In the end, Chen Qian left the Lu family. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. Just as Chen Qian left with his front foot, Lu Wenmin chased after him with her back foot. What's wrong? Chen Qian was somewhat puzzled. You forgot this thing. Lu Wenmin handed the share transfer agreement to Chen Qian. Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had already signed it, and as long as Chen Qian signed his name on it, the Lu group was basically Chen Qian's possession. Man, if you hand this over to me, what will you do in the future? Chen Qian asked. In fact, he still wanted to leave Lu clan group to Lu Wenmin. Although Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had always treated him as their own son, he was not surnamed Lu after all, and he didn't need a small company like Lu's group. It's not like I need these things. It's not like I have you. Lu Wenmin smiled very happily. Cough cough, don't talk nonsense. Chen Qian was all a bit speechless. Brother-in-law, just accept it. This is a piece of my parents' mind. If you don't accept it, you can't leave it to me, right? Lu Wenmin beamed and said, I don't know how to manage a company. Leaving this to me is simply a waste. Fine. It's always fine if I take it, Chen Qian said with a helpless face. I knew that brother-in-law is the best for me, Lu Wenmin said very happily. Alright, you quickly go back. Chen Qian shook his head and said, No, our dad just said that it has to be signed by you personally. Lu Wenmin pretended to be serious. Saying so, she took out a pen from her pocket. Fine, I'll sign it alright. Chen Qian could only choose to compromise. In fact, it was the same whether he signed or not. He was going to return the company to Lu Wenmin in the end anyway, but with the shares in his hands, he would be able to better manage the Lu group in the future. Only after signing did Lu Wenmin leave in satisfaction, and before she left, she even took advantage of Chen Qian's inattention to sneak a kiss. This little girl. Chen Qian couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't think much of it. After returning home, Chen Qian found Lu Ruyan waiting for him right outside the door. What are you doing here? Chen Qian said without a trace of anger. Chen Qian, what you promised me before, is it still valid? Ruyan Lu suddenly said. What things? Chen Qian said with a puzzled expression. It's the thing that you asked me to work in your company before. Ruyan Lu lowered her head and said. When did I promise to let you work in my company? Chen Qian was somewhat speechless. Didn't you send me a text message before, saying that I could come over to you if I couldn't find a job? Do you want to disown me? Ruyan Lu took a deep breath and said. If there was really no other way, she wouldn't want to work at Chen Qian's company. I only promised to arrange a job for you. I didn't say that I would let you work in my company. Chen Qian corrected. Previously, Lu Wenmin had been begging him before he agreed to do so, and then he sent a message to Lu Ruyan, who rejected his good intentions. So why did she suddenly want to get up and look for him at this moment? Oh, I thought you were going to let me work in your company. Lu Ruyan said with a red face. You're thinking about fart eating, Chen Qian said unflinchingly. If you want to do it, you can stay here as a maid. 5,000 a month. Food and shelter included. If you don't want to do it, you can leave now. Only 5,000. Lu Ruyan was a little disappointed. Or else how much more do you want? Chen Qian said with a frown. Ruyan Lu still owed him money before. He was willing to offer Ruyan Lu $5,000. It was already considered benevolent. He didn't let Ruyan Lu work to pay off her debt. It was already cheap enough for Ruyan Lu. That's fine. 5,000 is 5,000. But you give me 3,000 every month on the line. The rest of the 2,000, as I give you to pay off the debt. Ruan Liu gritted her teeth and said, with this amount of your salary, you still want to pay back my debt. You can't pay it back until the year of the monkey and the month you can't pay it back. Chen Qian was speechless. His deduction of Ruan Liu's entire salary wasn't even enough to cover his interest. I'll find a way to pay it back as soon as possible. Ruan Liu lowered her head and said, come on, counting on you. Sows can fly to the sky. Chen Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. You'll be thankful if you don't cause trouble for the people around you. The probability was that he wouldn't be able to get this 4 billion back. When it was spilled, he would settle this account on Wang Tang's head. Wang Tang made him lose 4 billion for nothing. Even if he couldn't get the money back, he wouldn't let Wang Tang feel good. Just like this, Chen Qian quickly had someone apply for Lu Ruyan's entry. Chapter 59, Please call me Mr. Chen. This was Ruan Liu's first day of work, and it was also in a house she had lived in before. She was familiar with everything here. This house originally belonged to her, but now, she was no longer the owner of this house. She could only live here temporarily as a maid, and she also had to clean the place at all times. In fact, Ruan Liu didn't want to be like this. She tried to go to many places to find a job, but undoubtedly they all hit the wall. Even if she lowered her salary package, it was the same. A lot of companies didn't need a talent like her, unless she looked for jobs with a lower threshold, but that would be somewhat inconsistent with her status. After thinking about it, she decided to take her chances with Chen Qian. Anyway, it couldn't be any worse, and she was also familiar with Chen Qian, so he wouldn't be so bad as to screw her over. Working under Chen Qian's hand was better than going to work under other people's hands, and she was going to be aggravated anyway. In fact, Chen Qian's requirements for Lu Ruyan are not high, but Lu Ruyan just came to work on the first day brought him a lot of trouble. First, when washing the bowl accidentally broke the bowl, and then when wiping the table accidentally touched the vase to break. He had never seen anyone dumber than Lu Ruyan. I'm sorry, I'll hurry up and clean it up, Lu Ruyan said with an apologetic face. In the past, she had never thought that a small thing like cleaning could still be difficult for her. She had always thought that these things were easy, but in reality, it wasn't. In the past, with the maids and Chen Qian helping her, she didn't need to think about these things at all. But it wasn't until she actually came into contact with them that she realized that the simpler things were often the most difficult. Taking wiping the table as an example, she had to make sure that it was clean while at the same time not hurting the patterns on it. There was still a lot she had to learn. In the past, when there weren't enough servants in the house, it was Chen Qian who handled these chores. Obviously this wasn't a difficult task for her, but why was Chen Qian able to do it, but not her? Until this moment, Lu Ruyan only understood. So these years, Chen Qian for this family in the end to pay how much? Maybe she thinks this is some small things, nothing worth caring about, but life is made up of a lot of trivial small things. Even the small things are not good, and how to complete the big things. She was no longer that high and mighty Miss Lu family. Now she was just an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary, just like everyone else. How many did you break? Keep it in your own mind and deduct it from your paycheck later, Chen Qian said without mercy. Ruan Liu didn't even know how to do this little thing. Was it hard to believe that he still had to teach him personally? Do you really think that you are still the same old Miss Lu who did not dip her fingers in the spring water? Got it. Ruan Liu felt very aggrieved. She felt that Chen Qian was too harsh on her. The previous Chen Qian would never be like this. Perhaps it was because Chen Qian had anger in his heart towards her. Don't put on a pitiful face in front of me again. If you don't want to do it, you can also quit. No one wants to keep you. The door is right there, Chen Qian said coldly. It wasn't that he was too harsh on Lu Ruyan, but because Lu Ruyan was indeed too stupid. He couldn't handle such a simple bit of trivia, and he didn't know what he was recruiting Lu Ruyan for. But thinking about it, Chen Qian still felt forget about it. There was no need for him to be general with Ruan Liu. Just pretend that Ruan Liu didn't exist. Chen Qian, I will prove my ability to you, so that you will truly recognize me. Being said so by Chen Qian, Ruan Liu was obviously a bit unconvinced. Come on, you'd better not prove yourself. What kind of ability can you have? Chen Qian only felt somewhat amused, but if Ruan Liu could have some ability, Lu's group wouldn't have to keep standing still. Chen Qian, don't look down on people. I'm not inferior to others at all, Ruan Liu said through clenched teeth. What others could do, she could do just as well, and what others couldn't do, she could do as well. It's good that you're happy. Chen Qian was somewhat speechless. Also, you're just my servant now. Please don't call me by my name. Call me General Chen or Mr. Chen in the future. Okay, Mr. Chen, General. Ruan Liu purposely stretched the word general extra long. Has the study been cleaned? Chen Qian asked. Not yet. Ruan Liu could only reply. Then what are you still standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and go clean it? Chen Qian coldly drank. Got it. Ruan Liu could only carry the bucket and walk out. Mr. Chen, why don't we go over and clean together as well? Someone suggested. After all, it was Ruan Liu's first day on the job. It was normal to have a lot of things she didn't understand. The study was such a big piece of land. If Ruan Liu wanted to clean it alone, it just wasn't that easy. No, let her clean it alone. None of you should help her. If she can't even do this little thing well, then it's useless to keep her. Chen Qian said coldly. He had only promised Lu Wenman that he would help Lu Ruyan find a job, but he hadn't guaranteed that Lu Ruyan would be able to do the job. If Lu Ruyan couldn't do the job, then he would have no choice but to ask Lu Ruyan to leave. Hearing Chen Qian say this, the crowd could not say anything more. Obviously, Ruan Liu was the owner of this house, but for some reason, Ruan Liu suddenly sold the house, and then it was Chen Qian who bought it back. In fact, even if Chen Qian didn't say it, most of them could guess that Chen Qian's relationship with Ruan Liu should have some kind of problem. Otherwise Chen Qian and Ruan Liu couldn't have suddenly divorced. And soon after Chen Qian divorced Ruan Liu brought another man back to the house. Perhaps it was because of this that Chen Qian was so harsh on Ruan Liu, but then I don't know why. Ruan Liu suddenly wanted to sell the house, and they guessed that this should also be related to Chen Qian. At this time, Lu Ruyan could only clean alone in the study. Long-term bending some let her back pain. She wanted to straighten up, but found it difficult to do. It turned out that cleaning was such a tiring thing. At that time, how did Chen Qian survive? There had been a period of time when the nannies in the house were sick, and at that time it seemed like Chen Qian was the one who cleaned alone. Chen Qian, he can. Why can't I? Lu Ruyan's stubbornness instantly rose. Just as Lu Ruyan wiped the desk, a document fell out of it. Lu Ruyan originally didn't have the habit of peeping into other people's privacy, but the words on top of this document still caught her attention. Share transfer agreement. Whose? Lu Ruyan was a little curious as she picked up the document and put it back on the desk. Chapter 60. There are always people who can't figure out their own identity. Ruan Liu didn't need to think about it to know that this share transfer agreement was definitely Chen Qian, only that she didn't know who had signed the contract with Chen Qian, or which company had Chen Qian acquired again. With Chen Qian's financial power, wanting to acquire a company was no big deal. Just which company did Chen Qian acquire this time? How come she never heard Chen Qian say anything about it? Should I turn it over and look at it or not? Lu Ruyan was a bit hesitant. This was after all Chen Qian's privacy. Without Chen Qian's permission, if she flipped it over to look at it, it would be the same as violating Chen Qian's privacy. I'm just looking at it. It's not like I'm going to say anything. It shouldn't be considered an invasion of his privacy. Holding a hint of apprehension, Ruan Liu still flipped the document open. Anyway, she put the document back to its original position after reading it, and it's not like she's the kind of person who has a big mouth and likes to talk around. The moment Lu Ruyan looked inside the document, Lu Ruyan's entire body was confused. This is actually the share transfer agreement of Lu's group. Mom and Dad even gave him all the shares. On what grounds? Ruan Liu was filled with incomprehension. Lu's group was Lu Zhengming's life's work. Logically, it should be passed on to her and Lu Wenman, but Chen Qian was just an outsider. Although Lu Zhengming had always treated Chen Qian as his own son, but Chen Qian wasn't surnamed Lu, so on what grounds should he hand over Lu's group to Chen Qian? Even if Lu Zhengming handed over Lu group to Lu Wenman, she could accept it, but if Lu Zhengming handed over Lu group to Chen Qian, she really couldn't understand it. Could it be because I owed him $4 billion before, and he used this as blackmail to force Mom and Dad to hand over the company to him? Ruan Liu's mind couldn't help but speculate. The market capitalization of the Lu group must have added up to more than $4 billion, while Lu Zhengming and Bai Xiaofeng accounted for more than 50% of the shares. So if it was Chen Qian who used this as blackmail, everything would make sense. Have you cleaned up yet? At this time, Chen Qian also walked over. Chen Qian, what the hell is going on here? Ruan Liu couldn't help but ask. Even if Lu Zhengming really wanted to hand over the Lu clan group to Chen Qian, he had to tell her in advance. As Lu Zhengming's daughter, she still had this right to know. What's going on? Chen Qian said with a cold face. I'm asking you, what's going on with this share transfer agreement? Ruan Liu frowned and said. Who allowed you to peek at my things? Chen Qian said with some unhappiness. It's not like I did it on purpose. When I was cleaning the study just now, it accidentally fell down and I happened to see it. Ruan Liu defended. She didn't want to admit that she had peeked into Chen Qian's privacy. Oh, you're talking about this Mom and Dad transferred the shares to me. What happened? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. How did Mom and Dad transfer the company's shares to you for no reason? Did you use some unseemly means to force them to agree? Ruan Liu questioned loudly. What does this have to do with you? Chen Qian frowned. I'm also a part of the Liu family, so of course this has something to do with me. Ruan Liu said as a matter of course. If I remember correctly, It seems like mom and dad have already severed their relationship with you, right? Chen Qian said coldly. They are just saying it casually. Besides, I have their blood flowing in my body. On a legal level, I am still their daughter, and this is protected by the law. Lu Ruyan said with reason. How dare you talk to me about the law? You still owe me $4 billion now. If we really talk about the law, I can make you sit through the bottom of the jail cell. Do you believe me? Chen Qian could not help but sneer. So, you are using this to blackmail them, right? Ruan Liu gritted her teeth. I said, this matter has nothing to do with you. You're just a servant in my house. Please put yourself in the right position. Chen Qian was somewhat speechless. There were always people who couldn't figure out their own identity. Yes, it's not true that I'm your servant, but these shares should have been one man's. What gives you the right to snatch them away? Lu Ruyan argued with reason. She was embarrassed to say that she also had a portion of them, but she definitely couldn't let Chen Qian take them away. After all, this was Lu Zhengming's life's work. It could only be left to the one surnamed Lu, and Chen Qian wasn't surnamed Lu. I'll help Wenmin keep it. What's the problem? Chen Qian already didn't want to pay attention to Ruyan Liu. Perhaps he shouldn't have promised Wenmin Liu to help Ruyan Liu with her job arrangements. Are you really helping Wenmin keep it? Ruyan Liu was still a little skeptical. You think I would care about these shares? Chen Qian was completely speechless. Chen Qian, I know that you're rich and that the Liu group really isn't much to you, but a mosquito is meat even if it's small. Who would mind having too much money? Ruyan Liu said in such a way that even she believed it. Even the richest man in the world wouldn't mind having too much money. Otherwise, why wouldn't so many tycoons take out tens or hundreds of billions of dollars to donate? If you don't believe me, you can just call one man for confirmation. Chen Qian lazily said with nonsense. Good. Hearing Chen Qian say this, Ruyan Liu had no choice but to make a call to Wenmin Liu. The call went through quickly. Ruyan Liu asked her question. So, this is really mom and dad's own intention? Getting the call given by Lu Wenmin. Ruyan Liu was still in some disbelief. Yes sis, it was a joint decision between mom and dad. Lu Wenmin replied. Why didn't anyone say anything to me? Ruyan Liu was really a little hard to accept. It was just as well that Lu Zhangming had handed over the Lu clan group to Chen Qian. Even if Lu Zhangming had said something to her, but up until now she had been kept in the dark. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just happened to see it, she might not have known about it until when. I'm sorry sis, originally I was planning to tell you afterward, but mom and dad wouldn't let me tell you. Okay, I know. Ruyan Liu could only hang up the phone in a hurry. So, you believe it now? Chen Qian coldly drank. I'm sorry. Ruyan Liu hurriedly apologized. Don't make a fuss about everything in the future. I don't have the obligation to explain everything to you, and in light of your performance just now, you don't get this month's salary. Chen Qian said indifferently. Why? It's not like I did anything wrong? Ruyan Liu said with an aggrieved face. You went through my documents privately. Is that considered a fault? You spoke back at me. Is this considered a fault? Let alone me fining you a month's salary. It wouldn't be too much even if I fired you. Chen Qian said without mercy. Alright, you don't have to be responsible for this place from now on. You just clean the toilets. Okay Mr. Chen, Ruyan Liu said with her head lowered. She had only asked the question she was supposed to ask. Chen Qian actually wanted her to sweep the toilets. Chen Qian was too harsh. At least she was also Chen Qian's ex-wife. Chapter 61 Chen Qian he's sick. After leaving from the study, Lu Ruyan could only go and clean the toilet. There was someone else who wanted to help Ruyan Liu clean with her, but they were shouted down by Chen Qian. He wanted Ruyan Liu to remember what to say and what not to say and think about it with her head. In fact, Chen Qian is already considered good to her. If it were anyone else, just based on Lu Ruyan just talk back, directly opened. In the eyes of the rich, servants cannot be called servants, but a dog raised by the rich. Since it is a dog, then we must learn to observe. A servant dares to talk back to the master, directly let you get out. The villa has a total of 4 floors. Each floor is equipped with a toilet, and there is more than one. Lu Ruyan cleaned half a day before all the toilets were cleaned. At this time, she only felt a sore back, and she couldn't wait to lie on the bed and blow on the air conditioner. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that right now. Mr. Chen, I've cleaned the toilets. Is there anything else I need to do? Although somewhat reluctant, Lu Ruyan still found Chen Qian. Help me fetch a basin of foot washing water over. Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Okay Mr. Chen, Ruyan Liu said somewhat reluctantly. Despite her reluctance, Ruyan Liu could only do as she was told and helped Chen Qian bring in the foot washing water. No, the water is too cold. Refill it, Chen Qian said with a frown. Okay Mr. Chen, I'll go beat it again. Ruyan Liu could only force a smile. Soon she brought another basin of foot washing water. It's too hot. Are you trying to scald me to death? Chen Qian said with a displeased face. I'm sorry Mr. Chen, I'll retype it. Ruyan Liu was so shocked that she apologized repeatedly. saying that it was too cold one moment, and too hot the next. She had never seen a master who was even harder to serve than Chen Qian. Don't you test the water temperature first when you're fetching water? Chen Qian was already speechless. This thing still needs to be tested. Isn't it all boiled in advance? Ruan Liu whispered. When Chen Qian had given her foot washing water in the past, it wasn't that complicated. She even wondered if Chen Qian was deliberately taking revenge on her. Otherwise, how could Chen Qian be so nosy? How could Ruan Liu know that in the past, when Chen Qian gave her foot washing water, he had tested the water temperature in advance, and he remembered Ruan Liu's temperature, which was why Ruan Liu felt that the temperature was just right. If you don't understand, you can have someone else teach you. Don't think you're smart about everything. Chen Qian disliked back without mercy. Ruan Liu had no choice but to once again bring in a basin of foot washing water. This time, she purposely tried the water temperature in advance, and it felt just right, neither cold nor hot. Mr. Chen, try it again. If it's still unsatisfactory, I'll go and retype it for you, Ruan Liu said with a sincere face. In fact, her heart was extremely unwilling, but she couldn't show it. Chen Qian tried it out. The temperature was indeed okay, and he put his foot down. Come over here and wash my feet, Chen Qian said to Lu Ruyan. Me? Ruan Liu looked around skeptically and realized that she was indeed the only one by Chen Qian's side. Then what else? Am I the one washing it myself? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Don't forget, you're just a servant in my house now. Okay, Mr. Chen. Ruan Liu was extremely reluctant to say. She always felt that Chen Qian was deliberately humiliating her, but she did not dare to say so explicitly. She was at least the president of the Lu group at one time. Right, and Chen Qian actually asked her to wash her feet? Although somewhat reluctant, Lu Ruyan could only do as she was told. Forget it, you go down. You can't even understand washing a foot. Chen Qian directly drove Lu Ruyan down. Oh, Ruan Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. She was finally able to get rid of this demon Chen Qian. Bring down the foot washing water as well. Chen Qian could only remind. Lu Ruyan was so stupid, and he didn't know if he was punishing Lu Ruyan or herself for recruiting her as a servant. Okay, Mr. Chen. Ruan Liu hurriedly brought down the foot washing water. After working all day, she finally didn't have to suffer from Chen Qian's anger. During dinner, all the servants were seated on the side, and Ruan Liu was naturally among them. She was about to start moving her chopsticks when the person next to her gave her a look. Frightened, Ruan Liu hurriedly put her chopsticks down. They were only servants in Chen Qian's house, and without Chen Qian giving the word, they could not move their chopsticks first. According to reason, they, the servants, were not allowed to be on the table. It was Chen Qian's kind heart that allowed them to be on the table together. Chen Qian was still upstairs and had not yet come down, so the maids could only wait patiently. After waiting for quite a while, Chen Qian finally walked down from upstairs. Mr. Chen. Seeing this, the servants hurriedly stood up. Only Ruan Liu forgot to stand up. Actually, this couldn't be forgotten to blame her as she simply didn't know about these things. All sit down. Chen Qian faintly just struck his hand. Lu Ruyan was naturally no stranger to this scene, only that she used to be the one giving the orders, but now it had become Chen Qian. It was only when Chen Qian sat down that the crowd dared to take their seats one after another. Only when Chen Qian moved the chopsticks did everyone dare to start moving them. After dinner, Ruan Liu had to help clean up the house again. She felt that this day had been harder than her previous year. In the past, she only needed to sit in the office and look at the documents, and occasionally, she would just have a meeting. The rest of the things did not need her to worry about at all. But now, she felt like her back was about to break. It was hard to wait for dinner to start, but she still had to wait until Chen Qian came downstairs to eat, and she couldn't even grab it. By the time everything was finished, it was already more than 9 in the evening. Lu Ruyan lied on the bed as she wished. Although it was only the maid's room, Lu Ruyan was already satisfied. At least then her that has been moldy rental house is too much better, and the surrounding environment is also good. Will not make a lot of noise. Very quiet. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Lu Ruyan was suddenly woken up by someone shouting, "Auntie Wang, why did you get up so early?" Lu Ruyan was a bit puzzled. It's still not completely light yet. It's not early. It's time to prepare breakfast for Mr. Chen and clean the house. Auntie Wang explained. Didn't we just clean yesterday? Why do we need to clean again? Lu Ruyan was filled with puzzlement. And there's no need to get up so early to prepare breakfast, right? She hadn't slept enough. Ruyan, the villa needs to be cleaned every day, even if it's all clean. Otherwise what's the point of hiring so many maids? Auntie Wang smiled and explained. As for breakfast, it doesn't matter if it's a little early or a little late. But as servants, we can't get up later than the master, right? Ruyan Liu was no longer the eldest lady of the Liu family, nor was she the president of the Liu group. So Ruyan Liu didn't let the former servants call her general manager Liu. Chen Qian, what time did he get up? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but wonder. Mr. Chen, he never gets up at 6 in the morning, don't you know? Auntie Wang felt a little surprised. Lu Ruyan actually didn't know. Chen Qian used to be Lu Ruyan's husband. Lu Ruyan actually didn't even know Chen Qian's daily routine. Chen Qian, he's sick. Why is he getting up so early? Is he going to study for the exam? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but spit out. Chapter 62, The Taste of Being Ignored. Lu Ruyan had never gotten up this early since she was a child. She got up just after 5 in the morning. Even students must be able to do it. She felt that she was a little broken. In fact, Ruan Liu was a bit of a wake-up call. She can accept going to bed late, but can't accept waking up early, and also getting up at 5 a.m. A dog can't necessarily get up this early, right? And Chen Qian, every morning at 6 o'clock on time to get up. He seems to have developed a habit, but Lu Ruyan does not know this, or she did not care about her in the slightest. She and Chen Qian, although married for 3 years, but has always been sleeping in separate rooms. How could she know Chen Qian every morning at 7 o'clock to get up? But one thing was for sure, Chen Qian would get up earlier than her every time. And every time she got up, Chen Qian had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for her downstairs. She had always thought that Chen Qian got up at about the same time as she did, or else there wouldn't have been so many coincidences. It's just that Chen Qian got up a little bit earlier than her. It's irrelevant. She didn't put this little thing on her mind. Whichever thought Chen Qian got up at 6 o'clock every day. She was still sleeping at that time. The fastest she could get up was after 8 o'clock, and it was only when she had to work that she got up so early. Usually she got up at 8 or 9 o'clock. Ruyan, keep your voice down. Mr. Chen, he gets up every day at 6 o'clock on the dot. After he gets up, he will go for a morning jog for half an hour before he washes his face and rinses his face, and then he starts eating breakfast. Auntie Wang said hurriedly. Ruan Liu was now a servant in Chen Qian's house just like her. Servants were not allowed to casually talk about their masters, or else if they were accidentally overheard by their masters, they could lose their rice bowls at any time. That's not right. I remember he used to eat breakfast quite late. Ruan Liu said with a puzzled face. Chen Qian used to eat breakfast with her. The fastest she could get up was 8 o'clock. That is to say, it was impossible for Chen Qian to eat breakfast before 8 o'clock. According to what Auntie Wang said, Chen Qian woke up at 6 o'clock. Half an hour of morning jogging, half an hour of washing his face and rinsing his face and whatnot would be enough. It was only about 7 o'clock at this time, the remaining more than an hour. What was Chen Qian doing? Ruyan, you don't know. The reason why Mr. Chen used to eat breakfast so late was because he was waiting for you, Auntie Wang explained. She could sort of tell that Ruan Liu had never cared about Chen Qian in the past. Otherwise, how could she not even be aware of Chen Qian's most basic living habits? They, the maids, were all very clear about it. Waiting for me? Ruan Liu was even more confused. I've never asked him to wait before either. Ruyan, Mr. Chen has said that between husband and wife, it means that they should eat breakfast together, so he has always waited for you to wake up every time before he started eating breakfast. Auntie Wang explained again. That way, although somewhat reluctant, Lu Ruyan could only get up obediently. She didn't dare to play any big lady temper at this time. Soon Lu Ruyan arrived at the first floor hall. All the servants were lined up in 2 separate rows. It didn't take long for Chen Qian to walk down from upstairs. Good morning, Mr. Chen. The crowd hurriedly bowed and said, Good morning. Chen Qian faintly greeted, then went out for his morning walk. In fact, Ruan Liu did hope that Chen Qian would pay a little more attention to herself. After all, she was such a big living person in front of Chen Qian. It wasn't so bad that Chen Qian couldn't see it, right? Even if Chen Qian simply said hello to her. Unfortunately, Chen Qian did not. This is also too impolite, right? At least she is also Chen Qian's ex-wife, right? Saying hello to her wouldn't kill Chen Qian. So what kind of cold persona is she playing? Although Lu Ruyan was a little upset in her heart, she could only be forced to accept it. All start to get busy. The crowd got busy one after another. Those who should prepare breakfast prepared breakfast, and those who should clean cleaned. Ruan Liu was in charge of cleaning the toilets, as Chen Qian had explained yesterday that all the toilets in the house would be hers to clean in the future, because there would be people going to the toilet every day in the house. This job was instead the top priority. Ruan Liu was a bit skeptical if Chen Qian was intentionally trying to fix her. Otherwise, how could she have just started her first day, and Chen Qian had arranged for her to clean the toilets? In the past, she did apologize to Chen Qian, but Chen Qian didn't need to be so hateful to her, right? She and Chen Qian had long since had nothing to do with each other. Although Ruan Liu had a lot of dissatisfaction in her heart, she didn't dare to show a bit of dissatisfaction in the face of Chen Qian's arrangement. She was already happy that Chen Qian had allowed her to stay and work here. After the morning run, Chen Qian returned to the villa and washed his face and rinsed. At this time, the maids had already gotten breakfast ready. However, they still waited patiently for Chen Qian to walk down from upstairs. All sit down. Chen Qian gestured for the crowd to sit down. Only then did the crowd dare to sit down one after another. Where's Ruan Liu? Chen Qian also realized at this time that Ruan Liu seemed to be absent. It couldn't be that she had run off to slack off somewhere again, right? Mr. Chen. Ruan. She's still cleaning the toilets. Should we go shout her over for breakfast? Someone suddenly said. No need. It's rare for her to be so diligent. You all should learn from her. Just let her clean slowly, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. By the way, in the future, when she cleans the toilet, when can she eat? Once these words came out, no one dared to object. In fact, they were all a bit confused about Chen Qian's character. Ever since Chen Qian divorced Ruan Liu, Chen Qian was as if he had changed. Not only was he indifferent to Ruan Liu's affairs, but he also seemed to be intent on making things difficult for Ruan Liu, which did not seem like a normal husband and wife relationship. Even if Chen Qian divorced Ruan Liu, he wouldn't treat Ruan Liu like this, right? Regardless of the fact that this was a private matter between Chen Qian and Ruan Liu, no one dared to stand up and point fingers. After breakfast, Chen Qian had someone clean up the table. The villa had to be cleaned once a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, but not at noon, because Chen Qian usually didn't come back at noon. When Ruan Liu finished cleaning, she realized that everyone had already finished breakfast. She was the only one who hadn't eaten, and it seemed like breakfast was already gone. What the hell? Ruan was a bit bewildered. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet. It was hard not to ask her to starve herself all morning. She had just finished cleaning the toilet and was as tired as a dog. She couldn't wait to eat 2 steamed buns in one sitting. As a result, breakfast was gone. Ruan, just now Mr. Chen even complimented you, saying that you performed very well, worked very actively, and even asked us to learn from you. Yeah, you just came the next day and got Mr. Chen's appreciation. Maybe you'll be promoted one day. In the future, you'll have to take care of us more. The crowd chased after each other, but Ruan was not happy at all. She only wanted to eat breakfast. Meat porridge, buns, bread, even a steamed bun would do. Chapter 63, Yan Rushue's visit to the door. Facing the crowd's pursuit, Ruan Liu was a bit tearless. If it wasn't for Chen Qian arranging her to sweep the toilets, she would have finished her breakfast by now. But in the end, Ruan Liu still found something to eat in the kitchen. Although it was leftovers from other people's food, Ruan Liu was already very happy. At this time, the time was already nearly 8 o'clock. Chen Qian had long since started working, and during his work, no one was allowed to disturb him. Started working so soon? Ruan Liu was a little surprised. How come she hadn't realized that Chen Qian was so diligent in the past? But then again, before this time in the past, she hadn't even gotten up yet and Chen Qian had already started working. There was a saying, don't be afraid of being rich, just be afraid of being hardworking. Chen Qian, who was both rich and hardworking, how could he let other people live? Originally, ordinary people can still fight with the rich hardworking, but then you have money then you are hardworking. This is simply an insoluble dead end. Just like life, other people's starting point is higher than you. You can only change your fate through hard work, but what makes you think that people who are better than you must be less diligent than you? The more excellent people tend to be the more diligent. Although she felt a little surprised, Ruan was already a little surprised. Chen Potential was simply not a normal person in her eyes. Not long after, a person's visit broke the original calm. Yan Rushue came to this villa. The moment she saw Yan Rushue, Ruan felt a little surprised. When did Yan Rushue and Chen Qian have such a good relationship? Yan Rushue came to visit Chen Qian so early? Yan Rushue was also surprised. She clearly remembered that Ruan Liu and Chen Qian had divorced. Why would Ruan Liu still appear in Chen Qian's house? Could it be that Chen Qian and Ruan have rekindled their old relationship? Can't be. Chen Qian doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes to eat grass again. Ruan Liu could only smile and greet Yan Rushue. Yan Rushue responded with a smile. Although she was curious, she did not choose to ask it this time. Is young Master Chen inside? Yan Rushue asked. In. Ruan nodded. Of course she knew that Yan Rushue was here to look for Chen Qian, but it was a bit too early for Yan Rushue to come to look for Chen Qian at this time. Right. Unless Yan Rushue had something particularly urgent. Who would run to visit someone early in the morning? Please go over and inform him. Just say that I'm looking for him for something. Yan Rushue said softly. Good. Ruan Liu did not refuse. The main reason was that she couldn't refuse either. Yan Rushue was here to find Chen Qian. Not her. Knock knock knock. Ruan Liu knocked on the door of the study. Chen Qian had said yesterday that she wouldn't be allowed to enter inside the study in the future. And without Chen Qian's permission, she definitely wouldn't dare to go in. What is it? Chen Qian raised his head and asked. Mr. Chen. Mr. Yan is looking for you. Ruan Liu could only reply. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Chen Qian's serious look just now was very handsome. It was true that boys could only exude charm when they were most serious. Oh, You can let her come in to see me. Chen Qian nodded slightly. Ruan Liu had recently gotten a lot more disciplined under his tutelage. Okay, Mr. Chen, Ruan Liu said, then also retreated out. Mr. Yan, please follow me, Ruan Liu respectfully said. Under the lead of Ruan Liu, Yan Rushue quickly met Chen Qian. Young Master Chen, what are you guys doing? Yan Rushue felt a bit strange. Don't think too much. She and I are just master and servant. Chen Qian explained. She had nowhere to go, so she came to me, and I just happened to take her in. Upon hearing Chen Qian's answer, Yan Rushue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She had thought that Chen Qian had rekindled his old love with Lu Ruyan, although Chen Qian didn't seem like someone who liked to eat back the grass, but who could say for such things as feelings? Right, what are you looking for me for? Chen Qian suddenly asked. Only then did Yan Rushue react. She hurriedly took out a document from her bag. Young Master Chen, this is the business plan that I sorted out overnight yesterday. Can you see if there's anything else that needs to be modified? You can just get someone to give it to my secretary directly. There's no need to come and give it to me in person, Chen Qian said with a sigh. In fact, he had previously told Yan Rushue that he wanted to set up a joint venture with the Yan family, a company that would mainly be used to develop all the projects in the eastern part of the city. Of course, this company was mainly funded by Chen Qian, and the Yan family was only responsible for a small part of it. But even if it was a small part, it was still very profitable. Otherwise the Yan family would not have chosen to cooperate with Chen Qian. To put it simply, Chen Qian wanted to develop a commercial area in the eastern part of the city, and beside the commercial area, he also wanted to build a lot of commercial houses. On top of that, Chen Qian also wanted to create an aristocratic school belonging to the children of the rich, and all these projects definitely could not be completed by Chen Qian alone. This thing is more important. It's better for me to personally hand it over to you, and I can also listen to your opinions in person, Yan Rushue explained. You wouldn't have been up all night, right? Looking at Yan Rushue's somewhat tired demeanor, Chen Qian could not help but guess. No, I came to find you after I finished organizing the business plan. Yan Rushue could only explain. I said there's no need to be in such a hurry for this. It's fine if you give it to me a few days later, Chen Qian said somewhat helplessly. He did talk to Yan Rushue about this, but she didn't let Yan Rushue rush out the proposal so quickly. No wonder Yan Rushue's spirit looked so bad. So Yan Rushue didn't sleep all night. Young Master Chen, of course you're not in a hurry. But I am, Yan Rushue whispered. Of course Chen Qian wasn't in a hurry. After all, there were many people who wanted to cooperate with Chen Qian, but the Yan family was different. It was hard for the Yan family to fall into the tree of Chen Qian. Of course she had to treasure it twice as much, although Chen Qian said that he would give this project to the Yan family to be responsible for, but many times verbal agreements do not count. In case Chen Qian backtracked one day, that's why she wanted to finalize this matter earlier. Forget it, you haven't slept all night, right? Chen Qian shook his head and said, why don't you go sleep in my room first, and I'll talk to you after I finish reading it. Is that okay? Yan Rushue asked tentatively. She was actually quite sleepy. She hadn't slept all night and had been on the bus for so long. She had long been a bit overwhelmed. If you don't mind, you can go sleep in my room first, Chen Qian said with a smile. Young Master Chen, the way you say this, how dare I dislike you? Just don't dislike me, Yan Rushue said with a red face. That wouldn't be the case. Chen Qian smiled faintly. That one who? Take her to my room for a rest. Me? Ruan Liu pointed her finger at her nose. Chapter 64. Don't you think you're being cheap like this? Besides you, is there anyone else here? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Yes, Mr. Chen. Ruan Liu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Did Chen Qian make a mistake, actually letting her lead another woman to his room to sleep? When did Chen Qian get so close to Yan Rushue? How did she not know? Mr. Liu, then I'll trouble you, Yan Rushue said with a smile. She didn't mind much. Mr. Yan, you can stop calling me General Manager Liu. I'm not the president anymore, Ruan Liu said with incomparable embarrassment. She always felt that Yan Rushue was doing it on purpose. Where is this coming from? General Manager Liu, you have always been the right choice for president in my heart, Yan Rushue said with a smile. As a matter of fact, Yan Rushue really did mean it. She just wanted to remind Lu Ruyan not to forget her own identity, let alone trying to get close to Chen Qian. Under Lu Ruyan's lead, Yan Rushue also arrived in Chen Qian's room. Mr. Yan, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first. Rest in peace, Ruan Liu whispered. Ruan Liu, wait, I have something to say to you. Right at this moment, Yan Rushue suddenly said, I don't know what Mr. Yan wants to talk to me about? Ruan Liu felt a little curious. Why did you come back? Yan Rushue asked. She always felt that Ruan Liu definitely didn't have any good intentions when she returned to Chen Qian's side. Maybe Ruan Liu just wanted to get back together with Chen Qian. Mr. Yan, I don't understand what you mean. Ruan Liu was somewhat stunned. After half a day, it turned out that Yan Rushue took her as a competitor. Since you already chose to divorce him in the first place, why do you continue to pester him? Yan Rushue said with a cold face. Mr. Yan, you've misunderstood. I'm not pestering him. I'm just here to work. Lu Ruyan explained. You dare to say that you don't have the slightest idea about him in your heart? Yan Rushue questioned. Ruan Liu did not reply. To say that she didn't have any thoughts about Chen Qian in her heart was impossible. It was just that she understood in her heart more than anyone else that it was no longer possible for her to be with Chen Qian. However, this did not prevent her from being moved towards Chen Qian. You really did come here with this idea in mind. Since you chose to divorce him in the first place, then you should have broken it off completely. Now what's going on with you? You're regretting it? Yan Rushue said coldly. Isn't your favorite person your white moonlight? Why do you need to dwell on him? Mr. Yan, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first, Lu Ruyan said with a sigh. She didn't want to theorize with Yan Rushue, and she couldn't either. You stand still. Yan Rushue didn't seem to intend to just let Lu Ruyan leave. Is there still something else? Mr. Yan? Lu Ruyan was somewhat helpless. Answer my question. Are you regretting it so you want to get back together with him? Yan Ruoshue's eyes stared deathly at Yan Ruoshue. Mr. Yan, Mr. Chen and I are just master and servant. Ruan Liu could only explain. Master and servant relationship? Yan Rushue did not believe in Lu Ruyan's bull at all. If others don't understand you, can I still not understand you? Tell the truth. You just regret it, right? She and Lu Ruyan counted as ordinary friends and also competitors for a long time. She and Lu Ruyan counted as competition. She knew Lu Ruyan too well. Yes, so what if I regret it? What does it have to do with you? This time, Lu Ruyan chose to be tough. You're not his girlfriend. What qualifications do you have to question me here? She could tolerate others talking about her. But who was Yan Rushue to question her? It wasn't like she owed Yan Rushue anything, and it wasn't like Yan Rushue and Chen Qian had that kind of relationship. Lu Ruyan, you really regret it. Don't you think you're lowly like this? Yan Rushue shook her head and said. Her guess was indeed correct. Ruan Liu had indeed regretted it. No wonder she had felt that there was something wrong with Ruan Liu right from the start. Ruan Liu had gone out of her way to come to Chen Qian's house as a maid in order to win him back. It was indeed quite a fight. Only, when Ruan Liu first divorced, did she not think that this day would come? When the divorce was so decisive, why do you regret it now? Doesn't Lu Ruyan know that the late deep love is lighter than grass? Mr. Yan, things are really not what you think. I have nowhere to go, and he happened to take me in. It's as simple as that. Lu Ruyan whispered. She actually doesn't hold any illusions about herself anymore, except that she still has to live. It's as simple as that. If you really don't have a place to go, I can arrange a new job for you right now, and the salary can be twice what you're getting now. Yan Rushue said in a cold voice. No need, Mr. Yan. I feel like I'm fine here. Ruan Liu said softly. She had long since gotten used to the pace here, and it was also quite good that she could see Chen Qian here. You really are still refusing to give up. Hearing this, Yan Rushue already had an answer in her heart. If Ruan Liu really had no place to go, she could provide Ruan Liu with a place to stay. She could also help Ruan Liu find a job, and she could even provide Ruan Liu with an environment where she was provided with food and shelter. However, Ruan Liu is still unwilling to leave this place, indicating that Ruan Liu's heart is still more or less selfish. At first, Lu Ruyan abandoned Chen Qian. How miserable. Now Lu Ruyan cried how hard. Only, everything is in vain. Mr. Yan, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first. You rest early. Ruan Liu didn't want to explain more. Looking at Lu Ruyan's back as she left, Yan Rushue didn't say anything. Her biggest competitor now wasn't Ruan Liu. Ruan Liu couldn't pose much of a threat to her anymore. Her main competitor now was Ruan Liu's sister. That is, Wenmin Liu. In fact, she also has another competitor. That is Cheng Xuanshuang. Chen Qian seems to be a little less than Cheng Xuanshuang, but Cheng Xuanshuang is Lu Ruyan's best friend. Ruan Liu was like a wall between her and Chen Qian. No matter what she did, she couldn't get around Ruan Liu. By the time Yan Rushue woke up, the time had already come to noon. She couldn't wait to go find Chen Qian. Fortunately, Chen Qian was still at home at this time. What Yan Rushue didn't know was that Chen Qian should have left a long time ago. After reading Yan Rushue's proposal, he wanted to give his opinion, but seeing that Yan Rushue was sleeping too soundly, he didn't have the heart to disturb her. Who knew that this wait actually waited until noon? If you don't mind, let's eat lunch before leaving, Chen Qian said softly. In fact, he usually wasn't at home at noon, but today was an exception, and in order to not let Yan Rushue think too much, he had allowed Yan Rushue to stay and dine with him. Chapter 65, From today onwards, I will take over the chairmanship of the Willow Group. Good. Yan Rushue agreed without even thinking. Being able to dine with Chen Qian was more than she could ask for. It was an opportunity that not many people could even beg for. The last time she dined with Chen Qian, it seemed like Ruan Liu was also there. Only that time, Ruan Liu was called by Chen Qian to pay the bill. This time, Ruan Liu was likewise there, but Ruan Liu was now a servant in Chen Qian's house, so she couldn't say anything more. Ruan Liu, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you quickly go and serve Mr. Yen the rice? Chen Qian coldly drank. Why me? Ruan Liu said with some displeasure. With so many servants, why did Chen Qian have to pick her? She was not in the habit of serving rice to others. If you're told to go, you go. Don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't want to do it, you can get out. No one wants to retain you, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Ruan Liu was now just a servant in his home. He naturally wouldn't give Ruan Liu too many good looks. Got it. Although she was very aggrieved in her heart, Ruan Liu did not dare to really talk back to Chen Qian. No need, young Master Chen. I'll just serve myself, Yan Rushua said hurriedly. She wasn't in the habit of someone else serving her food, and she could tell that there was something about Ruan Liu that wasn't willing. No, just let her serve it to you. If she doesn't serve it well, directly deduct her salary, Chen Qian said with a cold face. He is to let Lu Ruyan to be a servant, not let Lu Ruyan to be a grandpa. No matter whether it is a dirty job or not, tired job or not, you have to let Lu Ruyan to do. If Lu Ruyan will not do anything, he just have an excuse to drive Lu Ruyan away. Still buckle it, my wages have been deducted by you. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but spit in her heart. Of course, she definitely didn't dare to say these words in front of Chen Qian. Mr. Yen, your meal is ready, Ruan Liu said with a respectful face. Okay, thanks. Yan Rushua nodded. She didn't expect that Ruan Liu had actually been tempered by Chen Qian like this. If not for the fact that she had known Ruan Liu for a long time, she would have thought that she had recognized the wrong person. No need to thank you, Ruan Liu beamed. She then returned to her seat and sat down. A little bit of rough tea. Please don't mind if it's not too much for you. Mr. Yen, Chen Qian said with a smile. Young Master Chen is polite. It is my honor to dine with you. Yan Rushua responded with a smile. What to eat was not important. The key was who to eat with. With a status like hers, she had long gotten tired of eating mountain delicacies and seafood. So even if someone invited her to a seafood feast, she wouldn't be the slightest bit happy. But if she could dine with a top-tier rich young man like Chen Qian, then she would definitely be very happy. Even if it was just some crude tea and rice, she would be happy for a long time. After lunch, Yan Rushua began to ask Chen Qian questions about the business plan, and Chen Qian answered them all. Change it according to what I said, and then you can start implementing it, Chen Qian whispered. Okay, young Master Chen. Yan Rushua smiled like a nightmare and said, by the way, young Master Chen, are you free tonight? What do you want? Chen Qian looked at Yan Rushua with a puzzled expression. Young Master Chen, don't get me wrong. I've already written down all that you just said. I'll immediately organize it when I get back. If you're free, I'll come over to you tonight, Yan Rushua hurriedly explained. No need. Just give it to my secretary directly when the time comes. Chen Qian shook his head and said, he didn't want to be disturbed every day, although Yan Rushua did look good. Oh, in that case, then I'll give it to your secretary at that time. Yan Rushua also heard the meaning in Chen Qian's words. Chen Qian had already made it very clear. If she remained entangled, it would only make Chen Qian more resentful. Distance produces beauty. The only way to make each other more enjoyable was to maintain a certain distance. Not long after, Yan Rushua also excused herself and left, and Chen Qian soon left the door as well. Not long after, Chen Qian arrived at the front door of the Lu Group. Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had already transferred their shares to Chen Qian. Thus Chen Qian was now the largest shareholder of the Lu Group, and as Chen Qian had promised Lu Zhangming that he would help Lu Wenman look after the company, Chen Qian naturally couldn't go back on his word. At this moment, Lu's group's conference room, which had long been filled with people. Didn't the chairman say that he wanted to hold a board meeting? Where is everyone? The chairman is about to be 60 years old and still has to work so hard. It's really hard for him. Who says it isn't? Once Ruan Liu collapses, I don't know who will be the new president of Lu's group. Many people began to discuss the position of Lu Group's president. Some people had been eyeing it for not a day or two, and they naturally hoped to get this position. There were also quite a few people who wished to help their own juniors fight for this position. After all, there was still quite a bit of oil and water to be gained from this position. Just at this moment, Chen Qian also walked in. Who is this person? How come I've never seen him before? Is he also one of the members of the board of directors? So young, shouldn't he be in the wrong room? The crowd stared at Chen Qian with wide eyes. There were quite a few people who felt that Chen Qian looked a bit familiar, but they couldn't recall who it was for a moment. Chen Qian ignored the crowd and walked towards the seat directly in front of him. No, who are you? That's the chairman's special seat. Young man, don't fool around. Get down. This is no place for you to fool around. Where's the security? Where did the security go? The scene began to become chaotic for a while. Gentlemen, be quiet. The meeting will now begin. Chen Qian suddenly said loudly. The chairman of the board hasn't even arrived. How can the meeting start so soon? That's right. The chairman's wife hasn't arrived either. Surely we have to wait for them to arrive before the meeting can begin. Young man, if you're really here to cause trouble, I advise you to leave earlier, or you'll have a hard time after the security guards come later. Many people spoke one after another. Everyone, all be quiet, they won't be coming. From today onwards, it will be me who will take over the position of chairman of the Lu Group, Chen Qian said with a serious face. Young man, you've got it wrong. How could you possibly be the chairman of the Lu Group? That's right, our chairman hasn't died yet. Even if our chairman person is gone, then it's not your turn to take over the position of chairman, right? If you don't leave again, don't blame us for calling security to drive you away. Many people stood up. All be quiet. Shuang Shuang, show them the documents. Chen Qian hurriedly gave Cheng Shuangshuang next to him a look, and Cheng Shuangshuang immediately understood in seconds as she hurriedly distributed copies of the share transfer agreement to the crowd. Chapter 66 Appointment of Lu Wenman as President. Looking at the share transfer agreement handed over by Cheng Shuangshuang, the crowd could not help but be confused. Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had actually transferred all the shares in their names to Chen Qian. In other words, Chen Qian was now the biggest shareholder of the Lu Group. I think that everyone should presumably know how to read, Chen Qian said unhurriedly. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Qian, a person from the capital. I'm glad to meet you all. So he is Chen Qian, the son of the Chen family from the capital. Is he acquiring the Lu Group? No wonder there's such a large amount of money. So he's the male son of the capital city Chen family. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Of course they had heard of Chen Qian's name. When Chen Qian had previously said that he would take $30 billion to invest in Shanghai City, they already knew Chen Qian's name. It was just that none of them knew Chen Qian. Chen Qian's status as a top-tier wealthy young man was indeed not something they could recognize just because they wanted to. Young Master Chen, I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect young Master Chen to be so young. Yes, young Master Chen, you'll have to take care of us old bones in the future. It is precisely an honor for us to meet young Master Chen. The crowd stood up one after another. Their transformation from initial disdain to present-day respect was entirely due to Chen Qian's status. A top broad like Chen Qian, they couldn't even see Chen Qian's face on a regular basis. And being able to have the honor of meeting Chen Qian in person was already considered one of the proudest things in their lives. Even Li Jingxiong, the third largest shareholder of the Lu Group, stood up in a hurry. To be precise, he should be the second largest shareholder of the Lu Group now, because Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had already transferred their shares to Chen Qian. So Chen Qian was now the first largest shareholder of the Lu Group, and Li Jingxiong had successfully become the second largest shareholder of the Lu Group as a result. Greetings, Chairman. Li Jingxiong took the lead, with Li Jingxiong, an old man, taking the lead in recognizing Chen Qian's identity. The others would not dare to object even more. Sit down. Chen Qian faintly just struck his hand. Only then did the crowd dare to sit down. Chairman, since you've acquired the Lu Group, does the Lu Group need to change its name? Someone raised the question. That's not necessary, and it's not like I acquired the Lu Group, Chen Qian said with a smile. It wasn't acquired by you, Chairman, so where did the shares in your hand come from? The crowd was a little puzzled. Could it be that the shares in Chen Qian's hands were given away for free by Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng? But why would Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng gift the shares to Chen Qian? One must know that Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had two daughters, and even if Ruan Liu couldn't successfully take over the Lu clan, wasn't there still a Wenman Liu? Gentlemen, please be quiet. Let's not discuss this for the time being today. What we're going to discuss today is the candidate for the president of the Lu Group. Chen Qian drank in a cold voice. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Ever since Ruan Liu's downfall, there had been quite a few people who had been secretly eyeing this position for a long time. In fact, the person who had the best chance of competing for this position was Li Jinxiong's son, Li Yuhong, who was originally the vice president of the Lu Group, and as soon as Ruan Liu collapsed, there was no doubt that Li Yuhang would naturally take Ruan Liu's place. Of course, other people had also thought about it, but they also knew that it was still a bit difficult to get the support of the majority of the directors. Could it be that Chen Qian had another candidate? Chairman, it's like this. I think that my son, Li Yuhong, is still quite capable, thus I'm electing him to be the president of the Lu Group. Li Jingxiong stood up and said, he had to fight for his son no matter what before he could do so. Who is Li Yuhong? Chen Qian asked. Chairman, I am. Li Yuhong could only stand up. He was likewise one of the members of the board of directors, and although he didn't have many shares in his hands, he did have shares, only that his little bit of shares were transferred to him by his father. What are your opinions? Chen Qian looked up at the crowd. The crowd looked at each other in all directions, not knowing what to say to make things better. Chairman, I think that Li Yuhong is indeed quite suitable. He was originally the vice president of Lu's Group, and he has never made a mistake since he entered the company, so I support him for the position of Lu's Group president. That's right, Li Yuhong has the ability and patience to be the right candidate for the Lu Group's president. Other than Li Yuhang, I'm afraid that other people don't have this ability. Someone came forward and said. In fact, these people were all arranged by Li Jingxiong. Those who helped Li Yuhong put in a good word were on good terms with him. Things like ganging up on him were very common no matter where they were. I don't agree with you guys when you say these words. The belonging of the president of Lu Group should be decided by the chairman alone. Right. Whoever the chairman says is the president is the president. We'll support whoever the chairman supports. Of course, there were also many people who scrutinized the situation and stood out to raise objections. Most of them were still relatively smart. Not only was Chen Qian the chairman of Lu's Group, but the shares in Chen Qian's hands were the largest, adding up to more than 50%. What Chen Qian said was what Chen Qian said. There was no need for them to offend Chen Qian because of it. What's more, Chen Qian was also a member of the Chen family in the capital. Even more so, no one was willing to offend Chen Qian because of this. Since that's the case, then I'll say it. I suggest that Lu Wenman take up the position of president of Lu's Group. Everyone can mention any opinions they have. I'm still a relatively democratic person. Chen Qian smiled and said, if we really can't, let's vote on it. He obviously could have announced it directly, but he still chose to make such a show. In fact, he also wanted to know just how many people would obey him. Although many people were polite to him on the surface, he actually didn't know what these people were thinking inside. Since the chairman has said so, let's vote on it. You can choose to vote for Li Yuhong or Lu Wenman. Of course, you can also choose to abstain. Li Zhengxiong stood up and said, this vote is by means of a non-anonymous ballot. The chairman shouldn't object, right? If it was a vote by a show of hands, many people might not dare to raise their hands due to Chen Qian's identity, but if it was an anonymous vote, there was no need to worry about that. Chen Qian didn't know who the votes were cast anyway. Of course there's no problem. So let's do what Vice Director Li said. Chen Qian wore a smile on his face. The results of the vote came out very quickly. Lu Wenman received the vast majority of support, and when Li Zhengxiong and Li Yuhong saw this, they couldn't say anything more. Then it's happily decided that from now on, the president of the Lu Group will be Lu Wenman. If there's nothing else, everyone can adjourn the meeting. Chen Qian was still wearing a smile. Chapter 67, Mr. Chen, I want a salary advance. Chairman, I have a question. Li Yuhong still couldn't help but stand out. Oh, tell me. Chen Qian narrowed his eyes and said, as far as I know, Lu Wenman is currently still in school. Right, so letting her take on the role of president of Lu Group, will she be busy? Li Yuhong asked. That's a good question. She is indeed too busy, and she doesn't have that much time either, so part of her work is given to you to handle. Chen Qian smiled lightly. Of course, if you are also too busy, you can come and find me to help solve it. Good. Li Yuhong was instantly somewhat deflated. After messing up for half a day, Chen Qian hadn't intended for Lu Wenman to come and work in the company at all. Only that the position of president of the Lu Group had Lu Wenman's name attached to it while Lu Wenman's work was being done by him. Chen Qian indeed did not intend to let Lu Wenman to Lu's Group to work. Lu Wenman both have to go to school and go to work. That's too exhausting. Lu Wenman simply cannot take care of. But Lu's Group president's position cannot be so empty all the time. That's why he let Lu Wenman hang a vacant position, lest someone miss this position. When Lu Wenman was free, he would teach Lu Wenman how to deal with things in the company, and then once Lu Wenman graduated, he could return the position of chairman to Lu Wenman. At this stage, Lu Wenman still had to focus on her studies. After the meeting ended, Chen Qian left the Lu clan group. At this stage, Lu's group's recent deficit was still a bit large, and Chen Qian thought, could some funds be invoked to fill Lu's group's current deficit? After returning to the blossoming shore, Chen Qian dealt with affairs for another afternoon before returning home somewhat exhausted. Good evening, Mr. Chen. The servants had already prepared dinner. After dinner, Ruan Liu found Chen Qian once again. What's the matter with you again? Chen Qian said with a frown. He always felt that Ruan Liu had nothing good in store for him every time she approached him. I heard that you appointed and dismissed Wen Man as the president of Lu Group today? Ruan Liu said softly. Although she had already left Lu clan, her former secretary had always stayed at Lu clan, so she could be the first to know if anything happened to Lu clan. She already knew about Chen Qian becoming the chairman of Lu's Group. It was just that Chen Qian's appointment and dismissal of Lu Wenman as the president of Lu's Group was something she hadn't expected. In fact, she should have thought of it. Chen Qian's feelings for Lu Wenman are deeper than for her, but Lu Wenman is still in school, simply not interested in dealing with the affairs of Lu's Group. Lu Wenman was a college student. How did Chen Qian dare to expect Lu Wenman to handle the company's affairs well? Although the president does not have to go to work on time every day, but most of the time still have to stay in the company. If a president does not go to the company every day, 1 day or 2 days is okay. A long time, there will inevitably be gossip. Although she was seldom on time, she would go to the company every day to inspect the work and supervise and guide. Lu Wenman had to go to class every day. How could she have so much time to go to the company? Yeah, does it have anything to do with you? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Wenman, she doesn't know anything. You're clearly harming her by letting her go to the company as the president. Ruan Liu whispered. The president had a lot of power, and if a single decision was wrong, it would cause a lot of damage to the company. She was a living example before. She didn't want Lu Wenman to repeat her mistakes. Wenman, she's a bit younger, but she doesn't know nothing, as you said. At least she can distinguish between right and wrong. Besides, with me keeping an eye on her, what do you have to worry about? Chen Qian said unflinchingly. Alright, I was the one who was overthinking it. Ruan Liu couldn't help but take a deep breath. If there's anything you need my help with, feel free to come find me. She had been the president of the Liu Group for 3 years. She still had a better understanding of the Liu Group, and she believed that she would definitely be able to help Chen Qian. Ruan Liu, you're just a servant of my family now. Don't you feel that your worries are a bit redundant? Chen Qian couldn't help but sneer. You think you're still the president of the Liu Group? Can you stop living in a dream all the time? That's not what I meant. Ruan Liu hurriedly explained. She was really only saying this to Chen Qian out of good intentions. Why did Chen Qian always have to misinterpret her good intentions? Whatever you mean, it doesn't matter. If there's nothing wrong with you, please also leave immediately. Chen Qian said with a cold face. Mr. Chen, I have something I want to discuss with you. Ruan Liu said with some aggravation. Can you advance my salary for half a year? What do you need in advance on your salary for? Chen Qian couldn't help but be a little skeptical. I'm going on a trip abroad. Ruan Liu had to reply. Ruan Liu, so you haven't died yet? Chen Qian was somewhat speechless. Needless to say, Ruan Liu was definitely going to find Wang Teng. It's not what you think. I'm going to help you get your money back, Ruan Liu said hurriedly. After all, it was because of Wang Teng that Chen Qian had lost $4 billion in the first place, and although this $4 billion was to be repaid by her, she also knew that with her current ability, she would probably not be able to repay it all in her lifetime. If I expect you to get this money back, I guess I won't be able to get it back. Chen Qian felt somewhat amused. Ruan Liu was still oblivious to Wang Teng even after being cheated like this. Mr. Chen, I mean it seriously. I will definitely help you get your money back, Ruan Liu said through clenched teeth. In fact, she had had this idea a long time ago, only that her visa had not come down yet at that time. That's why it had been delayed until now. Fine. Don't you just want an advance on your salary? I can give it to you, whether you want to go abroad or at home. In short, even if you die outside, it has nothing to do with me at all, Chen Qian said expressionlessly. Advance salary was not a big deal. Who all have turnover time, the servants at home have done this before. It is just the difference between sending it a few months earlier and a few months later. Thanks a lot, Lu Ruyan said with her head lowered. No need. The fact that you'll come to trouble me less in the future is the best way to thank me, Chen Qian said with some impatience. After sending Ruyan Lu away, Chen Qian did not take this seriously. Didn't Ruyan Lu like to go abroad? Then let her go abroad to crash and burn is all. On the weekend, Chen Qian sent Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng to the airport. Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had wanted to travel abroad for a long time, only that they had not been able to do so. But now that they had removed all the burdens from their shoulders, and the company's affairs had Chen Qian keeping an eye on them, they could not worry about traveling abroad or going for treatment abroad at all. Sometimes they felt that having a son-in-law like Chen Qian was actually quite good, only that Ruyan Lu didn't have this blessing. Chapter 68 Ruyan Lu travels abroad. But fortunately, although Lu Ruyan had divorced Chen Qian, they still had Lu Wenman as their daughter, and if Lu Wenman could be with Chen Qian would still be their son-in-law. As long as Chen Qian was still their son-in-law, they naturally couldn't give up a good son-in-law like Chen Qian. Hopefully, Mom and Dad, they will have a good time abroad. Lu Wenman could only whisper. Looking at the gradually disappearing figures of Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng, Lu Wenman was very reluctant in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had never left her. Until she went to college, she still chose to live at home. In fact, the school will arrange a dormitory for every college student, only that she wants to spend more time with her parents. And now her parents have gone abroad, saying that it is traveling, but in fact, it is also for the treatment. Lu Zhangming's illness has been dragging on for some time, and the hospitals at home don't have any too good solutions. But Lu Zhangming has been refusing to go abroad to receive treatment because he can't rest assured. It wasn't that the medical level in the country was not as good as abroad. but it was because there were specialties in the field, and that was what people specialized in. But now that Chen Qian was their gatekeeper, they dared to rest assured that the company would be handed over to Chen Qian to take care of. Along with Lu Wenman, they also handed it over to Chen Qian to take care of. Brother-in-law, do you think that mom and dad will be alright? Lu Wenman couldn't help but be a little worried. She was afraid that she would never see Lu Zhengming again. Don't worry, they'll definitely be fine. I've already had someone contact the doctors over there. They're all professionals. Mom and dad will definitely be fine. Chen Qian could only comfort. Well, they will definitely be fine. Lu Wenman hid in Chen Qian's arms and kept wiping her tears. She didn't want Chen Qian to see this scene of her secretly shedding tears, and Chen Qian acted as if he didn't know anything about it, allowing Lu Wenman to just hug her like this. Wenman, we should go back. In the end, Chen Qian couldn't help but open his mouth. Lu Zhengming and Bai Xiaofeng had already boarded the plane and it was about to take off, so it was useless for them to stand here. Good. Lu Wenman nodded. Actually, she was still a bit reluctant to let go of Chen Qian, but with so many people watching, she was also a bit embarrassed. By the way, brother-in-law, you appointing me as the president of the Lu group won't cause you a lot of trouble, right? Lu Wenman whispered. She didn't care what president or not. If she could, she would rather not have this president position. She just needed Chen Jin to accompany her by her side. Moreover, she still didn't know anything. Sitting in the position of president, there would definitely be a lot of people who wouldn't be able to convince her. That won't be the case. Just don't worry about it. I'll arrange it for you, Chen Qian said with a smile. With him around, those people probably wouldn't dare to do anything. It wasn't just hanging up an empty post. It wasn't a big deal. Sooner or later, Lu Wenman was going to take control of the Lu group. He was just starting the layout in advance. But I can't do anything. Lu Wenman shook his head and said, no one is born knowing everything. They all start learning slowly. Chen Qian touched Lu Wenman's hair. But isn't it enough that I have you? Why do I need to learn this? Lu Wenman said with a face full of puzzlement. With Chen Qian acting as a gatekeeper for her, she could completely not worry about anything. The Lu group is always going to be returned to your hands. You can't rely on me for everything, Chen Qian said with a helpless face. Why can't I? Lu Wenman still didn't quite understand. You're always going to marry in the future. It can't be that I'm still in charge of you after you marry, right? Chen Qian sighed. Then wouldn't it be better if I married you in the future? Lu Wenman didn't really care. She just wanted to be a carefree little girl only. She didn't want to be in charge of these things. She just wanted Chen Qian to be with her every day. It wasn't like Chen Qian hated her anyway, and she liked Chen Qian very much, so why couldn't she marry him? Silly girl, stop talking nonsense. Maybe one day you'll like someone else. Chen Qian looked at Lu Wenman with a hint of love in his eyes. It was like a father looking at his child. It won't happen, brother-in-law. It's not like you're inferior to others. You have to have confidence in yourself. Lu Wenman smiled and said, even if I can't marry you one day, the person I'm going to marry in the future has to be as good as you. Unconsciously, she had long taken Chen Qian as her standard for choosing a spouse. In response, Chen Qian did not say much. Brother-in-law, I've decided, Lu Wenman suddenly said, as if she had made some sort of determination. Decided what? Chen Qian said with a curious expression. I've decided that from today onwards, I'm going to study hard and strive to be a woman worthy of you, Lu Wenman said with a serious face. Although she had Chen Qian to help her keep an eye on everything, but then Chen Qian would be very tired. Chen Qian had to deal with the company's matters as well as help her keep an eye on the Lu group's matters. She didn't want Chen Qian to be so tired, so she wanted to help Chen Qian to share a little bit of the pressure. The more excellent a person is, the more people around him are also very excellent. Only two excellent people together will have a common language. Although she knows that she is not good enough for Chen Qian now, but she will try to make herself better. She was willing to make herself even better for Chen Qian. Only then would Chen Qian be able to look at her, and she would be able to rest assured that she would be with Chen Qian. You girl. Chen Qian was also unable to do anything with Lu Wenman at all. Not long after, Chen Qian and Lu Wenman walked out of the airport. Have mom and dad left yet? Ruan Liu had long been waiting at the airport entrance for a long time. In fact, she had come a long time ago. She wanted to give Lu Zhengming and Bai Xiaofeng a ride, but she was afraid that Lu Zhengming would be angry and sick when he saw her, so she hadn't dared to see them off. Sis, mom and dad, they just took off. Lu Wenman had to reply. Well, that's good. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She actually came to board the plane today as well, only that she boarded later. Sister, are you really going abroad? Lu Wenman was still a little worried. Well, I'm going abroad to get my money back, Lu Ruyan replied in a small voice. It wasn't true that she was indeed going abroad, but she wasn't doing it to talk about love this time, but to help Chen Qian get his money back. She knew that she owed Chen Qian a lot. That was why she decided to give it a try. Even if it didn't work out, As long as Wang Tang still had a little bit of conscience, she could still get the money back. Sister, then take care of yourself. Seeing that Ruan Liu's intention to go had been decided, Wenman Liu could not say anything more. I will. Ruan Liu nodded. She actually hoped that Chen Qian would say something to her, even if it was to tell her to pay attention to her safety, but unfortunately, Chen Qian did not. Chapter 69, Returning the money to Chen Qian. Alright, Wenman, we should go as well, Chen Qian said to Lu Wenman. From start to finish, Chen Qian was not willing to look at Lu Ruyan more than once. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but there was nothing to see. Such a cold attitude from Chen Qian instantly stunned Lu Ruyan, but she didn't say anything. It seemed only right that Chen Qian hated her. All she was doing now was to atone for her own sins at the time. She never expected Chen Qian to forgive her. However, Chen Qian's indifference still made her heart tug a little. In fact, she went abroad this time, on the one hand, in order to help Chen Qian to get the money back, and on the other hand, she also wanted to ask Wang Tang, why did he do this to her? Maybe her heart has long been dead, just she is more or less a little bit unwilling. Obviously she is so good to Wang Tang. Wang Tang has caused her to end up like this. Watching Chen Qian and Lu Wenman leave, Lu Ruyan eventually boarded the airplane. The airplane went straight to a foreign country. Finally, Ruyan Liu still got off the airplane. She followed the address and took a cab to Wang Tang's company. At this time it was already late. Lu Ruyan had to find a hotel nearby to stay. She only knew the address of Wang Tang's company, but she didn't know Wang Tang's exact home address. But fortunately her English was quite good and she was barely able to communicate with people normally. She had specifically looked for someone to inquire about Wang Tang's news. Wang Tang was indeed married and had given birth to a daughter. This company was founded by Wang Tang himself. Not long ago Wang Tang's company had a little problem and was almost about to close down. Except that it had almost been solved now. When she learned that Wang Tang was doing well now, Lu Ruyan's heart was about to be half cold. Wang Tang had ultimately deceived her. In this regard, she had nothing to say. She only blamed her for being too in love with her brain and casually believing in Wang Tang's bull *******. But Wang Tang should never have let Chen Qian lose $4 billion for nothing. She came this time, precisely for this reason. Finally the time came to the next day. Lu Ruyan had been waiting here for a long time. Wang Tang finally drove his car to the company. Following him to the company were his wife and daughter. Wang Tang's wife is also a Chinese. He and Wang Tang met in foreign countries. The two are incomparable love, and soon gave birth to their daughter. When Lu Ruyan was still missing Wang Tang at home, Wang Tang had already married and had a child. And if it wasn't for the problems with his company abroad, he would never have been able to return to China in his life. Domestic where there is foreign incense. In foreign countries, even the moon is fuller than the domestic. Although Wang Tang has always known that there is a person waiting for her in the country, but when Wang Tang first left, she did not consider Lu Ruyan's feelings at all. From the beginning to the end, he never liked Lu Ruyan. All along, it was just Lu Ruyan's unilateral favorite. Seeing Wang Tang walking down from the car, Lu Ruyan quickly chased after him. She did not want to miss such an opportunity. Why are you here? The moment he saw Lu Ruyan, Wang Tang looked a little surprised. In fact, he had already made it very clear to Ruyan Liu before that he didn't like Ruyan Liu, and he did this in order to take advantage of Ruyan Liu. Only that he didn't expect Ruyan Liu to actually find her way to a foreign country. Is Ruyan Liu so oblivious to him? Husband, she is? Wang Tang's wife held her daughter and looked at Ruyan Liu with a curious face. A not so important friend, Wang Tang explained. Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's already dead heart seemed to be cut by a knife again. Yes, to Wang Tang, she was just a not so important friend. Thanks to the fact that she had previously thought that Wang Tang was pining for her just like her. When Wang Tang abandoned her, she thought that Wang Tang must have some difficult feelings, but it turned out that Wang Tang just didn't want to be dragged down by her. Later, when she heard that Wang Tang was returning to China, she couldn't wait to divorce Chen Qian, but it turned out that Wang Tang never liked her at all. How ironic it was. Wife, you take the child up first, I'll be there in a while, Wang Tang said to his wife beside him, his eyes full of love. At this moment, Lu Ruyan realized that whether one liked a person or not, it really only took a single look to be enough. All that Wang Tang had done to her in the past was a lie. Wang Tang claimed to love her, but in reality, he was using her. Good. Wang Tang's wife did not say anything. She sensed that the relationship between Wang Tang and Lu Ruyan should be extraordinary, but she still chose to believe Wang Tang. After Wang Tang's wife left, Wang Tang pulled Lu Ruyan aside. His movements were extremely rude, completely lacking any semblance of gentleness from before. What are you looking for me for? Wang Tang smoothly lit a cigarette. I have already made it very clear to you. I have never liked you. You no longer have any use for me. If you are here to find me to ask for clarification, I advise you to die of this heart. Wang Tang, I can forgive you for lying to me in the first place. I can also forgive you for what you did to me in the first place. I came to find you today in order for you to pay back the money, Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. In the beginning, she did want to ask Wang Tang why he did this to her, but it wasn't until she saw the scene where Wang Tang was so in love with his wife that her heart had completely died. Wang Tang had never loved her at all. How could Wang Tang treat her sincerely? Pay back the money. Pay back what? Wang Tang said with an icy face. He did not remember that he owed Lu Ruyan money. Don't play dumb for me. If it wasn't because of you, how did Chen Qian lose $4 billion? Ruan Liu said with a cold face. If I remember correctly, it seems like you owed that $4 billion for me. Wasn't it you yourself who said you would pay back the money for me in the first place? What are you doing coming to me at this time? Wang Tang felt somewhat amused. The person who made the note with Chen Qian in the beginning was Lu Ruyan and not him. This 4 billion can be Lu Ruyan looking for Chen Qian to borrow. Lu Ruyan borrowed the money herself. Why let him return it? It's me who borrowed it. But in the beginning I did it to help you, Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. She really had no way to refute it. It was you who took the initiative to help me in the first place. Did I ever beg you to help me? Wang Tang said with a cold smile. It was you who shamelessly came over to help me that I decided to let you help me. If it wasn't for the fact that you had to help me, where would it have turned out to be like this? In the beginning, Lu Ruyan rushed to help her return the money, but also said that this money is she finds Chen Qian borrowed. Since it is Lu Ruyan himself borrowed, then it should be by Lu Ruyan to return the right. Wang Tang, you. Lu Ruyan didn't expect Wang Tang to turn the other cheek. In the beginning, if it wasn't because of her, Wang Tang would have been killed by Chen Qian. Perhaps she should have let Chen Qian beat Wang Tang to death alive in the first place. Chapter 70, if you don't return the money to him today, I'll fight with you. You what you? Lu Ruyan? A woman like you who was a woman of 3. That Chen Qian would even like you for so long. To be honest, Chen Qian is really unlucky enough to have married a woman like you, Wang Tang said with a scoffing face, but I have to say, I really should be thankful to you. Who would have thought that you would not forget about me, and in order to help me take the initiative to bear the $4 billion in arrears. It's only a pity that I never liked you at all. This is just you making a fool of yourself. Although she had already known the outcome, when these words came out of Wang Tang's mouth, Lu Ruyan's heart still couldn't help but hurt. It was like being stabbed in with a knife. She had liked Wang Tang for many years. Even if she married Chen Qian, she still couldn't get over Wang Tang. And when she learned that Wang Tang was going back to China to look for her heart was very happy. But nowadays, she had long since stopped being happy. Wang Tang, I don't care what you do to me. You are right. I deserve this. I am blind. But Chen Qian, he is innocent. He shouldn't be involved. As long as you return the money to him, I promise that I won't come back to disturb your life in the future. Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. Innocent? Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh. There are many innocent people in this world. When it comes to an ex-wife like you can only blame him for his own bad luck. You can't blame anyone else. He never felt that Chen Qian was innocent. Even if Chen Qian was innocent, so what? It was Lu Ruyan who caused Chen Qian to be like this now. It was not him who caused Chen Qian to be like this. As for paying back the money, he didn't owe Chen Qian any money, so what would he pay back? Wasn't it Ruan Liu who took the initiative to find Chen Qian to borrow this money? What did it have to do with him? Wang Tang, I'm not joking with you. If you don't return the money to him today, I'll fight you. Only to see Lu Ruyan pull out a dagger from her bag. This is what she bought last night in the nearby mall. She has already made a decision. If she can't get the money today, she will die with Wang Tang. The moment he saw Ruan Liu take out the dagger, the smile on Wang Tang's face became even wider. Ruan Liu, oh Ruan Liu, you won't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're holding a small knife? In foreign countries, what kind of scenes had he not seen before? This little scene naturally could not bluff him. Moreover, this kind of small knife can't stab anyone at all. It's too much effort for him to buy it to peel fruits. Wang Tang said while walking towards Lu Ruyan. If you really have the guts, you can stab me, Wang Tang said with no fear on his face. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Ruan Liu was. Ruan Liu had never even killed a chicken and still wanted to kill someone. In the past, Chen Qian had protected Ruyan too well. Ruyan simply did not know the evil of the human heart, and those who had really killed people knew that in order to kill each other with a single knife, it was best to buy that kind of machete, and there was no way to do this kind of knife to kill a person with a single knife. In case you fail to stab someone to death, you might even be killed back, and even if you stab someone, you still have to go up and make up for it, and in the process of making up for it, you will also increase other risks. Only that kind of long and thick machete, it is possible to do a knife kill. Unusual people simply cannot react. Not to mention killing someone, Ruan Liu even struggled to kill a chicken, so he didn't even fear Ruan Liu's threat. Don't think that I don't dare. Seeing Wang Tang walking towards himself, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but panic a little. But Wang Tang was simply too lazy to talk nonsense with Lu Ruyan and directly snatched the knife from Lu Ruyan's hand. Lu Ruyan, you are still really stupid and cute. If you want to threaten others, you should go and buy one of those dozens of meters of machetes. That way you can have a deterrent effect. Wang Tang played with the small knife in his own hand for a while, then he threw it on the ground. Taking this kind of knife out to scare people, only a fool like Lu Ruyan could do it. What era is this? This is a foreign country. Even amateur killers know that this kind of knife is unreliable. People usually bring Bayubiubiya to go out. How fast can your knife be faster than a Bayubiubiu? In foreign countries, Bayubiubiu is legal. A lot of gang members have real weapons in their hands, like swords and knives. Traditional cold weapons have long been eliminated. Okay? Seeing that Wang Tang easily snatched the knife out of his hand, Lu Ruyan instantly froze on the spot. She did not expect this kind of result. Her intention was to force Wang Tang to pay back the money. If Wang Tang did not pay back the money, she would die with Wang Tang. But until now she realized how stupid her idea was. No wonder Wang Tang did not fear her at all. She really did not have the courage. In fact, Lu Ruyan's heart still holds a glimmer of hope. Her heart has always hoped that Wang Tang lied to her in order to save the foreign companies, rather than really want to lie to her. Perhaps Wang Tang's heart to her there is a little bit of guilt, but unfortunately Wang Tang did not. Wang Tang purely and simply treats her as a little cutie. Only a little cutie like her will unconditionally believe in Wang Tang. Only then would he unconditionally believe in Wang Tang. Lu Ruyan did not speak, but silently turned around to pick up the dagger on the ground. I'll ask you one last time. Are you still going to return the money? Ruan Liu used her last bit of courage to say. If you want money, you don't have any. If you want life, if you have the ability, you can kill me. Wang Tang still stood in front of Ruan Liu without any fear. Seeing Wang Tang with a look of fearlessness, Lu Ruyan still did not have the patience to lay her hands on him. She didn't dare and couldn't do it. It turned out how ridiculous her thoughts were. She thought she could help Chen Qian get the money back, but she didn't even have the courage to wield the knife. Thinking of this, Ruan Liu couldn't help but squat on the ground and cry. She felt that she was really useless. She couldn't even do this little thing well. The previous her always felt that she was very powerful. She was the president of Lu's group, and with one word she could decide the fate of many people. But until now she realized that without the identity of Lu's group president, she was actually nothing. Looking at Lu Ruyan squatting on the ground and crying in pain, Wang Tang not only did not comfort, but instead, he smoked a cigarette calmly on the side. Ruan Liu, in fact you don't need all this. The fact that you can come to me shows that you still have a little bit of feelings for me, and I'm not that kind of cold and heartless person. Look at it like this. Is it okay? If you continue to help me to cheat Chen Qian's money, I can consider letting you be my woman. Wang Tang said in a cold voice. Wang Tang, what do you mean? You want me to be your mistress? Ruan Liu finally stopped crying. She looked at Wang Tang with eyes full of indignation. Don't put words in your mouth. A woman like you, whoever marries you will be unlucky. I'm just giving you a chance. Wang Tang said with a cold smile on his face. Besides, what's wrong with being a junior for me? Don't you always like me? Being a junior for me, you don't suffer. Chapter 71 Lu Ruyan being madly humiliated. Ruan Liu did not expect Wang Tang to say such words. She did like Wang Tang in the past, but that was all in the past. She no longer liked Wang Tang now, but even so, Wang Tang was still thinking of using her. Because of Wang Tang she had already apologized to Chen Qian many times. She also had dignity. Of course she would not do that. Wang Tang, just die of this heart. Even if I marry a pig and a dog, I won't be a mistress for you. As for you wanting to use me to cheat Chen Qian, that's even more impossible. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, whatever. Anyway, the way you are now, I guess no one would dare to take you. Since I gave you a chance and you don't know how to cherish it, then what are you still coming to me for? Wang Tang said in disbelief. In fact, he still hoped that Ruan Liu would agree. After all, it's not easy to find someone as stupid as Ruan Liu. If Ruan Liu could help him to cheat Chen Qian's money, then it would be better. Wang Tang, you are shameless, Ruan Liu said with an indignant face. I'm shameless? Wang Tang laughed and laughed again. Isn't it because you yourself are too stupid? Was it me who made you divorce Chen Qian in the first place? Lu Ruyan was said to be groundless. What Wang Tang said was the truth. She had no way to refute it at all. For a like you who is a three-timer, I won't want it even if it's a backhanded offer. You know, every time I see you, I feel like I'm seeing a little cutie. Like, how could there be a woman as stupid as you in this world? Truly, there is no one else who can be as stupid as you. How did Chen Qian see you in the first place? If I were you, I would have found a place to crash and die long ago. Being together with someone like you will only harm others and yourself. Even if it's to be a mistress for someone else, you don't deserve it. Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh. The way she looked at Lu Ruyan was like looking at a little cutie. The same. Wang Tang, you won't have any good results. One day, you will definitely get your retribution. Lu Ruyan said with a face full of grudges. She knew that it was useless for her to say anything today. Continuing to stay here would only be humiliated by Wang Tang. Since she was a child, she had never suffered this kind of humiliation, which made her instantly have the thought of wanting to lighten her life. But in the end, she did not have the courage to do so. I don't know whether I will suffer retribution or not, but I know that no one will definitely want a woman like you. Wang Tang sneered more than once. Every word of Wang Tang's words poked above Lu Ruyan's heart, and she could only flee in a sorry state. Looking at Lu Ruyan's back as she gradually left, Wang Tang couldn't help but spit towards the ground. Bah! What a thing! Ruan Liu eventually returned to her country. Before heading abroad, she swore that she wanted to help Chen Qian get his money back, but all she got was a humiliating beating. She didn't know how to face Chen Qian. Even if the money was not important to Chen Qian, it was indeed because of her that Chen Qian had lost $4 billion, and if she could, she would rather use her own life to settle the debt. Not long after returning to Jianghai City, Ruan Liu fell ill. She felt like she had little strength in her body. Maybe it was because she caught a cold when she was on the airplane, or maybe it was because she was a bit uncomfortable after a trip abroad. In short, she felt uncomfortable everywhere now. Where is she? Ruan Liu? Chen Qian could not help but frown. Ever since Ruan Liu went on a trip abroad, Ruan Liu had gotten lazier and lazier, and now even the toilet was cleaned very unseriously. Back to Mr. Chen. Ruyan, she seems to be a bit uncomfortable, so she's staying in her room. Auntie Wang hurriedly stepped forward and said, she and Ruan Liu happen to live inside the same maid's room. Uncomfortable? Chen Qian said with a cold face. I'm afraid she's trying to be lazy. Right, you go shout her down and ask her if she still wants to work or not. If she doesn't want to work, pack up and leave before it's too late. It was no wonder Chen Qian was so angry. Ruan Liu's recent work attitude was indeed problematic and she was often lazy. He had asked Ruan Liu to come to his home as a servant to let Ruan Liu work, not to let Ruan Liu be lazy. If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, get lost. Anyway, the family is not short of Ruan Liu as a servant. Okay, Mr. Chen. Auntie Wang did not dare to say anything more. In fact, Chen Qian was usually more lenient to them, the servants, who were sick and uncomfortable. As long as they were slightly uncomfortable, Chen Qian would give them a vacation, and it was still the paid vacation kind, which was why they had been eager to stay in the villa. However, towards Ruan Liu, Chen Qian didn't seem to be so enlightened, scolding at every turn as if Ruan Liu was Chen Qian's enemy. Obviously, Chen Qian used to be so loving and caring towards Ruan Liu, but now he has become so cold and heartless like this. But only they know that Chen Qian and Ruan Liu used to be husband and wife, and even if they were divorced, their relationship shouldn't be so stiff. But this was the case. Although they felt strange, no one dared to say so. Not long after, Ruan Liu came down from upstairs. Mr. Chen, you're looking for me? Ruan Liu covered her stomach, her lips a little white. Normal people would know that Ruan Liu must be sick just by taking a look, but Chen Qian did not believe it in the slightest. Maybe Ruan Liu was really pretending to be sick on purpose. Besides, whether Ruan Liu was sick or not, what did it have to do with him? Has the toilet been cleaned? Chen Qian asked in a cold voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I'll go clean it right now. Ruan Liu whispered. She was having a very hard time right now. How she hoped that Chen Qian would be able to comfort her, even if it was just a greeting. But unfortunately, Chen Qian did not. If you don't clean up, you don't have to eat today, Chen Qian said expressionlessly. He didn't care how Ruan Liu was doing. Cleaning the toilets was a job he had arranged for Ruan Liu. As long as Ruan Liu wasn't dead, she had to finish the job. Got it, Mr. Chen, Ruan Liu said and was about to go clean the toilet. Aggrieved tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She was unwilling to let Chen Qian see her in this state, so she could only secretly wipe her tears. But the pain was still making it difficult for her to move an inch, and she couldn't help but faint to the ground before she took a few steps. Mr. Chen, it's not good. Ruyan, she fainted. Auntie Wang said hurriedly. Oh, it can't be faking it. Chen Qian came to Ruyan Lu's side and kicked Ruyan Lu's body with his foot. Indeed, there was no reaction at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It can't really be dead, right? Chen Qian's face began to become somewhat ugly. It wasn't because he was so worried about Ruyan Lu, but because if Ruyan Lu really died in the villa, then how could he live in this house in the future? Chapter 72. Ruyan Lu was diagnosed with appendicitis. If Ruyan Lu really died inside the villa, it would not even be easy to sell. After all, no one wants to buy a house where someone has died, even if the house is not a murder house. The situation of a dead person in the house is still taboo. Chen Qian slightly bent over, reached out and probed Lu Ruyan's nostrils. Fortunately, there was still a little breathing, although the breathing was rather weak, but it was better than nothing. What are you waiting for? Quickly call 120. Chen Qian said with a frown. Auntie Wang did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, and hurriedly dialed the 120 emergency number. This was the second time Ruan Liu was picked up by 120. The second time was when Wenman Liu sent her to the hospital, and the second time was when Chen Qian had someone send her to the hospital. Chen Qian didn't come to the hospital directly. He just instructed Auntie Wang to accompany Ruan Liu to come along for a checkup, to cure her first, and if she really couldn't be cured, he would contact the crematorium to pull the person away. Of course, these costs are borne by Chen Qian, whether it is the hospital or the crematorium. It is impossible for people to give you free service. Auntie Wang could only nod her head and agree. Chen Qian gave her a day off and asked her to keep a close eye on Lu Ruyan's situation. When she heard these words, Ruan Liu's entire body collapsed. How she hoped that Chen Qian could accompany her to the hospital. In the past, when she was sick, Chen Qian had always accompanied her without moving an inch. But now, Chen Qian did not have the slightest concern for her, and even looked at her with eyes that seemed extraordinarily cold. Indifference to Lu Ruyan have a kind of cold heart point. As Chen Qian's ex-wife, she dare not hope Chen potential like before so loving and caring for her, but Chen Qian even the minimum care cannot do. Even if it is the road to meet the two strangers, it is impossible to do like Chen Qian so see the death of the rescue it? Although it was hard for Ruan Liu to accept this fact, it was just the way it was. The results of Ruan Liu's examination came out very quickly. Doctor, how is Ruyan? How is she? Auntie Wang asked in a hurry. It's not a big deal. She just has acute appendicitis. She must be operated on immediately, the doctor said softly. Doctor, if it's an operation, won't it take a few more days? Auntie Wang whispered. She was, after all, a layman, completely ignorant of these things. If you do the surgery, today will be fine, but if you want to recover, you still have to wait a few days. My suggestion is to be hospitalized for a few days of observation after the surgery, the doctor explained. Appendicitis surgery wasn't a major surgery, so it could usually be performed on the same day. Of course, it also depended on the hospital's arrangements. If there were too many patients needing to be operated on, sometimes they would wait for a day or two. Doctor, then we'll operate now, Auntie Wang said with an anxious face. She didn't dare to drag it out. In case Ruan Liu's body broke down, it wouldn't be good. When she had come to the hospital, Chen Qian had instructed her to follow the doctor's arrangements in everything. If you want to have an operation, you can go pay the fee now. There is one more thing. You must sign a consent form for the operation before you can do so. May I ask what kind of person are you to her? The doctor inquired patiently. I am her colleague, Auntie Wang had to answer. She wasn't too worried about paying the bill or anything. She could reimburse Chen Qian there, but if she had to sign it, she really wasn't very good at signing it. Generally this kind of thing needs to be signed by the patient or the patient's family. She wouldn't dare to sign it haphazardly. In case something happens, she would have to take some responsibility. Not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality. She and Lu Ruyan originally is an ordinary colleague relationship. She can accompany Lu Ruyan to the hospital to see the doctor. Also can help Lu Ruyan busy on and off. But if it is to let her take the responsibility, she is certainly not willing to do so. If that's the case, I suggest you still get her family members and have them sign. The doctor nodded his head and said, although this surgery is not too risky, but any surgery has risks, and we don't dare to guarantee that it will be 100% successful. Generally this kind of situation he has seen a lot. If it is not a family member, people are generally unwilling to take this responsibility. The hospital also wants the patient or the patient's family members to sign, so as to avoid any other trouble. Other people are generally not allowed to sign. I cannot contact her family, Aunt Wang said with great embarrassment. She was just a servant. Where could she contact Ruan Liu's family? But she quickly thought of someone. Chen Qian. Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan used to be husband and wife, and even though they were now divorced, it was better to have Chen Qian sign this than her. Doctor, would it be okay if it's for her ex-husband to sign? Auntie Wang inquired in a low voice. If you really can't contact her family, it's fine to have her ex-husband sign on her behalf, the doctor replied. At least it was her ex-husband. Even after the divorce, the relationship was closer than normal. Okay doctor, I'll call her ex-husband here. Auntie Wang no longer hesitated at this moment and hurriedly dialed Chen Qian's number. What's wrong? Is there not enough money? Chen Qian eventually answered the phone. Mr. Chen, it's like this. Ruyan she has acute appendicitis. She must be operated on immediately, but she needs to find someone to sign a consent form for the operation. Auntie Wang didn't say it explicitly, but her meaning was already very obvious. Chen Qian was indeed more qualified than her to sign this. Can't she sign it herself? Chen Qian said with a frown. She has already fainted from the pain and hasn't woken up yet. Auntie Wang had to explain. Then wouldn't it be better to wait for her to wake up before signing? Chen Qian replied very decisively. It's just an appendicitis. It's not a major surgery. It can't kill anyone. signing earlier and later is the same. Okay, Mr. Chen. I'm very sorry for disturbing you. Hearing this, Auntie Wang already knew Chen Qian's attitude. Chen Qian didn't want to sign this word at all. It could even be said that Chen Qian didn't care about Ruan Liu's death or life at all. Doctor, why don't we wait for her to wake up herself before signing? Auntie Wang had no choice but to reply. That's fine, but in that case, the time might have to be pushed back a bit. The doctor nodded. In the hospital, he had seen all kinds of situations, and this wasn't the first time he had seen it, so he didn't find it strange. Then I'll go pay the bill first, Auntie Wang said, and then also ran out in a hurry. Doctor, right at this moment, Ruan Liu also woke up. In fact, she had already woken up a long time ago, only that she hadn't made much noise. The pain made her not want to speak at all. She had already woken up when Auntie Wang called Chen Qian, and when she learned that Chen Qian was unwilling to help her sign the papers, her heart completely cooled by half. At least she and Lu Ruyan had been a couple for 3 years, so even if Chen Qian hated her, he wouldn't be so desperate to help her, right? Chapter 73, I don't want to owe him anything. Girl, you're awake? The doctor saw this and hurried over. Doctor, please give me the surgery consent form, Lu Ruyan said as she endured the pain. Girl, in a case like yours, my suggestion is to have your family sign for you. The doctor took a deep breath and said, in your case, you definitely need to have an operation right away. When that time comes, your family members will definitely have to come to the hospital to take care of you. So hurry up and call them and ask them to come to the hospital right away. No need. Give me the surgery consent form. I'll just sign it myself, Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. Lu Zhangming and Bai Xiaofeng had already gone abroad. Her only relative right now was Lu Wenman, who was probably still in class at this time. She didn't want to disturb Lu Wenman's class because of this. Moreover, she also didn't want to let Lu Wenman worry because of this. Alright then. Seeing that Lu Ruyan was so insistent, the doctor had no choice. Lu Ruyan could only bend her body and sign her name in the signature column with great difficulty. The pain made her cry. In fact, she wasn't crying from the pain at all, but she was crying because she felt sadness in her heart. Until now she didn't realize that she actually didn't even have a person by her side that she could rely on. At this time, Auntie Wang had already returned from paying the bill. Ruyan, when did you wake up? Auntie Wang said with some surprise. Just woke up. Ruyan Liu smiled. Auntie Wang, thank you. Although Auntie Wang was unwilling to help her sign, she could actually understand. Auntie Wang was willing to accompany her to come to the hospital with her and help her with her work. She was already very contented. Auntie Wang was not her family member, and did not have the obligation to help her sign, and she did not feel too good about asking Auntie Wang to sign for her. Ruyan, don't say that. Just don't blame me. Auntie Wang was a little embarrassed and said, Auntie Wang, how could I blame you? It was you who sent me to the hospital, and it was you who helped me with my busy schedule. If I still want to blame you, then wouldn't I become an ungrateful person? Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Soon Ruyan Liu was arranged to enter the operating room. Ruyan, don't be afraid. I'm waiting for you at the door. When your surgery is over, you'll be able to see me. Auntie Wang hurriedly comforted. Aha. Lu Ruyan nodded. The door to the operating room was quickly closed. Doctor, this surgery of mine, can I not have anesthesia? Lu Ruyan opened her mouth and asked. Girl, what do you want to do? The doctor was also startled by Lu Ruyan's statement. I just want to try how painful it is without anesthesia. Lu Ruyan whispered. Even if it hurt, it couldn't match the heartache she was feeling right now. Rumor had it that when one's heart aches, the physical pain can be completely ignored. Girl, don't harm me, can you? Without anesthesia, it's usually unbearable. The doctor shook his head in a hurry. He had done so many appendicitis surgeries. It was still the first time he had heard of someone wanting to go without anesthesia. And the anesthesia itself wasn't that expensive, so there was no need to save this little bit of money. In case Lu Ruyan suddenly exercised violently during the operation, he might really have to have a medical accident, and he himself would have to bear the corresponding responsibility at that time. I want to try. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and said, Girl, this definitely won't work, so don't harm me. The doctor could only refuse again. He couldn't just let Ruyan Liu do whatever she wanted. Ruyan Liu could know nothing, but as the main surgeon, he couldn't know nothing. No matter how much Ruyan Liu insisted, the doctor still injected Ruyan Liu with anesthetics, and it didn't take long for Ruyan Liu to fall asleep. The operation was very successful. Ruyan Liu's appendix was successfully removed. Until Ruyan Liu was pushed out of the operating room, Ruyan Liu had not fully woken up. The strength of the anesthetic hadn't completely dissipated. After waiting for a long time, Ruyan Liu finally woke up. She had already been pushed inside the ward at this time. Auntie Wang, please help me. Ruyan Liu struggled to stand up. She was still particularly weak, and it was difficult for her to stand up by her own strength. Seeing this, Aunt Wang had no choice but to help Ruyan Liu up. Ruyan, the doctor said that in a situation like yours, you need to rest well and observe for a few days first. Aunt Wang whispered. Lu Ruyan is not easy right now, even when she is sick and hospitalized. She doesn't even have a family member around her. If it wasn't for her, Lu Ruyan probably wouldn't even be able to do the surgery. If it wasn't for her, Ruyan Lu probably wouldn't even be able to have the surgery. It was only because she was busy that Ruyan Lu was able to finish the surgery successfully. And if it wasn't for her, Ruyan Lu probably would have even had a problem with paying the bills. Auntie Wang, there's nothing wrong with me. I feel like I'm almost well. Lu Ruyan smiled and said, can I trouble you to help me with one more thing? Ruyan, don't say that. You've helped us a lot in the past. If there's anything you can just say it. Auntie Wang was a little embarrassed and said, if it wasn't for Ruyan Lu taking them in and providing them with jobs in the past, they probably wouldn't know where to go now. Trouble you to run a trip for me. I want to apply for discharge procedures. Ruyan Lu said softly. Ruyan, are you crazy? The doctor said that you can't be discharged from the hospital for the time being in your current condition. Auntie Wang hurriedly said, if you're worried about the cost of treatment, this is something you don't have to worry about at all. Mr. Chen said that he will cover all of your expenses at the hospital. It's not because of this. Ruyan Lu shook her head. Then because of what? Auntie Wang was filled with puzzlement. It's because I don't want to owe him anything. Ruyan Lu explained in a small voice. Ruyan, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, but I've never had the heart to ask. Can you help me answer it? Auntie Wang gathered her courage and said. You say. Lu Ruyan said with some curiosity. You and Mr. Chen, what exactly is the reason why you became like this now? Aunt Wang whispered. As soon as these words came out, Ruyan Lu instantly fell silent. It's okay, if you're not comfortable with it, you don't have to answer. Just pretend I didn't ask. Auntie Wang also saw Lu Ruyan's thoughts at a glance. There's nothing that can't be answered. I did something to wrong him and he resented me for it. It's as simple as that. Lu Ruyan replied in a small voice. But I feel that Mr. Chen, he is not the type of person who is very petty. Auntie Wang said with some puzzlement. Even if Ruyan Lu had done something wrong to Chen Qian, but since Chen Qian had divorced Ruyan Lu, it was impossible for Chen Qian to keep it in his heart and forget about it, much less hold a grudge against Ruyan Lu all the time because of it. It's probably because I've done too many things to apologize to him. Ruyan Lu said with a bitter smile on her face. If it was just a simple divorce, of course Chen Qian would not resent her so much, but she and Chen Qian were not simply divorced. They were divorced because of Wang Tang, and because of Wang Tang, he had also done a lot of things that he was sorry for Chen Qian. Chapter 74 Ruyan Lu discharged from the hospital. In fact, Ruyan Lu also knew that Chen Qian's heart hated her. She wanted to dissolve this grudge, but she also knew that it was very difficult. Chen Qian didn't care about her death. Even if she really died in the hospital, would Chen Qian really shed a single tear of sadness for her? Probably not. With her understanding of Chen Qian, once Chen Qian had decided on one thing, it would be very difficult to turn back. But what about her? What was she? Chen Qian's ex-wife? But apart from the identity of ex-wife, she seems to have nothing that can impress Chen Qian. She and Chen Qian were strangers after all. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's heart is inexplicably a little difficult. Happened this kind of thing. I guess Chen Qian's heart is also not good. Only Chen Qian is not willing to express it. But where Chen Qian heart to her a little bit of feelings, they would not have to come to this point today. Ruyan, do you really want to be discharged from the hospital today? The doctor said that your current body, you can't walk around excessively yet. Auntie Wang still couldn't help but persuade. Everything else is vain, only the body is one's own. Even if Ruyan Lu divorced Chen Qian, Ruyan Lu shouldn't be so cheapening herself. If you really want to bring your body down, there will be things that Ruyan Lu will regret in the future. A relationship, since it has reached the point of no return, then simply let go is. People cannot always live in the memory. Feelings are not to take a person's life, but the body once the problem, that is at any time can take a person's life. Auntie Wang, I know that you are for my good, but trouble you to do me this favor, just as I beg you, okay? Ruyan Lu said with a bitter smile. So what if there were problems with her body? No one cared about her anyway. Instead of that, why would she want to take care of her body? Perhaps only if she died in front of Chen Qian would Chen Qian's heart feel a tinge of guilt towards her. In fact, Ruyan Lu's heart also wondered, if she really died in front of Chen Qian, would Chen Qian break down because of it? Even if Chen Qian didn't break down, he would at least be sad for a long time. Hopefully. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt extremely ridiculous. Since when did she become so afflicted? In the past, no matter what Chen Qian did, she didn't care. She was originally a person with an extremely cold nature. But now, she would actually care about Chen Qian's feelings. Ever since she divorced Chen Qian, she instead missed the days she used to spend with Chen Qian, and those days were a part of her life that she could hardly forget. Unfortunately, everything was gone. Seeing that Ruan Liu was so insistent, Auntie Wang had no choice but to do what Ruan Liu said. Before applying for Ruan Liu's discharge procedures, she also purposely called Chen Qian's phone to ask for his opinion. But Chen Qian didn't have much of an opinion. Since she wants to be discharged, you can just help her with the discharge procedures. There's no need to make a special effort to come and talk to me. Chen Qian directly hung up the phone. Whether Ruan Liu chose to be hospitalized or discharged, it was actually not a matter of importance to him. Whether Ruan Liu was dead or alive had little to do with him anyway. Hearing Chen Qian say this, Auntie Wang already had an answer in her heart. In fact, she had made this call to Chen Qian mainly to let Chen Qian persuade Ruan Liu, but she couldn't speak directly, so she could only pretend to ask Chen Qian's opinion. As a result, Chen Qian simply didn't care. Soon after, Auntie Wang helped Ruan Liu complete the discharge procedures. As things stood, Ruan Liu could only be discharged from the hospital. With the discharge procedures completed, she could not stay in the hospital and not leave. Ruan, walk slowly and be careful. But this can be bitter. Auntie Wang. After Ruan Liu was discharged from the hospital, her body has not fully recovered. She can only let Auntie Wang help her walk. People who don't know, thought Ruan Liu had hemorrhoids. After walking for a long time, finally out of the hospital, Auntie Wang hurriedly stopped a cab. Will Lu Ruyan sent back to the villa. At this time, Chen Qian is in the villa hall. See Chen Qian the moment. Lu Ruyan's heart suddenly born a wave of hope. Could it be that Chen Qian knows that she is going to be discharged from the hospital today, so specially in the hall waiting for her? Otherwise, how could Chen Qian happen to appear in the hall? She hadn't told Chen Qian that she was going to be discharged from the hospital today. Mr. Chen, I sent Ruyan back. Auntie Wang had no choice but to say. She also didn't expect Chen Qian to wait for them in the living room. But in fact, they had all thought wrongly. Chen Qian was not waiting for them at all, but was waiting for another person. Oh, Chen Qian sipped his tea without a care in the world. Chen Qian, there's actually nothing wrong with me. You don't need to worry about me, Ruan Liu had to say. She was happy that Chen Qian was able to specifically sit in the hall and wait for her to return. Even if Chen Qian sat in the hall and said nothing, she could be excited for a long time, at least proving that Chen Qian cared about her in his heart. Chen Qian coldly swept a glance at Lu Ruyan, feeling that Lu Ruyan was not suffering from some major illness. Where did Lu Ruyan see that he was caring about himself? But he was also too lazy to point out Lu Ruyan, still drinking tea very calmly. Chen Qian, you really don't need to worry about me. Look at me, am I not fine? If you don't believe me, I'll jump up and show you. Ruan Liu endured the pain and jumped up. The opening on her stomach had just been stitched up, and it was reasonable to say that she was not able to exercise strenuously so as not to pull the wound open, but she was willing to take the risk of the wound being pulled open so that she could prove it to Chen Qian. Although it hurt, she felt that it was all worth it. I say, can you not get in my way here? Chen Qian said with a frown. Why was this Ruan Liu so full of drama day after day? Had he said that he was here to wait for Ruan Liu? Lu Ruyan made a fool out of herself and that's all, but also jumping and dancing in front of him. Why doesn't Lu Ruyan go play basketball and sing a rap? Lu Ruyan likes to sing and dance so much. She should be very good at playing basketball, right? What? Ruan Liu simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of her. She had thought that Chen Qian had stayed in the hall specifically to wait for her to come back, but it turned out that she had made a fool of herself. Chen Qian really didn't have any feelings for her at all, and even when she stood in front of Chen Qian, he would act as if he was oblivious. If you don't have anything to do, you can go back to your room and rest first, or perhaps if you really feel that your body has fully recovered, you can continue to clean the toilets. In short, please don't come alive in front of me, Chen Qian said with a cold face. Lu Ruyan had at least just finished her surgery. Her body must be very weak. Although he was a capitalist, he also had to speak a little bit of human kindness. Lu Ruyan was already like this. He definitely could not let Lu Ruyan continue to do heavy work. Not only Lu Ruyan, if it was any other maid who was sick, he would also give the maid a few days of vacation. Chapter 75. When can a man not be horny? This time, Lu Ruyan finally understood what was called the feeling of a cold heart. Her feeling that her heart had gone cold, like, no matter how much she jumped she didn't feel anything. Even she was about to not feel her heartbeat anymore. Since when did Chen Qian become so cold? Even the maids in the house, Chen Qian would be very enthusiastic. So the maids in the house usually loved to get along with Chen Qian. But it was only for her that Chen Qian spoke ill of her every time. People's hearts are made of flesh, and hearts made of flesh hurt. Chen Qian could not care about her feelings, but Chen Qian did not need to break her heart like this, right? Could it be that Chen Qian's conscience wouldn't hurt if he did this? Or was it that Chen Qian's conscience had already been eaten by a dog a long time ago? I'm sorry, I'm the one who made a fool of myself. I won't in the future. Lu Ruyan suddenly felt very ridiculous. Ridiculous for her to think that Chen Qian was concerned about her, when in reality, Chen Qian was not waiting for her at all, but someone else. What kind of person was worthy of Chen Qian waiting so long? Ruan Liu didn't think too much about this question, but turned around with a cold face and went upstairs. Auntie Wang wanted to go up to help her, but she refused. Even if her body is in pain, what can it do? Can it still compare to the heartache she feels at this moment? Don't bother with her. It's as if she's sick day in and day out, Chen Qian said expressionlessly. It was estimated that Ruan Liu would definitely resent him in her heart at the moment, resenting that he shouldn't be so cold and heartless. But so what? He was now Ruan Liu's boss, and if the boss cared about the employees, that was the boss being generous and knowing how to appreciate the hard work of the employees. But if the boss didn't care about the employees, no one would actually say anything more. The boss pays the employees. Itself is the relationship of employment. The boss provides the salary. The employees provide the value. This is a very reasonable thing. It can't be the case that the boss provides the employee with a wage and also provides the employee with emotional value, can it? Capitalists are like that. The boss can sympathize with the hard work of the employees, but the boss can never think from the perspective of the employees. Bosses and employees are not the same kind of people. It is destined to be impossible to empathize. The boss can never personally understand the hard work of the employees, and the employees are equally unable to understand the hardship of the boss's heart. Listening to Chen Qian's words just now, Lu Ruyan's heart was as if it had died. The stairs were very long, and it was a bit difficult for Ruan Liu's current body to climb them, but she still gritted her teeth and continued to climb. At this time, Yan Rushue had also arrived. Chen Qian was indeed waiting for Yan Rushue. Yan Rushue was going to give him a report on his work, and it just so happened that Chen Qian was resting at home. So he sent a message to Yan Rushue, asking her to come to his home to find him. And so the scene just now happened. Young Master Chen, what is she? Yan Rushue was also startled by the scene of Lu Ruyan climbing the stairs. Ruan Liu's face was white, just like a dead person lying in a morgue. Climbing the stairs wasn't a difficult task, but in Ruan Liu's case, it was as difficult as climbing to heaven. The doctor had opened a wound in her stomach, which had just been stitched up not long ago, and if the movement was too strenuous, the wound could be pulled open at any time, which was the reason why it was so difficult for her to climb the stairs. In addition to that, another part of the reason was also because her current body hadn't fully recovered yet. The strength of the anesthesia had just passed, and her stomach was still a bit sore even now. Don't mind her. How far has the project gone? Chen Qian said without a care in the world. It's already fully constructed according to your orders, but this is a very huge project. Currently there are several construction teams that want to contract this project. I've printed out the details of these construction teams for you. Yan Rushue said very respectfully. You have done a very good job. Chen Qian nodded, then began to browse through the information Yan Rushue had brought. In the beginning, when such a large project was given to Yan Rushue to keep an eye on, he was indeed a bit uneasy, but Yan Rushue had indeed lived up to his expectations, and the work was done very well, so good that he wanted to reward Yan Rushue. Then is there any reward? Yan Rushue said with a playful face. What reward do you want? Chen Qian was also amused by Yan Rushue's words. Can you? Yan Rushue said with a wicked smile on her face. You want to get me? Chen Qian was startled by Yan Rushue's words. Can't I? Yan Rushue blinked. Yan Rushue has a good plan, but unfortunately, her wishful thinking is destined to fall flat. Lu Ruyan only felt that Yan Rushue was somewhat amused. No one knew better than her what kind of person Chen Qian was. Chen Qian was rather modest, especially in the area of treating male and female love. Chen Qian was still relatively dedicated. How could Chen Qian agree to Yan Rushue's request? Although Yan Rushue was excellent in all aspects, Chen Qian would never be such a casual person. It's fine, but are you sure? Chen Qian looked up at Yan Rushue. He wasn't a eunuch, and with Yan Rushue tempting him so much, he was definitely a bit unable to withstand it. How did a saying go? A man is a teenager until he dies. It was normal for teenagers to be bloodthirsty. Before someone asked a question on the internet, when in the world can a man not be horny? There is only one answer. That is, only after a man dies. When he is hung on the wall can he not be horny? Yan Rushue was excellent. And this kind of woman who took the initiative to send her to the door was not eaten for nothing. Of course I'm sure. A quality man like young Master Chen. I can't even find him by beating my head against a lantern. Being able to be young Master Chen's woman. That's a blessing I've cultivated in my past life. Yan Rushue took the initiative to sit on top of Chen Qian's lap, burying her body into Chen Qian's embrace. The eyes were full of flavor, making it hard to hold on to them. This is what you said yourself. Don't you dare back out, Chen Qian said with a smile. He then hugged Yan Rushue and headed upstairs. I won't regret it, but I hope that young Master Chen doesn't dislike me. Yan Rushue smiled and smiled again. Of course she wouldn't regret it. If she was able to use her body to keep Chen Qian, then it would bring very many benefits to the Yan family and her. And all she had paid was just her first time. If she could keep Chen Qian's heart, then it would be even better. After all, Chen Qian is now divorced. She can take advantage of the situation. Of course, even if you can't keep Chen Qian's heart is okay, even if Chen Qian and her just do love, she does not feel that she lost what? Feelings. This is what you love and I would like to do. No one at a disadvantage this statement. At least at that moment, she and Chen Qian are very enjoyable. Is not it? Chapter 76. Turns out she never understood Chen Qian. Of course Yan Ruxue truly wanted to be with Chen Qian, which Chen Qian knew better than anyone else. Only, he didn't seem to value marriage that much now. It was fine for two people to fall in love comfortably. Why did they have to get married? Even if they got married, they wouldn't necessarily be able to make it to the end. They might still get divorced. So why bother? The talk about love. The roll of the bedsheet, even if it is really pregnant with a child, you can choose to give birth to. You can also choose not to give birth to. Everything depends on the will of the two people. Men, there is no need to let marriage bind themselves. Young Master Chen, why don't you just put me down? This will be gossiped about. Yan Ruxue was a little embarrassed. After all, so many people were watching, and it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for Chen Qian to hold her like this. She didn't think it was anything, but mainly she was worried that Chen Qian would be affected by it. Afraid of what? Chen Qian smiled and said, no one will care, even if they do get seen. No one will dare to say anything. He was the owner of the villa, as well as the boss of the servants in the house. Whoever dared to gossip about his boss behind his back would be living impatiently. Hearing Chen Qian say this, Yan Ruxue's face turned even redder. It was true that no one dared to say anything, but Lu Ruyan was still here. Lu Ruyan was after all Chen Qian's ex-wife, and it was indeed quite bad to be seen by Lu Ruyan. Even if there is no longer a relationship, Lu Ruyan will more or less mind it. And does not Chen Qian's heart feel awkward? After all, it was his ex-wife. Chen Qian hugged her upstairs in front of Lu Ruyan. The little cutie, all knowing what Chen Qian was going to do with her next. Chen Qian more or less had to avoid it a bit. Don't worry, no one dares to say anything against you, no matter who she is, Chen Qian said softly. He had long since seen Yan Ruxue's inner thoughts. Who was Ruan Liu? An ex-wife only. Ruan Liu was nothing in his heart. Why should he care about Ruan Liu's feelings? What Lu Ruyan thinks in her heart has nothing to do with him. He is to have sex with Yan Ruxue, but not with Lu Ruyan. Why should he care about what Lu Ruyan thinks? Could it be that if Ruyan minded his relationship with Yan Ruxue, he wouldn't interact with Ruyan in the future? This was impossible. When he passed by Ruan Liu, Chen Qian even couldn't help but chide. Get out of the way. Can't you see that I'm going upstairs now? Ruan Liu had nothing to say to this. She and Chen Qian had already divorced, and she really had no qualifications to care about Chen Qian's affairs. It was only that Chen Qian should love himself. How could he just casually roll in bed with another woman? Lu Ruyan was filled with a belly full of grievances in her heart, but she did not express them. Since Chen Qian divorced her, she found that she couldn't understand Chen Qian more and more. Chen Qian was completely different from the one she used to know. The Chen Qian she remembered wouldn't get close to women so easily. Taking the last divorce as an example, she took the initiative to approach Chen Qian, wanting to give her first time to Chen Qian as compensation, but Chen Qian surprisingly and unexpectedly pushed her away. And she even wondered if Chen Qian had any problems in that area. Only now did she realize that the reason why Chen Qian was unwilling to touch her was because Chen Qian disliked her as disgusting in his heart, so he preferred to push her away. But Yan Ruxue is different. Yan Ruxue and Chen Qian do not have much affection. Yan Ruxue and Chen Qian is just a dewy love affair. Even if the two of them happened, it will not affect the relationship between them. It was just that she still hoped that Chen Qian would be able to restrain himself, even if it wasn't for her. Chen Qian should do so for Lu Wenman. Young Master Chen, aren't you afraid that she'll get angry if you yell at her like that? Yan Ruxue asked in a small voice. Afraid of what? Chen Qian said without a care in the world. What can she do if she gets angry? The big deal is to leave my place. It's not like I have to hire as a maid in my house. Hearing these words, Yan Ruxue knew that Chen Qian had completely let go. In fact, she was most worried that even if Chen Qian and Lu Ruyan divorced, Chen Qian's heart still has a trace of emotion towards Lu Ruyan. But now it seems that Chen Qian has long been completely dead to Lu Ruyan. Even if Lu Ruyan is misunderstood, even if it hurts Lu Ruyan's heart, Chen Qian is still unmoved. Wasn't this the result she wanted the most? Thinking of this, Yan Ruxue couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile. Her biggest rival was gone now, and the others shouldn't pose much of a threat to her, except for Lu Wenman. When she thought of Lu Wenman, Yan Rushue's heart couldn't help but beat a drum. She really didn't have much confidence in defeating Lu Wenman, but she felt that it wasn't like she had to marry Chen Qian. There were times when it was fine to be a dewy-eyed lover, and true fondness couldn't be aimed at possession. But Lu Ruyan wasn't that lucky. She had heard all of Chen Qian's words just now, and she even had some doubts that Chen Qian had deliberately said them to her. From when exactly did Chen Qian become like this? Chen Qian was so unfamiliar that she was on the verge of not recognizing him. The Chen Qian of the past was not like this. Thinking of this, Ruan Liu could not help but let out a bitter smile. Her current impression of Chen Qian was still stuck in the past. Could the Chen Qian of before really be Chen Qian's original appearance? Perhaps she had never understood what the real Chen Qian was really like. Her understanding of Chen Qian was just what she thought. She didn't care about Chen Qian. How could she understand what kind of person Chen Qian really was? In the past, Chen Qian liked her, so he would do as she wished. But that wasn't Chen Qian's own character. Liking a person would really be willing to give in many ways. The funny thing was that she had originally always thought that she understood Chen Qian very well, but now it seemed that it was nothing more than her wishful thinking. It wasn't until she saw Chen Qian walk into her room with Yan Rushua in his arms that Lu Ruyan completely reacted. Her dream. Perhaps it was time to wake up as well. Ruan Liu did not say anything more, but continued to climb the stairs. No matter how much it hurt, she gritted her teeth and persisted. Physical pain in the end cannot withstand the pain in the heart. This moment, Lu Ruyan seems to feel less uncomfortable. Even if she was to be allowed to climb 10 more floors, she felt nothing wrong with it all the same. Alright, young Master Chen, you can put me down now. At this moment, in the room, Yan Rushua said with a shy face. What's wrong? You regret it? Seeing this, Chen Qian had no choice but to throw Yan Rushua onto the bed. I didn't. Don't wrong me, Yan Rushua hurriedly explained. On the contrary, it's you, young Master Chen. Are you doing a play or are you doing it from the bottom of your heart? Doing a play? Doing what play? Chen Qian said with some confusion. Chapter 77, so Chen Qian can smoke. It's just a deliberate act to show Lu Ruyan. Yan Rushua whispered. You don't think that I just did it to specifically piss her off, do you? Chen Qian was somewhat speechless. That can't be said. You men's hearts. Sometimes flipping your face is faster than turning over a book. Yan Rushua beamed and said. Mr. Yan, it's hard to see. This mouth of yours is quite powerful. I'll have to personally test how powerful it is later on. Chen Qian said with a smile. Yan Rushua's lips were indeed quite sexy. Later on, I would have to give it a little color. Young Master Chen, this can't be done. Yan Rushua hurriedly tried to refuse. Why not? Chen Qian said with a frown. I've never done such a thing before. How embarrassing would this be? I can follow you on everything else, but only this thing. Yan Rushua said with a shy face. It's fine. There is a first time for everything. Chen Qian said with a smile on his face. Just get used to it. No way. Young Master Chen, this really won't do. Yan Rushua said with a face full of panic. It's too late to know to refuse now. Chen Qian didn't even care about Yan Rushua's reaction. Oh, I was wrong. Please let me go. Yan Rushua couldn't help but beg for mercy. However, Chen Qian did not intend to let her off just like that. An hour later, Yan Rushua also walked out of Chen Qian's room. She had already gotten dressed. It hurt. It really hurt too much. This was her first time after all. But Chen Qian simply didn't know what it meant to be compassionate. Of course, for Chen Qian's performance, Yan Rushua was still relatively satisfied. It hurt a little. If Chen Qian could be a little more gentle, it would be good. She was a bit skeptical that if she continued like this, it would be a problem if she could still satisfy Chen Qian in the future. Yan Rushua and Lu Ruyan soon met at the corner of the stairs, only for one to go downstairs and the other to go up. Congratulations, Mr. Yan, Ruan Liu said expressionlessly. Congratulate me on what? Yan Rushua said with a cold face. Congratulations on reaching your wish, Ruan Liu said in a conspiratorial manner. You went through so much trouble to get close to Chen Qian, wasn't it for this? What? Does Miss Liu also want something to happen with young Master Chen? Yan Rushua said with a wry smile. If I remember correctly, you and young Master Chen have been husband and wife for 3 years, right? What? You didn't have something happen during the 3 years? Is it that you don't let him touch you? Or is it that he doesn't want to touch you? Hearing Yan Rushua's words, Lu Ruyan's mouth was on the verge of getting angry. Yan Rushua was indeed right. She and Chen Qian had been married for 3 years and should have had sex a long time ago. But it was a pity that she had guarded her body for Wang Tang at that time and was not willing to let Chen Qian touch it at all. When she wanted to give herself to Chen Qian had long since stopped caring. It seems that I was really right. Young Master Chen is also pitiful. After being married for 3 years, he actually came across an extremely good person like you. Your heart is loaded with other men, so you want to guard your body for him. But even if young Master Chen can't get your heart, you should always let her get your person, right? Eldest Miss Liu, you're a bit too selfish. How can I say that it's also your former husband? You even kept a widow for another man for 3 years. TSK, you're really good at it. Yan Rushua couldn't help but sneer. What are you babbling about? It's not like he's after my flesh to be with me. Lu Ruyan hurriedly defended. It's not like he's the kind of person who only cares about carnal pleasures. You're right. He married you at that time. Indeed, he didn't figure out your flesh. He figured out your heart. But your heart has long been given to someone else. Yan Rushue still smiled coldly. In that case, why do you continue to delay him? Lu Ruyan was made speechless by Yan Rushue. Alright, I'm too lazy to argue with you about this. This is between me and him. What does it have to do with you? Don't you think you're minding a bit too much? Yan Rushue was unforgiving. Don't forget, you're just a servant in young Master Chen's house. In the words of the ancients, you're actually just a maid. A maid also dares to meddle in her master's affairs. If this was in ancient times, you would have been immersed in a piggy bank long ago. I'm minding for my sister, can't I? Lu Ruyan was said to blush. You're managing for your sister? Yan Rushue laughed even louder. Ruyan Lu, don't you think you're hilarious? Leaving aside the fact that your sister and young Master Chen aren't a couple yet, even if they were, your sister didn't even say anything. So when is it your turn to tell you what to do? After saying this, Yan Rushue didn't pay any more attention to Lu Ruyan and walked away on her own. Not only was Lu Ruyan selfish, but she also didn't dare to admit it. There was nothing she could say about such a person. Until Yan Rushue left, Lu Ruyan's mood calmed down quite a bit. It was good that Yan Rushue had left. Otherwise she really couldn't say anything about Yan Rushue. Not long after, Ruan Liu knocked on Chen Qian's room door. Come in, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Ruan Liu could only push open the door and walk in. At this moment, Chen Qian was leaning against the window balcony smoking a cigarette. The smell of smoke that filled the room almost smoked Ruan Liu out. I remember that you didn't used to not smoke? Ruan Liu frowned. She didn't really like smoking, and she didn't really like people smoking in front of her because it would make her inhale secondhand smoke. Secondhand smoke was more harmful than firsthand smoke, and after 3 years of marriage, she had never seen Chen Qian smoke. But today, she had actually seen it. She had always thought that Chen Qian wouldn't smoke, but she had just watched Chen Qian look so cloudy. Chen Qian obviously knew how to smoke, and he hadn't just learned how to do it. Those who had just learned to smoke would not be able to exhale freely like Chen Qian. The way Chen Qian looked just now, a discerning person would know that Chen Qian was an old smoker. However, she really had never seen Chen Qian smoke before, and this was the first time she had seen Chen Qian smoke. Just because I didn't smoke before doesn't mean I don't smoke now, Chen Qian said with a cold face. It wasn't that he didn't know how to smoke in the past, it wasn't that he didn't like smoking, and he had to take care of Ruan Liu's feelings, who didn't like the smell of smoke, so he quit smoking. But he now realized that the original smoking is a thing. How interesting. No matter what your troubles, a cigarette down, guaranteed to make you nothing to worry about. People say that borrowing wine can eliminate sorrows. Borrowing cigarettes can also eliminate sorrows. Sometimes people smoke is not the cigarette itself, but a kind of loneliness. Chapter 78, Inverting the Big Dipper. Cough cough. Ruan Liu still couldn't help but choke on Chen Qian's cigarette smell for a few mouthfuls. Smoking is harmful to your health. You'd better quit smoking as soon as possible. Quit smoking? Why should I quit smoking? Chen Qian found it very funny. Whether I quit smoking or not, what does it have to do with you? He no longer had a relationship with Ruan Liu, and Ruan Liu naturally had no qualifications to ask him to quit smoking. I'm doing this all for your own good, Lu Ruyan had to explain. Come on, we're already divorced and you still want to continue puami? Chen Qian smiled coldly. Chen Qian, I know I don't care what I say now, you won't believe me anymore, but I'm really sincere for your own good. You shouldn't have fallen so far. Ruan Liu lowered her head and said, how have I fallen? Chen Qian looked up at Ruan Liu, still swallowing clouds. The less Ruan Liu wanted him to do, the more he was inclined to do. Who was Ruan Liu to presume to influence his decisions? You never used to smoke. You suddenly started smoking now. Isn't this a sign of degradation? Lu Ruyan whispered. Smoking is considered a sign of depravity? Chen Qian laughed. According to you, wouldn't 80% of the men in the country all be degenerate? In China, the proportion of male smokers was relatively high. Almost 8 out of 10 men would smoke, and fewer women would smoke, but not none. If smoking a cigarette is considered degenerate, then the Tobacco Bureau should simply close down. Okay, the smoking thing can be left aside for now, but why did you have a relationship with Yan Rushue? You weren't such a casual person before, Lu Ruyan said with a cold face. Having sex with someone is casual. Miss Lu, you think you're still living in ancient times? Chen Qian lit a cigarette once again. How did something that was between you and me become casual in Lu Ruyan's mouth? He and Yan Rushue also had a bit of emotional foundation. Did a man and a woman have to be married before they could have a relationship? In today's society, where there are still so many rules, not to mention not married, even if it is not a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, there will be a lot of people having sex. Even if it's like what Lu Ruyan said, if two people really get married, can they definitely have sex? Not really. Wasn't he and Lu Ruyan a good example? You know that her motives are impure. Why do you still want to have sex with her? Lu Ruyan said through clenched teeth. When Ruan Liu uttered these words, Chen Qian felt even more amused. So what if her motives are impure? I don't intend to necessarily have to be with her. I care if her motives are pure or not. Could it be that you're just playing around with her? Lu Ruyan was a little surprised. Just playing around? Chen Qian couldn't help but laugh. Don't be silly. I have an emotional foundation with her. So what if we're together? So what if we're not? Do two people with an emotional foundation have to be together? If Yan Ruxue is willing to be with him, then it's fine. If Yan Ruxue is not willing to be with him, he won't force it. Male and female friends were nothing more than an identity. These were not important. After being divorced, Chen Qian had long since stopped valuing these. Since you have no intention of being with her, why do you still want to have sex with her? Ruan Liu said in a cold voice. I say, Miss Liu, I'm not a saint. So what if I'm not with her? People have desires. Chen Qian said with a cold face. Your words are a bit much today. If you do this, can you stand up to Wen Man? Seeing that she couldn't say anything, Ruan Liu had no choice but to move Wenman Liu out. What does this have to do with Wenman? Chen Qian said with a face full of puzzlement. You know that Wenman likes you. Why did you still do this? Ruan Liu coldly drank. Fertilizer did not flow to outsiders. Even if she could not be with Chen Qian anymore, she still wanted Lu Wenman to be with Chen Qian. I only treat Wenman as just a younger sister, Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Wenman is so pretty. I don't believe that you only treat her as a sister, Ruan Liu said with great certainty. So what if I don't treat her as a sister? What does that have to do with you? Chen Qian frowned. I'm her sister, so her matters are naturally related to me. Ruan Liu said very matter of course. It's not true that you're her sister, but she's her and you're you. You can't represent her. Chen Qian said unflinchingly. Don't say whether or not she will care. Even if she does care, that has nothing to do with you. If you really like her, then you should think more about her instead of indulging yourself like this. Lu Ruyan's face was very ugly. It was true that she could not represent Lu Wenman, but she still hoped that Chen Qian could show some self-love for Lu Wenman's sake. Casually sleeping with someone else was not Chen Qian's previous style, and Lu Wenman certainly did not want Chen Qian to be like this. Ruan Liu, we're already divorced and I'm single now, so I don't need you to teach me what to do. Chen Qian took a deep breath. Isn't the reason you're telling me this that you're jealous? I'm not. Ruan Liu hurriedly denied it. She was indeed jealous. Jealous that Yan Ruxue could receive Chen Qian's favor while she did not even have a kind word to say. Chen Qian had always spoken coldly to her every time, and even though her heart no longer held any hope for Chen Qian, her heart was always made of flesh, and there was no way for her to see Chen Qian this way with another woman. Whether there is or isn't, you know in your own heart. What? You regret not having sex with me in the first place? Chen Qian said with a cold smile. Ruan Liu didn't answer. She didn't know how to answer. When she wanted to give herself to Chen Qian pushed her away. She had thought that Chen Qian was not close to women, but now, Chen Qian would rather touch other women than her. Was she really that bad? In terms of face value, she shouldn't be too much worse than Yan Ruxue. Did Chen Qian really hate her that much? It's a pity. Even if you take off your clothes and stand in front of me right now, I won't touch you for a second. You'll only make me feel sick. Chen Qian said expressionlessly. Since you hate me so much, why do you still let me stay by your side? Ruan Liu clenched her fists and said, keeping you by my side. Ruan Liu, you're afraid that you're not mistaken. It was Wen Man who begged me to take you in the first place. Otherwise, why do you think that I would let you stay here? Chen Qian said with a cold face. If you feel uncomfortable staying here, then you can leave now. No one will care about you at all. Don't think of yourself as too important. In the beginning, it was clearly Lu Ruyan who took the initiative to beg him to take him in. How did it turn out that he kept Lu Ruyan by his side at this moment? Lu Ruyan simply don't want to be too anti-Tiangong, okay? Chapter 79, eyes all swollen from crying. I'm sorry, maybe it's because I still have expectations for you, but don't worry, from today onwards, I won't be like this anymore. Lu Ruyan turned around and walked out of the room. She actually should have figured it out a long time ago. It's just that she had been unwilling to let go of it in her heart. She always felt that there was still a sliver of hope, but in reality, it was nothing more than a mere fantasy. From this moment onwards, she will be completely dead to Chen Qian. Her heart is like a pool of stagnant water. No matter what cannot stimulate the waves in her heart. She now only wants to live her own life. No matter what kind of Chen Qian in the future, she does not want to care anymore. She is also not qualified to care. Looking at Ruan Liu's back, Chen Qian's heart did not have any feelings. He only felt that Ruan Liu was as sick as she was. If it wasn't for the fact that he had promised Lu Wenman, he really wanted to directly dismiss Ruan Liu, so that she wouldn't have to meddle in other people's business day in and day out. Close the door, Chen Qian said coldly. He really did not even want to look back at Ruan Liu. The development for the eastern part of the city was already underway and was progressing very fast. Originally, the progress was not that fast. However, driven by money, those workers were also working overtime. How to say? In this world, as long as you have money, not afraid of no one for you to sell their lives. In fact, many wage earners are not opposed to overtime work, and opposed to unpaid overtime work, as long as the price is in place. Even if the overtime work late into the night, no one has an opinion. For this reason, Chen Qian also deliberately let Yan Rushue find a few more construction teams. Time waits for no one. First, the main framework of the commercial area out. The rest of the things are much simpler. Chen Qian, now there are a lot of things to be busy. He naturally did not have the mood to distracted talk about love. Feelings for the current Chen Qian can only be counted as embellishments. The depths of love naturally thick. Some things will have to go along with their own moods. The more they want to control their own emotions, but cannot control. Yan Rushue or Lu Wenman and Chang Shuangshuang also, in fact, for Chen Qian are the same. He will not deliberately force himself to be with whom it is necessary to do. Feelings of things, originally is not make sense. There is no reason to speak of. As good as, for example, he had sex with Yan Rushue today. He had sex with Yan Rushue is just smooth. Does not mean that he has how much love for Yan Rushue. Does not mean that he has to be with Yan Rushue in the future. This time it was Yan Rushue who took the initiative, and he also had a little good feeling about Yan Rushue, so he just went along with it. All people love beauty. Chen Qian was likewise no exception, and when a beauty like Yan Rushue took the initiative to throw her arms around him, he simply had no reason to refuse. After returning to the maid's room, Lu Ruyan cried under the covers. Obviously, she didn't want to cry, but once she thought of Chen Qian's attitude towards her just now, Ruyan Lu couldn't hold it back any longer. Was it really because she was too much in charge? Actually it wasn't, and Chen Qian was beginning to resent her. In the past Chen Qian couldn't wait for her to control herself more, but now, everything had changed. Even Chen Qian's feelings for her would change. What else in this world was set in stone? Ruyan, are you alright? At this time, Auntie Wang also walked in. Auntie Wang, I'm fine. Ruyan Lu could only choke out a sob. She didn't want others to see her like this, but she really couldn't help it. If you really can't, you should take a few days off from Mr. Chen and go out for a walk, Auntie Wang said with a sigh. She didn't want to point out that Ruyan Lu, even if Ruyan Lu was covered in a quilt, she knew that Ruyan Lu must have been crying. To be able to make Ruyan Lu cry so sadly, other than Chen Qian, there was probably no one else. Auntie Wang, I'm really fine, you don't have to worry about me. Ruyan Lu could only dry her tears. She had just taken a leave of absence from Chen Qian not long ago. She couldn't bring herself to continue to take a leave of absence from Chen Qian. And once she took a leave of absence from Chen Qian, not to mention whether or not Chen Qian would think about it, she couldn't get through this hurdle in her own heart. Sigh, you can cry if you want to. Auntie Wang could only gently pat Ruyan Lu's back. She is really some heartache. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan used to be the president of Lu Clan Group. Naturally she doesn't need extra care, but now that Lu Ruyan has fallen on hard times, as Lu Ruyan's former maid, she naturally needs to take care of Lu Ruyan some more. Think of it as a way to repay Ruyan Lu for her previous kindness. If not for Ruyan Lu, she still doesn't know where she would be working right now. Auntie Wang, I'm really fine, I'm not crying. Ruyan Lu pretended to smile. Your eyes are almost swollen from crying, and you still say you didn't cry? Aunt Wang couldn't help but shake her head. Ruyan Lu might be able to fool others, but she definitely could not be fooled. From the moment she saw Ruyan Lu enter the house, she could vaguely tell that there was something wrong with Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu just went out and definitely went to find Chen Qian. As for what Chen Qian said to Ruyan Lu later on, she simply didn't know, but she could probably guess some of it. It was probably because Chen Qian said a lot of unforgiving words to Ruyan Lu that she hurt Ruyan Lu so deeply. Ruyan Lu's eyes were about to be swollen from crying. If she continued to cry like this, she was afraid that Ruyan Lu would really cry her eyes blind. Auntie Wang, what happened today? Can you not tell others? Lu Ruyan said in a low voice. She did not want the matter of her sneaking around and crying just now to be known by others, especially by Chen Qian. Don't worry, I promise not to tell anyone. Auntie Wang very kindly touched Ruyan Lu's head. Lu Ruyan's age wasn't really that old. She was only in her 20s, yet she had experienced so many ups and downs. If it was any other person, their mindset wouldn't necessarily be much better than Lu Ruyan's. And Chen Qian happens to be the last straw that overwhelms Lu Ruyan. The authorities are confused. The onlooker is clear. Some things maybe Lu Ruyan herself is not clear, but she is certainly very, very understandable. As a person from the past, if Lu Ruyan can wake up a little earlier, perhaps Lu Ruyan and Chen Qian's feelings there is still a trace of salvage space. But now, it was already impossible for Chen Qian to turn back, so no matter what Ruyan Lu did, it was useless. If she had known this, why did she bother to do it in the first place? What she was most afraid of was not that Ruyan Lu would back out, but that it would be useless even if Ruyan Lu backed out. Auntie Wang, thank you. Lu Ruyan quickly dried her tears. In fact, in this world, it wasn't like there wasn't anyone who cared about her. Auntie Wang was one of them, and even for Auntie Wang's sake, she had to try to pull herself together. From now on, she would not shed a single tear because of Chen Qian. Seeing Ruan Liu finally pull herself together, Auntie Wang also revealed a pleased smile. Just as she was thinking, Ruan Liu's cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 80, Wang Tang's distress call. Lu Ruyan opened her cell phone to see that it was actually Wang Tang calling. Wang Tang had long since blacked out Lu Ruyan's phone, but Lu Ruyan didn't bother to black out Wang Tang's phone. What was Wang Tang doing calling her at this time? Lu Ruyan felt a little strange. When she went abroad to look for Wang Tang was wildly out of control at that time. Why this moment suddenly want to get up to call her? After hesitating for a moment, Lu Ruyan still answered the phone. Ruyan, I was wrong. Can you ask Chen Qian to spare my life? Wang Tang said over the phone. Ruan Liu could hear that Wang Tang should be very anxious at this moment. What happened to Chen Qian? Ruan Liu said with a curious face. Chen Qian was currently in the country and Wang Tang was currently abroad. These two should not have much interaction. He doesn't know what means he used and seized my company. If he can't unseal it, my company will be all over. Wang Tang cried out. This is my life's work. If my company is gone, how do you expect me to live in the Fu tour? What does this have to do with me? Ruan Liu frowned. When she went to find Wang Tang before, Wang Tang had already made it very clear to her that even if Wang Tang came over to her now, there was no way she could help Wang Tang. This was all Wang Tang's fault. If it wasn't for Wang Tang, how could Chen Qian lose $4 billion for nothing? Ruyan, I know it was all my fault in the past. I shouldn't have said those words to you. I was wrong. Will you forgive me? Hearing that Ruan Liu was unwilling to help, Wang Tang instantly became anxious. It's not like I seized your company. What's the use of begging me? Besides, this is all what you deserve. Lu Ruyan said with a cold face. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't. Chen Qian must have used some special means to seize Wang Tang's company. Although she didn't know exactly what special means Chen Qian had used, but that didn't matter anymore. When Wang Tang did this to her last time, he should have thought about this ending. Chen Qian's money wasn't that easy to take. Since Wang Tang wasn't willing to pay back the money, it would be better to use Wang Tang's company as collateral. Ruyan, just don't say these demoralizing words. I know you will have a way to help me, right? Wang Tang said with an anxious look on his face. Isn't Chen Qian your ex-husband? Go and beg him to give him a high hand, okay? Firstly, I have no way to help you. Secondly, it's impossible for me to help you. If you want to keep your company together, I advise you to hurry up and pay back the money. Maybe Chen Qian will even let you off the hook. Ruan Liu said without mercy. Wang Tang had already caused her enough misery. There was no way she would do things she didn't like because of Wang Tang. In the past, as long as Wang Tang opened his mouth, she would definitely try to help Wang Tang in any way she could, even if she had to beg Chen Qian. But now, she only has a deep loathing for Wang Tang. What kind of Wang Tang has nothing to do with her? If not for the words Wang Tang said to her before, she might have been kept in the dark. Now Wang Tang still has the face to come over to beg her. The harm Wang Tang once caused to her, she can't possibly forget it in her life. Ruyan, only you can help me now. If even you don't help me, no one will be willing to help me. I can pay back the money, but can you allow me to pay it back after a while? Wang Tang still refused to give up. It was so hard for him to pay off his foreign debts, and his company had risen from the dead because of it. He didn't want to repeat his mistakes because of this. He also wanted to pay back the money, but he really didn't have any money to pay back, and he didn't borrow the money, so why should he be asked to pay it back? But now is not the time to dwell on this. Only to keep his company is the most crucial. As long as he can keep his company, even if it makes him eat, he is willing. It's useless for you to say this to me now. You should go and talk to Chen Qian yourself. I have long persuaded you to pay back the money. It's you who insisted on relying on it. If you could pay back the money earlier, it wouldn't have turned out like this, Lu Ruyan said with a cold face. When she asked Wang Tang to pay back the money, Wang Tang even deliberately humiliated her. Now he knows to beg her. But unfortunately it's already too late. What kind of cause is planted will get what kind of fruit. Wang Tang can have today. It is completely caused by Wang Tang's hand. It can't be blamed on others. Originally, she still thought that it was a bit difficult to make Wang Tang pay back the money, but now it seemed that Chen Qian was still very resourceful. Are you seriously unwilling to help me? Hearing Ruan Liu's words, Wang Tang seemed to already know the outcome. He hadn't gone out of his way to beg Ruan Liu in a low voice, not specifically to have Ruan Liu come and count him out. I can't help you. You'd better hire another person, Lu Ruyan said in a cold voice. Lu Ruyan, you this. Wang Tang just wanted to break out and curse, but Lu Ruyan had already hung up the phone. When Wang Tang called again, Ruan Liu didn't pick up at all. Because of Wang Tang, she became like this now, and now that she saw that Wang Tang had finally eaten his own evil, Ruan Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. And all of this was because of Chen Qian. Why did Chen Qian do this? Was it to take it out on her, or was it because of something else? Chen Qian must have known that she had suffered a lot of anger from Wang Tang. That was why she did this, right? Thinking of this, Ruan Liu's mind suddenly became subtle. She did not know why Chen Qian did this. Perhaps Chen Qian really wanted to teach Wang Tang some lessons and wanted to use this method to force Wang Tang to pay back the money. Of course, it was also possible that Chen Qian was doing this in order to take it out on her. Even though she knew that this possibility was very small, Ruan Liu preferred the latter, because no matter what, she did not want to become nothing more than a stranger with Chen Qian. In fact, what Ruan Liu did not know was that the reason why Chen Qian did this was not to take it out on her, but rather wanted to make up for the losses he had incurred at the time. In the beginning, because Wang Tang had found someone to kidnap Lu Wenman, Chen Qian had to give the money to the other party, although the money was owed by Lu Ruyan, but it was also because of Wang Tang that he lost $4 billion. Of course, he wouldn't let Wang Tang off the hook just like that. Soon after Wang Tang fled abroad, Chen Qian had already asked people to pay close attention to Wang Tang's movements, especially to focus on investigating Wang Tang's company. As expected, Chen Qian really investigated something and managed to get the evidence. Over the years, Wang Tang's company had done a lot of illegal activities. These illegal activities are not allowed in foreign countries. Once found out, Wang Tang's company will not only be seized, but also Wang Tang will be imprisoned. Now Wang Tang is just like an ant. As long as he moves his finger a little, he can pinch Wang Tang to death. Chapter 81. Either pay back the money or go to jail. On the other side of the ocean, Wang Tang was almost spitting blood from anger. He called Ruan Liu a lot, but Ruan Liu didn't answer any of them. Wang Tang was definitely very dissatisfied with Ruan Liu's attitude. The problem now was that not only was his company seized, but he himself could go to jail at any time due to data falsification, tax evasion and other behaviors. On the other side of the ocean, these behaviors were far more serious than killing people, and tax evasion and leakage could never be allowed. If it is China, tax evasion and tax evasion for the first time is only a verbal warning, as long as the fines and late fees to make up for nothing, which is why many celebrities still do not need to go in after tax evasion and tax evasion. However, if you are on the other side of the ocean, once the tax evasion is confirmed, the consequences are very serious. The problem was that he had done all of this in a very secretive manner. In order not to be discovered, he had almost eliminated all the evidence that he could. Even the relevant departments might not be able to find out, but he had actually allowed Chen Qian to find out, and he had also notified the local departments. Now that all of his evidence was in Chen Qian's hands, as long as Chen Qian produced the evidence, he could face jail time at any time. Because of Chen Qian, his company had already been seized by the relevant departments, and a lot of evidence was already being organized. Of course, Wang Tang did not think that the relevant departments could come up with too much evidence. Most of the evidence was now in the hands of Chen Qian. As long as Chen Qian did not take out, even if he was guilty, his guilt should not be particularly large. As long as a lawyer to help him argue, he could still end up with insufficient evidence to get off. Now it was imperative to find a way to stabilize Chen Qian first, otherwise once those evidences were submitted by Chen Qian, even if he invited the most famous lawyers in the world, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Wang Tang could only take out his cell phone and call Chen Qian. He had always had Chen Qian's phone number in his cell phone, which he had asked Lu Ruyan to take in the beginning, and he had thought that he would never have any encounters with Chen Qian in his life, but what he had never expected was that retribution would come so soon. Hello, who is it? Chen Qian answered the call with a calm demeanor. He had long known that the call was from Wang Tang, only that he still pretended not to know. Wang Tang finally couldn't help but call him. Young Master Chen, I'm Wang Tang, do you still remember me? Wang Tang said very respectfully. Even though his heart hated for Chen Qian to die immediately, he could only pretend to be a grandson at this moment. Chen Qian's hands held his handles, and once those handles of his were handed over by Chen Qian, then he would truly be begging for his life and death. Even if he was pretending, he had to keep pretending. A little impatience would lead to a big plan, and this was not the first time he had pretended to be a grandson to someone. Oh, it's you. Aren't you that white moonlight of Ruan Liu? Chen Qian sneered more than once. Yes, it's me. It's rare that you still remember me. Wang Tang grinned. You've got the wrong number. If you want to find her, you should call her. What are you doing calling me? Chen Qian narrowed his eyes and said, Young Master Chen, no wrong number. I'm not looking for her. I'm looking for you. Wang Tang licked his smiling face and said, What are you looking for me for? Chen Qian still wore a smile. Young Master Chen, it's like this. I think there's some misunderstanding between us, so I want to explain it to you. Wang Tang said in a hurry. Really? What kind of misunderstandings are there between us? Chen Qian could not help but reveal a cold smile. Young Master Chen, it's like this. It was indeed my fault for going against you before. I'm here to apologize to you. Can you be magnanimous and let me off the hook? Wang Tang pulled a face and said, in the past because of Lu Ruyan that I did do a lot of things to apologize to you. But don't worry, I already don't have any relationship with Lu Ruyan that, whether you have any relationship with her or not, what does it have to do with me? This is something between you and her. I don't care about it half the time. You don't need to come to me specifically to say this. Chen Qian was a bit unhappy and said, yes, it's true that it doesn't have much to do with you. In the past it was all forced on me by Lu Ruyan. I really didn't mean to steal her from you. If you blame it, blame her well. In fact, I'm the same victim as you. Wang Tang was a little anxious. If you're calling me to say this, then I think you can hang up the phone right now. Chen Qian said without mercy. Young Master Chen, you've misunderstood. The reason I'm making this call to you is to pay you back. Seeing this, Wang Tang had no choice but to go straight to the point. Pay back the money. Pay back what? Chen Qian smiled coldly. I don't remember you owing me money. The person who owed him money was Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had thought about paying him back, but Lu Ruyan simply couldn't afford to do so. But it was Wang Tang, even though Wang Tang hadn't owed him any money. If it wasn't because of Wang Tang in the first place, he wouldn't have lost $4 billion for nothing. He won't take Wang Tang like Lu Ruyan. As long as Wang Tang is still alive in this world, he has a way to make Wang Tang spit out the money. This money should have been repaid by Wang Tang. Wang Tang thought that it would be fine if he ran abroad, not realizing that all of Wang Tang's moves were in his grasp. As long as Wang Tang's company is still abroad, he has 10,000 ways to find Wang Tang. He hadn't moved Wang Tang before because he hadn't gotten hold of enough evidence, and with the evidence he had now, it was enough for Wang Tang to stay in prison for the rest of his life. Either Wang Tang chooses to pay back the money, or Wang Tang will go inside and stay there for the rest of his life. Prisons in foreign countries are not compared to domestic ones, and going to prison in foreign countries is a very painful thing, and can even be described as torture. Unless Wang Tang wanted to be tortured for the rest of his life, Wang Tang would definitely pay back the money. Young Master Chen, at first this money, Lu Ruyan said she would help me pay it back, but since she can't pay it back, naturally I will pay it back myself. I don't think young Master Chen should have any opinions, right? Wang Tang said through gritted teeth. If it wasn't because there was really no other way, how would he take the initiative to pay back the money? Anyway, after stabilizing Chen Qian first, as long as the relevant departments couldn't get any evidence, he would soon be fine. He was only being accused now. Without any evidence, the judge would not be able to convict him easily. And now that the evidence happened to be in Chen Qian's hands, of course he would have to find Chen Qian to get the evidence back. Of course not. It's not impossible if you want to pay back the money. But what do I have to do to believe you? Chen Qian said unhurriedly. Young Master Chen, can you give me 3 years? Within 3 years, I will definitely find a way to return the money to you. Seeing that Chen Qian was willing to loosen up, Wang Tang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. 3 years? Chen Qian couldn't help but laugh. Wang Tang really did treat him as a little cutie. Looked at it. Chapter 82, I will only give you 3 days. In 3 years' time, Wang Tang would probably be able to run out of the planet, and by then he wouldn't even know where Wang Tang was. So how could he possibly give Wang Tang 3 years' time? Only the little cutie would believe Wang Tang's bull asterisk. Obviously Wang Tang had already treated Chen Qian as a little cutie. The same way, Chen Qian was not Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was a famous love brain. No matter what Wang Tang said, Lu Ruyan would believe it. If 3 years won't work, will 2.5 years work? Seeing that Chen Qian was not satisfied, Wang Tang hurriedly said, as you know, $4 billion is not a small amount. I definitely need a certain amount of time to get it together. Did I say that I asked you to pay back $4 billion? Chen Qian could not help but frown. Young Master Chen, then how much are you going to let me pay back? Wang Tang asked in a low voice. Could it be that Chen Qian had a guilty conscience and wanted him to pay back less? 4.5 billion. Not even 100 million more or 100 million less, Chen Qian said with a cold face. Young Master Chen, you're being a bit forceful, aren't you? You lost 4 billion in the first place. Aren't you being a bit too bullying by asking me to pay back 4.5 billion? Wang Tang unconsciously clenched his fists. Borrowing 4 billion and paying back 4.5 billion. Loan sharks aren't even this outrageous. So what if it's bullying you? Do you think I borrowed my money for nothing? Chen Qian said in a cold voice. Wang Tang had made him lose 4 billion for nothing. The remaining 500 million was the interest that Wang Tang should pay and also a punishment for Wang Tang. Okay, 4.5 billion is 4.5 billion. After 2.5 years, I will definitely return the money to you, okay? Wang Tang gritted his teeth. He would run away after 2.5 years anyway, and when he went incognito then, Chen Qian might not be able to find him. 2.5 years? Chen Qian couldn't help but sneer. You're overthinking it. You think you're a foreign trainee? 2 years? Will 2 years do? Wang Tang clenched his teeth once again. As long as you give me 2 years, I promise to return the money to you. No way. Chen Qian refused without hesitation. 1 year. 1 year is always fine. Wang Tang's face was very ugly. Young Master Chen, leave a thread of truth in your work and you'll see each other in the future. Don't take things too far. I'm sorry, I'm a person who doesn't like to leave a line of work. Either I don't do it, or if I do it, I'll definitely take things to the extreme, Chen Qian said with a disdainful face. Wang Tang dared to threaten him at this time. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Young Master Chen, half a year. I only need half a year. Please be generous, Wang Tang said with a helpless face. 3 days? I'll give you 3 days. If you can't pay back the money within 3 days, the consequences should be clearer to you than me, Chen Qian said without mercy. 3 days? Wang Tang's face darkened. Where am I going to get you $4.5 billion in such a short period of time? Even if he sold the company, it would still take a certain amount of time. 3 days was simply not enough. Originally, he had planned to fool Chen Qian into unblocking his company first, and then find a way to run away. But now it seemed that Chen Qian had long since gained insight into his inner thoughts. This is your business. It has nothing to do with me, Chen Qian said with an icy face. Young Master Chen, 3 days is too little time. You might as well just kill me, Wang Tang said with some anger. Chen Qian was indeed a bit too deceitful. 3 days time for him to hand over $4.5 billion. He wouldn't necessarily be able to come up with it even if he sold his company. Don't worry, I can't afford to kill you, but what will happen to you over there? I'm not sure. You should know better than me, Chen Qian said without a care in the world. Hearing these words, Wang Tang instantly lost his temper. It was true that Chen Qian would not kill him, but once his charges were confirmed, he was going to face the consequences of life imprisonment. Foreign countries are not like the domestic. The domestic can still reduce the sentence through meritorious deeds and other performance. Even the life sentence can be turned into a fixed term in the end, if during the period of time has been good behavior, may be able to be changed to 20 years. But on the other side of the ocean, once his crime is confirmed, he estimates that the rest of his life will be spent in prison. In the rice country, the crime can be stacked. In terms of the crime he committed, the highest can be stacked to several hundred years of imprisonment. He estimates that the rest of his life will be spent in prison. And what's even more scary is that many places in the country of rice have begun to abolish the death penalty. Even if you accidentally kill someone, at most you will be sentenced to 10 years and then come out. But once you are sentenced to hundreds of years, it will be a very painful torture. In China, jail has another layer of meaning. That is, labor reform. Although it restricts personal freedom, but it is still very humane. But if it is in the other side of the ocean, jail is the real meaning of jail. In addition to restricting personal freedom, but also from time to suffer the special hospitality of the prison guards. Friends who have often been jailed abroad should know clearly that these are not the most torturous. The most torturous thing is that you can't do anything except killing time. Young Master Chen, 3 days is too short. Can you give me more time? Wang Tang was on the verge of crying. Don't worry, I'm as good as my word. I'll definitely return the money to you by then. Just 3 days. If I don't see the money within 3 days, you'll be waiting to go to jail. Chen Qian directly hung up the phone. Who the hell was Wang Tang to bargain with him? Hey, young Master Chen, listen to me. Hey, can you hear me? Wang Tang remained undeterred. Only after a while did he react. Chen Qian had already hung up the phone. Asterisk. Deceiving people too much. Wang Tang was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone. He tried to dial Chen Qian's number once again, but couldn't get through. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Tang started to panic. Unless he sold the company, he simply didn't have the money to pay it back. But even if he sold the company, he wouldn't necessarily be able to pay back the money. Did he really have to borrow from loan sharks again? But if he didn't pay it back, he would most likely be sent in by Chen Qian, which was even worse than killing him. After hesitating for half a day, Wang Tang finally chose the former. Compared to life imprisonment, he would rather pay back the money. Now that all his handles had fallen into Chen Qian's hands, unless he could find someone to kill Chen Qian, he could only obediently pay back the money. On the dark net, instances of buying murderers did exist. As long as you offered the right price, there would be a murderer to do the job for the employer. And even if things were exposed, the employer wouldn't be implicated. But that was for ordinary people. For top broads like Chen Qian, very few people dared to take such a risk. Not because they didn't have the means to kill Chen Qian, but because they didn't dare. Even the top killers in the world were not willing to do so. Even if they got the money, they were afraid of not having the life to spend it. Unless Wang Tang could offer a price that all the killers would not be able to refuse. But with such a price, Wang Tang would definitely not be able to offer it.